Chapter 201. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch Strikes. The truth is right before our eyes. As Ye Feng walked along the underground passage, inside a huge domed structure, the bull-headed person, illusioned by the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, stood in the middle of the grand hall, surrounded by many powerful members of the demon race. Dog-headed creatures, mangy dogs, giant rhinos, one-eyed wolves. All sorts of strange and bizarre demonic beasts made up a ragtag army known as the Mangy Dog Army, numbering up to 3,000. Upon the throne, a mangy dog stood upright, one hand behind its back and the other gently stroking the bull-headed person's head, muttering, "From today forth, you, bull warrior, shall be the 8th sub-general under the command of my mangy dog army." "Thank you, Dog General," the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch said loudly. "Dog General? Well said." The mangy dog demon general laughed heartily, looking at the mask on the face of the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch and said, "Remember, you are the bull warrior and also the sub-general of our mangy dog army. Today, we will lead the army together to strike at Eternal Dream City and make our mark." "Kill, kill, kill!" the other sub-generals shouted one after another. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch felt a wave of fear. He quickly transmitted a message to Ye Feng through the spiritual beast contract. "Sect Leader, where on earth have you died off to? If you don't come back soon, I'm going to end up being mixed into a demon general. Also, I'm being forced to go out and fight." "You're going out of the city? Good, then go quickly, and better not to come back," Ye Feng transmitted back. "Sect Leader, come on, what if I don't want to go out?" The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch lowered his head, a bit panicked, and thankfully wearing a mask so that no one could see the change in his complexion. "I'm speaking the truth." Ye Feng fell silent. "I'm gradually approaching the truth, and a major battle might erupt. You're too weak, so take this opportunity to leave the city. If you get the chance, kill a few demon generals for me." Having said that, Ye Feng continued to advance deeper along the passage. "So that's it." The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch was relieved. Just then, the dog general picked up a steel trident and waved it fiercely, declaring, "All right, Mangy Dog Army, follow my command and attack Eternal Dream City." No sooner had the words fallen than it led the way out the door. Following behind were the dog-headed creatures, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, and the other 7 sub-generals. While leaving the city, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch stole glances around him and noticed not far away was an odd half-transformed pig demon with a pig's head and body but human legs and arms, swaying as it walked, with hundreds of demonic beasts following behind. If King Hun Zhenren were to come back to life, he would find that this pig demon was his junior brother. Hun Zhenren. That half-transformed pig demon is the sub-general under the Wild Boar General's command, a recent newcomer to the city. It's said to have once slaughtered an entire ancient town and is not weak. "Bull warrior, you must work hard and strive to become the first sub-general under my command." The dog general suddenly turned his head and spoke to the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, who was looking around. "Oh, right." The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch was taken aback. Before long, the Mangy Dog Army left through the East City Gate, reaching a small town tens of miles away in less than half an incense stick's time. Eternal Dream City. There was a damaged small-scale city defense formation in place, and inside, a wounded human race element gathering realm cultivator stood pale-faced, bleakly watching the approaching thousands-strong demon race army. "I never thought I, Wu Liangke, would die here." The human race element gathering realm cultivator sighed. He stood up, looked at the several hundred cultivators behind him, and shouted, "Cultivators of Eternal Dream City, listen up. The day of the decisive battle has come. Even if we die, we must kill as many of the demon race as we can, and uphold the might of the human race. Fight!" The cultivators of Eternal Dream City roared in rage, each one clutching their spiritual artifacts or ordinary artifacts, showing a resolved expression in their eyes. Heavenly Dog's Claw. The dog general, holding the steel trident, slashed down at Eternal Dream City's formation, splitting it in two, and then led the army charging in. Bang! In the first confrontation, the city lord, Wu Liangke, was knocked to the ground by the dog general, with his injuries deepening and nearly losing the power to fight again. Haha, demon race army, charge! Ah! The dog general waved the steel trident high above, like an invincible war god, the terrifying aura sweeping out, causing all the cultivators and common folk of the city to feel chilled to the bone and a sense of despair. But the next moment, a steel trident pierced through the dog general's chest. Who is sneak attacking me? The dog general turned his head with difficulty and saw the bull-headed person wearing a mask, his pupils suddenly constricting. Sorry, I'm an undercover agent. The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch spoke solemnly, his voice quickly spreading out, like a tidal wave sweeping the surroundings, shocking and resonating with the hearts of those who heard. The Bull Warrior, an undercover agent? All the members of the demon race were stunned. The cultivators of the human race from Eternal Dream City were also dumbstruck. Whoosh! The Thousand Faces Demon Monarch finally stopped hiding and erupted with the aura of a lower-ranked demon general, instantly blowing up the head of the dog-headed creature and killing the demon general. You're actually a demon general. Damn it, our demon city actually had a demon general level undercover. The remaining 7 semi-transformed demon race sub-generals were terrified and scattered in all directions. You won't escape, roared the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, his demon general aura exploding forth. His body transformed into a sword tens of meters long, and with 7 continuous slashes, he killed the remaining 7 sub-generals. As for the remaining demon race army, the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch killed a portion, but the rest fled too quickly. It was already too late to pursue them. This, esteemed demon general, who might you be? Wu Liangke, city lord of Eternal Dream City, was helped up onto the city wall, swallowed hard, found everything too surreal, and hurriedly asked the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch. Don't ask who I am. All you need to know is that I am one of our own, bragged the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch, feeling pleased with himself, as he swaggered away toward the Nanluo mountain range under the gazes of admiration from everyone. If Ye Feng were here, he would have cursed him thoroughly. Because the Thousand Faces Demon Monarch not only failed to take the corpses of the Dog General and the 7 sub-generals but also didn't reveal the name of the Misty Sect, missing out on thousands of prestige points. On the other hand, Ye Feng finally reached the bottommost section of the underground passage. This place was 30 li deep and surrounded by chilling cold. At the forefront, there appeared to be a square gate similar to the one on the surface. After Ye Feng placed a fang into the groove on the gate, he found that the gate did not open. Thus, he took out the drop of blood from the Fox Clan princess, smeared it on the fang, and finally opened the heavy stone gate. What met his eyes was a huge stone chamber, about 100 meters wide, long, and high. In the center, there was a platform with a giant earth ape lying flat on it, its limbs robust and about 10 meters tall, radiating an extremely terrifying aura. Even without fully unfolding, it considerably increased the pressure on Ye Feng. Giant Earth Ape, Lower Rank Demon King, Dormant. Talent, Enlargement. Note, an on the verge of falling giant Earth Ape, sealed under the ground for numerous years, only its last breath of consciousness remains. It has been refined by the Fox Clan Demon King, and upon absorbing enough chi and blood, it can erupt with the power of the first layer of the Spirit Sea realm once again. No wonder the Demon City has captured so many people, they are planning a blood sacrifice to revive the power of the dormant Demon King, the giant Earth Ape. Ye Feng exclaimed in shock. Ding, mission progress 90%. The system began to prompt again. I've found the corpse of the giant Earth Ape, and yet the mission isn't fully completed? Could it be that there's more to this secret? Ye Feng pondered, walking around the corpse of the giant Earth Ape, and noticed that the ground was etched with ancient array patterns, clearly for the purpose of a blood sacrifice. Crack! Without a second word, Ye Feng smashed the floor and destroyed the formation. Ding! Mission progress 95%. Just the last 5% to go. Ye Feng's gaze sharpened, and with all his might, he swung a lower-grade spirit sword at the body of the giant earth ape, only to hear a crack as the spirit sword broke. Tough indeed. Unable to damage the giant earth ape, he could not complete the mission progress either. Meanwhile, on the ground above. Ouch, that hurts. The Fox Clan princess finally awoke, rubbing the back of her head, realized that Ye Feng was long gone, and quickly ran out of the dome-shaped dwelling. Your Highness, you've played for so long this time, that man must be sucked dry to just a layer of skin, right? A bear tribe demon general asked with a grin. Oh no! The Fox Clan princess immediately realized something was wrong. Inside a grand hall. After hearing the account of the Fox Clan princess, the Fox Clan demon king abruptly stood up, saying, "No wonder I noticed someone entering the underground passage just now. I thought you were being mischievous, but it turned out, we've been infiltrated by an undercover agent. Quick, head to the underground tunnel at once." The Fox Clan Demon King unleashed a terrifying aura, instantly flying out, with dozens of demon generals trailing behind him, their aura formidable. Chapter 202. Explosive Spirit Pill, Heavenly Moon Strike, Happy New Year. Underground Stone Chamber. Ye Feng was wreaking havoc. Boom! The formations around were all destroyed, except for the indestructible body of the giant earth ape, the Demon King. What should I do? Ye Feng paced back and forth anxiously, his gaze shifting uncertainly until it finally landed on the Wind Spirit Pearl. Although the wind element spirit energy is very important, I must make use of it. Having said that, a wisp of wind element spirit energy transformed into a sharp sword light, successfully carving a huge gash in the body of the giant earth ape. But, the task progress did not increase. So destroying the carcass of the giant earth ape is not the final task. This is bad. Ye Feng looked at the remaining 2 wisps of wind element spirit energy, his brow furrowed. It would take 6 hours to replenish the wind element spirit energy, which meant it would recover 1 wisp every 2 hours. In other words, he had to use it sparingly from now on. Once he ran out of wind element spirit energy, Ye Feng's current strength would only be enough to contend with a peak of the 6th layer or someone who had just entered the 7th layer of the element gathering realm. Ye Feng tried to collect the carcass of the giant earth ape into his system space, but found that he couldn't, because the object had been refined by the Fox Clan Demon King and did not belong to no one. Forget it, the best plan is to escape. Ye Feng slickly retreated along the original path. But after only a few steps, he abruptly sensed dozens of terrifying auras outside the door, among which was one slightly weaker aura. It's actually several dozen demon generals, I'm done for. Ye Feng's expression turned to one of horror. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discovered that the strongest among them was not the Demon King but a high-rank demon general, whose strength was probably between the 8th and 9th layers of the element gathering realm. Damn it! The Fox Clan Demon King stood at the gate, looking at the mess in the stone chamber and then at the shocking wound on the body of the giant earth ape, his heart bleeding. So you are the cunning human undercover agent, I will not spare you, roared the Fox Clan Demon King with blood-red eyes, wanting to tear Ye Feng to pieces. Are you the Fox Clan Demon King? Ye Feng stared at the young man dressed in white robes, tall and sturdy with white hair and a handsome face, filled with surprise. Ding! Task progress 98%. There was another prompt from the system. The next moment, Ye Feng's mood brightened. I understand now, you claim to be the Fox Clan Demon King, but in reality, you are just a high-rank demon general. By controlling the giant earth ape, you are able to wield the power of the Demon King. The main force of the demon city, besides you two, consists of these several dozen demon generals. And these are the foundation of your demon city. Ye Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Ding! Task progress 100%. Congratulations Sect Leader on completing the task. Delve into Demon City to scout the enemy, rewarded with 1 middle grade refinement furnace and 1 explosive spirit pill. The system carried out the task settlement. Ye Feng found that 2 items promptly appeared in his system space. A furnace similar to a refining furnace. A pale gold elixir. Damn it, you dare to sabotage the great plan of the Demon City, I will kill you first. The Fox Clan Demon King raged, slapping his hand towards Ye Feng. Whoever dares to move, I will kill her first. Ye Feng suddenly used his heroic spirit power to grab the Fox Clan princess, one hand clutching her throat. Father, save me, exclaimed the Fox Clan princess in terror. The hands of the other demon generals, just raised, suddenly froze mid-air, none daring to act. Seeing this, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Fox Clan princess had followed him, and he had taken her as a hostage, which should allow him to escape unscathed. But Ye Feng's thoughts were too optimistic. Pfft! A beam of light pierced through the Fox Clan princess's forehead, and then she collapsed weakly to the ground, dead on the spot. To kill even your own daughter, you're ruthless. Ye Feng was dumbfounded. Not just him, the expressions of the other demon generals changed drastically, all looking at the Fox Clan Demon King as if questioning why he would do such a thing. There's no need to worry, gentlemen. The Fox Clan princess that was killed is nothing but a bastard born of that whore and another demon fox. I previously allowed her to become a princess as a provisional measure. Now that it has come to this, killing her is no big deal, explained the Fox Clan Demon King calmly. All present had strange expressions on their faces. Ye Feng looked at the Fox Clan Demon King as if he could see his white hair turning green, and not just any green, but a screaming shade of it. Now, let's deal with this human first, the Fox Clan Demon King focused on Ye Feng. In his view, someone who could leave a wound on the giant earth ape was undoubtedly strong. Although he talked big, he was very cautious at heart. The rest of the demon generals also looked serious. Both parties faced off, neither launching an attack. What to do? It seems I am not his match. Ye Feng asked himself. Besides the 2 wisps of wind element spirit energy, he didn't seem to have any strength to confront the Fox Clan Demon King. If it were only those several dozen demon generals, he might still have a chance to escape. But with the addition of the Fox Clan Demon King, he feared he wouldn't even have a chance to flee. Lord Demon King, this human seems to lack any cultivation. Could he be a top-tier human from the Spirit Sea realm? One middle-rank demon general asked in a deep voice. That's impossible, the Fox Clan Demon King shook his head. After a moment's thought, the middle-rank demon general said, this human mustn't be from the Spirit Sea realm, otherwise, we would all have been killed by now. I think he must be a peak 9th layer element gathering realm expert who has concealed his cultivation. What if he is at the peak of the element gathering realm? We, the several dozen demon generals, can still eliminate him. It's just that if he were to strike, we would suffer heavy losses, another middle-rank demon general spoke up. Ye Feng stared at these individuals, outwardly calm but inwardly panicking. It seemed that these demon generals regarded him as a peak element gathering realm expert, which is why they were hesitant to make a move for now. Right, let's see what the explosive spirit pill is about. Ye Feng opened his system space and looked at the information for the explosive spirit pill. Explosive spirit pill, lower grade elixir. Effect: upon consumption, it will grant explosive strength, allowing you to become stronger for 5 minutes, capable of penetrating the Earth's surface and sweeping thousands of enemies. It's actually an elixir. Ye Feng's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Chi pill, origin pill, spirit pill. As the 3rd major realm's elixir, the spirit pill corresponds to the Spirit Sea realm, an extremely formidable elixir. Despite the fact that the explosive spirit pill is just an auxiliary spirit pill, it could resolve the urgent crisis Ye Feng was facing. As Ye Feng's gaze became intense, the demon race powerhouses present all changed color, thinking he was finally making his move, and they all burst out with a terrifying momentum. Ganging up on the few, shameless! Ye Feng cursed loudly and hurriedly swallowed the explosive spirit pill. At the same time, taking advantage of the brief moment before the elixir's effects dissipated, he quickly retreated, consuming a wisp of wind element spirit energy and transforming into a terrifying burst of blinding sword chi that he slashed through. Rib. Several demon generals were killed on the spot. Even the Fox Clan Demon King had a lock of long hair sliced off. Damn it! The Fox Clan Demon King lightly caressed his cheek, looking at the blood on his fingers in shock. If he hadn't dodged just in time, he would have probably been killed on the spot. Seizing this opportunity, the explosive spirit pill finally took effect. Chi Refinement 3rd Layer, Chi Refinement 9th Layer, Element Gathering 3rd Layer. In the eyes of the Fox Clan Demon King and the others, who were shocked, Ye Feng's body ignited with blazing golden flames, and his cultivation aura soared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng reached the peak of the element gathering realm. Such tremendous power, Ye Feng felt the powerful aura coursing through his body, for the first time aided by spiritual energy, achieving the cultivation of a Chi refinement practitioner. The Fox Clan Demon King and the others stared at Ye Feng, their pupils shrinking abruptly. Indeed, he has reached the peak of the element gathering realm. This general was not wrong. The remaining demon generals wore extremely solemn expressions. Backstab. In the midst of the demon general's shock, Ye Feng suddenly appeared behind a middle-rank demon general, stabbing him with a lower-grade spirit sword. Rib. This middle-rank demon general was killed on the spot. Seeing this, the rest of the demon generals were all chilled to the bone. Counterattack quickly! The Fox Clan Demon King roared furiously, his body swelling as he transformed into his 6-meter-tall demon fox form, spitting out a fierce burst of sword chi. Wind Spirit Step. Ye Feng didn't try to withstand the attack. Instead, he used a spell to dodge, and the corridor behind him was pierced through by the sword chi of the Fox Clan Demon King. The next moment, Ye Feng took the opportunity to escape into it. Chase him! The Fox Clan Demon King took the lead in pursuit, and the other demon generals hurried to follow, but soon, they found that Ye Feng's aura had disappeared, as if blending into the soil. Deep underground. Ye Feng used Earth Escape to make a detour, breaking through an underground chamber, returning to the side of the giant earth ape. With his hands forming a seal, he executed falling blooms in profusion, transforming countless petals into a sharp long knife that suddenly slashed down. Clang! The sound of metal striking rang out as the giant earth ape's head was chopped off, finally allowing it to be collected into the system space. Again. Ye Feng formed another seal, executed falling blooms in profusion again, chopping off one of the giant earth ape's arms and swiftly collecting it into the system space. How audacious! The Fox Clan Demon King, fooled by Ye Feng's ruse to lure the tiger away from the mountain, cursed loudly and led dozens of demon generals rushing back. Seeing the giant earth ape with its head and an arm severed, the Fox Clan Demon King was so furious that his face turned ashen. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which fortuitously landed on the body of the giant earth ape. Boom! The giant earth ape was revived. The ground shook violently as a terrifying momentum erupted from the giant earth ape. Its remaining arm clenched into a fist as if gripping a mountain and hurled it towards Ye Feng. Iron Shield Art. Mystic Shell Shield. Ye Feng instantly used these two defensive spells, but he was still punched through by the giant earth ape, his chest caved in and he suffered serious injuries. If not for the shield provided by the Wind Spirit Pearl that blocked another blow, Ye Feng would have certainly perished. I will remember the grudge of today. Ye Feng hurriedly broke through the stone wall and escaped using Earth Escape. The explosive spirit pill could only hold its rampant energy for 5 minutes, and after that, he would have no chance to resist. Now that he had accomplished the side mission and severed the giant earth ape's head and arm, reaping a huge profit, it was time to run. Before long, Ye Feng arrived at the surface. By now it was evening, and the sounds of bestial roars were unceasing all around. Ding! There are 30 seconds left until the explosive spirit pill's effects wear off. The system notified. Hearing this, Ye Feng immediately soared into the sky, reaching an altitude of several thousand meters, and as he looked down at the vast demon city below, reflected by countless lights, his gaze turned exceedingly cold. He began to form seals with his hands. Heavenly Moon Strike. As Ye Feng pointed towards the sky tens of thousands of meters above, countless demon race individuals looked up only to see a second bright, full moon appear, and numerous hefty meteorites plummeting at high speed, covering the entire demon city. Each meteorite weighed 10,000 pounds, accelerating as it fell from the sky, with terrifying force. Boom boom boom. Countless dome-shaped buildings were smashed, a large number of demon race powerhouses were wiped out, and suddenly, streams of dark chi rose from the ground, entering Ye Feng's body. Since it was night, Ye Feng did not notice this. Arg! This infuriates me too. The Fox Clan Demon King finally caught up to the ground and saw the demon city ravaged by meteor strikes and suffered heavy casualties among the demon race army, and he was so enraged that he vomited blood and collapsed on the spot. Ding! 5 seconds remain until the explosive spirit pill's effects wear off. 5, 4. Ye Feng's heart tightened, and he immediately used streaming light sword chi, stepping onto a spirit sword to fly away at the fastest speed, disappearing into the vast night. Chapter 203. The Sect Master's Confusion, Huge Harvest, Happy New Year. Over 100 miles from Demon City, several figures lay hidden in the darkness, staring at the full moon high above in the sky, all of them wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Countless meteors continued to bombard, crashing into Demon City, destroying numerous buildings and members of the demon race, and producing a deafening noise, like a mountain torrent assaulting the hearts of these few people. This is too terrifying. Who on earth is this powerful individual who dared to venture alone into Demon City and caused such a catastrophic meteor shower? This appears to be a third-grade spell that has achieved perfection, and with the augmentation from that mysterious expert at the peak of the element-gathering realm, the extent of the destruction is unimaginable. We owe a great debt to this individual. Yes, their striking at Demon City has bought us a chance to catch our breath. These figures stood atop the mountain, shocked beyond measure. If Ye Feng had been there, he would have recognized them. These people were none other than the sect leaders of the Liu Yun sect, Yun Hua Genren, the city lord of Sanyuan City, King Yun Genren, and other sect masters who had formed a team to arrive here. Although the Demon Subjugation Alliance had been dissolved as soon as it was formed, they couldn't let go and decided to team up and raid in secret. However, they had only just arrived nearby and hadn't had a chance to delve deeper when they saw a bright full moon appear in the sky, unleashing a horrendously massive meteor shower. Due to the brightness of this full moon, it illuminated the ground of Demon City, and people like the sect leader of the Liu Yun sect saw the scene inside, realizing that it was indeed occupied by the demon race army, and that there were 100,000 demon race members, along with dozens of demon generals. Such a lineup was terrifying. The sect masters felt true admiration for the courageous individual who dared to infiltrate Demon City alone. Damn it, for destroying my Demon City, I will never coexist with you in peace. At this moment, the Fox Clan Demon King, enraged yet again, with its head and one arm severed, the giant earth ape, soared into the sky, shattered the full moon above, causing its brightness to fade. It's the Demon King. That Demon King seems to be headless. It looks like it's also missing an arm. With such a strange appearance, coupled with fluffy fur, what breed of demonic beast could this be? The sect masters sensed the massive and mountainous presence of the giant earth ape from afar, turning pale with fright and hastily retreating. Indeed, Demon City has a Demon King in command. How could we be a match for him? Sighed King Yun Genren. In the presence of the Demon King, he was completely unable to show any arrogance. Looking in the direction Ye Feng had flown, the sect leader of the Liu Yun sect said, I remember that fierce man flew off that way. Why don't we catch up and offer him the position of Alliance Hierarch? You want to re-establish the Demon Subjugation Alliance? Asked Yunhua Genren, astounded. Why not? Laughed the sect leader of the Liu Yun sect. This mysterious and courageous individual is our sect's hope. If we could make him the Alliance Hierarch, our pressure would be greatly reduced. Then let's not waste any time chasing him. King Yun Genren was the first to set off. In the high sky, Ye Feng clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had just been punched by the giant earth ape, and although severely injured, was lucky to have not been killed, truly a stroke of luck. At this moment, the effects of the explosive spirit pill had long since faded, and Ye Feng felt somewhat weak, only able to sit on the metal leaf blade and fly towards Misty Peak. So, the Demon King's power is incredibly terrifying. Even after taking the explosive spirit pill, I could only barely withstand a punch. If I had to fight for a prolonged period, my death would be certain. Ye Feng took a deep breath, reminiscing about tonight's battle, and gained much from the experience. Unfortunately, there was only one explosive spirit pill. Whoosh! Ye Feng suddenly heard the sound of a sword's light approaching from behind. His expression drastically changed. It's them. They gave me quite a fright. I thought the Fox Clan Demon King had caught up. Turning his head, Ye Feng saw it was the sect leader of the Liu Yun sect and others. He let out a sigh of relief, curious to see them. Sect Master Ye? What are you doing here? Yunhua Genren was initially startled to see Ye Feng, then asked. Hurriedly, the sect leader of the Liu Yun sect asked, Sect Master Ye, have you seen a peak element gathering realm expert passing by, riding a sword light with incredible speed? Ye Feng was startled. Element gathering realm peak? I've never seen them. Could it be that these people were just watching the battle near Demon City and saw me cast Heavenly Moon Strike? As Ye Feng fell into confusion, Yunhua Genren explained, Sect Master Ye is unaware that we were about to go to Demon City to slay the strong ones of the demon race. However, just as we approached within 100 miles of Demon City, we encountered a terrifying element gathering realm peak expert who cast a meteor falling spell so fearsome that it destroyed a great part of Demon City. Later, that fierce person flew in this direction, and I don't know if Sect Master Ye happened to see them, explained the sect leader of Liu Yun sect. Ah? No. Ye Feng waved his hands hurriedly, you all think too highly of me. Even if an element gathering realm peak expert passed by, with my cultivation level, how could I possibly notice? It seemed that during the battle at Demon City, these people had indeed been watching nearby, but they did not realize that the so-called element gathering realm peak fierce person was him. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. No. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect looked disappointed. The other sect masters couldn't help but sigh. King Yun Genren stood in the distance, watching coldly. When he noticed Ye Feng looking over, he quickly averted his gaze. It seems that we are destined not to cross paths with that fierce person, the sect leader of Liu Yun sect said helplessly, his eyes filled with regret. Ye Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, what do the sect masters want with that fierce person? What's it to you? King Yun Genren huffed. We want to re-establish the Demon Subjugation Alliance. If that fellow can become the Alliance Hierarch, the hundreds of sects around us could also have a pillar of support, revealed the sect leader of Liu Yun sect about his intentions. Oh, I see. Ye Feng's face remained calm, but he was speechless inside. At that moment, Yunhua Genren took a good look at Ye Feng, noticing his sunken chest and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and exclaimed with widened eyes, Sect Master Ye, how did you get injured? Cough cough. Actually, I was observing nearby just before the great battle broke out in Demon City. Later, I encountered a very powerful demon general and got injured by him. Ye Feng wiped the blood from his mouth and earnestly spoke nonsense. The gathering of sect masters was shocked. Even Ye Feng had been seriously injured, so that demon general must have been of at least the 7th level of the element gathering realm, which was bad news. Everyone, I need to heal my wounds, so I'll take my leave. We shall meet again, Ye Feng said, not wanting to continue the engagement, and hurriedly flew towards Misty Sect. Watching Ye Feng's retreating figure, the sect masters present exchanged looks, all feeling it was a pity they had missed the opportunity with that fierce person. There's no need for everyone to worry too much. Now that Demon City has been seriously damaged, they can't afford to target other sects and cities for the time being. Let's take this opportunity to cultivate diligently and strive to break through our cultivation level shackles, King Yun Zhenren suddenly spoke up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked towards Demon City. He had decided that he would not emerge from seclusion until he broke through to the 7th level of the element gathering realm. Soon, the sect masters dispersed. On his way back, Ye Feng looked at the 2 strands of wind element spirit energy that had recovered and quickly took out one to merge into his chest, rapidly healing his injuries. The wind element spirit energy is truly versatile, with functions such as escape, life-saving, and binding. It's truly worthy of being the power condensed from an upper-grade spiritual artifact. It seems I need to upgrade my refining furnace as soon as possible to forge the 5 elements spirit sword, Ye Feng planned. The wind spirit pearl tended towards support functions. Even if he converted the wind element spirit energy into the strongest killer move, it would only possess the power of a blow on par with the 9th level of the element gathering realm, and it was a consumable. It couldn't be used many times in a short period, and after use, it would put him at a disadvantage. But the 5 elements spirit sword was different. If he could refine it, it would definitely become a significant aid. Even if he couldn't face the Demon King, he would at least have an advantage when facing opponents at the peak of the element gathering realm. Before long, Ye Feng returned to Misty Peak. At that moment, it was the second half of the night. Ye Feng dropped the corpses of the 2 middle-rank demon generals and 5 lower-rank demon generals on the ground and used the 4th function of the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Spirit Blood Transference, to extract and refine 7 fist-sized portions of spirit blood. Then, he looked at the severed head and an arm of the giant earth ape, extracting and refining a thumb-sized portion of dark gold spirit blood. The spirit blood of demon kings and demon generals, what a haul! Watching the 8 orbs floating in midair, Ye Feng felt exhilarated. Chapter 204. My name is Zhu Yongfu, internal strife within the 3-tailed fox clan, Happy New Year! A demon king, 2 middle-rank demon generals, and 5 lower-rank demon generals, their spirit blood is exceptionally precious. I wonder if, after fusing it with the mountain guardian spirit beasts from the Spirit Beast Pavilion, it can promote their bloodline progression, Ye Feng mumbled while sitting cross-legged on the rooftop. Wow! Brother Flathead somehow appeared next to Ye Feng, pointing at the dark gold demon king's spirit blood, then at himself. Do you want it? Asked Ye Feng. Brother Flathead nodded and made a sound akin to from his nose, his eyes reflecting the golden sheen of the demon king's spirit blood, shining brilliantly. Ye Feng wasn't stingy. As Brother Flathead infused the demon king's spirit blood into himself through the point between his eyebrows, his body slightly mutated, becoming bulkier, the white fur on top of his head turned to pale silver, and the divine light in his eyes grew even more dazzling. His cultivation level hadn't increased, but Brother Flathead's strength had increased considerably. The giant earth ape's primary talent was strength, and having fused with its spirit blood, the boost Brother Flathead received was naturally in terms of strength. Clap, clap! Brother Flathead patted Ye Feng's shoulder with his paw to express his gratitude, then ran off to the side of the spiritual spring to continue guarding the purifying green lotus and to sleep. Throughout the course of its growth, the purifying green lotus had bloomed a flower, its fragrance gradually blending with the surrounding spiritual energy, aiding in the acceleration of one's cultivation speed. Who should I give the remaining spirit blood to? Ye Feng looked at the remaining 7 clusters of brilliance, thought for a moment, and selected the Iron Claw Dragon Eagle, Little White Fox, and white float 5 immortals. As for the golden-furred squirrel, not for now. Right, where did that 1,000 faces demon monarch run off to? Ye Feng quickly got to his feet and located the 1,000 faces demon monarch within the Nanluo mountain range cave mansion, using the sensing ability of the spirit beast pavilion. Where are the things? Ye Feng had a bad feeling as he looked at the empty cave mansion. The 1,000 faces demon monarch, hugging 2 beauties, asked in surprise, "What? Didn't you slay the dog general and 7 demon race sub-generals, as well as hundreds of demonic beasts? Where are their demon cores?" Ye Feng asked with furrowed brows. "I didn't bring them back," the 1,000 faces demon monarch admitted. "Great! Well done!" Ye Feng raised his fists in anger. After a beating from Ye Feng, the 1,000 faces demon monarch quickly flew towards Eternal Dream City, only to find that all the remains of the demonic beasts had been dealt with, and his jaw clenched. Ye Feng stood beside the 1,000 faces demon monarch, his smile growing twisted. "Sect leader, let me explain." Illusory step bright palm. The 1,000 faces demon monarch yelped with pain and scurried back to the cave mansion, while Ye Feng, after his anger subsided, returned to Misty Peak. By this time, it was already the early morning hours. Ye Feng hadn't slept all night, his eyes ringed with dark circles. Observing the mountain guardian spirit beasts, whose strength had grown substantially, he found that his own strength had also increased a bit. There's still plenty of refined spirit mine left. Continue crafting spiritual artifacts, then sell them for spirit stones, purchase spirit mines at low prices, refine them into spiritual artifacts, sell them at high prices, make a profit, get rich. Moreover, it's also a chance to accumulate energy for the refining furnace, for its upgrade. Ye Feng began to plan. Demon City. After the battle last night, 80% of the area was bombarded by meteors. The demon race suffered heavy casualties and tremendous losses. Suhun Zhenren, transformed into a pig demon, stood on the ruins, looking at the surrounding wreckage, thankful that he had not been crushed by meteors. Who on earth was that person last night, so terrifying that he couldn't be held back even by the Demon King? It seems that Demon City is still too dangerous, not suitable for me. Suhun Zhenren hastened to flee, but before he left Demon City, he was stopped by a demon general. "What's your name?" asked a giant about 3 meters tall, his original form a golden giant ape, looking down at Suhun Zhenren, who was just 1.5 meters tall. "My name is Zhu Yongfu." As a child, Suhun Zhenren's true name was Zhu Yongfu. But now, reluctantly bearing a pig's body and head, he could only change his name to Zhu Yongfu. Nice name. You look plump and strong, your strength must be great. Hurry up and lead a group of demon soldiers to excavate boulders outside the mountain, cut them into bricks, and rebuild Demon City. Also, I'm the supervisor, I will watch over your bricklaying progress at all times, said the giant transformed from the golden giant ape, releasing tremendous pressure. Suhun Zhenren really wanted to curse his luck. Helpless, Suhun Zhenren called on several hundred demon soldiers that hadn't yet died and began a miserable life of hauling bricks. At the center of Demon City, the Fox Clan Demon King stood before the dismembered body of the giant earth ape, looking at the ravaged Demon City, his lips twitching incessantly. Ye Feng's heavenly moon strike was terrifying. Countless meteors fell with immense speed, their power was astonishing. Any demon general or below that was struck would be killed instantly. Only half-transformed sub-generals and those in the element-gathering realm could survive the catastrophe, which left less than 20,000 demon soldiers remaining in Demon City. As for demon generals and sub-generals, the losses weren't numerous. But in his heart, the Fox Clan Demon King still felt as if he was bleeding. He had lost tens of thousands of demon soldiers overnight, the future of Demon City. Damn this powerful human, if I ever encounter you again, I will surely slay you. The Fox Clan Demon King roared to the sky, his voice thunderous. His terrifying pressure swept out, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to tremble with fear, their legs turning to jelly. Tap, tap, tap. A series of dense footsteps approached. Fox King, look at what you've done. A voice filled with reproach and chill came from afar, drawing the attention of the surrounding demonic tribe. A graceful woman clad in a fur garment walked at the forefront, flanked by two white-haired elders at the peak of the middle-rank demon general level. Behind them was a group of powerfully imposing demon generals, at least 20 in number, their aggressive approach overshadowing the Fox Clan Demon King by a margin. It's you. The Fox Clan Demon King glared at the Fox Lady with a cultivation level at the peak of the middle-rank demon general, his eyes flashing with cold light. The Fox Clan princess he killed yesterday was the daughter of this Fox Lady. With the Demon King's body, you've still turned Demon City into this mess. I should have never agreed to let you take control of the Demon King. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Demon King's body right now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The Fox Lady spoke with a cold and stern expression. Then, she caught sight of the giant earth ape standing behind the Fox Clan Demon King. She initially paused, her pupils suddenly bursting with disbelief. This is the Demon King's corpse? How did it get beheaded and one arm chopped off? I was only in our ancestral lands for a few days, and you've reduced our lineage to this wretched state. You should be put to death. The Fox Lady uttered 3 angry accusations, both shocked and furious. She suddenly felt dizzy, her delicate form staggering as she struggled to remain upright, nearly fainting on the spot. Your Majesty, calm your anger. The 2 elders immediately supported the Fox Lady to prevent her from falling, then turned their cold gazes toward the Fox Clan Demon King and said sternly, Fox King, what is the meaning of this? The Demon King's body is our Fox Clan's trump card. Now that it's in such a state, how do you intend to explain this? Explain. The Fox Clan Demon King's face darkened, and then he burst into laughter. Now that the Demon King's body is under my control, you dare to speak to me like this? Are you seeking death? The Fox Clan Demon King was in a very bad mood after last night's battle. Now, seeing the Fox Lady who cuckolded him, he had no intention of hiding his disdain. On top of that, her protectors dared to speak to him in such a manner, they were courting death. Fox King, do not deceive yourself. The 2 elders both raised an ancient jade token, emitting a gentle purple glow that forcibly severed the connection between the Fox Clan Demon King and the giant earth ape. Damn it, the soul-seizing order. The Fox Clan Demon King's expression sank. The giant earth ape was a demon king's corpse that the ancestors of the Fox Clan had stumbled upon. Each generation's Fox Clan Demon King could refine it, turning it into the clan's ultimate combat force. Once powered by sufficient spirit blood, the giant earth ape possessed strength comparable to the first layer of the spirit sea realm, a true demon king level powerhouse. However, the 2 elders beside the Fox Lady were the left and right protectors of the Fox Clan, each holding a soul-seizing order. They could sever the connection between the Fox Clan Demon King and the giant earth ape, a safeguard against the betrayal of the entire 3-tailed Fox Clan by the Fox Clan Demon King. At that moment, the Fox Lady regained her composure and glanced at the battered demon city, her heart aching as if it was being sliced by blades, and demanded, Fox King, I want an explanation from you. Fox King, Your Majesty, what has happened? At this time, those dozens of demon generals who followed the Fox Clan Demon King all gathered around, facing off against the more than 20 demon generals of the Fox Lady. The atmosphere at the scene became instantly tense. Explain. The Fox Clan Demon King suddenly sneered, throwing a corpse on the ground. Whore, you might as well explain to me, who did you birth this bastard child with? Everyone looked down at the corpse on the ground. This was a white 3-tailed demon fox, with a hole pierced through its glabella, dead beyond any doubt. It was the very princess of the Fox Clan. My daughter. The Fox Lady trembled all over, kneeling on the ground, holding the head of the 3-tailed demon fox in both hands, her eyes suddenly blurred with tears, unable to cry out loud. Her only daughter had actually fallen. Was it you who killed her? The fox lady suddenly lifted her head, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she looked at the Fox Clan Demon King, her voice growing colder and the temperature around her dropping, as if she were in a cold cellar. You bear a bastard behind my back with someone else, and yet you dare to be noisy in front of me, such audacity. Let me tell you, I've known about it for a long time, and I've been holding back until now, which is already giving you face. The Fox Clan Demon King revealed a cruel smile. I will kill you, the fox lady cried out as she held the three-tailed demon fox, bellowing, left and right protectors, heed my command, kill him. Yes. Two elderly protectors stepped forward 3 paces. The aura around them surged continuously, stepping into the ranks of high-rank demon generals, and moreover, their auras were fusing, unleashing a terrifying pressure that was no less than the peak of the Element Gathering Realm's 9th level. Seeing this, the Fox Clan Demon King's expression darkened. The Fox Lady was the daughter of the previous generation's Fox Clan Demon King and held an extremely high status within the three-tailed foxes. As for him, the current Fox King, he was merely a son-in-law who rose to his position by marrying the Fox Lady. As for the left and right protectors, they used to be the strong arms of the former Fox Clan Demon King, experts in a bloodline fusion technique, and were virtually unbeatable below the Spirit Sea realm when they joined forces. Previously, it was precisely because of his wariness of the left and right protectors that the Fox Clan Demon King, even knowing his wife had cuckolded him, still endured. But now, the Fox Clan Demon King's plan to turn the tables had succeeded. He no longer had to endure. Are you going to kneel and let us beat you to death, or resist a little, and then still be beaten to death by us? The 2 great protectors said as they formed hand seals, their aged faces full of indifference, as if they were looking at a dead person. The Fox Clan Demon King was quite strong, but now that he could no longer control the giant earth ape, he was no match for them. You want to kill me? You can try, the Fox Clan Demon King said with hands behind his back, his face bearing arrogance and confidence. It seems you're quite confident. Then let's allow you to put up some resistance before we beat you to death, said the 2 great protectors in unison. Boom! The 2 great protectors made their move. Terrible palm prints descended, hitting the Fox Clan Demon King so hard that his chest caved in, and he spat blood as he was sent flying backward, crashing into the giant earth ape and taking it with him for dozens of meters, then smashing through a stone wall before being buried under a pile of rubble. Is he dead? The watching demon race powerhouses were horrified. The Fox Clan Demon King was comparable to the 9th level of the Element Gathering Realm, a formidable power, rumored to be the strongest within the three-tailed Fox Clan at present. Could it be that he couldn't even withstand a single palm strike from the 2 great protectors? Chapter 205. The counterattack of the Fox Clan Demon King, Mo Ying's breakthrough. Happy New Year! Continue the attack, grind him into 10,000 pieces for me, the Fox Lady commanded coldly, clutching the corpse of the Fox Clan princess. Yes, the 2 protectors nodded. They walked towards the ruins, ready to capture the heavily injured Fox Clan Demon King and eliminate him using the most cruel methods. As for the dozens of demon generals who had once followed the Fox Clan Demon King, they were now all kneeling on the ground, not daring to make a move. They dared not, nor were they qualified to meddle in the internal power struggles of the three-tailed Fox Clan. Whoever won, they would follow. Boom! Suddenly, the ruins exploded. A massive figure tore through the dust and stood on the ground, towering like a mountain and exuding a great sense of oppression. The Fox Clan Demon King stood atop the spine of the giant earth ape, looking down at all the demon generals present with a slightly uplifted corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile. At the 2 protectors of the Fox Clan frowned. They had clearly used the soul-seizing order to sever the connection between the Fox Clan Demon King and the giant earth ape. The giant earth ape should have been uncontrollable, so why had it risen to its feet? What are the 2 protectors waiting for? Kill him and take revenge for my daughter, the Fox Lady urged, holding the Fox Clan princess, her eyes full of resentment and anger. Yes. Both protectors formed hand seals simultaneously, and a golden red claw reached towards the Fox Clan Demon King standing on the spine of the giant Earth Ape. But then, the giant Earth Ape suddenly moved. The only remaining arm clenched into a fist and easily shattered the claw. With its powerful legs, it leaped tens of meters. A single punch sent both protectors flying, dragging out a trench 100 meters long on the ground before they stopped. Ah! The two protectors vomited blood, their eyes wide with shock. How is this possible? The Fox Lady's hands trembled slightly as she held the princess's corpse, not understanding why, even after the connection was severed, the Fox Clan Demon King could still control the giant Earth Ape. Surprised, aren't you? The numerous life forces I had my troops collect from the battles were not used to power the giant Earth Ape but to set up an incomplete medium 4 symbols demon elemental array, the Fox Clan Demon King declared atop the ape's spine, bursting into laughter. The medium 4 symbols demon elemental array. An immediate change came over the expressions of everyone else present. This was a forbidden formation among the demon race. Once used, it could fuse the bodies of two different types of strong demons into one, never to separate again. Initially, this formation was invented to help injured demons replace lost limbs, but later, some greedy demons forcibly merged strong bodies for a significant increase in strength. However, they became cruel and belligerent, and thus the formation was labeled as forbidden. And now, the Fox Clan Demon King had actually used the medium 4 symbols demon elemental array. Could it be that he intended to merge with the body of the giant Earth Ape? Hiss! Sounds of sharp intakes of breath suddenly filled the air. You stop right now, the Fox Lady shouted urgently. Once the Fox Clan Demon King used the medium 4 symbols demon elemental array, they would no longer be able to continue refining the giant Earth Ape, leading to a loss of top-tier combat power for the clan. Ha! After you've pushed me this far, do you really think I'll stop? The Fox Clan Demon King laughed as he looked up to the sky. In the next instant, under the horrified gaze of the many powerful demons present, the Fox Clan Demon King transformed into his massive true form, and his head separated from his neck and attached to the neck of the giant Earth Ape. As for the body of the Fox Clan Demon King, it rapidly withered as its strength flowed into the giant Earth Ape, causing its missing arm to regrow, albeit thinner than the other. Are you not going to stop him? The Fox Lady rebuked. Despite their injuries, the two protectors immediately took action. Get lost! The Fox Clan Demon King would not allow them to interfere with his plan. With a mere thought, the giant Earth Ape erupted with the terrifying oppressive force of the Demon King. With all its strength, it slapped one protector to death, devouring his abundant life force. Brother! The other protector cried in heart-wrenching pain. But the ruthless Fox Clan Demon King immediately had the giant Earth Ape act, slapping the remaining protector to death with its palm and devouring his life force. You madman! Our three-tailed Fox Clan's legacy of 1,000 years will ultimately be ruined by your hands. The Fox Lady discarded the corpse of the Fox Clan princess, transforming into a three-tailed demon fox as she fled in a frenzy. Bitch! How dare you cheat on me? Do you think you can escape? The Fox Clan Demon King now had complete control over the giant Earth Ape, and with its terrifying presence, the Fox Lady's form stiffened as she was smacked by the ape's palm, her spine breaking, leaving her motionless on the ground. Afterwards, the Fox Clan Demon King devoured her life force, growing stronger still. Who else? The Fox Clan Demon King's foot came down upon the corpse of the Fox Lady, his gaze sweeping around indifferently. Wherever his eyes landed, all members of the demon race knelt, not daring to even let out a fart. Hee, so this is the power of a demon king. The Fox Clan Demon King was getting used to his new body, feeling a surge of power throughout. By now, he had completely integrated with the body of the giant Earth Ape Demon King. Standing on the ground, he was 10 meters tall with the body of a giant ape but the head of a demon fox. Although it looked incredibly bizarre, the head was perfectly proportioned to the body, and if one didn't look closely, they couldn't even see the seam at the neck. You all quickly build the demon city. This king will return to the ancestral lands to go into seclusion for a time. When I emerge, the name of Demon City will echo throughout the southern river basin. With his hands behind his back, the Fox Clan Demon King walked toward a nearby underground cavern. That was the ancestral land of the three-tailed Fox Clan, the place where they had initially been sealed, and it housed a spirit blood pool suitable for conditioning one's body. The demonic beasts of the Demon City watched as the Fox Clan Demon King left, first in fear and then with excited cries. Although we lost several powerful members of the Fox Clan in this battle, our Demon King has integrated with the Demon King's body, possessing the true combat strength of a Demon King. The spine of our Demon City has finally stiffened. Hehe, following the Demon King will definitely fill our bellies. The strong among the demon race looked at each other and energetically set about rebuilding the Demon City. Atop a stone mountain, Suhun Genren watched that imposing figure, swallowing hard and muttering, "Truly fierce, to think he combined with the Demon King's body using a medium 4 symbols demon elemental array. Now, I can stay in the Demon City with peace of mind." Half a stick of incense later. In an underground cavern, the Fox Clan Demon King crushed the last elder of the three-tailed Fox Clan who resisted him and lay in a huge crimson gold blood pool. He circulated his bloodline to further condition his body, reaching a truly perfect integration and unity. Technically, I am no longer of the three-tailed Fox Clan. So, my name should change too. With the head of a fox and the body of an ape, henceforth, I shall be called Hu Yuan. The Fox Clan Demon King gave himself a homophonic name. Hu Yuan. A Demon King rose from this moment. Misty Peak. Ye Feng felt a shiver through his body, his sense of crisis growing stronger. He quickly sat up from his reclining chair, fanning himself with a banana fan, and looked into the distance. Why do I feel so restless, as if something big is about to happen? Ye Feng frowned. He stood up and looked towards the Demon City, murmuring, the main threat at this stage should be the Demon King of the Demon City. But once I refine the 5 elements spirit sword, I should have the strength to fight. Having finished speaking, Ye Feng looked at the refining furnace floating mid-air, clinking merrily. He had been constantly pouring various refined materials and spirit stones into it, and behind him, 10 lower-grade spirit swords had already been forged. As for middle-grade spiritual artifacts, for the time being, there was only the one he made for Mo Ying. Even though the middle-grade refining furnace can forge middle-grade spiritual artifacts, the current grade of materials is not high, cobbling together from various sources, he had just enough to forge a single middle-grade spirit sword. South of the Nanluo mountain range, along the flowing water river, Ji Xiling and Mo Ying stood at the prow of a large boat, drifting downstream. Senior sister, Tonggu City is up ahead. Rumor has it that it's quite similar to Five Colors City and Beacon Fire City, with no one from the element gathering realm holding it. However, I heard that the city lord is very strong. Although not at the level of the element gathering realm, he is still several times stronger than the peak of the Qi refining realm. In my opinion, that person must be an old powerhouse who failed to break through to element gathering and isn't to be trifled with, Ji Xiling said, consulting the map and continuously providing information. Leave it to me, Mo Ying nodded. Today, as they passed by ancient town of Quicksand, the two ladies heard that the lord of Tonggu City was brutal and tyrannical, a source of misery for the people who cried out in distress. Thus, Mo Ying, craving a great battle to break through, decided to head to Tonggu City. Thud. The wooden boat docked at the pier of Tonggu City. Mo Ying and Ji Xiling leaped from the boat and followed a cobblestone path into the barely 5-mile-wide Tonggu City, only to discover the citizens being treated like livestock, prodded by bullies with sticks to carry heavy loads. Such chaos in this city, Ji Xiling clenched her fists, brimming with indignation. There's more like this, you just haven't seen it, said Mo Ying, carrying the middle-grade spirit sword that Ye Feng had given her, and holding her breeze-riding sword. Before breaking through the element-gathering realm, she had no intention of using the middle-grade spirit sword, and had not even named it. "Well, look at what we have here, two pretty ladies. Come keep this master company." Clang! The sword light flashed by. An evildoer at the fourth layer of chi refinement clutched his throat and fell to the ground, terrorizing the surrounding villains, who then rushed toward the city lord's mansion, preparing to ask the city lord to take action. "Senior sister, is this too cruel?" Ji Xiling whispered. "If we lacked cultivation, what kind of terrible experience would await us? Think about it and you'll agree that these people deserve to die." Mo Ying sheathed her sword and continued on. As Ji Xiling thought about her words, she shuddered and kicked the fallen villain's body away with a look of disgust. "How dare you run wild in Tonggu City, it seems you no longer wish to live." An experienced practicer from the chi refining realm at the 7th layer attacked, and before getting close, he maneuvered a lower-grade flying knife from behind toward Mo Ying. Clang! Mo Ying formed a sword with her fingers, using a sword combat technique to control her breeze-riding sword to split the flying knife behind her. Then she took a wide turn and cut down the chi refining bully at the 7th layer, before stretching out her hand to catch the breeze-riding sword that flew toward her, her movements as smooth as flowing clouds and water. Ji Xiling watched with great admiration. "So it's a troublesome little lady, ha! At the peak of the chi refining 9th layer, your cultivation is not weak, but you dare to run wild in my territory. Have you eaten the guts of a bear and a leopard?" A terrifying oppressive force arrived like a whirlwind, lifting the roof tiles into the air, transforming them into a giant claw that smashed down. Mo Ying wielded her sword and slashed, causing the claw to crumble. At the end of the street, a tall man cloaked in a cloak stepped forward, leaving footprints an inch deep on the ground. Such strong oppressive force, indeed it's from someone who failed to break through the peak of the chi refining realm. Mo Ying analyzed the strength of the cloaked man. Die! The cloaked man struck instantaneously, leaving no room for negotiation. Ji Xiling prudently moved to the side. Mo Ying held the breeze-riding sword firmly and brought it down with force. Clang! The flying sword was blocked by a claw. Mo Ying's pupils contracted as she saw the tiger claw emerge from the cloaked man's garments. "So it's a demi-transformed tiger demon, no wonder its strength far exceeds the 9th layer peak of chi refining." Clang! With a shake of its tiger claw, Mo Ying was forced back 3 steps, her eyes burning with even greater fighting intent. She had hit a bottleneck and required an exuberant and unrestrained battle to break through her cultivation limit, and a demi-transformed tiger demon was the perfect opponent. "Quite the formidable strength, little beauty." The tiger demon sneered. That single sword strike had numbed its palm. Although it wore a smiling face, it grew wary of Mo Ying in its heart. Misty Peak. Ye Feng opened the heaven-asking mirror. Watching Mo Ying, who was contending with the tiger demon, he immediately sat up straight and watched the battle attentively. Tonggu City. On the streets, 2 figures intertwined in a high-speed battle, unleashing countless rays of light, sharp gleams, bursts of energy, and shockwaves that shattered the surrounding buildings to smithereens. Ji Xiling hovered mid-air to watch the battle, not daring to get too close. Her strength wasn't bad. However, even if she attacked with all her might, she could not withstand a single strike from either Mo Ying or the tiger demon. The gap between them was too large to bridge. Not only Ji Xiling could only watch from afar, but other villains too sucked in a breath of cold air and stood over 100 meters away on the rooftops, looking towards the center of the battle. On Misty Peak, Ye Feng was also looking into the heaven-asking mirror and could hear the sound of the battle site clearly. After all, the 2 locations weren't far apart, and there was no interference from any formations. This half-transformed tiger demon is quite powerful. It would be easy for Mo Ying to kill it with a middle-grade spirit sword, but relying solely on the breeze-riding sword does pose some difficulties. Ye Feng shared his opinion. On the streets. Bang! The battling adversaries suddenly collided with long sword and claw, creating countless tidal waves that sunk the ground below and pushed them both back dozens of meters. The tiger demon looked at the sword mark on its claw and fumed with rage. But soon, it sneered, "Very impressive sword technique, but it's a pity that your cultivation isn't as high as mine. This is as far as you go." Mo Ying remained silent. She was only at the peak of the Qi refining realm. The tiger demon, on the other hand, was a demi-transformed demon beast, half a major realm higher than her. To have fought this long was already quite an achievement. Although my realm is lower, it is precisely because of this that I can enjoy a hearty and exhilarating battle. Mo Ying whispered, closing her eyes. But since the tiger demon couldn't see her eyes beneath the black veil, it mistook her closed eyes as a cold stare, its claws rubbing together, ready to launch an ambush. "Humph, forget it, I might as well use my killer move and erase you." The tiger demon inhaled deeply after a moment's hesitation and suddenly roared. Thump! An eerie shockwave appeared on its body, and in an instant, it split into two silhouettes, one real and one illusionary. "This is my innate talent, shadow following form. This illusory shadow only possesses 1/3 of my strength, but it has an undying body. Let's see how you contend with me after my power has increased." The tiger demon laughed heartily as both the real body and the shadow attacked at the same time. Mo Ying pinched a sword technique with her left hand and gripped the sword handle tightly with her right, still with her eyes closed, using the first-grade spell all-dimensional spiritual perception to sense her surroundings. Clang! Clang! Two sounds rang out in succession. The flying sword repelled the tiger demon's real claws and also split its shadow in half. But in the next moment, the tiger demon's shadow reappeared, swinging its claws from behind towards Mo Ying's back, only to be sliced away again with a clang. Backstab! Mo Ying vanished into thin air, leaving the tiger demon with a spine-tingling sensation. It quickly spun around to grab behind itself, but, to its surprise, there was no one there. Slash! The breeze-riding sword pierced through the tiger demon's chest. Ah! The tiger demon, in pain, tensed all its muscles in a desperate effort to clamp down on the breeze-riding sword, but no matter how hard Mo Ying tried, she couldn't pull it out. Bang! The next moment, the tiger demon's claws had smacked Mo Ying away, leaving a scratch on her shoulder as blood flowed freely. Earth escape! Mo Ying burrowed into the ground and disappeared from sight. Tens of meters away, Ji Xiling was fraught with worry. Mo Ying's realm was originally lower than that of the tiger demon, and being attacked by both the phantom and the body had put her at a disadvantage. Now that she was wounded, her combat ability had undoubtedly fallen, and she might not be a match for the tiger demon anymore. "Get out here!" The tiger demon looked around but couldn't find Mo Ying. It then turned its attention to Ji Xiling. But before it could pursue her, it suddenly felt a horrifying premonition, and just as it was about to defend itself, a pair of delicate hands grasped the breeze-riding sword lodged in its body and with a plop pulled it out. Mo Ying had reappeared. At first, she had planned to hide underground but had to circle to the tiger demon's back and pull out the breeze-riding sword when she realized it had targeted Ji Xiling. "Haha, got you now." The tiger demon suddenly revealed a fierce grin, its paws gripping the breeze-riding sword tightly, leaving Mo Ying no chance to resist. Meanwhile, the tiger demon's shadow appeared behind Mo Ying. Its paws slammed onto her back, causing her to vomit blood, and she could no longer suppress her aura. The highly concentrated spiritual energy in her meridians automatically transformed into a liquid true yuan, striking at the element-gathering realm. In that moment, her aura surged several times over. Though she had yet to break into the element-gathering realm, she had already become incredibly formidable. You actually broke through." The tiger demon was shocked and scrambled backward, but it didn't expect Mo Ying to suddenly unleash her full power, firmly grasping the breeze-riding sword. The tip of the sword burst forth a fearful aura, easily piercing through the tiger demon's brow. Thus, the half-transformed demon beast finally met its end. Mo Ying, gasping for breath, staggered and almost fell to the ground. Senior sister! Ji Xiling exclaimed in shock, quickly flying over and taking out a bottle of spirit spring water containing life spirit force added by Yan Ruyu. She gave it to Mo Ying to drink and poured the rest on her wound. Soon after, Mo Ying's injury started to heal. This is bad, I can't suppress my cultivation level, I'm about to forcibly break through the realm. Junior sister, help me protect during my cultivation. Mo Ying, with no time for anything else, immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, forming a hand seal and attempting to break through the realm. As she circulated her cultivation technique, the spiritual energy coursing through her meridians continuously liquefied into true yuan, causing the aura around Mo Ying to skyrocket. She was soon at 9 times the peak of the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm, on the verge of developing a spiritual sense and entering the element gathering realm. Hang in there! Ye Feng, watching Mo Ying through the heaven-asking mirror, breathed heavily, hoping she would be all right. Ji Xiling stood by Mo Ying's side, holding a slim sword, vigilant of her surroundings to prevent anyone from launching a surprise attack. Chapter 206 Conception, the wondrous use of Meridian Recurrence Pill. The evildoers of Tonggu City stood on rooftops, watching the tiger demon being stabbed to death by Mo Ying with a sword, their courage almost shattered. Although Mo Ying was temporarily unable to make a move, no one dared to approach, for fear that she would suddenly jump up, cleave with her sword, and beneath the element gathering realm, no one could block her. Moreover, Ji Xiling also seemed to be strong, so the evildoers could only hide from afar and peek, with some even sneaking away. Ye Feng looked at the heaven-asking mirror while opening the system panel. Outer sect disciple Mo Ying, in the condensing Qi into reality stage, attempting to break through the final bottleneck, about to condense her spiritual sense, success rate 73%, 69%, 53%, 44%. Seeing the system's prompt, Ye Feng felt a sense of dread. System, why is Mo Ying's success rate continuously dropping? Because Mo Ying is undergoing a passive breakthrough. If she were to loosen the bottleneck after a fierce battle, and then try to break through the realm, with her upper-grade cultivation talent, the success rate would be 100%. But this time, Mo Ying was injured during a major battle, could not control her own spiritual energy, and passively tried to condense Qi into reality, with inadequate preparation. Ding! Breakthrough failed. Towards the end, the system's voice seemed a bit cold. It failed so quickly. Ye Feng clenched his fists tightly, his face full of worry, and extended his hand, conjuring 3 elixirs out of thin air, emanating a refreshing fragrance. These were Meridian Recurrence Pills attained after completing the second phase of the sect leader's tasks. After failing to break through the element gathering realm, taking this pill allowed the Meridians to revert to their original state, providing an additional opportunity to challenge the element gathering realm. Luckily, there are Meridian Recurrence Pills, otherwise, Mo Ying, who failed to break through, would have been stuck below the element gathering realm for life. Ye Feng silently rejoiced. Tonggu City. Mo Ying spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling a piercing pain throughout her meridians, like they were twitching, or as if they had been slashed by icy blades, very painful. I failed. She smiled bitterly. Upon seeing Mo Ying opening her eyes, Ji Xiling's eyes showed joy, but hearing the word failed, her look drastically changed. Senior sister, wasn't your aura nearly 10 times stronger? How could you have failed? Ji Xiling was very puzzled. My meridians expanded, almost all spiritual energy transformed into true yuan, increasing my own aura 9-fold, and my combat strength significantly boosted. But my spiritual sense hadn't condensed, failing at the very last step. Mo Ying sighed. How could that be? Ji Xiling couldn't figure it out. Mo Ying stood up, but suddenly felt a stabbing pain in her meridians, and she grunted, quickly leaning on Ji Xiling for support to keep from falling, her aura gradually sliding down, eventually stabilizing at 6 times the peak of the Qi refinement 9th stage. Sister, are you all right? Ji Xiling quickly offered up some spirit spring water. This is meridian contraction, spirit spring water is useless. Mo Ying waved her hand. Generally speaking, after a failed attempt at advancing, the meridians will shrink by a fraction, resulting in a decrease in strength, only able to exhibit half of the element gathering realm's capabilities. Ji Xiling bit her lip, comforting her. Senior sister, think of it another way, your strength has also increased several times over what it was before, and in the future, even when facing an ordinary element gathering realm's first stage, you'll have the strength to fight. Sigh. Mo Ying sighed. With her upper grade cultivation talent, she would be nurtured as a future sect master in any major sect. By being cautious, advancing to the element gathering realm would have been no problem. Eager for a quick breakthrough, Mo Ying chose to battle fiercely. But she underestimated the tiger demon's strength, ending up being hit so hard that she was forced into a passive breakthrough, insufficiently prepared, and ultimately it failed. From now on, I can only stop before reaching the element gathering realm, Mo Ying said with a wry smile, retracting her breeze riding sword, and looking around at those evildoers with cold glints in her eyes. Run for it! The complexions of the evildoers of Tonggu City changed drastically as they scrambled away in a complete mess. Mo Ying drew her sword from its sheath, the sword combat technique unfolded in one hand, and terrifying swaths of sword light were slashed out, chopping down evildoers like slicing through vegetables, instantly claiming the lives of dozens. Senior sister, Ji Xiling wanted to say something, but in the end, she drew her sword and followed in Mo Ying's footsteps. The two women sliced left and right, with sword qi soaring in all directions. In Tonggu City, evildoers were continuously struck down, and thousands of the suffering people were liberated, kneeling in the streets, filled with endless gratitude toward the two women. Please spare us, celestial beings. Chop! With the last of Tonggu City's evildoers falling to Ji Xiling's sword, this ancient city, which had been under the tiger demon's tyranny for nearly a decade, finally regained its freedom and past happiness. We thank you, celestial beings. Immortal masters of the Misty Sect, holy spirits. The citizens of Tonggu City gathered at the docks, thanking and sending off Ji Xiling and Mo Ying, standing on a solitary leaf-like vessel, with offerings of cured meat, vegetables, and fish, almost sinking the small boat. Everyone, until we meet again. Ji Xiling performed a sword salute to the crowd, then, using telekinesis, rowed the boat against the gently rippling current of the flowing water river. Mo Ying stood with her arms crossed at the bow of the boat, silently pondering. Ji Xiling watched her somewhat desolate figure, sighing helplessly. Misty Peak. Ye Feng, watching the two women return the way they had come through the heaven-asking mirror, could feel Mo Ying's mood and produced a meridian recurrence pill in his palm. Give her another surprise when Mo Ying comes back, he said to himself. Ye Feng muttered. The refining furnace beside him suddenly opened, and a rosy light blossomed, with 3 ancient bronze copper coins, covered with delicate patterns, floating quietly in the air. Copper coin spirit shield, lower grade spiritual artifact. Note, carefully forged by the refining furnace, this set of 3 copper coins combines into a defensive spiritual artifact, capable of withstanding the full force attack of a demi-transformed demon beast without breaking. This was a lower grade spiritual artifact that Ye Feng had just forged. With this, the energy accumulated in the refining furnace had reached 40%. After forging 60 more lower grade spiritual artifacts, or 6 middle grade spiritual artifacts, the refining furnace can be upgraded to an upper grade spiritual artifact, Ye Feng murmured, then put away the copper coin spirit shield and looked at the meridian recurrence pill in his palm. It's a pity that there are currently only 3 of these pills, and it's uncertain whether new ones will be obtainable in the future. It would be great if a spiritual artifact that could replicate things could be created. At this thought, Ye Feng suddenly turned his gaze towards the refining furnace. After communicating with the refining furnace, Ye Feng received feedback. A spiritual artifact capable of replication could be created. However, there were still a few rather rare materials missing. As for the name and appearance, the refining furnace had already provided hints, and Ye Feng quickly took out paper and pen, leveraging his talent as a soulful artist, and sketched it out, albeit clumsily. Ding! Registered disciple Ji Xiling has completed her examination and can be promoted to an outer sect disciple. Reward: 1 common small lucky bag. With a thought from Ye Feng, a festive lucky bag appeared in his palm. This was the small lucky bag. Open! The lucky bag transformed into a flurry of light, and a piece of light, white jadeite, the size of a thumb, appeared in the palm of Ye Feng, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. It's actually warm sun raw jade! Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise. This item was one of the materials needed to create that special spiritual artifact capable of replicating anything. Great! Now I'm only missing 3 items to forge that special spiritual artifact, Ye Feng said joyfully as he put away the warm sun raw jade. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. Mo Ying and Ji Xiling ascended to the summit of Misty Peak. In the astonished gazes of the disciples, Mo Ying knelt before Ye Feng. Disciple was too impulsive, leading to a failure in her breakthrough to the element gathering realm, thus losing the opportunity to attempt the breakthrough again in this life. I ask for the sect leader's punishment, she said, and then looked as though she was about to kowtow. But, a pair of gentle hands held her up. Come with me. Ye Feng led her into the sect leader's great hall. Mo Ying was puzzled, but followed nonetheless. The other disciples looked at each other, then gathered around Ji Xiling, bombarding her with questions. Upon learning of Mo Ying's failed breakthrough, some disciples were shocked, finding it hard to believe, while others showed concern or sympathy, their expressions complex. Inside the great hall, Ye Feng sat on the sect leader's throne, smiling at Mo Ying. Why does the sect leader laugh at me like this? Mo Ying, feeling a bit nervous under his gaze, turned her face away, then realized that she was wearing a black veil and hat, so Ye Feng couldn't see her expression. She turned her face back to him. I'm not laughing at you. Ye Feng shook his head. He held out his hand, across which lay a meridian recurrence pill covered with patterns, emitting a unique fragrance and glow. What is this? Mo Ying asked, puzzled. This is a meridian recurrence pill, which can revert your meridians to the state before your element gathering realm breakthrough, giving you another chance at the breakthrough, Ye Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Mo Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 207. Breaking through the element gathering realm, the third stage task. In this world, there actually exists such a miraculous elixir. Mo Ying couldn't believe it. Yet, when she thought of the miracles Ye Feng had created time after time, she somewhat incredulously took the meridian recurrence pill and asked, Sect Leader, is everything you said really true? Absolutely true. Ye Feng stood up, looked at Mo Ying solemnly, and firmly patted her shoulder. You need to be more stable this time, you must break through. Yes. Mo Ying took the elixir. A warm breath circulated within her meridians, turning the originally scarred meridians smooth and delicate, akin to cooked egg whites. How miraculous the effect is! Mo Ying found her meridians to be reborn as if they had been given another chance to assault the element gathering realm. And with her past experiences, she felt her bottleneck was easier to break through. She quickly took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and once again charged at the boundary of her realm. Having learned from her previous failure, Mo Ying's breakthrough went very smoothly this time. The spiritual energy inside her body all turned into liquid true yuan, washing over her now more resilient meridians, bringing them up to the standards of the first level of the element gathering realm. As for the sea of consciousness between her eyebrows, it finally showed a glimmer of light. Ding! It was as if a sword light had exploded at the center of Mo Ying's forehead. She felt an elevation of her entire being, with the concentration of her spiritual sense naturally occurring, officially stepping into the first level of the element gathering realm. Ye Feng suddenly realized that his own strength had increased by a fraction of 10% and couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth, secretly thinking that the meridian recurrence pill was well worth the use. Really not bad. Ye Feng looked at Mo Ying with appreciative eyes. Outside the sect leader's great hall, the disciples paced back and forth, anxiously waiting. Why hasn't she come out yet? It's already been an hour. What's the rush? Perhaps the sect leader is giving senior sister Mo Ying psychological counseling. After all, since she failed her breakthrough, when we see her from now on, we need to take extra care of her. Creak. The door finally opened. Mo Ying and Ye Feng walked out side by side. An overpowering aura unique to those of the element gathering realm erupted from Mo Ying, sweeping around like a torrential current, pushing all the disciples back several steps, their faces filled with disbelief as they looked at the imposing Mo Ying. Element gathering realm. Mo Ying broke through? Wasn't it said that after a failed breakthrough, one would lose the chance to advance to the element gathering realm for life? How did she manage the breakthrough? Could it be the sect leader? The disciples thought of something and collectively drew a sharp breath. Looking at the shocked faces of everyone, Mo Ying was filled with mixed emotions. Were it not for the sect leader possessing that odd pill named Meridian Recurrence Pill, her meridians wouldn't have been able to be rejuvenated and break through to the element gathering realm successfully. Looking up at the sky, Mo Ying felt the night was somewhat warm. Perhaps it was because she had broken through. With this thought, Mo Ying turned to Ye Feng beside her, her bright eyes filled with gratitude and even a very special emotion. Was it reverence? Ye Feng was unaware of the emotions of the beauty beside him but stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing all the disciples standing before him. This night, all the disciples were there. Ye Feng's mouth curved up slightly as 13 special disciple identity tokens flew out from the system space, hovering in front of each disciple. This is the brand new version of the disciple identity token, uniformly lower grade spiritual artifacts, with a defensive shield and the ability to transmit messages in real time within 100 miles, Ye Feng said proudly with his hands behind his back as he introduced them. Upon hearing this, the disciples were greatly surprised. Spiritual artifact grade disciple identity tokens? Even the 2-star ranked Divine Wind Sword sect didn't flaunt such prestige, did they? The disciples, holding joy in their hearts, grasped their identity tokens engraved with their names and quickly completed the recognition process. Long Tianxing took the lead in activating the defense shield. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a hemispherical shield with a 3-meter diameter enveloping Long Tianxing within. Qiao Jiexi struck it forcefully several times, but found that he couldn't break through it, even with the peak strength of his 6th-tier body refinement. There's no need to try anymore, Ye Feng said with a face full of confidence and pride. This shield can withstand 3 attacks of a 9th-tier Qi refinement cultivator. It's quite a remarkable defense mechanism. It can only resist 3 times. Long Tianxing was somewhat disappointed. Ye Feng stepped through the shield and slapped Long Tianxing on the head, saying irritably, the identity tokens crafted by this sect leader don't need spirit stones. They contain a spirit-attracting formation inside, which can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for storage. As long as we don't encounter too powerful of an enemy, the shield's strength and duration should be more than sufficient. No spirit stones needed. The disciples exclaimed in astonishment once more. Right, sect leader, you mentioned that there's also a message transmission function. Is that true? Xia He asked after she had refined her identity token, discovering she was unsure how to use it. Let me show you. Ye Feng took out the newly refined sect leader identity token, which also possessed the functions of message transmission and defense shield, and started guiding them on the spot. After half an incense stick had burned, Long Tianxing and Qiao Jiexi stood at the foot of Misty Peak, beside the flowing water river, waving at the peak and speaking to the identity token. Big brother, can you hear me? I can hear you, and even the sound of the water beside you," came the resonant voice of Shi Lei from the token. "It really is amazing. Sect leader said we could communicate within 100 li. Let's move further away later and try again." Carrying Jiao Jiaxi, Long Tianxing took off into the sky toward White Float City. Watching the disciples trying out the identity tokens, Ye Feng felt content and summoned Ji Xiling to his side. "Xiling, you've completed your task for the Outer Sect Disciple Examination. From today on, you are a member of the Outer Sect of Misty Sect. Thank you, Sect Leader, for your guidance. Xiling will definitely practice diligently, striving to surpass you." Xiling spoke only the first part, keeping the latter half to herself, as she silently considered Ye Feng to be a goal to chase. From then on, all disciples had risen to the outer or inner sect. Ye Feng sat in his chair, watching Mo Ying consolidate her cultivation level at the peak of the mountain, and inwardly asked the system, "Speaking of which, Mo Ying is already at the first tier of the element gathering realm, so why is she still an outer sect disciple? Logically speaking, element gathering realm cultivators should be true disciples." The system maintained its silence. Seeing this, Ye Feng couldn't be bothered to ask any further. The next day, Ye Feng placed the dozen or so recently refined lower-grade spiritual artifacts on the table and said to Shi Lei and Yang Feng, "I am entrusting you with an important task. Take these spiritual artifacts to the underground market in Beacon Fire City and sell them to the store owner of Wuxuanj Pavilion, and also purchase these 3 kinds of materials. If there's money left over, buy other spirit mines." Ye Feng pulled out 3 drawings. These were the materials needed to forge the spiritual artifact with copy functions. "Don't worry, Sect Master Uncle, we will definitely complete the task." Shi Lei gathered the spiritual artifacts and set off with Yang Feng, who was adept at bargaining. "Sect Master Uncle, I am off to Beacon Fire City for an appointment." Huo Yunjia stowed away a messenger paper crane, mounted the cold light sword, and departed from Misty Peak. Beacon Fire City. In a luxurious and splendid restaurant, Huo Yunjia and Lin Yuan sat facing each other, both brimming with smiles. "After so long, Brother Huo has finally kept the appointment. It seems that getting you to join me for a meal was quite a challenge," Lin Yuan said with a teasing smile. "Busy with cultivation," Huo Yunjia simply replied. Lin Yuan gauged Huo Yunjia's cultivation level and then laughed, truly worthy of the genius who defeated Xiao Feng with a single sword strike. "During that battle at the Divine Wind Sword Sect, the sword drawing technique you displayed amazed countless people, including myself, who couldn't help but admire." "You flatter me," Huo Yunjia said sparingly. "By the way, I've recently heard that Shuiyang City was overrun by the 3-tailed fox clan and is now renamed Demon City, supposedly with a demon king at the helm, which is extremely frightening." Lin Yuan paused, showing concern on her beautiful face. "Brother Huo, you should be more careful about your safety." Huo Yunjia's expression changed slightly, and he quickly asked, "Can you tell me more about the situation in Demon City?" Lin Yuan nodded lightly. "Of course, it is said that Demon City suffered heavy losses recently. The cause was a powerhouse at the peak of the element gathering realm." An hour later, Huo Yunjia, feeling somber, bade farewell to Lin Yuan and met up with Shi Lei and Yang Feng outside Beacon Fire City, sharing with them the situation in Demon City. Upon hearing that a demon king was seated in Demon City and planning to attack surrounding cities and sects, Shi Lei and Yang Feng were greatly alarmed and hastened back to Misty Peak, prepared to report the situation to Ye Feng. What they didn't know was that their own sect leader was the legendary figure who had single-handedly stormed into Demon City, causing an onslaught of meteors that severely damaged the demon race. At the summit of Misty Peak, Ye Feng was relishing a spirit dish that Li Jiaojiao had just prepared, singing its praises. Ding! A disciple of the sect has broken through to the element gathering realm for the first time. The 3rd phase task for the sect leader is now initiated. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Ye Feng's gaze sharpened as he set down his chopsticks. Chapter 208. Star level sect task, duplication crystal. Finally, it's here. Ye Feng was very much looking forward to the third phase of the mission. He rubbed his hands together and opened the mission panel. Sect Leader's third phase mission. Mission description: lead the Misty Sect to ascend to a star-level sect. Mission deadline: 1 year. Mission reward: 5th grade magic primordial unity chi, 1 mysterious supreme grade spiritual weapon, 1 mysterious upper grade spiritual weapon, 1 medium-sized sect protection array, 3 explosive spirit pills, 3 wonderful transformation spirit pills, 3 miniaturized world transformations, 1 auxiliary cultivation method, 3 special small gift packs. The third phase mission was precisely the star-level sect mission. However, Ye Feng was surprised. Because the content of this mission was scarce. Its only requirement was to lead the Misty Sect to ascend to a star-level sect. As for the detailed mission requirements, they were not listed. Compared to the very detailed second phase sect leader mission, the star-level sect mission turned out to be much simpler, but the listed rewards made Ye Feng swallow hard. It had to be said, the reward was indeed generous. System: does it mean that the mission is complete as long as the sect ascends to 1-star level? Ye Feng asked inwardly. Yes, the system replied. Ye Feng showed a look of realization. It seems that the system won't give me any special requirements or add any restrictions. As long as the Misty Sect gets the recognition from County King City, it can upgrade to a star-level sect and simultaneously pass the system's assessment. The assessments for ordinary lower rank, middle rank, and high rank sects are the responsibility of the star-level sects in the region where those sects are located. As for the promotion of star-level sects, they are audited by even higher level sects. Ye Feng researched ancient books and found that once a 5-star top-tier sect appears, if it attempts to ascend to an immortal holy land, it needs to pass the assessments set by at least 3 holy lands on the Shenzhou continent. However, the path to ascending a holy land is not singular. For example, defeating other holy lands into submission is also possible. For the entire Shenzhou continent, the birth of each holy land is the most important event. Ye Feng was unclear about the forces beyond that. He only knew that the holy lands were recognized as the strongest forces by the Shenzhou continent. It looks like I'll have to find some time to visit the Yunhua sect or Liu Yun sect for insights to see what the Misty Sect is lacking to advance to a star-level sect, Ye Feng muttered to himself. As for why he did not go to White Float City, that was because the recognition of cities as star-level differed from that of sects, and learning from Yunhua sect would be more reliable. I've talked about it so many times before, but now, it's truly time to visit Yunhua sect, Ye Feng murmured to himself, planning to set off in the next few days. But as he looked towards Beacon Fire City, he noticed Huo Yunjia, Shi Lei and Yu Yang Feng flying back with solemn expressions on their faces. Sect Master Uncle, there's a major event. Before landing, Huo Yunjia immediately spoke in a grave voice. Ye Feng was startled. What happened? Have you heard of Demon City? Huo Yunjia asked. Yes, what about it? Ye Feng asked. Today, I had a meal appointment, where fellow deist Lin Yuan told me that Shuiyang City has turned into Demon City, with the Demon King at its helm, incredibly fearsome. They plan to invade powers within a 1,000-mile radius, including White Float City and our Misty Sect. Huo Yunjia looked worried. Ye Feng, oh, then what? Seeing that Ye Feng didn't seem very worried, Huo Yunjia hurriedly pressed on, Sect Master Uncle, that's a Demon King we're talking about. Stay calm, the Demon City won't be a threat for now, Ye Feng waved his hand. Huo Yunjia's eyes widened in surprise. It seems, Sect Master Uncle must know something. Indeed, I've heard that the Demon City was attacked by a mysterious peak element gathering realm powerhouse and suffered heavy losses, and it won't recover for a few years, so there's no need to worry for now. Of course, Ye Feng nodded. About the Demon City, Ye Feng figured no one knew better than himself, since he was the one causing trouble in the Demon City that night. However, remembering the fearsome giant earth ape, Ye Feng realized that his sense of impending crisis grew stronger with time. This feeling was as though the giant earth ape had grown stronger. Sect Leader, Sect Master Uncle. At that moment, the voices of Wu Yangfeng and Shi Lei pulled Ye Feng back to reality. What is it? Ye Feng quickly asked. Following your instructions, we sold over 10 lower-grade spiritual artifacts that we didn't need to the store owner of Wuxuanj Pavilion. He was very satisfied, praising the quality of our spiritual weapons, and we obtained a total of 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones, they said. Wu Yangfeng took out a ledger. Then, we used 1,000 spirit stones to purchase the 3 types of materials you required, as well as a batch of unrefined spirit ore. Having said that, he placed 3 thumb-sized pieces of spirit material on the table, colored gold, pale silver, and Baiyu jade respectively. Ye Feng looked at them and smiled at the corners of his lips. Adding the warm sun jadeite obtained from the mission reward, along with some stock in the system space, he finally gathered the materials needed to refine the spiritual weapon capable of duplicating all things. Very good, next, watch my performance, he said. Ye Feng took out more than a dozen translucent spirit materials refined into square bricks, tossed them into the refining furnace along with the warm sun jadeite and other materials, and then stuffed in 5 medium-grade spirit stones. Cling clang! The refining furnace began to work again. Ye Feng fanned with a mini banana palm fan to blow away the black smoke coming from the top of the furnace, standing watch by its side. The disciples stood around watching. Sect Master Uncle, what are you refining now? Li Jiao, having just finished chopping vegetables, came over to this place and, seeing smoke rising from the refining furnace again, became curious. A spiritual artifact like none before, Ye Feng declared. The disciples fell silent. They waited quietly, eager to know what kind of spiritual artifact it was that even the sect master held in such high regard. Half an hour later. Clang! The lid of the furnace opened. A burst of colorful radiance spilled out, forming a multicolored flower at the mouth of the furnace, cradling a skull-sized, hollow crystal ball that refracted countless dazzling rays of light under the sun. What a beautiful spiritual artifact! Li Jiao admired. Ye Feng stretched out his hand to hold the crystal ball, bonded it with his blood, branded it with the system imprint, and refined it into an exquisite spiritual artifact similar to the spirit origin clock and mini banana palm fan. In his sight, several lines of text also appeared. Duplication crystal, middle grade spiritual weapon. Introduction. Engraved with a sophisticated spirit-attracting formation, it can be used provided there is sufficient spiritual energy. It scans the object to be duplicated, analyzes its components, and then takes the necessary elements from lifeless, ownerless, and unbound 3 no substances within a radius of 10 miles to create the desired duplicated object out of thin air. Bound to, Ye Feng. After browsing the introduction of duplication crystal, Ye Feng blinked, then scratched his head, finding this item to be quite good. Although it couldn't reach the invincible method of creating something out of nothing like those great powers in cultivation, being able to use surrounding materials for duplication was quite nice. Unless it's objects with extremely scarce raw materials, this middle-grade duplication crystal should suffice to duplicate most things needed. Ye Feng put away the refining furnace, holding the duplication crystal, and turned towards the curious disciples. Sect Master, what is the use of this crystal ball? Ji Xiling voiced the common doubt in everyone's hearts. Its uses are immense. Ye Feng smiled mysteriously, and recalled he had yet to use his daily wish, so he spoke to the sky, I wish for a beautifully crafted glass cup. Out of thin air, a tall glass goblet appeared on the table. Ji Xiling was witnessing Ye Feng making a wish for the first time and was shaken. She tapped the goblet on the table, producing a crisp sound. Next, the moment to witness a miracle. Having said that, Ye Feng began to operate the duplication crystal, scanning the data of the glass goblet. Moments later, everyone noticed a 3-dimensional hologram of the goblet appearing inside the crystal, spreading a soft radiance and enveloping an area with a 10-mile radius. Look, the cup inside the crystal is solidifying. It seems to be truly magical. The disciples watched intently, amazed at the incredible phenomenon and unable to help exclaiming. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Next, there's something even more magical. He projected the fully solidified glass goblet onto the table, and right beside the original one, an identical cup quickly appeared. With this, the duplication was complete. Ye Feng picked up the two glass goblets, clinked them together, and they produced a clear sound. The entire duplication process was perfect. Is this creating something out of nothing? No, this is creating something out of the void. Legend has it that creating from the void is a method of divine spirits. Who would have thought the sect master possessed such a miraculous skill, like a divine spirit among mortals? The disciples stared at the two goblets, their expressions full of shock. Chapter 209. Copying the meridian recurrence pill, upgrading the refining furnace. This is not creating something out of nothing, nor is it fabricating from the void, but the function of this duplication crystal. After a pause, Ye Feng continued to introduce, the duplication crystal is a magical middle-grade spiritual artifact, which, under certain conditions, can replicate anything. Replicate anything. The disciples were shocked. Don't be surprised, it's true. Whatever you want to replicate, I, the sect leader, will personally replicate it for you, said Ye Feng, holding the duplication crystal. With this spiritual artifact, there was no worry about running out of meridian recurrence pills. However, aside from Mo Ying, Ye Feng had not revealed the news of the meridian recurrence pill to the other disciples. In Ye Feng's view, once the disciples knew about this elixir, they would not cultivate with enough caution, always feeling that it was no big deal if they failed to break through their realms since they could start over with the meridian recurrence pill. Over time, this would cause them to lose the resolve of burning their boats. Therefore, Ye Feng and Mo Ying agreed that the existence of the meridian recurrence pill needed to be kept a secret, so that the disciples would always believe they only had one chance to break through to the element-gathering realm, and thus they would practice more diligently and build a stronger foundation daily. At that moment, Li Jiao took out a wok and said, "Sect Master Uncle, I want to duplicate a wok." "No problem." Ye Feng nodded. The main components of a wok are iron and carbon, along with a small amount of impurities, all of which are abundant within a 10-mile radius of Misty Peak, making it easy to replicate. The next moment, the duplication crystal scanned the wok in Li Jiao's hand, forming a three-dimensional hologram inside, rotating slowly and emitting light, absorbing the required components from the surrounding 10 miles. Whir! Moments later, a beam of light shot out from the duplication crystal, projecting a wok onto the table, which instantly turned into a solid object. Li Jiao tapped the wok, making a clang sound, jumped up happily, and kept praising the magic of the duplication crystal. "Sect leader, please help me duplicate a piece of clothing. I want to duplicate a salted fish. Please give me a wife." The disciples spoke up one after another, vying with each other. Listening to these strange requests, Ye Feng was speechless and chose a few reliable items to duplicate. Afterward, he went to the sect leader's great hall. After closing the doors, Ye Feng began to replicate the meridian recurrence pills. Ding! Insufficient components. The system emitted a prompt. It is suggested to head to the Nanluo mountain range or the Taiyu mountain range. The rich resources there meet the replication requirements of the meridian recurrence pill. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng immediately set out for the Nanluo mountain range. Where is the sect leader going again? The disciples looked at the direction Ye Feng was heading in, curious. Nanluo mountain range. Ye Feng stood atop a high mountain, surveying the wilderness, noting the abundance of demonic beasts and the lushness of the earthly spiritual plants, with soil rich in various components. Begin replicating. Ye Feng activated the duplication crystal, making it shine with a soft light that gradually enveloped an area within a 10-mile radius. Everything scanned by the duplication crystal had its structure recorded, so that in the future, as long as the local components met the conditions, replication could be performed at any time. Half an hour later, a beam of light emerged from the duplication crystal, projecting an elixir covered with patterns in mid-air, which gradually solidified. Got one. Ye Feng did not pause and continued replicating. However, the components in this area were only enough to replicate 2 meridian recurrence pills. Half an hour later, Ye Feng had to shift his location, moving to another range of mountains. Until he had traversed the entire northwest section of the Nanlu mountain range, Ye Feng had only gathered 5 meridian recurrence pills, which, along with 2 in stock, made a total of 7. This should be enough for now. Ye Feng placed the meridian recurrence pills into a jade vial and then into the system space for safekeeping. After that, he took out the lower grade spiritual artifact Spirit Origin Clock. This was the first spiritual artifact used, which had been of great assistance, having once suppressed the likes of the leaders of Haixuan Gate, the great elder of the Tyrant Blade sect, and Brother Flathead. However, as power increased, the might of the lower grade Spirit Origin Clock could no longer keep up. Nonetheless, Ye Feng decided to duplicate this spiritual artifact, providing each disciple with one, to facilitate the suppression of cultivators or demonic beasts of lower realms. As the duplication crystal scanned the data from the Spirit Origin Clock, a gentle radiance began to emanate, extracting the necessary components from the surrounding area, and after almost half an hour of condensation, successfully projected a second Spirit Origin Clock into mid-air. Even lower-grade spiritual artifacts can be replicated, that's really good, but unfortunately, it's too slow, nowhere near as fast as using a refining furnace, Ye Feng mused with a playful heart. He picked up a lower-grade spirit stone, prepared for duplication. Ding! Insufficient components. To his disappointment, Ye Feng received a prompt from the system, indicating that the area lacked the components to form a spirit stone, and he had to give up. After the better part of the day, Ye Feng returned full-handed, landing on the summit of Misty Peak, still holding a large pile of spirit mines that had just been refined by the middle-grade refinement furnace, to continue refining spiritual artifacts with the refining furnace. However, the refining of spiritual artifacts required a large number of spirit stones. In just 3 days, Ye Feng consumed 30 middle-grade spirit stones, 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones, as well as all the spirit mines he had on hand, eventually obtaining 2 middle-grade spiritual artifacts and 30 lower-grade ones. The foundation of the Misty sect is still too weak, I've only refined continuously for 3 days, and now there are only a few lower-grade spirit stones left. Ye Feng's mouth twitched. He had been so focused on accumulating energy for the refining furnace that he neglected sleep and meals until he had exhausted all his stock and realized he had become poor. However, when Ye Feng opened the data panel of the refining furnace, he discovered a pleasant surprise. Upgrade energy, 103%, upgrade available. There was enough energy. Ye Feng was overjoyed, promptly clicking to confirm the upgrade. As 100% of the energy was consumed, several exquisite glowing runes appeared on the surface of the refining furnace, with a pale golden glow swirling around the furnace wall, giving it a sacred appearance. Ding! Refining furnace upgrade complete. Upgrade energy, 0.3%. The remaining energy had dropped from the original 3% to 0.3%, meaning that 997 more lower-grade spiritual artifacts would need to be refined to accumulate enough special energy to upgrade the refining furnace to a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Ye Feng, his emotions stirred, held the now upper-grade refining furnace in hand and immediately took out the 5 crystals of flame, Jinling, Earth Rock, Wood Hua, and Profound Ice, throwing them all into the furnace in one go. Refine for me the most perfect 5 elements spirit sword. Ye Feng issued the command. Ding! Basic materials meet the requirements, but an upper-grade spirit stone and 88 middle-grade spirit stones are still needed, came the indifferent prompt from the system. This many. Ye Feng quickly poured out the 5 crystals, slapped his forehead, and cursed himself for forgetting that refining spiritual artifacts would also consume spirit stones. An upper grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 middle grade, which means I'm short of 18,800 lower grade spirit stones, Ye Feng agonized internally. After so much effort to upgrade the refining furnace to upper grade, he thought he would be able to refine the 5 elements spirit sword but was short by such an amount of spirit stones. Right, I can sell these spiritual artifacts. Ye Feng noticed the 32 spiritual artifacts he had just refined today. Among them, the 2 middle grade artifacts were a flying sword as thin as cicada wings, about a foot long, and a purple gold bell the size of a thumb, which possessed special functions such as storage and sonic attacks. These 2 middle grade spiritual artifacts were naturally to be reserved for his disciples. As for the 30 lower grade artifacts, Ye Feng planned to sell them all at a high price. It looks like I have to make a trip to Wuxuan Pavilion myself. Ye Feng put away all the spiritual artifacts. He was ready to meet with the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion, negotiate personally, and see if he could sell these spiritual artifacts at a high price. Chapter 210. The true identity of the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion, Longwu City. Ye Feng moved quickly. From Misty Peak to Beacon Fire City, it took only a quarter of an hour. Oh, it's actually Sect Master Ye, your presence really graces my humble shop. Seeing Ye Feng, the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion said with a beaming smile, right, a few days ago Sect Master Ye's senior disciple sold a batch of spiritual artifacts here, of excellent quality. I would like to purchase another batch, what do you think, Sect Master Ye? I'm here to sell spiritual artifacts. Ye Feng threw 30 middle grade spiritual artifacts onto the table, give me a price. So many. The breath of the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion hitched. He picked up a spiritual artifact and began to appraise it. This is a half-foot-long flying sword, thin as cicada's wings, finely crafted, with array patterns that seem naturally formed, seemingly able to enlarge like the breeze-riding sword when used. It can be sold for at least 200 lower-grade spirit stones. This is a long spear, hollow, but very sturdy, with special amplifying runes, becoming extremely sharp, good at thrusting. The selling price is around 180 lower-grade spirit stones. In less than a quarter of an hour, the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion completed the inspection. 30 lower-grade spiritual artifacts, for a total of 5,800 lower-grade spirit stones, what do you think, Sect Master Ye? This was the highest price that the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion could offer. Any higher, and he wouldn't make half the profit when he resold them. Make it round, 6,000 pieces, and they must be middle-grade spirit stones, Ye Feng stated his demand. Okay. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion feigned difficulty, but agreed after a moment. I also have higher quality spiritual artifacts. With that, Ye Feng took out a middle-grade spirit sword about a foot long and placed it on the table. Clang! A crisp sword chant erupted, startling the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion, who gasped in shock and excitement as he held the spirit sword and exclaimed, "This is a middle-grade spiritual artifact, how could Sect Master Ye bear to part with it? This Sect Master is short on cash." Ye Feng's face reddened. Short on cash? The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion let out a chuckle, then suddenly asked in all seriousness, "Can Sect Master Ye trust me?" Faced with this somewhat abrupt question, Ye Feng asked in surprise, "What do you mean, store owner? If you want to sell this middle-grade spirit sword for the highest price, my suggestion is to do it through an auction," said the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion. Auction? How much will it probably fetch? Ye Feng didn't care about the method, he was only concerned about the price. This middle-grade spirit sword of Sect Master Ye is finely crafted and of excellent quality, top-notch among all middle-grade spiritual artifacts. Once successfully auctioned, the final price should be at least 5,000 spirit stones, estimated the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion. That high? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. An average middle-grade spiritual artifact could sell for 2,000 spirit stones, but this spirit sword's price was more than double. Selling 2 would be enough to get an upper-grade spirit stone. All right, where is the auction? Ye Feng became interested. My hometown, also hundreds of miles away, is Longwu City, right next to the Yunhua sect, said the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion with a cheery expression. Not to hide from you, I am actually the son of the pavilion master from the Treasure Pavilion Trade Association. Longwu City, Treasure Pavilion. Ye Feng searched his memory for information about this city and found that Longwu City was not a star-level city, but had several people in the element-gathering realm sitting in it. And the Treasure Pavilion mentioned by the store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion was a local business in Longwu City with a good reputation, producing spiritual artifacts, formations, and elixirs of quite decent quality. So you're the young pavilion master of the Treasure Pavilion. No wonder my friend has so many treasures and could open a Wuxuan Pavilion in Beacon Fire City that never closes. Ye Feng showed a look of sudden realization. Hehe, just some small-scale business dealings. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion tore off his facade and revealed his true appearance. He was a lean, fair-skinned young man with slightly prominent cheekbones, completely different from his previous appearance, his eyes twinkling with a bright intelligence, as if 2 big characters were written on his forehead. Swindler. My real name is Zhang Xinyu. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion grinned, revealing 8 big white teeth, appearing somewhat silly and highly deceptive. Zhang Xinyu. Trustworthy. Ye Feng coughed, unsure of what to say, and changed the subject. When do we depart, brother Zhang? Anytime, Zhang Xinyu said. Then let's set off tomorrow morning, Ye Feng replied. Hearing that Longwu City was adjacent to the Yunhua sect, he thought about his own plans to study the details of raising the sect's level at the Yunhua sect, and that it would be convenient to combine this with the trip to the auction. I am at your service anytime, Zhang Xinyu nodded. Ye Feng put away the middle-grade spirit sword, sold those 30 lower-grade spiritual artifacts, and gained 60 middle-grade spirit stones. After that, he left Wuxuan Pavilion. At the peak of Misty Peak. Tomorrow, we will be visiting the Yunhua sect, and on the way, we will also attend an auction at Treasure Pavilion in Longwu City. Whoever wants to come should sign up quickly, Ye Feng announced to his disciples from the roof of the sect leader's great hall. I'll go. All disciples raised their hands. Brother Flathead was even more exaggerated, raising both hands and feet. All right then, everyone except for the 1,000-year ancient pine and the Squirrel Legion should prepare. We'll set off early tomorrow morning to observe and learn, Ye Feng concluded, and then he went to sleep. The next morning, Ye Feng sat in the spirit boat, with disciples behind him and some sitting on the backs of the iron claw dragon eagles. Brother Flathead lay prone, flying ahead as the lookout. Mo Ying sat at the back of the spirit boat, in charge of covering the rear. Above Beacon Fire City. Sect Master Ye, you've arrived really early. This is my Divine Wind boat. Please come aboard. The store owner of Wuxuan Pavilion, Zhang Xinyu, stood on a 20-meter long, 5-meter wide and 10-meter tall double-deck flying wooden boat, bowing his hand toward Ye Feng and his group. Ye Feng looked down at the spirit boat under him, and then at Zhang Xinyu's Divine Wind boat, feeling suddenly poor in comparison. What a beautiful Divine Wind boat! After boarding the deck of the Divine Wind boat, the disciples of the Misty sect inspected it and found that the main material was Millennium hardwood, comparable to a lower-grade spiritual artifact. The boat was light and its speed was more than twice that of an ordinary spirit boat. Once I have money, I will definitely buy one, Ye Feng declared, standing at the bow, complaining to Zhang Xinyu beside him. The Divine Wind boat isn't expensive, just 6,666 lower-grade spirit stones. And you can't haggle the price. The number's homophonic pattern 6666 means smooth sailing, Zhang Xinyu patiently explained. Damn, even for a plant, that's pricey. Ye Feng muttered under his breath. He turned back, looked at the iron claw dragon eagle squatting at the stern, stroked his chin, and thought to himself that he must train it into a demon general. By then, his travel would be quite impressive. The divine wind boat was very fast. By midday, they had already reached the skies above a massive city spanning about 30 miles in both length and width, and they landed directly in the city center. I forgot to mention, Sect Master Ye, my father, Zhang Yuqian, is not only the pavilion master of Treasure Pavilion but also the city lord of Longwu City, Zhang Xinyu informed Ye Feng as he stood next to him. Ye Feng was speechless. This father and son, one homophonically faithful and the other rich, were indeed very wealthy, which was really something. Sect Master Ye, I sent out the message yesterday claiming there would be an extraordinary middle-grade spiritual artifact for auction, so there should be quite a few sect leaders from star-level sects coming to the auction. The final price is sure to be high, Zhang Xinyu smiled confidently. You've really prepared thoroughly, my friend, Ye Feng complimented. As the divine wind boat stopped in front of the luxurious grand hall of the city lord's mansion, dozens of maids and guards immediately surrounded them, bowing in unison and saying, "Welcome back, young city lord, the luncheon is ready." "Good, well done." Zhang Xinyu was pleased, leading Ye Feng and the others down from the divine wind boat and headed straight to the banquet hall not far away. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 211 Treasure Pavilion Auction, King Yun Zhenren throws a tantrum. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Zhang Xinyu did not find his father, so he turned to the maid beside him and asked, "Where's my dad?" Replying to the young city lord, the city lord and the great elder have gone to County King City to make purchases, and it is said they are also preparing to set up a sub-branch. They will not be in the city for the time being, the delicate and beautiful maid replied with an extremely pleasant and soft voice. "All right, you may leave," Zhang Xinyu said as he pinched the maid's face and then, with his hands behind his back, led Ye Feng and the others to take their seats at the table. After eating and drinking their fill, the group moved to the auction house's grand hall a few miles away. This was a 100-meter-tall dome structure with an auction platform in the center that was 30 feet high, surrounded by a large number of seats and boxes hanging in mid-air. As honored guests, Ye Feng and company were naturally arranged to be in the number 1 skybox. Through the screen, the disciples saw people entering the treasure pavilion one after another, taking their places and quietly waiting. Suddenly, the presence of a dozen element-gathering realm-level cultivators entered the treasure pavilion. Ye Feng felt a hint of familiarity, lifted the screen and looked down, only to discover that it was none other than Yunhua Zhenren, City Lord of Sanyuan City, Deputy City Lord of White Float City, the powerhouses from 100 Artifacts Sect, King Yun Sect, and other forces. It is said that the heavyweight item of this auction is a middle-grade spiritual artifact of excellent quality, rumored to be worth no less than 8,000 lower-grade spirit stones. I just so happen to be in need of a spirit sword. Let's see who dares to compete with me for it, a domineering voice rang out. As the voice carried, everyone felt the pressure mount, and the entire treasure pavilion seemed to tremble in response, compelling them to look towards the source of the voice. There came a man in a green robe, King Yun Zhenren, with his hands behind his back, accompanied by several elders of the King Yun sect, his body radiating splendid light and exuding an extraordinary aura. The auction item goes to the highest bidder. Such domineering conduct does not fit the occasion. King Yun Zhenren, sect leader of Liu Yun sect, walked into the treasure pavilion and said with a smile. With a gentle wave of his hand, he dispersed the force of King Yun Zhenren's presence. The pressure on the others greatly reduced, and they couldn't help but cast grateful glances toward the sect leader of Liu Yun sect. Ahem, fellow deists, the auction is about to begin. Please take your seats. An elderly man who had reached the second layer of the element-gathering realm stepped into the treasure pavilion and stood on the auction platform. "I am Zhang Daolai, the regular host of the auction house, and I believe many of the deists present recognize me. Well then, I won't waste time with idle chat, let's begin the bidding. The first treasure is a first-grade spell, Spiritual Flying Horse. Once mastered, one can use spiritual energy to conjure a white horse with wings on its back capable of brief flight, though it has the drawback of consuming a great deal of spiritual energy. The starting bid is 30 lower-grade spirit stones. Auctioneer Zhang Daolai brought out an ancient tome and quickly finished the introduction. 35. 38. 40. After a round of fierce bidding, Spiritual Flying Horse was sold for 53 lower-grade spirit stones. The second item up for auction is a bottle of spiritual wine aged for many years, which can speed up cultivation. Especially before dual cultivation, if each party drinks a cup, the effect, well, only those who have tried it know. Zhang Daolai spoke at length, inviting bids. In less than half an hour, hundreds of items like spiritual artifacts, spells, elixirs, or refined spirit mines had been sold. However, these items were not high-level, mostly being bid on by those in the chi refining realm. Later on, the auction progressed to third-grade spells, ordinary middle-grade spiritual artifacts, and lower-grade consolidating origin pills suitable for use in the element-gathering realm. Ye Feng watched indifferently, without making a move. It wasn't that he looked down on them, but rather the Misty Sect was just too impoverished. Even if they sold 30 lower-grade spiritual artifacts to acquire 60 middle-grade spirit stones, they would still need to pinch pennies to gather the spirit stones required to refine the 5 elements spirit sword. Another quarter of an hour passed. The next item for auction is a highly sought-after middle-grade spirit sword valued at least 5,000 spirit stones, created by a certain artifact refining master. The starting bid is 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Zhang Daolai opened a wooden case and drew out a sharp spirit sword, merely a foot in length, bursting with cold radiance. As soon as the spirit sword was revealed, everyone felt their skin tingle as if they had encountered a formidable opponent. It's finally starting. Seeing the spirit sword, Ye Feng and the disciples from Misty Sect immediately showed interest, eager to see how much it would sell for. In an instant, dozens of spiritual senses covered the spirit sword, scanning and judging its quality and value. Truly a fine sword. I bid 3,500. King Yun Zhenren was the first to retract his spiritual sense, holding his arms and slowly raising the corners of his mouth as he announced his bid. Such an exquisite sword is a rare treasure for cultivators of the sword Dao, and as the sect leader, I have taken a fancy to it as well. I bid 3,800. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect said, unwilling to show weakness. Under normal circumstances, bidding against the petty King Yun Zhenren would undoubtedly earn his resentment, but with the looming threat of Demon City, the sect leader of Liu Yun sect only wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. This spirit sword had to be his. 4,000, the sect leader of 100 Artifacts sect joined the bidding. He had never seen such exquisite craftsmanship, almost as if not made by human hands, highlighted particularly by the meticulously neat array patterns. If he could acquire this spirit sword to take back to 100 Artifacts sect for study, surely a great deal could be gained from it. 4,500. King Yun Zhenren slammed his armrest in anger. 4,800. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect bid again. 5,000. With a frown, the sect leader of 100 Artifacts sect raised his bid to his limit. If it were any more expensive, he would have to let go, since 100 Artifacts sect did not operate by his word alone, preventing him from spending so much on a middle-grade spiritual artifact. 5,300. King Yun Zhenren smashed the armrest. If anyone dares to compete with me again once we leave, I will surely give them a beating. Upon hearing this, everyone shrank back. The auctioneer Zhang Daolai's mouth twitched as he thought King Yun Zhenren was too domineering. What he hated the most at auctions were those who used their power to bully others, disrupting the rules and causing the auction house to earn less. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect and the sect leader of 100 Artifacts sect looked at each other across the room and shook their heads helplessly, abandoning the idea of raising their bids further. Inside the box. Ye Feng slapped his thigh, cursing the old man King Yun Zhenren for being so overbearing, even daring to cut him off from his wealth, and then he shouted out loud. A beating? You wish? With those words, the entire venue fell silent. Many in the crowd, clueless about the situation, cast incredulous glances at the private box where Ye Feng sat. Just who was it that even dared to go against the overbearing King Yun Zhenren? Did they no longer wish to live? Zhang Daolai and Zhang Xinyu also experienced a tightening of their pupils. Ye Feng had offended King Yun Zhenren. If the two parties ended up fighting in Longwu City, what then would be the right course of action? It's him. When the sudden voice rang out, sect leaders like those of Liu Yun Sect, 100 Artifacts Sect, and the city lord of Sanyuan City all had their gazes sharply intensify. To that voice, King Yun Zhenren was all too familiar. It was as if he were transported back to the day when Ye Feng had thoroughly bested him, causing his body to shake. The elders of King Yun Sect beside him, thinking their sect leader was angry, pointed towards the private box where Ye Feng was and scolded, "Where did this petty thief come from, daring to?" "Shut up, scram!" King Yun Zhenren kicked the elder aside and then sat upright, staring at Ye Feng's box with a sneer. "Ye Feng, if you have the money, you should simply bid, instead of resorting to cheap verbal tricks." The moment these words were spoken, the entire room buzzed with shock. Was King Yun Zhenren, notorious for being petty and vengeful, not taking action against Ye Feng but instead coexisting peacefully? What was going on? Scared, was he? Apart from a few individuals like the sect leader of Liu Yun Sect, even the disciples of the Misty Sect found the whole affair utterly unbelievable. King Yun Zhenren seems somewhat wary of the Sect Master Uncle. Can someone explain what's happening? Shi Lei expressed his confusion. All disciples turned their gazes toward Ye Feng. "I bid 5,500. Ye Feng ignored everyone's astonishment and started to call out his bid. On the stage, Zhang Daolai swallowed nervously, glanced at King Yun Zhenren, and said, "Ching. King Yun Zhenren, it seems Sect Master Yi's bid is higher than yours." King Yun Zhenren's face darkened, and he harumphed, 6,000. 6,001 spirit stones, Ye Feng bid. 6,500. King Yun Zhenren raised the bid. 6,501 spirit stones, Ye Feng continued to bid, forever outbidding King Yun Zhenren by a single spirit stone. "You're infuriating me." King Yun Zhenren stomped, shattering the floor, and a terrifying aura burst from him as he seemed about to erupt completely. Everyone nearly fell to their knees, their bodies trembling. In the private box, Mo Ying whispered in a low voice, "Sect Master, we can't afford this price, can we?" "I'm not trying to buy it. I'm just driving up the price," Ye Feng said with a smile. He used the wind spirit pearl to shield the conversation. Apart from Mo Ying, none of the other disciples could hear what was being said. "I see." Mo Ying nodded, looking at King Yun Zhenren in the distance. "But if King Yun Zhenren holds a grudge after this, what then? Do you think he can beat me?" Ye Feng retorted. Mo Ying initially froze, then her pupils drastically contracted. No wonder Ye Feng was so arrogant. It turned out his strength had reached a level where he was not afraid of King Yun Zhenren. Could it be that he was at the peak of the element-gathering realm? Recalling the incident of the mysterious strongman bombarding Demon City with a meteorite, Mo Ying looked at Ye Feng and, smart as she was, instantly thought of the Misty Sect's third-grade spell, Heavenly Moon Strike. Indeed, the Sect Master is the peak element-gathering realm expert who caused havoc in Demon City. With such astonishing strength, it's no wonder his bizarre methods are endless, she realized with sudden clarity. At that moment, King Yun Zhenren abruptly left his box, pointing at Ye Feng and berating, "This middle-grade spirit sword, I've decided to buy it for 8,000 spirit stones." His voice was like thunder, accompanied by the ringing of swords, shaking everyone's hearts. Ye Feng thought for a moment and decided not to raise the bid any further. If King Yun Zhenren suddenly backed out, it would be a substantial loss. So, Ye Feng purposefully stood in front of the box, his expression shifting from previously calm to serious, as if deliberating whether to raise the bid. His acting was unparalleled. "Are you going to raise the bid or not?" King Yun Zhenren sneered. In his opinion, Ye Feng, deep in thought, must have run out of money, otherwise he wouldn't hesitate to bid immediately. Furrowing his brow, Ye Feng pondered for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. "Alas! My pockets are too shallow to raise the bid. What a pity to miss out on such an exquisite middle-grade spirit sword." After speaking, Ye Feng slumped back into his chair, looking up at the sky as if he had missed out on a tremendous opportunity. His acting became even more refined, almost convincing Mo Ying. "Sect Master, are you all right?" Li Jiaojiao and the other female disciples quickly surrounded him, massaging his shoulders and back in perfect cooperation. Since Sect Master Ye has backed out of the competition, this middle-grade spirit sword is sold to King Yun Zhenren for 8,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Zhang Daolai finalized the deal. "Tch, you dare compete with me without money?" King Yun Zhenren sneered, paid on the spot, and got the exquisitely unmatched middle-grade spirit sword. He immediately claimed it as his, naming it the King Yun sword and couldn't put it down. Then, he looked sideways at Ye Feng, full of satisfaction. King Yun Zhenren had no idea that the King Yun sword he'd bought for 8,000 spirit stones was actually crafted by Ye Feng. He was also unaware that he had been swindled. The spirit sword's quality was indeed very high, but its real price was only about 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones, far below the closing price of 8,000. In a particular lavish private box. Young City Lord Zhang Xinyu swallowed nervously and silently gave Ye Feng a thumbs up. Sect Master Ye's strategy of price inflation has directly increased the closing price of the middle-grade spirit sword by 40%. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Chapter 212. Visiting the Yunhua sect, Spirit Vein Collapse. Young City Lord Zhang Xinyu did not know that Ye Feng was very strong. However, he could guess that the reason Ye Feng was confronting King Yun Zhenren was to drive up the price to make a hefty profit. And now, Ye Feng's strategy had succeeded. The closing price of 8,000 spirit stones was incredibly high. Throughout the Shenzhou continent, the recorded highest transaction price for a middle-grade spiritual artifact was the last piece created by an artifact refining master before his passing. Even though it was only a middle-grade spiritual artifact, it also fetched a price of 13,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Ye Feng's spirit sword sold for 8,000, which was considered very high. Cough cough. The last auction item has been sold, thank you all for your support to our treasure pavilion. When there is another auction, this old man will continue to notify all fellow deists. Zhang Daolai greeted everyone with a cupped fist and then hurried away, fearing that King Yun Zhenren and Ye Feng would start fighting on the spot and involve him. Inside the private room, King Yun Zhenren slowly walked out, holding the King Yun sword in one hand, and said with a chuckle, "This King Yun sword is as if made by the heavens. Among all middle-grade spiritual artifacts it can be considered top quality. With it, this real person's strength can at least match an 8-layer element gathering realm cultivator, and once I break through to the 7th layer of the element gathering realm, even at the peak I will not fear." Having said that, he walked out with his hands behind his back. Right before leaving the door, King Yun Zhenren suddenly turned his head, showing Ye Feng a smug smile. Seeing this, Ye Feng deliberately frowned as if conceding defeat. Content, King Yun Zhenren walked away. He held his head high like a rooster that had won a battle, completely oblivious to the fact that he was the real fool. Once King Yun Sec's group had left Treasure Pavilion, Ye Feng, Mo Ying, Shi Lei and the others in the private room couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter on the spot. "Sect Master, 8,000 spirit stones. We've made a killing, a killing. I think our Misty sect could start relying on auctioning spiritual artifacts to make money in the future. Let's set a small goal, say, earning 1,000,000 first. The disciples discussed animatedly. Ye Feng remained silent, but the smile on his face said it all about his happiness. Sect Master Ye, here are your 80 middle-grade spirit stones. Zhang Xinyu flew up, handing over a spirit stone bag to Ye Feng. Normally, our treasure pavilion would require a 1% processing fee, but Sect Master Ye is a distinguished guest, so we will waive it this time. Oh? Well, thank you for that, Ye Feng said gratefully. Having now earned 80 middle-grade spirit stones, plus the 60 he had before, Ye Feng was only 68 middle-grade spirit stones short of refining the 5 elements spirit sword. Ye Feng believed that it wouldn't take long to earn them as long as he cooperated with Zhang Xinyu. Sect Master Ye, Zhang Xinyu hesitated, as if constipated. What is it, young city lord? Asked Ye Feng. Aren't you afraid that King Yun Zhenren will wait for you outside the city to make a move against you? Zhang Xinyu expressed his concern. No worries, Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. An enemy within the element gathering realm was nothing that a strand of wind element spirit energy couldn't restrain. If there was, then 3 strands of wind element spirit energy would do the job. Even with the King Yun sword, King Yun Zhenren wouldn't be able to withstand the wind element spirit energy. Moreover, the King Yun sword was refined by Ye Feng using a refining furnace, and at a critical moment, he could forcibly break the connection between King Yun Zhenren and the King Yun sword. However, Ye Feng believed it was best not to use such methods unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if people found out about this, who would dare to buy spiritual artifacts produced by the Misty Sect in the future? All right, we have other business to attend to, farewell. Ye Feng bid his farewell with a cupped fist and left the treasure pavilion with his disciples. Sect Master Ye, this real person has been waiting for a long time. Just outside the city, Ye Feng saw Yunhua Zhenren waiting for him in midair. As for King Yun Zhenren, he had long since departed. Yunhua Zhenren? I was just looking for you. Looking for me? For what? Sect Master Ye wants to visit Yunhua sect, I wonder if it's convenient. Of course, it's convenient. Ye Feng came to an agreement with Yunhua Zhenren and led the way, taking his disciples towards the Yunhua mountain range just over 100 miles away. This mountain range stretches over 100 miles. The spiritual energy within the mountains is dense, but it floats over several peaks without gathering in one place, let alone forming a spiritual energy vortex, and will disperse over time. On those peaks are located many of the buildings of the Yunhua sect. Sect Master Ye must have seen it too. Our Yunhua sect's spirit vein has been severed, making it impossible for the spiritual energy to converge, and so it fails to form a proper climate, sighed Yunhua Zhenren. If it weren't for the issue with the spirit vein, the Yunhua sect would have long become a star-level sect. What exactly is the matter with this spirit vein? Who severed it? Ye Feng was very curious, so he inquired. It was a mysterious strong individual, a thief specializing in stealing spiritual vein cores. It was he who severed the spirit vein and stole the spiritual vein core, resulting in our Yunhua sect's inability to advance to a star-level sect, Yunhua Zhenren said with a face full of sorrow. This spirit vein can only hold on for at most another 10 years. Once that time passes, the spirit vein will collapse. At that time, the spiritual energy atop these peaks will also disperse, and the concentration of spiritual energy across the entire Yunhua mountain range will drop to a fraction of what it is now, rendering the area unsuitable for cultivation. Isn't there any way to repair the spirit vein? Ye Feng was curious. There are some ways, indeed. It is said that by refining a demon king's inner core and setting up a special formation, it can serve as a substitute for the spiritual vein core. Moreover, it could even elevate this miniature spirit vein to a minor spirit vein. However, with our Yunhua sect's limited resources, where would we find a demon king's inner core? Yunhua Zhenren spread his hands helplessly. Ye Feng nodded slightly, that makes sense. Are there no other methods? There are. Yunhua Zhenren thought for a moment, it's rumored that setting up a miniature cave heaven array in the area where the core nucleus of the spirit vein is located can create an inner space akin to a miniature cave heaven world, which can form an area that gathers spiritual energy, replacing the function of the core nucleus. Unfortunately, there are few who know how to set up a miniature cave heaven array, and within the territory of the Mystique Kingdom, there have been rumors that such formations have already been lost, he continued, as he looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh. A miniature cave heaven array? Ye Feng recalled the time he cracked the miniature cave heaven world left by the divine race in the Taiyu mountain range, obtaining a miniature cave heaven array. If he were to edge it out according to that, he should be able to complete it. After a moment, a group of people landed on the highest peak of the Yunhua mountain range. This place was the main peak of Yunhua, also home to the Sect Master's Grand Hall of the Yunhua sect. Upon hearing of Ye Feng's arrival, all the great elders hurried over, sitting in the hall, and had a pleasant conversation with Ye Feng. The fourth elder Lu Yuji even called over Lin Yuan and other outstanding disciples from the sect to wait in front of the Grand Hall's doors. Sect Master Ye, what brings you here on this occasion? Asked the Yunhua sect Grand Elder, an old man with a kind expression and a cultivation level at the third peak of the element gathering realm. Our Misty sect is about to attempt to become a star-level sect. The main purpose of my visit is to learn from the esteemed members of Yunhua sect and to see what our Misty sect is lacking. Ye Feng got straight to the point. So that's the matter. Let's first enjoy the banquet, then tomorrow morning, this true person will personally accompany Sect Master Ye on a tour of our Yunhua sect's major areas and provide explanations, Yunhua Genren said courteously. In that case, thank you very much, Ye Feng said gratefully. But, before the people could sit down to eat, the entire Yunhua mountain range suddenly shook. Everyone hurriedly left the banquet hall, only to see countless fissures emerging on the ground as if it was about to explode. No good, the collapse of the spirit vein is accelerating. Yunhua Genren's face turned pale as he flew towards a certain place. Ye Feng, without saying a word, followed. In an underground cavern 300 meters deep, Yunhua Genren, the four elders, Ye Feng, Mo Ying, and others floated in midair, observing the giant stalagmite in the cavern about 100 meters high that was cracking and triggering the collapse of the entire Yunhua mountain range. Ye Feng noticed that the upper half of the stalagmite had vanished, as if it had been cleaved by a sword. It seems this stalagmite was the Yunhua sect's miniature spirit vein. As for the core nucleus, it was already gone. Quick, stabilize the spirit vein, or the Yunhua mountain range is doomed. Watching the continuously cracking stalagmite, Yunhua Genren was shocked, swiftly infusing an endless stream of true yuan into the stalagmite. The four great elders were also busy at work. But even with 5 individuals at the element gathering realm taking action, the stalagmite still unleashed waves of shockwaves that transformed into earthquakes, sweeping across the entire Yunhua mountain range. For a moment, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. All faces were filled with fear, and hearts with despair. Stop! In the nick of time, Ye Feng made his move. Chapter 213. Engraving the miniature cave heaven array, a new lease on life. As the wind spirit pearl emitted a soft radiance, the vibrating stalagmite gradually calmed down, leaving Yunhua Genren and the four great elders staring in stunned silence. Despite their combined efforts to suppress it, they were still overwhelmed by the outburst of the spirit vein. However, as soon as Ye Feng made his move, the vibrations ceased instantly. This is too powerful. Thank you, Sect Master Ye. Yunhua Genren let out a sigh of relief. But he soon noticed that Ye Feng's expression was grave, which made his heart skip a beat. I can only stabilize the spirit vein temporarily. Once I leave, the spirit vein will surely collapse again. By then, the entire Yunhua mountain range will be beyond saving, Ye Feng said solemnly. What should we do then? The elders of the Yunhua sect couldn't sit still any longer. With a troubled look, Yunhua Genren seemed to make a difficult decision and then said solemnly, Quick, while Sect Master Ye is suppressing the spirit vein, the four elders must hurry to lead the disciples away from the Yunhua mountain range, taking as much as they can with them. No need for that. Ye Feng suddenly interrupted Yunhua Genren. Everyone's expression froze. Ye Feng looked up at the immense stalagmite and said, "I'm going to set up a miniature cave heaven array. Through the minuscule power of space generated by the formation, this area can be stabilized." A miniature cave heaven array. Does Sect Master Ye know how to draw it? Everyone was greatly shocked. Yunhua Genren trembled with excitement. Is everything you said true, Sect Master Ye? Can you really inscribe the miniature cave heaven array? Ye Feng nodded. I have the array blueprint, and I have mastered the method of inscribing the formation, but it is limited to just the miniature cave heaven array. Didn't Yunhua Genren just say it? We can try using a miniature cave heaven world to stabilize the miniature vein. What do you need us to do? The four great elders asked eagerly. As long as Sect Master Ye can stabilize the spirit vein, whatever you need, we in the Yunhua sect would sell iron pots to raise the funds, Yunhua Genren personally assured. Let's start with the formation and discuss everything else later. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng said, right now, I need a piece of Millennium Black Iron weighing 10 pounds, 10 middle-grade spirit stones, and a half-pound piece of glazed true gold. He listed dozens of items in succession, all materials needed to inscribe a miniature cave heaven formation. Hurry and get these items for Sect Master Ye, urged Yunhua Genren immediately. Yes, the four great elders quickly went into action. The disciples of the Misty Sect, standing in mid-air, watched as Ye Feng stabilized the raging spirit vein, their faces filled with concern. Mo Ying asked softly, Sect Leader, do you need our help with anything? Not at the moment, Ye Feng shook his head. This stalagmite was just a miniature spirit vein, a single upper-grade level wind spirit pearl was enough to suppress it. The other disciples had nothing to do for now. Yunhua Genren looked at the cracks on the surface of the stalagmite, as if they were fissures in his own heart, his pain immense. Finding a place with a spirit vein was not easy. At present, the heaven and earth spirit veins were mostly occupied by the major forces. To obtain one, you could only seize it by force or through a sect confrontation. However, after reaching the star-level sects, they generally refused such challenges for various reasons, and a sect without a spirit vein wouldn't even have the right to challenge another sect. If the miniature spirit vein before them were to collapse completely, the Yunhua sect would lose all hope of advancing to a star-level sect. Inside the Yunhua mountain range, the four great elders were flying at top speed, dispatching the needed materials to the sect's stewards and inner sect disciples, searching at the fastest pace. On hearing that the collection of materials was for the rescue of the spirit vein, the stewards and disciples all acted frantically, turning everything upside down. Elder, I found a middle-grade spirit stone. I have a small piece of Millennium Black Iron here. The disciple will go out to borrow materials right away. The disciples of the Yunhua sect were extremely united. Nearly none dropped out midway, they were all trying their best to find the needed items. Even when clashing while searching, they paid it no mind, their eyes only on the sect. In a secret chamber, Lin Yuan opened a wooden box. Inside lay a thumb-sized piece of glass-like stone, with a texture similar to gold but a value thousands of times higher. This was glazed true gold. It was a gift left to Lin Yuan by her great-grandmother, also the main material Lin Yuan planned to use to refine her personal spiritual artifact after her breakthrough in the element-gathering realm. For the sect, what does my personal cultivation matter? Lin Yuan took a deep breath and resolutely picked up the piece of glazed true gold. Similar scenes were often enacted throughout the Yunhua mountain range. The disciples, the various stewards, and the four great elders all spared no effort, and in less than half an hour, they finally gathered all the materials and presented them before Ye Feng. Sect Master Ye, we've collected all the materials. After speaking, Yunhua Genren let out a deep breath of relief. Everything was ready, only Ye Feng was needed. Leave it to me. In fact, Ye Feng was a bit nervous. He left the wind spirit pearl hovering in midair, continuing to suppress the stalagmite that could erupt at any moment, then took out the refining furnace, and used the power of the heroic spirits to control a cloud of dust to hide it from prying eyes. Then, Ye Feng threw all the materials into the furnace. The clinking sounds of metal resounded. Before long, a burst of spiritual light emerged, and the crowd saw Ye Feng extend his hand and take hold of a red gold willow leaf-shaped carving knife, as well as a lump of bronze-colored metal liquid. It's starting. Ye Feng took a deep breath, soared into the sky, and following the blueprints of the miniature cave heaven formation in his mind, he controlled the carving knife with the power of the heroic spirits, and began to carve on the surface of the stalagmite. Although it was his first time, Ye Feng's movements were very steady. After all, he wasn't doing the work directly but was using the power of the heroic spirits to control it, like operating a precision tool, following the diagram to construct without mistakes. In just over half an hour, the crowd noticed that the surface of the stalagmite was marked with lines of varying depths, giving off an impression of grandeur, subtly in accord with the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. What a profound formation! This must be the legendary cave heaven formation. I never thought that in my lifetime I would see this kind of formation passed down from the ancient times. I can die without regrets. The elders of Yunhua sect were astounded. Ye Feng didn't celebrate too soon. He put away the carving knife, splashed the remaining unmelted metal liquid out, filled all the array patterns, and embedded 10 middle-grade spirit stones at several core positions. The formed metal array patterns started glowing, the surface displaying dazzling brilliance. Crack crack crack! To the crowd's delight, nature's spiritual energy surged like a tide, the cracks in the stalagmite began to heal, and the surface was revived with vitality, like a bamboo shoot sprouting after rain, brimming with vigorous life. Ye Feng gradually released the suppressing power of the wind spirit pearl. The stalagmite stopped collapsing. It stabilized. Did it succeed? The crowd was full of curiosity. Without a word, Ye Feng followed the passageway of the underground cavern back up to the surface, and after a moment of hesitation, the others also followed suit. 10 meters above the ground, Ye Feng floated quietly. Everyone followed his gaze, and saw the spiritual energy vortices above the 5 main peaks of the Yunhua mountain range accelerating, gathering increasingly dense spiritual energy. Then, from the vortex center of these 5 vortices, a dragon made of spiritual energy emerged, converging above the valley right on top of the stalagmite, forming a spiritual energy vortex with a diameter of 100 meters, several times denser than those of the 5 vortices. Such dense spiritual energy! The disciples of Yunhua sect and Misty sect took deep breaths and immediately felt refreshed and delighted. Only now did Ye Feng nod in satisfaction and said, I, the sect leader, have stabilized the stalagmite. From now on, this valley will be the area with the densest spiritual energy in the Yunhua mountain range. The concentration here is higher than that of your typical miniature spirit vein. Upon hearing this, nearly 1,000 people from Yunhua sect burst into passionate cheers after a brief silence. We finally stabilized it. Yunhua Genren's eyes reddened with excitement. He had painstakingly managed the sect for over 100 years, exhausting his mind and spirit, and finally, he saw a glimpse of hope for Yunhua sect to advance to a star-level sect. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the help of one person. He was Ye Feng. For the rebirth you have given, I, Yunhua Genren, will certainly repay with the full force of the sect. Yunhua Genren suddenly knelt down and knocked his head to the ground 3 times towards Ye Feng. Thank you, Sect Master Ye, for your great kindness and great virtue. Yunhua sect's 4 great elders, dozens of stewards, and the 1,000 disciples all knelt in the valley, thanking Ye Feng in the center. Their voices boomed like thunder, echoing through the skies. This was not only an expression of excitement and joy but also a demonstration of Yunhua sect's gratitude. Chapter 214. The Spirit Vein Corps reassembles, the envoy from the County King City. Looking at the thousands of people kneeling in gratitude, a surge of pride blossomed in Ye Feng's chest. The Misty Sect disciples stood behind Ye Feng, gazing at him with admiration, as if they were looking at a towering mountain, feeling Ye Feng had suddenly grown taller. The sect leader is truly amazing. If I want to catch up to him, I need to work even harder. Ji Xiling clenched her fists as she watched Ye Feng's back. He's really unfathomable. Mo Ying gripped her breeze riding sword tightly, realizing Ye Feng's methods were endless. Could it be that he had the support of a top-tier power behind him? Was he serving as the sect leader of the Misty Sect just for experience? Mo Ying began to imagine. Everyone, please rise. Ye Feng, holding the wind spirit pearl with the power of heroic spirits, helped up the thousands of people in the valley. Sect prestige value plus 1107. Power of faith plus 235. The system's prompt came suddenly. Although unexpected, Ye Feng was very pleased. This time, inscribing the miniature cave heaven array, the materials were provided by the Yunhua sect, and he merely exerted effort and gained the full acknowledgement of the entire Yunhua sect, as well as an unexpected amount of the power of faith. He was very satisfied in his heart. Now that the spirit vein has been stabilized, everyone should eat and drink as they please. Ye Feng rubbed his belly and glanced at the setting sun, feeling a bit hungry. Yunhua Zhenren slapped his forehead and said, "Almost forgot, the dishes at the main peak's grand hall have all gone cold, they need to be reheated." After speaking, he dispersed the disciples and escorted Ye Feng and his group to the summit of Yunhua Peak, to the sect master's grand hall. In a short while, the dishes were reheated. At the banquet, Yunhua Zhenren and the four great elders made toasts to Ye Feng, expressing their gratitude incessantly. Facing the effuse of Yunhua Zhenren, Ye Feng felt a bit embarrassed because his purpose in lending a hand was not as simple. Of course, being able to create such a situation was a win-win. Ye Feng ate this meal with great joy. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yunhua Zhenren voiced his doubts. "Sect Master Ye, how long do you think the miniature cave heaven array you set up can hold?" Ye Feng thought for a while and said, "To be honest, this is my first time inscribing this formation, and luck played a big part in the success." "You succeeded on your first attempt?" Sect Master Ye is truly a natural-born array master. Such steady hands command our admiration. Yunhua Zhenren immediately clasped his hands in salute. The other elders also showed their respect. Ye Feng grinned awkwardly. The reason his hands were so steady was purely due to the heroic spirit power, which is a very mechanistic force. If you command it to move straight for 10 inches, it will not deviate, fall short or exceed by a single inch, but will move according to the intention. It was precisely because of this that with the heroic spirit power guiding the knife, Ye Feng managed to succeed in inscribing the miniature cave heaven array on his first attempt. If it were any other artifact refiner, who had to inscribe by hand, there would have been some mistakes, and it would be difficult to match the standard of heroic spirit power. Ye Feng was humble in the face of everyone's praise. "Actually, it's all due to luck. The success surely means that the Yunhua sect is favored by heaven and earth, destined to become a star-level sect," said Ye Feng with a smile. Everyone was pleased with this explanation. Yunhua Zhenren was filled with emotion and looking at Ye Feng said, "Thanks to Sect Master Ye's assistance, from now on, the Misty Sect will be our eternal ally in the Yunhua sect. Should your sect have any needs, we will do our utmost to fulfill them." Ye Feng clasped his hands and said, "You're too kind, Yunhua Zhenren. Speaking of which, now that the spirit vein has been stabilized, your sect should be able to ascend to higher rank, right?" At these words, Yunhua Zhenren and the 4 elders looked at each other. There was a moment of silence at the scene. After pondering for a while, Yunhua Zhenren said, "Actually, I would very much like to send out invitations for the star-level sect certification to the envoys of County King City tonight, but we still need to ensure the spirit vein is stable enough and that it lasts long enough." "Is there a time requirement?" Ye Feng asked curiously. "Of course, there is, the requirement from County King City is to have at least one miniature spirit vein stable for more than 100 years before it can pass the certification. Sect Master Ye, can you guarantee this formation will operate smoothly for over 100 years? Yun Huagenren expressed his concern. Ye Feng put down his wine cup and said, I need to see it on the spot. All right, I'll accompany Sect Master Ye to the underground caverns in a moment. Yun Huagenren nodded in agreement. An hour later, after everyone had their fill, they once again reached the underground caverns. Ye Feng stood in front of a stalagmite strengthened by a miniature cave heaven array, carefully inspecting it, and found that the arrangement of the formation was basically flawless. With the added blessing of ample nature's spiritual energy, it should be stable for a century. But Ye Feng did not immediately respond. He walked on the surface of the stalagmite, and with a swoosh sound, was sucked into a small hole, arriving in an inner space that was 100 meters in diameter and 800 meters tall. Swoosh swoosh! Yun Huagenren followed by other cultivators came in one after another. Standing behind Ye Feng and looking up, they could see a plethora of nature's spiritual energy contained in this place. In the center, a fist-sized spiritual energy vortex was forming, with a blue-white crystal gradually condensing at its core, starting from the size of a grain of rice and eventually growing to the size of a soybean, continuing to expand. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It's the spiritual vein core. Gods! Inside the stalagmite, a new core nucleus is condensing. This means, once the core nucleus is fully formed and remains stable, our Yun Hua sect's spirit vein can be restored to its former peak. Yun Huagenren was the most shocked. The core nucleus of a spirit vein is of utmost importance. Initially, they were unsure if the spirit vein could operate for a long time, but now it was different. Because the core nucleus was reuniting. Sect Master, our spirit vein has completely stabilized, it definitely meets the conditions for the sect advancement, 4th Elder Lu Yuji said excitedly. Yun Huagenren was equally thrilled. With a sweep of his wide sleeves, he said, immediately spend a large sum of money to purchase a defensive formation. We must protect the spirit vein, it is the foundation of our Yun Hua sect and cannot afford any mishap. Also, issue an invitation to the messenger from County King City tonight, we shall redo the star-level sect certification tomorrow. Yes, Lu Yuji immediately took out a messenger paper crane, blew 3 breaths of spiritual energy into it, and threw it out. The crane flapped its wings and flew towards the distant Commandery Prince City. An hour later, on a main peak called Yuji Peak, Ye Feng and the disciples of the Misty Sect were accommodated in an ancient courtyard halfway up the mountain, found their own rooms, and prepared to settle in first. In the courtyard, Lu Yuji, Ye Feng, and Yun Huagenren sat on stone stools under an old pagoda tree, chatting leisurely over tea. Sect Master Ye wishes to witness the full certification process of a star-level sect on site, but it may take a couple of days, as the messengers from the Commandery King City can't possibly arrive so soon, said Yun Huagenren. No matter, we can treat it as a time to relax here, waiting a few more days is worth it, Ye Feng said calmly. Since Sect Master Ye doesn't mind, that puts my mind at ease. Yun Huagenren bowed to Ye Feng and then returned to the Sect Master's Grand Hall at Yun Hua Peak to rest. Sect Master Ye, it's late, I will take my leave. Lu Yuji, with nimble movements and a graceful smile toward Ye Feng, flew back to her abode at the top of Yuji Peak. The next day, Ye Feng roamed the area of the Yun Hua mountain range for most of the day. Using a middle-grade duplication crystal, he duplicated another meridian recurrence pill, bringing the total to 8. At that moment, he sensed something and took out his communication order. Sect Master Uncle, Yun Huagenren has announced that the messenger from Commandery Prince City has arrived at the Sect Master's Grand Hall on Yun Hua Peak. He requests your presence to witness the full assessment process of the star-level sect. Shi Lei's voice came from the communication order. Understood. Ye Feng replied with a single word and immediately made his way back. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. As Ye Feng entered the sect master's grand hall on Yunhua Peak, he saw a middle-aged woman in a purple-red long dress. She was extremely beautiful, with the aura of the fifth layer of element gathering realm flowing around her and a flickering purple light in her eyes that appeared quite bewitching. At that moment, the woman was sitting down, drinking tea. Behind her stood two young people, a man and a woman, both appearing to be about 30 years old, yet already possessed the cultivation level of the first layer of the element gathering realm. Sect Master Ye, this is Elder Hongmeng from Commandery Prince City, in charge of the one-star sect certification. The other two, Qin Ping and Qin Wan, are stewards, here to assist Elder Hongmeng with the certification, said Yunhua Zhenren, rising to introduce them upon seeing Ye Feng. After that, he pointed to Ye Feng and introduced him to Elder Hongmeng, saying, Elder Hongmeng, this is Ye Feng, the sect master of the Misty Sect. Oh, so you are the Ye Feng who can inscribe the miniature cave heaven array. Elder Hongmeng scrutinized Ye Feng, the approval in her eyes growing stronger. Indeed, as expected of the young prodigy who could vanquish Solhun Zhenren with a single sword strike, you are just as rumored, not only young but also profoundly unfathomable. Ye Feng looked at Elder Hongmeng as well. Noticing her bewitching eyes, Ye Feng subconsciously used the Spirit Beast Pavilion's scouting feature. His vision quickly displayed several lines of text, which greatly surprised him. Chapter 215. Star Level Sect Certification, Observational Learning. Ye Feng immediately noticed that Elder Hongmeng was not human. She was a transformative demonic beast. Hongmeng, Middle Rank Demon General Peak. Talent, Purple Pupil Illusion. Note, originally a purple pupil spirit rabbit, after 1,000 years of hard cultivation, it transformed and joined County King City, becoming the Foreign Affairs Elder specifically responsible for the evaluation and certification of one-star sects, and was highly valued. Ye Feng stared at Elder Hongmeng, lost in thought. A moment later, he made a startling discovery. After looking into Elder Hongmeng's purple eyes, his consciousness was pulled into a strange illusionary realm, where the surroundings changed into a grassland with a purplish-red peach tree in the distance. Beneath the tree stood a young woman in a pink dress, with an appearance similar to that of Elder Hongmeng, but she appeared younger and more beautiful, like an 18-year-old girl, graceful and charming. Sect Master Ye, I have been waiting for you for a long time, said the young woman in the pink dress, her red lips slightly parting, her breath as fragrant as an orchid, giving off a feeling of ease and pleasantness. Is this Elder Hongmeng's illusion? Ye Feng asked as he looked around. Indeed, Elder Hongmeng replied with a charming smile, more impressive than the middle-aged woman he had seen in reality. I have some matters to discuss with you in this illusionary realm. Discuss. Ye Feng was taken aback. Don't worry, Sect Master Ye, within my purple pupil illusion, the speed of thought will increase tenfold, which means 10 hours inside corresponds to just 1 hour outside. That should be enough for us to have a brief chat, Elder Hongmeng said with a slight smile. I see, Ye Feng nodded in understanding. May I ask if you, Sect Master Ye, personally crafted the miniature cave heaven array? Elder Hongmeng wasted no time and got straight to the point. Yes, Ye Feng admitted. It was not something he could keep secret, and it was better to admit it directly than to beat around the bush. Indeed. Well, Sect Master Ye, our time is limited, so let us conclude our discussion here. Once the Yunhua sect evaluation is complete, I would like to invite you to further understand these matters, if that's agreeable. Elder Hongmeng asked. That's fine, Ye Feng agreed. Thank you very much, Sect Master Ye, Elder Hongmeng said, revealing a gentle smile as she waved her hand and dispelled the entire purple pupil illusion. Ye Feng felt the surroundings change rapidly. The next moment, he snapped back to reality, his eyes refocusing to see Elder Hongmeng's smiling face. Sect Master Ye, I am Elder Hongmeng. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said. Ye Feng regained his composure and replied with a bow, the pleasure is mine. As he spoke, he took his seat. Glancing at the rising grey-white smoke on the case stand, Ye Feng estimated that his exchange of glances with Elder Hongmeng lasted only a few seconds, but inside the purple pupil illusion, nearly a minute had passed, indeed 10 times as long. What a pity, it only accelerates thought, not actual time. Otherwise, such an illusionary realm would truly be a holy land for cultivation, Ye Feng thought with a hint of regret. At this time, Yunhua Zhenren spoke up, now that Sect Master Ye has arrived, Elder Hongmeng, can we officially start the star-level sect evaluation for the Yunhua sect? Yes, Elder Hongmeng stood up and said. Stewards Qin Ping and Qin Wan stood behind Elder Hongmeng, each holding a book titled Record of Yunhua Sect's Ascension to Higher Ranks Sect. Yunhua Zhenren then bowed and said, our Yunhua sect is applying for the status of a comprehensive star-level sect, which is the most common type. After saying this, he presented a thick book. Elder Hongmeng, this is the Yunhua sect's roster, with 1 sect master, 4 elders, a number of stewards, and over 1,000 disciples, Yunhua Zhenren explained. Ye Feng and the Misty sect disciples watched from the side, learning that the certification process was so professional and even required reporting the sect's personnel. And what was this about a comprehensive star-level sect? Ye Feng was full of questions, planning to ask after the evaluation was over. Elder Hongmeng took the roster and said, Yunhua sect has a considerable number of disciples, in terms of quantity it has already surpassed many star-level sects, which is commendable. As a comprehensive category of star-level sect, to pass the evaluation for 1-star sect, you will need at least a miniature spirit vein, a scripture pavilion with a collection of over 100 spells, a spiritual medicine garden, an alchemy room, an artifact refining pavilion, a spirit beast pavilion, a martial arts ground, and other such facilities. Next, we will begin the individual evaluations. After finishing, Elder Hongmeng looked towards Yunhua Zhenren. Everybody, please follow me. Yunhua Zhenren immediately led the way, accompanied by the 4 elders, escorting Elder Hongmeng and the stewards Qin Ping and Qin Wan towards the underground caves. Ye Feng led his disciples closely behind. Underground cave. The crowd stood in front of a huge stalagmite. This is the miniature spirit vein stalagmite, which was once a common stalagmite and, after years of nurturance, became a miniature spirit vein, Yunhua Zhenren explained. This item has already been appraised and has passed the examination. Elder Hongmeng waved her sleeves lightly and then looked meaningfully at Ye Feng. Qin Ping and Qin Wan promptly registered it in the appraisal manual. Half an hour later, the crowd arrived at the summit of a tall peak. There, a huge martial arts ground was built for disciples to spar and practice spells. The martial arts ground passes, Elder Hongmeng declared. Qin Ping and Qin Wan immediately took notes. In the center of the martial arts ground stood a 3-story wooden structure. Our Yunhua sect's scripture pavilion contains 1 4th grade spell, 2 3rd grade spells, 13 2nd grade spells, and 101 1st grade spells, Yunhua Zhenren introduced. In addition, there are 3 miniature sect protection arrays and 15 miniature formations. Hearing this, Ye Feng was secretly astonished. The Misty sect disciples also held their breath. It had to be said, Yunhua sect's foundation was truly strong. Even without being recognized as a star-level sect, it was much stronger than many star-level sects. Elder Hongmeng nodded in satisfaction and said, the appraisal of the scripture pavilion passes. The group continued on to the next location. Soon, they entered a valley filled with abundant spiritual energy and a spiritual spring, protected by a miniature sect protection array, with several fields of spiritual medicine inside, cultivating tens of thousands of plants. A pity they had not matured yet. This is our Yunhua sect's spiritual medicine garden. Yunhua Zhenren looked at Lu Yuji with appreciation. Our 4th elder Lu Yuji excels at cultivating spiritual medicines, and the success of the entire spiritual medicine garden is inseparable from her hard work. The sect master flatters me, Lu Yuji said, a bit embarrassed. So many spiritual medicines. Jia Yulan, Yan Ruyu, Xiahe, Chuju, the disciples in charge of the Misty Sect's spiritual medicine garden, all showed looks of shock. Compared to Yunhua Sect's spiritual medicine garden, the Misty Sect's was just at the beginning stages and couldn't compare at all. Elder Hongmeng scanned the area with her spiritual sense and said, a rich variety of spiritual medicine, more than 100 kinds, with the oldest nearly 100 years old, and a total number exceeding 10,000, excellent. The appraisal of the spiritual medicine garden also passed. The group kept moving. They arrived at a cave built deep underground, where the heat was unbearable. If it weren't for the formation's protection, their clothes might have been incinerated by the high temperatures as soon as they arrived. Yunhua Genren pointed to two great halls with earth-fire furnaces and introduced, the left is the alchemy room, while the right is the artifact refining pavilion, each capable of accommodating at least 10 disciples for alchemy or artifact forging. Elder Hongmeng asked, do you have any artifact refiners or alchemists? The Yunhua Sect Grand Elder stepped forward, I can refine all chi pills, as well as lower-grade consolidating origin pills. The Yunhua Sect's Second Elder said, I can refine lower-grade spiritual artifacts, but as for middle-grade spiritual artifacts, I am not yet capable. Elder Hongmeng nodded slightly and said, please demonstrate on the spot. Very well, the Grand Elder and Second Elder entered the alchemy room and artifact refining pavilion respectively. In front of everyone, the two spent an hour and each produced a lower-grade consolidating origin pill and a lower-grade spiritual blade. Elder Hongmeng, holding the slightly warm consolidating origin pill, nodded, the purity is not bad, and the alchemy technique is mature. The appraisal of the alchemy room passes. She picked up the lower-grade spiritual blade, flicked it with her finger, and the blade quivered slightly, emitting a continuous tremor sound, and she smiled, good quality, the artifact refining pavilion passes the appraisal. Hearing this, both the Grand Elder and Second Elder breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the only place left is the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Elder Hongmeng said, handing back the consolidating origin pill and spiritual blade and stepping out. Not long after, the group arrived at a valley. This place was home to more than a dozen mountain guardian spirit beasts. 8 lower-rank demon soldiers, 5 middle-rank demon soldiers for each level, and 2 high-rank demon soldiers, including flying spirit beasts and load-bearing spirit beasts, to meet the sect's daily needs. The appraisal of the Spirit Beast Pavilion passes. Elder Hongmeng folded her hands behind her back, turned around to look at the nervous Yunhua Genren, and smiled, congratulations to Yunhua Sect for passing the comprehensive 1-star sect assessment. From today, your sect is a star-level sect. Upon hearing this, Yunhua Genren trembled with joy. The 4 great elders leapt up excitedly, filled with a sense of pride and honor. Congratulations Yunhua Genren, Ye Feng congratulated. Through today's experience, he had finally understood the evaluation process of a comprehensive star-level sect and had a new reference for developing the sect, filled with gains. Chapter 216. The Direction of Sect Development, Elder Hongmen's Request. Yunhua Genren was very excited. He held Ye Feng's hand and said gratefully, if it weren't for Sect Master Yi's help in stabilizing our Yunhua Sect's spirit vein, we could never have passed the assessment. In 7 days, our Yunhua Sect will hold a celebration for our promotion to a star-level sect. Sect Master Ye, your presence is an absolute must. Without you, the celebration would be meaningless. Seeing his enthusiasm, Ye Feng could only agree. Now that the assessment results for Yunhua Sect are out, 7 days from now, I, as an elder, will deliver a star representing a star-level sect to your sect before the celebration and participate in your sect's promotion ceremony, said Elder Hongmeng. Yunhua Genren quickly expressed his thanks, thank you, Elder Hongmeng. We have prepared a banquet. Why not stay and enjoy it? That would be acceptable, Elder Hongmeng nodded. Upon hearing this, Yunhua Genren was taken aback. It was just a routine invitation, he never expected Elder Hongmeng to actually stay. Even Qin Ping and Qin Wan, the two stewards, were surprised. In their impression, Elder Hongmeng was quite the homebody. He wouldn't attend unless it was a sect celebration. This time was somewhat strange. "Please rest for a while, Elder Hongmeng and the two stewards," said Yunhu Zhenren, and immediately ordered 4 elders to prepare the evening banquet. "Sect Master Ye, let's have a talk." At this moment, Elder Hongmeng sent a message to Ye Feng using spiritual sense and then walked out alone. "You all go to the banquet hall first," Ye Feng instructed his disciples and then followed suit. Except for the highly perceptive Mo Ying, no one sensed anything unusual. "It seems Elder Hongmeng has something to discuss with the sect master," Mo Ying thought to herself, watching the two figures depart. At the summit of a mountain peak, Elder Hongmeng sat on a stone slab. Ye Feng sat opposite her and said, "Today, after attending the star-level sect promotion assessment, I, Ye, have indeed broadened my horizon. As for the assessment of star-level sects, I am quite familiar with it. If I'm not mistaken, your Misty sect is still considered a high-ranked sect, right? If you have any questions in this regard, feel free to ask me any time," Elder Hongmeng said. "I'm interested in knowing the direction a sect should take to be promoted to a star, whether it's comprehensive or some other type," Ye Feng inquired. "That's simple." Elder Hongmeng took out an ancient tome. "Promotion of a sect to star status is divided into comprehensive type and single type, which can also be called auxiliary type or special type." Ye Feng became interested. "Please continue." Elder Hongmeng continued. "The comprehensive type is like Yunhua sect, King Yun sect, Liu Yun sect, and Divine Wind Sword sect, the most common types of sections. The upgrade requirements for such sects are numerous, including but not limited to the Scripture Pavilion, Spirit Beast Pavilion, Martial Arts Ground, Artifact Refining Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, and Spiritual Medicine Garden, etc. However, while there are many requirements, the threshold for each is not very high. In other words, sects of the comprehensive type have balanced development in all aspects, but most of them do not excel in any particular one. Does Sect Master Ye understand this?" "I understand," Ye Feng nodded. Elder Hongmeng went on, "As for the single type, it refers to sects like the 100 Artifacts sect, Spirit Beast sect, and Spirit Formation sect. Sects of this type do not develop evenly across the board. Some specialize in refining artifacts, some in alchemy, some in nurturing spiritual beasts, or building formations. However, when such sects seek to upgrade their stars, the requirements for other aspects of development aren't high, but they do require significant prowess in one particular area. Take the 100 Artifacts sect, for instance. Their disciples aren't suited for battle, and the spells they cultivate aren't exquisite, but each one possesses a fair mastery of artifact refining, especially the elders and the sect master, whose skills in this area are considered top-notch." Hearing this, Ye Feng had a basic understanding. Comprehensive development, similar to a university. Single-item development could be likened to a specialized college. Elder Hongmeng looked at Ye Feng's expression and smiled. It seems Sect Master Ye has already grasped the information he needs. "Yes," Ye Feng nodded. At this stage, he had already determined the development direction for the Misty sect. Comprehensive. That is to say, the Misty sect needed to build facilities such as the Artifact Refining Pavilion, Alchemy Pavilion, Spiritual Medicine Garden, Scripture Pavilion, Martial Arts Ground, and so on. Thinking of this, Ye Feng asked, "Elder Hongmeng, if our Misty sect develops in the direction of a comprehensive sect, how stringent are the requirements for basic facilities like the Scripture Pavilion, Martial Arts Ground, Alchemy Pavilion? Or rather, what is the minimum requirement for them?" Elder Hongmeng replied, "For comprehensive sects, as long as you have each type of facility, that's sufficient. For example, the minimum requirement for a Scripture Pavilion is 50 types of spells, with at least 1 3rd-grade spell, 4 2nd-grade spells, and 45 1st-grade spells. As for the spiritual medicine garden, alchemy pavilion, and artifact refining pavilion, as long as they exist and have a certain level of output to meet the daily needs of the sect, that is considered sufficient. Of course, a spirit vein is essential. Hearing this, Ye Feng exclaimed in realization, the requirements aren't really high, then. Now I understand. By the way, does a star-level sect have any requirements for the number of disciples? Elder Hongmeng pondered for a moment, then said, in principle, a one-star sect needs at least one elder of the third layer of the element gathering realm, 2 elders at the element gathering realm, or 1 sect leader of the 4th layer of the element gathering realm. As for the disciples and sect members, at least in the hundreds, I suppose. She paused and then amended, however, the number of sect members and disciples isn't a strict requirement, it's fine if the number is less than this. That's a relief for me, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. At the current stage, very few people were acknowledged by the system, and it wasn't easy to gather 100 disciples, it would depend on the accumulation over time. Having this conversation, Ye Feng essentially understood the development direction and shortcomings of the Misty sect, and he had a clear idea of how to meet the requirements of a star-level sect. My questions are all answered. Now, please let me know your requests, Elder Hongmeng, Ye Feng said with a smile. Are you sure you don't want to ask more? Elder Hongmeng asked with a gentle smile. Sitting and conversing with the handsome, powerful, and young Ye Feng gave her a sense of leisure and pleasure. It wasn't that she had developed feelings for Ye Feng, rather, she simply found it pleasant and comforting. For now, that's all I'll ask. If I have more questions later on, I'll just ask Elder Hongmeng for guidance. Ye Feng sat down on the boulder, waiting. Seeing this, Elder Hongmeng nodded slightly and said, since that's the case, this elder won't beat around the bush. Since Sect Master Ye knows how to depict a miniature cave heaven array, then, assuming all materials are available, can you create a cave heaven world? A cave heaven world? Ye Feng was baffled. The materials needed to depict a miniature cave heaven array were already a burden for the well-established Yunhua sect, but now Elder Hongmeng wanted to create an entire cave heaven world? Could it be something similar to the 3000 realms? If that were the case, the value of the materials required would far exceed what a typical cultivator in the element gathering realm could afford. Indeed, not just one, but a series of them, a total of 36, collectively known as the 36 cave heavens. Elder Hongmeng nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng fell silent. Chapter 217 Myriad Islands Alliance, News of the Upper Grade Spirit Stone. Elder Hongmen's words caused Ye Feng to fall silent for a long time. Are you certain it's 36 miniature cave heaven worlds? Ye Feng decided to ask again, to confirm the truth of the matter. Of course, Sect Master Ye didn't hear wrong, Elder Hongmeng nodded. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, Elder Hongmeng might not be aware, but the materials needed to engrave a miniature cave heaven world are extensive, and even for a star-level sect, they are quite difficult to gather. What he implied was that the cost of engraving 36 miniature cave heaven worlds was high, and if Elder Hongmen's funds were insufficient, it might be very difficult to accomplish. Is Sect Master Ye worried about the materials issue? Elder Hongmeng suddenly chuckled, I forgot to mention, it isn't me who needs the 36 cave heavens, but a friend of mine who entrusted me to find an array master capable of engraving the miniature cave heaven array. Sadly, even though I know quite a few people in County King City, I still couldn't find such an array master, until today when I met you. Your friend. Ye Feng seemed to understand. It made sense, after all. Elder Hongmeng was merely a transformative demon beast, and even though she was the envoy of County King City, it was unlikely she possessed such wealth. The daughter of the leader of the 2-star rank Myriad Islands Alliance is that friend of mine. Elder Hongmeng took out a blue ancient order. Ye Feng accepted it and saw that the front bore a myriad character, while the back was covered with countless stars, symbolizing the over 10,000 islands. The Myriad Islands Alliance. Ye Feng silently took out a map. After checking, he found that the Myriad Islands Alliance was located more than 6,000 li from Misty Peak, at the center of a vast inland sea spanning over 2,000 li. The flowing water river, Fenhuo River, and even the entire southern river all flowed into this inland sea. The name of this inland sea was Southern River Lake. So, it's the Myriad Islands Alliance. Ye Feng showed a look of realization. In the entire southern river basin, there were only a few 2-star rank forces, and the Divine Wind Sword Sect, County King City, and Myriad Islands Alliance were among them. Since it was a 2-star rank force, the Myriad Islands Alliance must have ample funds, and constructing 36 miniature cave heaven worlds seemed feasible. With this in mind, Ye Feng said, I will only be responsible for engraving the array patterns. As for the other matters, including materials and location, all of it will be handled by the Myriad Islands Alliance. Moreover, the help won't be for free. Engraving each miniature cave heaven array will require a certain remuneration. 1 middle-grade spiritual artifact. That's the reward stipulated by my friend. Of course, it can also be exchanged for an equivalent amount of spirit stones. Elder Hongmeng extended one finger. Only one. Ye Feng frowned. The typical price of an ordinary middle-grade spiritual artifact was around 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and the more expensive ones went for 3,000. To travel such a long distance to the Myriad Islands Alliance to engrave 36 formations and only receive 2,000 spirit stones? Thinking of this, Ye Feng prepared to decline. 1 middle-grade spiritual artifact per formation, which is 2,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Once all 36 formations are completed, that would be 72,000 spirit stones. Elder Hongmeng revealed a figure that Ye Feng wouldn't even dare to think of. 72,000? Could an ordinary 1-star force even gather that much by bankrupting themselves? Only an established 2-star rank force like the Myriad Islands Alliance could have such profound resources to casually offer 36 middle-grade spiritual artifacts, or 72,000 spirit stones. The more Ye Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. He looked up at Elder Hongmeng and said, I have one more question. After the deal is done, could the Myriad Islands Alliance pay with upper-grade spirit stones? They don't all have to be upper-grade, even 2 or 3 would be enough. If that's not possible, even 1 upper-grade spirit stone would do. Upon hearing this, Elder Hongmen's brows furrowed. Upper-grade spirit stones were mostly used for cultivation and transactions by those in the Spirit Sea realm. Even as the envoy of County King City, she had none since her cultivation level was insufficient. What did Sect Master Ye of a high-ranked sect want upper-grade spirit stones for? To set an array? Filled with doubts, Elder Hongmeng asked, must the payment be in upper-grade spirit stones? Ye Feng nodded earnestly, in my remuneration, at least one must be an upper-grade spirit stone because I have great need for it, it's indispensable. If this deal went through, not only would he gather enough spirit stones needed for forging the 5 elements spirit sword, but also make a huge profit. With enough spirit stones, Misty Sect's scripture pavilion could begin construction. The Myriad Islands Alliance, as a 2-star rank force, does indeed possess upper-grade spirit stones, but this is not something I can decide. How about this? I will contact my friend tonight, and at the latest within 3 days, I will give Sect Master Ye an answer, Elder Hongmeng said, not making any guarantees. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, let's leave it at that for now. I will contact my friend as soon as possible and get back to you, Elder Hongmeng stated. Then Sect Master Ye will attend the evening feast at Yunhua Peak first. Elder Hongmeng, once you're finished, it won't be too late to inform your friend, said Ye Feng, before leaving the place. After he left, Elder Hongmeng took out a golden messenger paper crane and blew 10 breaths of spiritual energy into it before releasing it into the air. Whoosh! The messenger paper crane flew at incredible speed, surpassing the sound barrier as it headed straight towards Southern River Lake in the east. Yunhua Peak. A group of people sat around a large round table, enjoying a carefully prepared feast by the chefs of the Yunhua sect, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere joyful. Yunhua Genren drank spiritual wine, his face flushed with a red glow. Alas, we have finally passed the certification of the star-level sect. From today onwards, our Yunhua sect has undergone an important transformation and becomes a true sect. Henceforth, when facing our ancestors, I, as a real person, can stand tall because the rise of the Yunhua sect begins with my generation. Yunhua Genren became emotional. Congratulations to Yunhua sect, Ye Feng raised his glass in salute. An array of cups and plates intermingled on the table. After the feast, everyone gradually dispersed. Elder Hongmeng returned to County King City with Qin Ping and Qin Wan. Ye Feng was about to take his disciples and leave when Yunhua Genren stopped him. The two sect master level powerhouses stood aside, chatted for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, and then dispersed. After several hours of flight, the group smoothly returned to Misty Peak. Home is the best. Shi Lei took a sip of spirit spring water and felt completely relaxed, he remarked. Ye Feng waved to everyone and said, now that we're back at the sect, everyone should go about their business. Yunhua Genren told me that in 7 days will be the celebration of Yunhua sect's rise to a star-level sect. We should all attend to gain some experience. After all, the Misty sect will take that step in the future, consider it a rehearsal in advance. Can our Misty sect also rise to become a star-level sect? Long Tianxing asked excitedly. Patting Long Tianxing's shoulder, Ye Feng said, our Misty sect has huge potential, and it's not difficult to become a star-level sect, but reaching that status relies on everyone's efforts. Do you understand? Understood. I'm going to begin training right now. Xiao Jiexi, a training fanatic, immediately stood under the 1,000-year ancient pine and started sparring with an armored guardian. The key to his advancement to the 7th level of body refinement was quite eccentric. That is, to be beaten. As long as he could withstand being struck 10,000 times consecutively, he could comprehensively enhance his personal defensive capability and once again transform his ancient giant god bloodline, ascending to the 7th level of body refinement. Bang! Just starting his body refinement, Xiao Jiexi was rammed dozens of times by the armored guardian with its shield, and he fell to the ground injured. Healer, heal me! Xiao Jiexi reached out his hand, calling for Yan Ruyu. I really can't stand you, Yan Ruyu said, covering her face with her hand as she walked over to Xiao Jiexi and healed his injuries using life spirit force. After recovering, Xiao Jiexi charged at the armored guardian once again. Then, he was knocked away again. Brother Flathead stood with arms akimbo, watching Xiao Jiexi get beaten up, shook his head helplessly, and a barely perceptible hum came from his throat, as if to say Xiao Jiexi was too weak. The other disciples did their own things, some resting and some cultivating. Life at Misty Sect returned to normal. After bathing in warm spiritual spring water, Ye Feng lay comfortably in his armchair, looking at the stars in the sky, his fatigue gradually fading, and he soon fell into a sweet sleep. Thousands of miles away. A giant island. Whoosh! A streak of golden light sped across the sky, descended onto the main peak at the top of the island, and was caught by a delicate, snow-white hand. The light receded, revealing a golden paper crane. Min Xi, this is Hong Meng. I've found an array master capable of inscribing the miniature cave heaven array, but this person demands a high-grade spirit stone in the payment. Elder Hung Men's soft voice gradually rose. Boom! Upon the news of finding the array master, the whole island trembled as if coming back to life. Terrifying auras emerged from all over the island, all converging on the main peak's summit. Chapter 218. Dong Dongqiang, the jungler, and Mo Mingxi, the daughter of the Alliance hierarch. To think we've found an array master. Those several terrifying presences voiced their thoughts, their glows rapidly receding, ultimately transforming into 5 figures shrouded in the vast True Yuan. As for the owner of the snow-white delicate palm holding the golden paper crane, they remained enveloped in a layer of mist, their true face never revealed. Young Alliance Leader, if this is true, it wouldn't be unacceptable to reward them with scarce upper-grade spirit stones, spoke an old figure with two horns on its head. Its voice boomed like thunder, lightning flickering around it as it spoke. Then let's meet with them first and discuss the matter in person. After speaking, the breathtakingly beautiful woman known as the Young Alliance Leader took out another golden paper crane, infused it with 10 breaths of spiritual energy, and threw it out. It turned into a dark golden glow cutting across the sky, as if splitting the entire night sky in two. The next morning, Misty Peak, as sunlight first touched it, everything was renewed. Ye Feng was seated on a chair, examining his most recent acquisitions. 30 lower-grade spiritual artifacts sold for 6,000 spirit stones. 1 middle-grade spirit sword fetched a high price of 8,000. As for the remaining purple gold bell, a treasured middle-grade spiritual artifact, it had the functions of storage and sound wave attacks. As Ye Feng channeled the heroic spirit power into the bell, he discovered an inner space of 3 meters in length, width, and height, making it quite capable in terms of storage. As for the power of sound wave attacks, dingling. As Ye Feng shook the purple gold bell, a fan-shaped sound wave oscillated horizontally, surging like tumultuous waves, pulverizing rocks and trees in its path to dust. Very powerful! Ye Feng exclaimed. Even though it wasn't as strong as a middle-grade spirit sword and wouldn't enhance sword cultivators, its unique methods meant that if he decided to sell it, the price wouldn't be less than 4,000 spirit stones. However, Ye Feng did not plan to sell it just yet since the purple gold bell's surprise attack effect was quite good and he decided to keep it for the time being. That day, Misty Peak was very tranquil. The disciples were either cultivating or undergoing trials in nearby regions, ready to offer support at any moment with the messaging function of their disciple identity tokens. Miles away, Demon City. Suhun Zhenren, transformed into Zhu Yongfu, was toiling away, moving bricks. Wielding a steel rod, he repeatedly struck the demonic race members who were not working hard enough, coldly berating them. A bunch of good-for-nothings. If you don't work hard moving bricks, how can you rebuild Demon City quickly? The great demon general said the Demon King is in seclusion. The day he emerges will be the day of Demon City's resurgence. What will he think if he sees Demon City still in ruins upon his return? Embracing the Demon King's favor, Suhun Zhenren worked as a sycophant, laboring even more diligently. Meanwhile, outside Demon City, a young man with small eyes was stealthily observing Demon City. Noticing a squad of demon soldiers moving away from the city, he cracked a sinister smile. Hee, the time has finally come. Just kill more of the demonic race, refine them into bloodline origin pills, and I can enhance my bloodline to advance easily to the element gathering realm. This person was none other than Dong Dongqiang, who had taken over Dongqiang's body. As a former divine origin realm great power, his courage was vast. Although he was very cautious in his actions, his plans were clear, and once he made a decision, he would go through with it even if the sky fell. After returning to Liuyun sect, Dong Dongqiang secluded himself for cultivation but realized that Dongqiang's body had too low bloodline concentration to break through the element gathering realm bottleneck. Hence, he found his way here. Watching the small squad of only about a dozen Qi refining realm demon soldiers, Dong Dongqiang laughed sinisterly and followed after them. Once in an uninhabited area, he suddenly appeared, trapped all the demon soldiers with a minor formation, and unleashed fierce skills to eradicate them entirely, not sparing a single one. Dong Dongqiang was ruthless, decisive, and cautious in his actions. After clearing the scene of any traces, he continued to hide, preparing to hunt the next batch of demonic beasts venturing out of the city, always targeting the weakest. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng had finished dinner and was sitting in the sect leader's great hall, ready to read, when he suddenly heard a loud bell ringing from halfway up the mountain. Who is ringing the summoning bell this late at night? Ye Feng stepped out the door, parted the fog, and locked gazes with the middle-aged woman standing in the pavilion halfway up the mountain, who was clad in a purple-red long dress. Elder Hong Meng? Ye Feng walked down, surprised. Below the pavilion, holding a golden paper crane, Elder Hong Meng said, "The daughter of the Myriad Islands Alliance leader, Mo Mingxi, has extended an invitation. She hopes to meet with Sect Master Ye to discuss the matter of crafting the 36 Cave Heaven formation." So urgent? Ye Feng frowned. He had been planning to slack off for a few days and then attend the celebration at Yunhua sect, mooching food and drinks. But now, he was expected to travel thousands of miles to the Myriad Islands Alliance. "If it weren't urgent, I wouldn't have come over in the middle of the night," Elder Hong Meng replied with a faint smile, her gaze drifting past Ye Feng to a figure approaching down the mountain. "Woof!" Brother Flathead stomped the ground forcefully. Pointing at it, Ye Feng introduced him to Elder Hong Meng. "This is Misty Sect's mountain guardian spirit beast, Brother Flathead, who is keen on fighting. He was just asking if there's a fight to be had." "I understand. After all, I am also of the demon race," Elder Hong Meng volunteered, revealing her identity and surprising Ye Feng. Elder Hong Meng produced a leaf-shaped flat boat. "My swift boat is very fast and spacious enough. If your sect's guardian spirit beast wishes to come along, we can depart together." "That works," Ye Feng nodded. A moment later, the swift boat, about 5 meters in length and half a meter in width, carrying 2 demons and a human, flew through the sky at extreme speed, reaching 200 meters per second. "This speed, it's comparable to an airplane," Ye Feng muttered. Not knowing what an airplane was, Elder Hong Meng smiled back. "The swift boat is a middle-grade flying spiritual artifact. Its speed is extremely fast. It's 6,220 miles from here to the Myriad Islands Alliance, which will take just over 2 hours to reach." As Ye Feng watched the landscape below rapidly receding, he dozed off. When he woke up again, he found that the swift boat had already flown over the land and was now above a huge inland lake spanning thousands of miles. The scent of salt and fish hit him in the face. This was the scent of the sea. No wonder it's called the Inland Sea. It's a massive saltwater lake. Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the swift boat, while Brother Flathead stood behind him, enjoying the sensation of his hair being parted by the swift wind. Gradually, countless islands appeared on the water surface. "We've arrived at the Myriad Islands domain. This area is 300 miles in diameter, containing more than 10,000 small islands. The central main island spans 30 miles in diameter and has 36 peaks, which is also where the miniature cave heaven array needs to be inscribed," explained Elder Hong Meng as she pointed to a peak about 1,000 meters tall at the center of the main island. "That is Wanren Peak, the main peak of the Myriad Islands Alliance. The others should be waiting for us there." Ye Feng activated his spirit eyes and looked over. Around the 36 peaks of the main island, each had a spiritual energy vortex, each at least comparable to a miniature spirit vein, and the vortex above Wanren Peak was even larger and denser, several times that of an ordinary miniature spirit vein. Minor spirit vein? Ye Feng envied. This was the second time he had seen a minor spirit vein. The first time, of course, was at Divine Wind Sword Sect. The Myriad Islands Alliance has rich cultivation resources, controlling the entire waters of Southern River Lake, with an incredibly deep foundation. Even minor spirit veins are not limited to just one. Elder Hong Meng divulged a very important piece of information. So it is the big player that controls the entire Southern River Lake. No wonder they could casually promise a reward of 72,000 spirit stones. "I just don't know if they have any upper-grade spirit stones," Ye Feng whispered to himself. The 2 demons and 1 human soon landed on the summit of Wanren Peak. Ye Feng looked forward and saw 6 figures hovering in the air. The leader was a veiled woman in a white flowing sand dress, her face obscured. Though her true appearance was hidden, he surmised that she must be stunningly beautiful. As for the other 5, their aura was as vigorous as fire and as vast as the sea, all bona fide cultivators of the spirit sea realm. Standing there, even without any deliberate release of pressure, they still gave Ye Feng a sensation more terrifying than facing the giant earth ape. Brother Flathead was very excited to see these 5 spirit sea realm cultivators and was itching for a fight. Ye Feng really wanted to kick him away and then say, "These are spirit sea realm cultivators, top-tier powerhouses on par with demon kings, you wouldn't even be able to take on one of their fingers, so don't make trouble." Luckily, Brother Flathead did not act. Elder Hongmeng cupped her hands together and introduced, "Min Xi, this is Sect Master Ye of Misty Sect, an expert in inscribing miniature cave heaven arrays. He has even created a miniature cave heaven world at Yunhua Sect. And this one here is Misty Sect's mountain guardian spirit beast, Brother Flathead. I am Mo Mingxi, the daughter of the Myriad Islands Alliance leader," said the veiled woman, her voice cool and ethereal, like a fairy about to descend to the mortal world, otherworldly and pure. Chapter 219. Crafting the Cave Heaven World, Forging the 5 Elements Spirit Sword. "So you are the daughter of the Alliance leader of the Myriad Islands, my apologies for the oversight," Ye Feng said, bowing his hands in response. Eager to try his hand, Brother Flathead was subtly warned by Ye Feng and could only droop his head, imagining in his mind a scenario where he battled with the 5 Spirit Sea Realm Great Elders of the Myriad Islands Alliance. As far as Brother Flathead was concerned, Elder Hongmeng and Mo Mingxi were not worthy to fight with him. Because they couldn't kill him. Ye Feng had no idea what Brother Flathead was thinking. At this moment, a sea dragon of the dragon clan with 2 horns atop its head stepped forward, hands behind its back, and looked at Ye Feng, saying, "I am the Myriad Islands Alliance Great Elder, the Blue Dragon King. Master Ye, if we ask you to craft 36 miniature cave heaven worlds, what reward would you ask for?" "At least 1 upper-grade spirit stone, and no special requirements for the other aspects," Ye Feng replied, although the several people before him were from the spirit sea realm and possessed imposing auras, he was not very afraid. Upper-grade spirit stones are too scarce, usually, only medium-sized or larger spirit veins can produce them in significant quantities. Although our Myriad Islands Alliance does possess upper-grade spirit stones, we wouldn't dare to use them carelessly, the Blue Dragon King, the Great Elder, said in a deep voice, sounding like muffled thunder. As the Myriad Islands Alliance's Great Elder, in the days when the Alliance leader was absent, it was the Blue Dragon King who assisted the young Alliance leader Mo Mingxi. "Is it this thing?" A cold voice rang out. It was Mo Mingxi speaking. She raised her snow-white, delicate palm, and in the center of her hand lay a pure crystal stone with vibrant colors, exuding an extremely rich spiritual pressure. This was an upper-grade spirit stone. It was Ye Feng's first time seeing a spirit stone of such high quality. He discovered there was even a spiritual energy vortex contained within, giving off the impression that it was no weaker than a miniature spirit vein. At certain moments, an upper-grade spirit stone could even replace the core nucleus of an ordinary spirit vein. "Correct, it's these upper-grade spirit stones. I need just 1, and the rest can be replaced with various refining materials or middle-grade spirit stones," said Ye Feng. Mo Mingxi tossed the upper-grade spirit stone towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng was momentarily stunned, then hurried to catch it. "This is the down payment," she said. Mo Mingxi pointed to a distant mountain peak. "I hope Master Ye can start inscribing the first miniature cave heaven array right now. If successful, we will pay half of the reward immediately." Being able to inscribe arrays on the spot meant that Ye Feng's abilities were strong enough. Following that logic, inscribing 36 miniature cave heaven arrays would be along the same lines. As long as there was sufficient time, the task could be completed. "I need these raw materials," Ye Feng said, having put away the upper-grade spirit stone, then floated a piece of paper in mid-air. "These materials are considered expensive by other forces, but for our Myriad Islands Alliance, gathering 36 portions will only take half a day." The Myriad Islands Alliance Great Elder Blue Dragon King took the material list, used spiritual sense to communicate, and instructed others to gather materials. In the time it takes for half a cup of tea to steep, the first set of materials was ready. Let's go. Ye Feng packed the materials and went to the mountain peak that Mo Mingxi had indicated before. Standing on the summit, he took out his refining furnace and refined the first portion of materials into a metal leaf blade and a ball of scorching metal liquid. Do we inscribe directly on the surface of the mountain, or inside? Ye Feng turned his head around and asked Mo Mingxi. Follow me. The Blue Dragon King opened a stone door on the mountain, leading everyone into a hollow cave inside the mountain, before a goose egg stone, 10 meters long and 3 meters high, as clear as jade. This substance was indeed a miniature spirit vein. You want the array inscribed on the surface of the spirit vein? Asked Ye Feng in confusion. Exactly, nodded the Blue Dragon King. Ye Feng hesitated for a moment, then started wielding his blade with heroic spirit power, each line, curve, and rune neat and orderly, matching the records on the array pattern chart precisely. Your blade-wielding skill is unparalleled. Elder Hongmeng, Mo Mingxi, Blue Dragon King, and the others all revealed expressions of astonishment. It seemed that Ye Feng's array-setting techniques were indeed not bad. After half an hour, Ye Feng finished inscribing all the array patterns, wiping off some sweat. If not for the fear of making a mistake, he could have been faster. However, considering there were 5 Demon King level powerhouses watching him from behind, Ye Feng had no choice but to inscribe meticulously, prioritizing steadiness and quality over speed. A perfect array pattern. Impenetrable. It seems we did not invite the wrong person. Mo Mingxi and the Blue Dragon King, among others, showed expressions of joy upon seeing the exquisitely engraved array patterns on the surface of the cobblestone. Ye Feng put away his metal engraving tool and used heroic spirit power to control the liquid metal mass as he splashed it out, filling all the array patterns on the surface of the cobblestone's spirit vein. Then he embedded 10 middle-grade spirit stones into the preset grooves, completing the activation. The miniature cave heaven array began to glow, transforming the cobblestone into a miniature cave heaven world with 3 exits and entrances set by Ye Feng. Has it succeeded? Blue Dragon King whispered, caressing the surface of the cobblestone's spirit vein. The next moment, he was sucked into it and found himself standing in a miniature cave heaven world hundreds of meters long and 200 meters high. The core nucleus of the spirit vein quietly hovered at the center of this world, shining brilliantly. After a short while, he left the miniature cave heaven world. How is it? Mo Mingxi asked. It's a success, perfect. The Blue Dragon King looked at Ye Feng with a look of admiration in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Mo Mingxi and the remaining 4 Spirit Sea Realm Supreme Elders all showed joyful expressions. Elder Hongmeng smiled radiantly. Ye Feng let out a sigh of relief, inwardly saying he had ultimately succeeded. Although there were successful precedents, this was only his first time. Now that he had just arrived at the Myriad Islands Alliance, it would have been quite embarrassing had his first array creation been a failure. Fortunately, this time it was a success. There are still 35 arrays left to engrave, but the materials have not yet arrived, so let's take a break for now. Ye Feng said as he sat on a suspended metal leaf blade. Although he used heroic spirit power to engrave the array, he had to watch the entire process, which greatly exhausted his mental energy. It's no problem as long as Master Ye can complete all the array engravings within 3 days, Mo Mingxi said before walking away. Master Ye, it's deep into the night. You should rest in the guest room for now. We can resume the engraving when all the materials are ready tomorrow, the Blue Dragon King intervened, taking out a storage bag. Inside are 200 middle-grade spirit stones and refining materials worth 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, which make up half of your reward. As for the other half, I will give it to you after all the arrays are completed, he added. No problem, Ye Feng nodded. He was then led by the Blue Dragon King to the peak of an isolated mountain, where he stayed in a grand and majestic guest residence, attended by a dozen graceful and charming women. Cough cough, this isn't really my thing. Ye Feng sent everyone away, instructing the women to massage and shoulder rub for Brother Flathead, preferring to be alone in the room. Sect Master Ye, I need to return to County King City to take care of some matters. I'll come back to pick you up in 3 days, Elder Hungman's gradually fading voice came from outside. No problem, Ye Feng replied. Then, using heroic spirit power, he sealed the room to ensure no one would disturb him, before taking out the refining furnace. Now that he had all the materials, he couldn't wait any longer. The 5 elements spirit sword, it was time to forge it. Only with this powerful spiritual artifact could he enhance his self-defense capabilities. Otherwise, Ye Feng felt a bit anxious when facing demon kings at the Spirit Sea realm. Flame essence, Jinling, earth rock, wood essence, and profound ice crystals, plus 1 upper-grade spirit stone and 88 middle-grade spirit stones. Ye Feng took out these materials, mulled over them for a moment, and then carefully placed them into the high-quality refining furnace. Afterward, the sound of tinkling metal followed. System, can you estimate the forging time? Ye Feng asked inwardly. The upgraded refining furnace has increased forging capabilities, speeding up the process of forging lower and middle-grade spiritual artifacts by several times. However, forging an upper-grade spiritual artifact of the same level still takes a long time, estimated at 6 hours, the system beeped to reply. 6 hours? That's about until dawn the next day, perfect timing, Ye Feng muttered. Chapter 220. The terrifying dream, the 5 elements spirit sword is formed. Ye Feng's eyes widened as he watched the refining furnace. After observing for a while, he noticed that the refining process was stable, with no mishaps, but since he had hurried on his journey today and had been up all night inscribing a miniature cave heaven array, it had been mentally and physically exhausting, and his eyelids were getting heavier. Forget it, I'll take a nap first. With that, Ye Feng closed his eyes, beginning to rest. He covered a 100-meter radius with his heroic spirit power and also had the wind spirit pearl as an early warning system. Should any danger arise, he would naturally wake up immediately. Besides, even if there was danger, Brother Flathead in the next room would likely be the first to rush out and fight. In his dream, suddenly, Ye Feng opened his eyes and found himself dressed in special ancient clothing. The fabric in front of him and behind him each bore one character, demon and king. Looking around, he realized that he was standing on the peak of Wanren Peak. Mo Mingxi, dressed in flowing sand gowns, kneeled before him, her fallen veil revealing a stunningly beautiful face that inspired pity. However, a trail of blood hung from the corner of her mouth. Young Alliance Leader, what's wrong with you? Ye Feng, not aware that he was in a dream and mistaking it for reality, quickly reached out, trying to help Mo Mingxi up from the ground. Don't! Mo Mingxi's face filled with horror as she hurriedly backed away while kneeling, her beautiful visage filled with shock, as if she were terrified of him. Why are you afraid of me? Ye Feng scratched his head only to find something odd about his hair. He quickly pulled out a strand, and to his shock, his hair had turned into a bright red, like a tuft of burning flame. Red hair? Is that me? Ye Feng's breath caught, and he quickly took out a mirror, only to see his reflection. It was a transformed Dragon Clan strongman with 2 horns on his head. His fiery red hair danced wildly in the wind, his hands were thick and strong, his face rugged, and it was not at all like his usual self. His left corner of the mouth curled, revealing a wicked smile. How dare you, Demon Dragon King, let go of our young alliance leader? A scolding voice came. Following the voice, Ye Feng saw the Blue Dragon King leading 4 Spirit Sea Realm Supreme Elders charging towards him. Their powerful auras overlapped to form a gigantic palm that, with enormous force, pressed down mercilessly. I am not the Demon Dragon King, I am Ye Feng. Ye Feng tried to speak but found his voice muffled, unable to reach out, and his body acted on its own. His hands automatically formed hand seals, and then he pointed towards the sky. Roar! A crimson golden demon dragon burst forth, its tail lashing out and easily shattering the gigantic palm, before striking the chests of the Blue Dragon King and the other 4 Spirit Sea Realm experts, causing them to spit blood and fly backwards. How am I so strong? Ye Feng stood in stunned silence. The next moment, however, he found himself flying up to the sky, continuing to wield overwhelming power, easily exploding the Blue Dragon King and the other 5 Spirit Sea Realm experts as if a demon god had descended. Why has my body flown out? No, that's not my body, it's someone else's. My consciousness is still in the original place, and has no connection to the Demon Dragon King. And this is probably just a dream. Ye Feng took out another mirror and saw himself standing in place, ethereal, not belonging to this world. No. Mo Mingxi watched in horror as the 5 Spirit Sea Realm experts were blown apart, screaming heartrendingly. The next moment, the Demon Dragon King continued to strike, killing Mo Mingxi with a slap. After that, Ye Feng found the scene in front of him collapsing completely, and he was freed from this bizarre world as he opened his eyes in the real world. Ah! Ye Feng cried out, touching his forehead to find his body drenched in cold sweat as if he had just gone through a severe illness. Just then, the clangs and clinks of the refining furnace reached his ears. So it turns out, everything just now was all a nightmare. Ye Feng panted heavily, feeling that the dream was entirely too painful. The Demon Dragon King was terrifyingly powerful, and not even 5 Great Spirit Sea Realm experts were his match. Mo Mingxi, who possessed at least a 7th level element gathering realm cultivation, couldn't even withstand one slap from the Demon Dragon King and was killed. So, just how strong was the Demon Dragon King in the dream? Was he mid-tier or high-tier in the Spirit Sea Realm? Regardless, Ye Feng was definitely no match for him. I hope it was all just a dream. Ye Feng took a deep breath, wiped off the cold sweat on his body, drank a large glass of water, and noticed that it was still 2 hours before dawn. He quickly took a shower and pulled out his portable reclining chair, falling deeply asleep. The next morning dawned. Clang! The lid of the refining furnace opened. As the 5-colored glow blossomed, a 3-foot-long 5-colored longsword slowly floated up. Its surface was covered with countless glowing lines that gradually vanished over time, leaving only a mirror-like treasured sword. Ding! The 5 Elements Spirit Sword has been refined. System notification. Hearing this, Ye Feng packed away the refining furnace and grabbed the hilt of the 5 Elements Spirit Sword. With a light swing, a fearsome gust of wind swept out, but fortunately, Ye Feng's quick reflexes allowed him to counter it with another gust, annihilating it. What a powerful sword! Ye Feng was very pleased. With the help of the system, Ye Feng fully refined the 5 Elements Spirit Sword, making it a non-transferable item, and also received a few lines of text notification. 5 Elements Spirit Sword, Upper Grade Spiritual Artifact, Non-transferable. Functions: 5 Elements Sword Net, 5 Elements Sword Chi, Capture 5 Elements Vortex. Remark: forged with special 5 Elements material, it contains complex formations within. Power amplification, spiritual energy convergence, speed enhancement, among other formations, are all included. The craftsmanship is superb, making it a top-notch item among upper-grade spiritual artifacts. This was the introduction to the 5 Elements Spirit Sword. Seeing this, Ye Feng was somewhat puzzled. The 5 Elements Sword Net and 5 Elements Sword Chi were easy to understand, but what was the Capture 5 Elements Vortex, and how powerful was it? However, no one answered Ye Feng. Even the system maintained its silence. Having no other choice, Ye Feng could only put away the 5 Elements Spirit Sword for the time being, planning to test the sword's power when he had free time. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Ye Feng opened the door to see a young woman dressed in palace attire standing outside. She bowed to him and said softly, "Master Ye, the Young Alliance leader requests your presence." Please follow me. Thank you for guiding the way. Ye Feng followed behind the woman. Atop Wanren Peak. Ye Feng saw a storage ring placed before him. Mo Mingxi, the Blue Dragon King, and the other 4 Spirit Sea Realm Supreme Elders were all present, their attitudes noticeably better than the day before. Master Ye, we have gathered all the materials and put them in this storage ring. Next, please hurry and inscribe the remaining 35 miniature cave heaven arrays, Mo Mingxi said, her voice still cool. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng picked up the storage ring. Shall we start with Wanren Peak? Ye Feng took out a set of materials, refined them on the spot, and then asked the Blue Dragon King. That's fine, the Blue Dragon King had no objections. Inside the 36 peaks on the main island, each had an internal space containing a miniature spirit vein, varying in form. Some were stalagmites, some were giant pebbles, and some were simply rock walls, all different. Even the inner cavern of Wanren Peak, the main peak, contained a miniature spirit vein. As for the minor spirit vein core that Ye Feng was most curious about, he did not get to see it from beginning to end. Under the supervision of Mo Mingxi and the other 5, Ye Feng continuously inscribed the formations. He performed very steadily. Every hour, Ye Feng could complete 1 array, rest for an hour, and then continue working. On days when he was in good condition, Ye Feng simply didn't rest. The first day passed, and including the array from the previous night, he had completed 15. On the second day, Ye Feng finished the 27th one. The afternoon of the third day. As Ye Feng placed the last 10 middle-grade spirit stones into the grooves, the final miniature cave heaven array was completed. He let out a breath and sat in a lounge chair, panting heavily. That was exhausting. Ye Feng quickly drank some spirit spring water to recover from the exertion. In less than 3 days, he created 36 miniature cave heaven worlds. His mastery of array formation is so profound that he can be called a grand master. Mo Mingxi watched Ye Feng's figure from behind, secretly astonished. The Blue Dragon King and the other 4 Supreme Elders all showed pleased expressions, as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Now that the 36 cave heaven worlds have been created, it's time to arrange this formation. The Blue Dragon King spoke words that Ye Feng couldn't understand. The next moment, the Blue Dragon King took out a purple array plate, flicked her finger, and threw out 36 1-inch tall colored formation flags. They turned into countless streaks of light, entered the cave heaven worlds within all the peaks, and accurately landed on the spiritual vein cores. What kind of formation is this? Ye Feng frowned, feeling a strange sensation. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 221. The Astonishing Large Formation, the Birth of the Demon Dragon King. Honestly, Ye Feng had not expected this. The 36 miniature cave heaven worlds he had laboriously created were actually just for setting up a special formation? Could it be that this formation was of a medium or even large scale? Master Ye must be very puzzled, and very curious as to why the Myriad Islands Alliance would spend a fortune to have you create 36 miniature cave heaven worlds. Mo Mingxi suddenly spoke up, catching Ye Feng's attention. Indeed, I am curious, Ye Feng nodded. Then take a good look at the Myriad Islands Alliance's next masterpiece, the Blue Dragon King exclaimed with an excited laugh. He held the array plate with his left hand and continuously traced in the air with his right hand, which was forming mystical seals, leaving behind strange dragon-shaped runes. His vital energy converged, gradually transforming into a 10-meter-long purple-gold gigantic dragon. Roar! This giant dragon suddenly roared, spewing countless blue lights towards the sky, reaching dozens of miles into the high atmosphere, then spreading all around to form a pale purple hemisphere shield with a diameter of several dozen miles, protecting the whole main island. Such a colossal formation! Ye Feng was deeply shocked. A diameter of several dozen miles? This was definitely a large-scale formation. According to legend, such formations were comparable to the top-tier formations of the Divine Origin realm, if they were defensive in nature, they could block all attacks below the divine origin realm. Even for someone of the divine origin realm, it would not be easy to break through. Ha ha ha! The 36 heavenly array is preliminarily complete. The power of space is indeed worthy, even a minuscule amount is sufficiently powerful, the Blue Dragon King laughed heartily. Ye Feng's eyebrows raised as he seemed to understand. Mo Mingxi spoke softly, the 36 heavenly array is a composite formation personally created by a divine origin realm great power from the royal capital of the Mystique Kingdom. My father was fortunate to have made his acquaintance and was able to acquire it for the low price of 100,000 spirit stones. Ye Feng asked, may I know what functions this formation serves? Mo Mingxi pointed to the shield in the sky, explaining, this formation has 3 functions, first, defense, second, spirit gathering, third, sealing. Whoosh! A great wind suddenly arose between heaven and earth. The core nucleus of the 36 miniature spirit veins suddenly lit up, compressing the spiritual energy vortex at their location by 1/3, and the excess spiritual energy gathered at the peak of Wanren Peak like numerous divine dragons. Ye Feng activated his spirit eyes and saw the spiritual energy density at the peak of the main mountain beginning to increase. In the blink of an eye, it formed a medium-sized spiritual energy vortex with a diameter of 300 meters. The covered area's spiritual energy density was comparable to a medium-sized spirit vein. A man-made cultivation holy land that rivals medium-sized spirit veins, is this the purpose of the Myriad Islands Alliance? Ye Feng seemed to understand. Spirit veins are classified as miniature, minor, medium-sized, and large. Generally, a miniature spirit vein is the standard for 1-star forces. A minor spirit vein is the standard for 2-star rank forces. Going further up, a medium-sized spirit vein is the standard for 3-star forces. Within the entire southern river basin, only the county king city has one, treated as an ancestral treasure. Moreover, a medium-sized spirit vein is the foundation for a force striving to reach the 3-star rank. The Myriad Islands Alliance spent a fortune to create 36 cave heaven worlds and set up the 36 heavenly array. To Ye Feng, it could only be for the purpose of reaching a 3-star force. As for large spirit veins which exceed the medium-sized ones, the entire Mystique Kingdom has only one in the royal capital, the only large spirit vein within tens of thousands of miles, and it is also the foundation of the entire kingdom. A spirit vein is the foundation of a cultivation force, but indeed, the original intention of creating the 36 heavenly array was not merely to gather spiritual energy, but rather due to sealing, said Mo Mingxi after pondering for a moment. She was not worried about Ye Feng leaking their secrets. Because Ye Feng was too weak. Although she had learned from Elder Hongmeng that Ye Feng's strength could roughly reach the 7th order of the element gathering realm, in front of the 2-star ranked Myriad Islands Alliance, this level of strength simply was not significant. Not to mention the 5 Spirit Sea realm experts around, there were no fewer than 30 high-order element gathering realm experts at the 7th order and above in the entire Myriad Islands Alliance. Therefore, telling these things to Ye Feng, Mo Mingxi did not need to worry. Sealing. Ye Feng was quite surprised to hear this reason. Yes, it is indeed for sealing some terrifying entity that is buried underground. Now that the formation is complete, we no longer need to worry, the Blue Dragon King said as he returned nearby, storing away the array plate. Ye Feng pointed to a mountain peak and asked, I am very curious, was creating 36 miniature cave heaven worlds not to expand space, but to assist in setting up the formation? Exactly. The 36 heavenly array requires the power of space. Without this force to stabilize it, the formation would not be able to be set up, the Blue Dragon King explained. The miniature cave heaven worlds contain trace amounts of the power of space, which can be borrowed by the formation, hence we needed you to create 36 miniature cave heaven worlds. I see, Ye Feng understood. Now that the great task was accomplished, he could no longer be of help. It was time to prepare for departure. Master Ye, this is the other half of the remuneration I promised you, Blue Dragon King said as he tossed a storage bag to Ye Feng, who caught it with his hand. Once his consciousness entered the bag, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. Inside the storage bag were 200 middle-grade spirit stones, and the rest were precious refining materials scooped up from the southern river lake, enough to sustain the development of the Misty Sect for some time. "Thank you," Ye Feng said, folding his hands in gratitude. Not only had he crafted the 5 elements spirit sword on this trip, but he had also gained so much more. It was a windfall that greatly enhanced the foundation of the Misty Sect. At this stage, our Misty Sect should be richer than most one-star forces, right? Ye Feng muttered to himself. Boom! Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The entire main island suddenly shook, as if struck by some terrifying creature from beneath, causing the surrounding water to quiver violently. Countless splashes leaped into the sky, exploding into mist, obscuring the view. What's happening? Ye Feng's expression darkened. Recalling the word seal mentioned by Mo Mingxi, Ye Feng looked at the ground and saw enormous fissures like canyons between several mountains, with a sinister dragon-shaped creature emerging from them, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Roar! It was a 100-meter-long crimson giant dragon. It raised its head skyward and let out a roar of fury. The sound waves resonated outwards, shattering all the trees within a kilometer radius. "You vile beast, still daring to be rampant!" A deep, resonant voice rose from deep beneath the ground. The next moment, a handsome middle-aged man in a pale blue robe flew out from the crack in the ground. He formed hand seals and then one hand grew to 100 meters long, grabbed the crimson giant dragon, and slammed it onto the ground, leaving a dragon-shaped crater. "Mo Tianlong, you must die," the crimson giant dragon roared. It suddenly shrank and transformed into a middle-aged man dressed in strange attire, with red hair like burning flames, and the words demon on the front and king on the back of his clothes. "It's him!" Ye Feng's face changed dramatically. In the nightmare he had last night, hadn't he seen the Demon Dragon King brutally defeat Blue Dragon King and Mo Mingxi? Could it be that it wasn't a dream, but a kind of prediction? Can I predict the future? Ye Feng thought, shaking with shock. Mo Mingxi, Blue Dragon King, and the others were so focused on the battle between the handsome man named Mo Tianlong and the Demon Dragon King that they hadn't noticed Ye Feng's changing expression. "Demon Dragon King, with the formation suppressing, your so-called incarnation of evil thoughts is no longer a match for me. Now scram back underground." Mo Tianlong laughed heartily, feeling a sense of release as he brought his palm down on the Demon Dragon King, knocking him to the ground. "Damn it!" the Demon Dragon King raged. "Heaven and earth's spiritual energy, imbue my body." Mo Tianlong formed hand seals before pointing towards the sky, and a vast sea of spiritual energy surged toward him from all directions. Thunder roared in the heavens and earth, and countless purple-golden lightning bolts struck down on the Demon Dragon King, charring him black, until he finally turned into a streak of demonic light and fled underground. Merge! Mo Tianlong snapped his fingers, and the gaping crevices on the ground began to close. Except for the dragon-shaped crater, the landscape returned to its original state. Finally, this fiend is suppressed, Mo Tianlong breathed out, turning his head to look at Mo Mingxi, Ye Feng, Blue Dragon King, and the others floating in mid-air. "Father!" Mo Mingxi swayed as she rushed to greet him. Ye Feng was initially startled, then a look of realization crossed his face. So this man is Mo Tianlong, the alliance leader of the Myriad Islands. No wonder I couldn't see him earlier. He was underground suppressing the Demon Dragon King. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng chose to remain where he was. At this moment, Mo Tianlong looked over, his gaze meeting Ye Feng's. Chapter 222. Alliance Leader Mo Tianlong, a true man, let's finish this jar of wine. Mo Tianlong's eyes were too pure. There wasn't a hint of evil thoughts or negative emotions in them, only a brilliance as pure as sunlight, akin to a saint without desires or wants. Ye Feng felt something special. Mo Tianlong had no dark side. The next moment, Ye Feng activated the Spirit Beast Pavilion's scouting feature, intending to try and see if he could obtain any information on Mo Tianlong. Mo Tianlong, High-Rank Demon King Peak. Talent, Slaying Evil Thoughts. Remark, a transformed sea dragon, in order to break through to the divine origin realm, had severed his own evil thoughts and dark side, retaining only a bright true body devoid of any evil thoughts. After reading this information, Ye Feng was stunned. To sever the dark side? No wonder Mo Tianlong looked like a newborn child, with pure eyes and devoid of any evil intent, his heart extremely pure. However, this person's strength was extremely formidable, having already reached the high-rank Demon King Peak, at least equivalent to a 9-layer Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. Looking over the entire southern river basin, this strength should be considered among the top, right? Shouldn't be much weaker than the Commandery Prince of County King City, thought Ye Feng. At this time, Mo Tianlong had already taken Mo Mingxi back into the high sky. This must be Master Ye, the array master who arranged the 36 miniature cave heaven worlds, right? Your youthful achievements are as impressive as those of a chosen one, Mo Tianlong said with a smile like a breath of spring. Alliance leader Mo knows that I am the chosen one. Ye Feng was taken aback. I have severed my evil thoughts and am close to nature, so of course, I can feel the essence of the ancient heroic spirits from you, Mo Tianlong said with a slight smile. Ye Feng suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Your contributions in suppressing the Demon Dragon King are indispensable. Today, I will hold a grand banquet and invite Master Ye to attend. Mo Tianlong looked towards the Blue Dragon King. Great Elder, give the orders. Yes, the Blue Dragon King nodded and left the place. Mo Mingxi looked at her father, then glanced at Ye Feng, nodding in acknowledgement. The summit of Wanren Peak. Ye Feng finally had the chance to properly visit this place. Previously, he had only stood on the edge of the summit and was unable to go in and observe. Now with Mo Tianlong leading the way, he followed behind, looking around curiously. The summit of Wanren Peak was very spacious. It resembled the top of Misty Peak with a flat terrain like it was cut in half, leaving a plain suitable for building various structures. The flat area was about 200 meters wide and stretched for 500 meters, shaped like a horseshoe. Many buildings were erected on the summit, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. Ye Feng arrived at a banquet hall and sat down in the guest area. Mo Tianlong took the seat of honor, Mo Mingxi sat next to Ye Feng, and the Blue Dragon King, along with 5 Spirit Sea Realm experts, sat on both sides of Mo Tianlong. As time passed, more and more Element Gathering Realm cultivators entered the hall. At the sight of Ye Feng beside Mo Mingxi, they were all taken aback, and then sat down in their seats full of curiosity, wanting to know who Ye Feng was to be seated next to Mo Mingxi. Before long, some young and handsome Element Gathering Realm prodigies entered the hall. Seeing Ye Feng, these vigorous youths' gazes sharpened, subtly revealing enmity as they saw him as a rival. This is tricky, Ye Feng covered his face with his hand, thinking that most of these young prodigies must see him as Mo Mingxi's suitor, which is why they were showing hostility. They are all young people with vivid imaginations, Master Ye should not take it to heart. Mo Tianlong saw through Ye Feng's thoughts and sent a telepathic message. I just don't want any trouble, Ye Feng replied. With his current strength, of course, he did not fear these so-called prodigies, and he could suppress as many as came with a single move. But by doing so, he would bring trouble to the Misty Sect. Before long, everyone had arrived. In this enormous banquet hall, over 100 Element Gathering Realm experts were seated, with the weakest at the Element Gathering Realm triple layer, positioned closest to the entrance. Is this the foundation of an old 2-star force? Truly terrifying. Ye Feng surveyed the room and was secretly shocked. Including those below the Element Gathering Realm triple layer, the Myriad Islands Alliance had at least 200 Element Gathering Realm cultivators. In contrast, an ordinary 1-star force would have at most around a dozen, a tenfold difference. If a 2-star force is already like this, what about a 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and even the strongest current holy lands? How powerful must they be? Thinking this, Ye Feng realized that Misty Sect had a long way to go. Becoming a star-level force was just the beginning. At this moment, Mo Tianlong said, "These past few days, we have been fortunate to have Master Ye Feng from the Misty Sect, who created 36 miniature cave heaven worlds for our Myriad Islands Alliance, assisting the Blue Dragon King in setting up the 36 heavenly array. It formed a sealing force, which helped me to suppress the Demon Dragon King that has plagued us for many years." Upon hearing this, the numerous experts of the Myriad Islands Alliance widened their eyes. They had witnessed the battle between Mo Tianlong and the Demon Dragon King, knew the formation was complete, and saw the Demon Dragon King beaten into the ground, but were uncertain if it was permanently suppressed. Now, hearing Mo Tianlong personally confirm it, they couldn't help but rejoice. Within the Myriad Islands Alliance, many knew that the Demon Dragon King was the dark side of Mo Tianlong and understood that this dragon's strength was on par with Mo Tianlong's. If the Demon Dragon King could not be suppressed, the Myriad Islands Alliance would effectively lose a top expert who was nearly at the Spirit Sea Realm peak. Now, with the Demon Dragon King suppressed, Mo Tianlong could finally devote his efforts to fully developing the Myriad Islands Alliance and strive for a 3-star rank. For the entire Myriad Islands Alliance, this was good news. Those geniuses who had viewed Ye Feng with hostility, upon learning that Ye Feng was an array master, all hung their heads in shame. They had admired Min Xi and mistook Ye Feng for a rival in love, only to create a huge misunderstanding. Some geniuses were even relieved they hadn't lost their composure earlier, otherwise, they would certainly be punished by Alliance leader Mo Tianlong now. The formation's success could not have been achieved without Master Ye's assistance. "Gentlemen, let's toast to him." Mo Tianlong took out a jug of wine and toasted the crowd. "To Master Ye." The cultivators of the Myriad Islands Alliance also raised their jugs and took big swigs. Ye Feng's eyes widened as he saw a jug of wine placed before him by a maid, and he involuntarily swallowed. "Cheers!" Min Xi next to him also lifted a jug and drank deeply from the fragrant vintage, letting the wine spill down her neck without care, exuding the air of a free-spirited warrior. Ye Feng looked around. Apart from him, everyone was heartily gulping down their wine. "This." Ye Feng made a gloomy face, held the wine jug with both hands, and after mentally preparing himself, began to drink. By the time he finished a jug, his complexion was already rosy and warm, and he felt tipsy. Looking around, he noticed everyone staring at him in amazement. Master Ye is so forthright. Indeed worthy of being a young array master, even his drinking is fierce. Everyone around Ye Feng gave him a thumbs up. Ye Feng was surprised and glanced at the wine jugs of the others, realizing that they all had only drunk about 1/5, not downed in one go. "Didn't you say cheers?" Ye Feng was stunned. "Master Ye, in our Myriad Islands Alliance, cheers simply means to drink, not to drink up," Mo Tianlong explained as he put down his jug. Ye Feng was at a loss for words. He burped, glanced at the untouched delicious dishes on the table, and realized he was already full from drinking and now could hardly eat, feeling on the verge of tears. He wanted to ask if he could take the dishes to go, but he couldn't bring himself to lower his face to ask. "Come, let's eat." Mo Tianlong gestured for everyone to start the meal. Ye Feng held a pair of chopsticks in one hand and touched his slightly bulging belly with the other, suddenly feeling the dishes weren't so appetizing anymore. Chapter 223. Predicting the Future, 2 Peak Demon Generals Attack. At the celebration banquet of the Myriad Islands Alliance, everyone drank happily. However, Ye Feng was not happy. He looked at the delicious dishes on the table, took a swig of wine, and in the end, only ate a crab from the southern river lake before he stopped using his chopsticks. "I will never sit at the drinking table again, I'm more suited to sitting at the children's table because that's the only way I can actually get some food." Ye Feng silently admonished himself. Before long, the banquet ended. The cultivators of the Myriad Islands Alliance gradually departed, leaving only Ye Feng, Mo Tianlong, Mo Mingxi, the Blue Dragon King, and a few others in the banquet hall. Master Ye, did you enjoy the meal tonight? Mo Tianlong asked. Yes, very much so, extremely. Ye Feng nodded vigorously, thinking to himself that he certainly couldn't admit he had eaten only a single crab and barely anything else, could he? It seems that Master Ye has not eaten his fill, Mo Tianlong said with a smile, instructing the maid to prepare another table of fine dishes just for Ye Feng. Then, Mo Tianlong took out a blue pendant and said, "This is a defense crystal, capable of resisting 5 attacks from anyone below the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. Consider it a token of my esteem, Master Ye." How could I possibly accept this? Ye Feng protested with his words, yet his hands honestly accepted the defensive crystal pendant. After a bit more conversation, Ye Feng was escorted to a side hall, where he saw a table full of delicious food. However, he really had no appetite and could only pack everything up to take with him. Swish! A golden light flew from afar, but it was stopped outside by the pale blue shield of the 36 heavenly array. Mo Tianlong casually reached out and transformed the golden light into a golden paper crane, which he handed to Mo Mingxi by his side. "Mingxi, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please take Master Ye back to the Misty Sect for me." "Thanks." Elder Hung Men's voice came from the paper crane. Mo Mingxi put away the paper crane and headed towards the side hall. Ye Feng was already packed up and ready to leave. "Master Ye, Hongmeng is detained with some business and can't take you back. This time, I will send someone to escort you," Mo Mingxi said. As the young alliance leader of the Myriad Islands Alliance, it was impossible for her to personally escort Ye Feng, but the alliance was full of strong cultivators, and casually dispatching a few at or above the 7th level of the element gathering realm to escort him would ensure his safety on the road. "No problem, thank you for that." Ye Feng left the side hall. Under the night sky, Ye Feng, together with Brother Flathead, leaped onto the back of a blue sea bird, protected by a shield, and with the sea bird flapping its wings, they soared through the sky at 100 meters per second toward Misty Peak in the west. "Sect Master Ye, how do you find the speed?" Halfway through the flight, the blue sea bird beneath him spoke. It was the elder blue bird of the Myriad Islands Alliance, a middle-rank demon general peak in strength, adept at speed, and was tasked with escorting Ye Feng back to the Misty Sect. "Blue Bird Elder's speed is very fast. I believe we will arrive at the Misty Sect by the latter half of the night." "Thank you for your hard work," Ye Feng said gratefully. "It's my duty," the Blue Bird Elder replied. On the bird's back, Brother Flathead stuck his head out of the shield, enjoying the feeling of the strong wind blowing through his hair once again. Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the bird's back, and due to having drunk too much, he gradually fell asleep. In his dream, he found himself opening his eyes, getting up from the back of the Blue Bird Elder, and seeing Misty Peak in ruins, its disciples all seriously injured. Bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent immediately. No, this is a dream, or rather, an inaccurate prediction. Ye Feng suddenly realized. In the dream, he couldn't change anything, he could only watch. As a result, Ye Feng looked around and saw 2 familiar figures battling fiercely on the destroyed summit of Misty Peak. Even the 1,000-year ancient pine tree had been broken. The fight was brutal. These 2 were the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile. Back in the Fuan gloomy forest, Ye Feng had come upon the battle between these 2 peak demon generals by chance. It was the impact from their fight that seriously injured Elder Lu Shanyu of the Liu Yun sect, which led to his bonding experience with Ye Feng. With the battle of the 2 peak demon generals raging on, Misty Peak shattered, countless boulders tumbling down, and even Xiaolin village at the foot of the mountain was affected, with countless casualties. Roar! The dual-winged giant crocodile and the fanged mad pig continued their fierce battle and then gradually moved away. As for the entirety of Misty Peak, it was left in this desolate condition simply from being impacted by the battle. He awoke from the dream. Ye Feng opened his eyes to find himself breathing heavily, his forehead soaked with perspiration, pupil constricted, as though he'd just been hauled out of the sea. Looking down, he discovered that Bluebird Elder had just flown over the southern river lake and they were still 4,000 miles away from Misty Peak. Why would I have such a dream? Ye Feng wondered to himself. Ding! This is a crisis awareness upgrade called Dream Prediction, which can predict dangers and possible consequences that may occur within the next 3 days. The system announcement made Ye Feng come to a realization. If it's a prediction, then why am I not in the prediction? And why was Mo Tianlong not present in the previous prediction at the Myriad Islands Alliance? Ye Feng was puzzled. The system explained, predictions are merely for reference. Hearing this, Ye Feng fell silent. The previous crisis awareness only allowed Ye Feng to sense unease and be aware that danger was impending, but it did not tell him what the specific danger was. Now, with the increase in sect prestige value, he could actually predict possible dangers, even complete with visual images. However, this prediction wasn't very accurate. Even though it's just a reference, I must hurry back to the sect. If the dual-winged giant crocodile and the fanged mad pig really do fight on Misty Peak, with their strength at the peak of the demon general level, they will definitely break through the 5 elements continuous array and destroy everything at the peak. Ye Feng's expression gradually grew serious. Not just the disciples of the Misty Sect, even Ye Feng himself was likely no match for the dual-winged giant crocodile and the fanged mad pig. After all, those two were genuine demon generals at their peak. They were quite famous throughout the entire southern river basin. Dawn was just breaking, with a hint of pale light showing on the horizon. Nanlu Mountain Range. A subterranean cave. The fanged mad pig, leading a group of little piglets, was wandering through the forest in search of breakfast, hunting down plenty of fierce beasts or low-rank demonic beasts to fill their stomachs. Suddenly, the fanged mad pig lifted its head, its gaze passing over the Fuyun gloomy forest and falling on the Yungziao Great Forest on the north bank of Fenhuo River. There in a swamp, lay the dual-winged giant crocodile, sleeping. Gurgle gurgle. The fanged mad pig craved crocodile meat, and so, with a roar, it left the little piglets behind and charged through the Fuyun gloomy forest like a mammoth, trampling down the towering ancient trees as it sprinted towards Fenhuo River. In the swamp, the dual-winged giant crocodile basked in the morning light, looking utterly content. Suddenly, it sensed something and looked towards the Fuyun gloomy forest on the southern bank of Fenhuo River, only to see clouds of dust rising into the sky and heavy, thunderous footsteps rapidly approaching. Roar! The dual-winged giant crocodile was enraged, its tail swept away, crushing dense ancient woods in its path as it charged towards the oncoming fanged mad pig. Boom! The two collided on the southern bank of Fenhuo River. The terrifying sound waves spread out, slicing trees within several hundred meters at their midsection, even causing the river to dip from their tremendous force, cracking the ground and spreading fissures dozens of meters around. Gurgle gurgle. The fanged mad pig continued to display its power, using its sharp, hard tusks to flip the dual-winged giant crocodile over, causing it to tumble across the ground, covered in mud. Roar! The dual-winged giant crocodile roared, clamping its jaws on the tail of the fanged mad pig, rolling over in a deadly move, and viciously tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Ow! The fanged mad pig, furious, employed its hell stomp, leaping onto the back of the dual-winged giant crocodile, and its 4 thick, elephant-like hooves crazily stomped down, pushing the crocodile into the mire. The two continued their intense fight, and, just like Ye Feng had predicted in his dream, the battle crept closer to Misty Peak. At the top of the peak, Qiao Jiaxi was the earliest riser. He stood on the edge of the cliff, inhaling the cool, pure air of the morning, ready to continue his training with the armored guardians to strengthen his body's resistance to blows. But as he looked towards the Fuyun gloomy forest, he noticed that a great battle was unfolding there, with dust swirling and terrible sound waves spreading, destroying the forests in its path. The deafening roars sounded incessantly. "Brothers and sisters, something big is happening!" Qiao Jiaxi shouted loudly. Upon hearing his call, the other disciples rushed over, looking towards the center of the battle. Mo Ying fixed her eyes on the two familiar figures, her pupils shrinking. "This is bad. Those are the two peak demon generals, the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile. When the sect leader and I passed through the Fuyun gloomy forest, we happened to encounter them in battle." Ji Xiling pointed at the fighting mass, her beautiful brows wrinkled slightly. "Looking at the way they're fighting, it seems like they are getting closer and closer to Misty Peak. What should we do? They are peak demon generals, not even the 5 elements continuous array can withstand them. And now, with the sect leader away, we have no way to counter them." Mo Ying clenched her sword hilt tightly. "In my view, the best thing to do is pack up our belongings. Once the fight reaches here, we must retreat immediately. Preserving our living forces is the most important thing. But what if the sect leader returns and sees that we've deserted in the face of battle, failing to protect the peak's belongings? Wouldn't he scold us?" Jia Yulan was reluctant to abandon the spiritual medicine garden that they had worked so hard to establish. "If we resist to the death and then all die in battle, do you think the sect leader will be happy when he returns to see our sorry state?" Mo Ying analyzed calmly. With her rhetorical question, Jia Yulan was left speechless. "Let's observe the situation first. If the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile really do make it to Misty Peak, we must retreat," Shi Lei spoke out. As the senior brother, his word carried weight. "If possible, I'll go to attract their attention first. The best outcome would be to shift the direction of the battle. If that fails, we'll retreat immediately." Mo Ying pulled out the middle-grade spirit sword that Ye Feng had given her, her lips pressed tight, and she was the first to soar into the sky on her sword. "Sister, it's dangerous," the disciples yelled anxiously. More than 10 miles from Misty Peak, the battle between the two peak demon generals had reached a ferocious stage. They disregarded their surroundings, focused only on their furious combat. "You bite me, I stab you," neither yielding, their bodies covered in wounds but with thick skin and flesh, they suffered only minor injuries, maintaining their peak combat strength. Mo Ying flew to an altitude of 100 meters. She watched the battle from several hundred meters away, and although she used her sword light to withstand the shock waves, she still felt immense pressure. Even wielding a middle-grade spirit sword and sword-drawing technique, she was hardly likely to harm the two strong, peak demon generals. Hundreds of miles away, Ye Feng sat on the back of the blue bird elder, holding the heaven-asking mirror and observing the colossal battle between the dual-winged giant crocodile and the fanged mad pig with a tense expression. Suddenly, he saw Mo Ying entering the frame. Frowning, he said, "This foolish girl, is she trying to divert the attention of the two peak demon generals? But with such a huge gap in strength, don't be rash." After speaking, Ye Feng instinctively patted his thigh, but by chance, Brother Flathead had rested his head on his leg, and with a smack, his slap landed squarely on Brother Flathead's head. "Woof!" Brother Flathead stood up with indignation, glaring at Ye Feng with eyes that flickered with hurt and anger, seemingly asking, "Why did you hit me?" Chapter 224. The Metamorphosis of the Dual-Winged Giant Crocodile and the Fanged Mad Pig. Ye Feng realized he had made a mistake and swallowed his saliva to hide his embarrassment, then cleverly pointed at the heaven-asking mirror and said, "You keep telling me there's no chance for a fight, but look, they're fighting right on our doorstep, and you're still sleeping like a log." "Hey!" Brother Flathead snorted hot air from his nostrils, stared at the image in the heaven-asking mirror of the dual-winged giant crocodile and the fanged mad pig locked in battle, and suddenly burst forth with a sky-high fighting spirit, his cape wildly fluttering behind him. Whoosh! He flew out. His speed was so rapid that it even surpassed the blue bird elder by a margin. "That fast? Ye Feng's eyes widened. If I had known, I would have ridden Brother Flathead back. Bluebird Elder, Misty Peak is facing a grave crisis, please hurry up. I'm already going as fast as I can, the Bluebird Elder said. In fact, he felt quite helpless. Being a flying spirit beast himself, yet he couldn't outpace Brother Flathead. Then you fly on your own. Ye Feng shook his head, put away the heaven-asking mirror, utilized a strand of wind element spirit energy, and was enveloped by the metal leaf blade as if he were an arrow shooting out rapidly, even faster than Brother Flathead. This, so fast. The Bluebird Elder's eyes bulged, utterly shocked, his expression resembling something like, "Oh, I am a flying spirit beast. But why are you all faster than me? The most annoying thing is, if you are all so fast, why do you still need me as an escort? So frustrating." The Bluebird Elder roared inwardly, somewhat on the verge of breaking down. Near Misty Peak. The two peak demon generals were still in battle, and they were getting closer and closer to Misty Peak. Thud! The fanged mad pig charged wildly, sending the dual-winged giant crocodile flying hundreds of meters closer to Misty Peak. Where it passed, the lush forest was destroyed, leaving only ruins behind. We can't go on like this, Misty Peak won't be able to hold out. Mo Ying looked back at her anxious fellow sect members at the peak and resolutely decided to take action. She stepped onto her breeze-riding sword and flew out. Clang! The middle-grade spirit sword traveled 100 meters in an instant, stabbed into the wound of the fanged mad pig, and then swiftly returned to Mo Ying's side. The fanged mad pig was indeed provoked and prepared to kill Mo Ying. But at that moment, the dual-winged giant crocodile executed a death roll, ripping a large chunk of flesh from the body of the fanged mad pig. The two peak demon generals erupted into fierce battle once more. Mo Ying attacked both peak demon generals simultaneously in an attempt to draw their attention, but soon found her attacks were too weak to stop their battle. We can't divert their attention, run for it. Mo Ying realized the severity of the situation and immediately urged everyone to flee. Hurry up! Eldest senior brother Shilei quickly cast a spell, carried a load of building materials, called out to the other disciples, and prepared to evacuate Misty Peak. Meanwhile, 4 figures arrived halfway up Misty Peak, about to ring the summoning bell, when suddenly they heard a terrifying sound. What happened? The deputy city lord of White Float City was taken aback and flew towards the source of the noise. The Nishang Palace Master, the Tyrant Blade Sect Leader, and the Feathers Sect Leader, 3 element gathering realm powerhouses, also followed him. Originally, the 4 of them were planning to discuss the further development of White Float City with Ye Feng, but before they could even reach the peak, they were drawn by the sounds of the battle. They crossed over Misty Peak and finally saw the 2 peak demon generals battling fiercely in the Fuyun gloomy forest, their faces turning pale in fright. Why have the fanged mad pig and the dual-winged giant crocodile started fighting again? The deputy city lord was shocked beyond measure. In the White Float City area, the 2 peak demon generals were quite renowned, but on most days, they simply hunted within their own territories and were too lazy to attack White Float City or the surrounding cities. But for some reason, in the past year, the frequency of their battles had increased, and the aftermath had steadily destroyed dozens of villages. From the looks of it, the 2 peak demon generals are going to take the fight to Misty Peak, said the Nishang Palace Master, pointing to the ground with a face full of fear. Although she was also of the element gathering realm, she was far weaker than the 2 peak demon generals. If she really went up there, she feared she wouldn't even be able to block a single slap. Deputy City Lord, run for your life! Shilei, carrying a load of building materials, ran down from the mountain and hurriedly warned the group of people including the Deputy City Lord upon seeing them. Boom! All of a sudden, the mountain collapsed and the earth split open. Everyone quickly looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a fanged mad pig charging with extreme savagery, flinging the dual-winged giant crocodile far away, crashing it into Misty Peak. For a moment, debris tumbled down the mountainside. The entire land shook violently, filling people with terror. "I'll help you move," said the deputy city lord, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to assist. Wow! Just then, Brother Flathead arrived at the scene. With a furious roar, it rammed into the back of the dual-winged giant crocodile, its claws tearing incessantly, and its jaws firmly clamped to the wound on the crocodile's neck. Roar! The dual-winged giant crocodile bellowed in rage. It rolled frantically, trying to crush Brother Flathead beneath its weight, but Brother Flathead was resilient, clinging to the crocodile's wound and refusing to let go. Glurgle! Seizing the opportunity, the fanged mad pig charged over, its sharp fang piercing through the dual-winged giant crocodile's wound and tossing it into the air. Roar! The dual-winged giant crocodile grew even more enraged. Its body ablaze with flames, the terrifying momentum it radiated shook Brother Flathead and the fanged mad pig hundreds of meters away. At the same time, a terrible shock wave swept through the surroundings, burning all the trees within 1,000 meters to ash and turning the area into a wasteland. Ha ha ha! The dual-winged giant crocodile let out a sinister laugh. Its body began to swell. Its hind legs grew thick and strong, its tail shrank, and its head began to change, with a bump forming on the forehead as if something ominous was about to emerge. The pair of wings on its back grew larger, morphing into a pair of flame wings with a span of over 30 meters. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a winged dinosaur. "I have finally achieved my transformation," it said. The dual-winged giant crocodile quickly turned into a twin-winged evil dragon, speaking with human articulation and observing Brother Flathead and the fanged mad pig with cold indifference, as if they were beneath its notice. The aura it emitted became even more terrifying. Has it transformed into an evil beast? The disciples of Misty Sect swallowed hard, their bodies trembling. "It's too strong, it has broken through the limits of the element-gathering realm." The deputy city lord looked horrified, his hands shaking uncontrollably, unable to muster the courage to fight. The others felt the same way. "This is a twin-winged evil dragon." At this moment, Mo Ying spoke up. She returned to Misty Peak and said with a grave voice, "It is said that after its first transformation, the dual-winged giant crocodile can become an evil dragon, but it is not a true dragon, nor even a sea dragon. Only after the second transformation can it become a single-horned sea dragon. If it can undergo a third transformation, it can ascend to a dragon transformation. At that time, there will be few adversaries among its peers." Mo Ying's face was filled with solemnity as she spoke. With the current strength of Misty Peak, they feared they couldn't even withstand a slap from the twin-winged evil dragon, let alone if Sect Leader Ye Feng were to return, he might still not be a match. Glurgle! The fanged mad pig, looking at the transformed twin-winged evil dragon, suddenly let out a sky-roaring bellow, its body covered in ripples and surrounded by intense flames as it stood on its hind legs. The hind legs transformed into thick, powerful human legs. The forelimbs turned into muscular arms. On the head, it still had the face of a pig. However, its large eyes twinkled with a wise light. "Did you think I couldn't transform?" The fanged mad pig tore off its tusks, speaking human language. "I should thank you for the pressure, it helped me succeed in my transformation as well." Clang! The fanged mad pig clashed its two tusks, which were thicker than stone pillars, turning them into a sharp bone spear. With merely a light stroke through the air, it unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, gouging out a trench that stretched for 100 meters on the ground. In this moment, both the peak demon generals completed their first transformation. Terrible power swept through the surroundings, shaking heaven and earth. Chapter 225. The Blue-Bird Elder's Shock, Twin-Winged Evil Dragon Falls. In the high sky, the Blue-Bird Elder finally arrived near Misty Peak. Seeing the two peak demon generals complete their transformation, both growing into terrifying giant beasts over 10 meters tall, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "This place's spiritual energy isn't particularly dense," so how did such fearsome demonic beasts come to be born here? Even within our Myriad Islands alliance, they would rank in the top 10. The Blue Bird Elder was extremely shocked. His gaze crossed the long sky and noticed that Ye Feng had already reached the summit of Misty Peak, standing in front of a group of people. Atop Misty Peak. Everyone looked at Ye Feng, who was covered in countless metal leaf blades, looking as if he were wearing a special suit of battle armor, and hope ignited in their eyes. "Greetings, Sect Leader." All the disciples knelt down and saluted. They were incredibly excited. At some point, Ye Feng had become the main pillar in the core of everyone's hearts. Where he was, people felt full of hope and confidence. "I didn't arrive late, did I?" whispered Ye Feng. "Greetings, Sect Master Ye." The Deputy City Lord and the other 3 Sect Masters all bent over to salute. In the eyes of others, Ye Feng was just the sect leader of the Misty Sect, but to them, Ye Feng had long been the City Lord of White Float City. Respecting him was a must. Nodded Ye Feng slightly, his gaze falling on the transformed Fanged Mad Pig and the twin-winged Evil Dragon, and soon, detailed information appeared in his sight. Fanged Mad Pig, Demon General Peak. Talent, Piercing Bone Spear, Penetration. Notes: after a long accumulation of bloodline, it successfully completed its bloodline evolution under the pressure of countless battles. Twin-winged Evil Dragon, Demon General Peak. Talent, Scorching Flame, Flame Burning. Notes: after its first bloodline evolution, it transformed into a pseudo-Jiao, and after a second evolution, it can transform into a single-horn sea dragon. After examining the information about the two, Ye Feng's expression grew solemn. The strength of these 2 peak demon generals was not weak. Among their peers, they were considered very powerful and could easily defeat others of the same level. Even Ye Feng didn't believe he could easily win against them. "Against them, my chances of winning are probably only 99%. It's still not secure enough, I must observe a bit more," Ye Feng thought to himself. "Waha!" Brother Flathead burst from the rock wall, his body a mess, glare fiercely at the twin-winged Evil Dragon and Fanged Mad Pig, ready to fight them again. "Brother Flathead, come back!" Ye Feng used his heroic spirit power to control it, pulling it back to the summit of Misty Peak. At this stage, Brother Flathead could no longer withstand this level of attack. Even with its tenacious vitality, it was not enough, for the gap was simply too large. "Master Ye, who are these 2, and why are they so terrifying?" The Blue Bird Elder landed on the summit of Misty Peak, transforming into an old man wearing a blue robe. The Fanged Mad Pig and the twin-winged Evil Dragon, the most terrifying demonic beasts around here. "Even we don't know how long they've been alive," Ye Feng said solemnly. Others did not know who the Blue Bird Elder was. However, they could feel his aura comparable to that of the 6th layer of the Element Gathering Realm, not inferior to the sect leader of Liu Yun Sect and King Yun Genren, which surprised them. The Blue Bird Elder stared at the 2 peak demon generals and was alarmed, saying, "There are such powerful beings here, why had I not heard of them before? The world is vast and full of wonders, there are many things unheard of," Ye Feng explained, pointing to the distance, his expression growing even more solemn. "The fight's about to start again." Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the ground. The twin-winged Evil Dragon suddenly flapped its fiery wings, reaching hundreds of meters in the air, while the Fanged Mad Pig also soared up, holding its piercing bone spear, confronting it. Both sides started to brew their momentum before suddenly striking. Rib! The piercing bone spear passed through the twin-winged Evil Dragon's chest. The Fanged Mad Pig kept attacking, slamming down with a palm, only to be caught by the 2 front claws of the twin-winged Evil Dragon. "Die!" The twin-winged Evil Dragon opened its mouth and breathed out scorching flames. The Fanged Mad Pig immediately twisted its head to dodge. The flames missed their target, burning down thousands of acres of forest, and within, countless creatures instantly turned to ash, a sight too tragic to bear. "When immortals battle, mortals suffer," the Deputy City Lord said gravely. The Blue-Bird Elder said, "It has always been so since ancient times, especially when powerful cultivators fight, moving mountains and splitting the earth. Ordinary people caught in the fray can only blame their misfortune." Ye Feng silently took out the wind spirit pearl and the mini banana palm fan and said, "I don't mind their battle, but let's not harm the innocent." Having said that, he waved the mini banana palm fan. Great winds and heavy rain emerged. The areas affected by the great battle were irrigated by the spirit rain, and soon sprang back to life, full of greenery. "What a magical technique!" the Blue-Bird Elder exclaimed. Creating clouds and rain was a spell known to middle and high-rank cultivators. But the ability to revive the land in an instant was something he had never seen before. Boom! 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 In the sky, two peak demon generals continued their fierce battle. They paid no heed to their surroundings, their eyes only on each other. The fight was mostly hand-to-hand, fist-to-flesh, causing the air to tremble with continuous waves, deafening to behold. Roar! A terrifying sound wave attacked Misty Peak. Ye Feng took out a purple gold bell and gently shook it, using the sound wave to protect Misty Peak against the oncoming wave. The aftermath of the great battle was terrifying and immense. Before long, all cultivators of the human race above the 7th layer of Qi refinement from White Float City arrived upon hearing the commotion, hovering near Misty Peak, watching the dreadful battle unfold with hearts filled with alarm. It's simply too horrifying. Even just the aftermath of such a fight is more than we can withstand. The multitude of cultivators quickly retreated to a distance. Boom! The twin-winged evil dragon slapped away the fanged mad pig with a palm, its cruel gaze then sweeping over the Blue-Bird Elder and the element-gathering realm cultivators on Misty Peak, bearing a hideous smile. "I'll devour these morsels first, replenish my strength, and then I'll slaughter you, you tough-skinned wild boar." The twin-winged evil dragon flapped its wings vigorously, shooting towards Misty Peak like a fiery meteor. The dreadful momentum descending made everyone feel as though they were carrying a mountain on their backs, unable to even stand up straight. "It's over," the crowd was horrified, feeling as if they had plummeted into an ice-cold cellar. The Blue-Bird Elder, terrified, reverted back to his demonic beast form, shivering. If he had known the peril of this endeavor, not even death would have coerced him into coming. Sigh. Ye Feng sighed softly, feeling helpless. He had refrained from acting previously, hoping that the two peak demon generals would not involve Misty Peak and White Float City. If only they fought high in the sky and left after determining a victor, he would not have needed to take the risk of intervening. Unfortunately, things did not go as desired. "Get out of Misty Peak!" Ye Feng roared in anger, soaring into the air, holding the wind spirit pearl and elevating his oppressive power to its peak, transforming into a wild wave that swept out and repelled the twin-winged evil dragon. The twin-winged evil dragon's gaze sharpened as it erupted with a majestic, mountainous pressure, and with a crack, shattered the shield of the wind spirit pearl. "Ha! Mere child's play!" The twin-winged evil dragon laughed cruelly and continued its descent. Ye Feng frowned and turned a strand of wind element spirit energy into an incredibly brilliant sword light, illuminating the surroundings as he slashed at the twin-winged evil dragon. "Break for me!" The twin-winged evil dragon swung its claws, trying to withstand the sword chi transformed from the wind element spirit energy, but found its claws severed, its pupils contracting. The next moment, Ye Feng appeared in front of it. The last strand of wind element spirit energy, materializing out of thin air at the neck of the twin-winged evil dragon, circled around it once. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the head of the twin-winged evil dragon soared into the sky like a meteor and then plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. An eerie silence descended upon the field. The twin-winged evil dragon, which had been so powerful just moments ago, how had it been beheaded? No one knew why. Only Ye Feng, staring at the wind spirit pearl, had an idea of what had happened. Back in Demon City, the wind element spirit energy could slash huge gashes into the giant earth ape, therefore, breaking through the defenses of the twin-winged evil dragon, a peak demon general, was not so difficult. It was a shame, though, the 3 strands of wind element spirit energy had been depleted. And the fanged mad pig was still alive. The situation on the scene remained dire. Dead, dead. The fanged mad pig, staring at the twin-winged evil dragon falling from the sky, pupils contracting. A formidable foe of equal strength was slain by a seemingly ordinary human youth. How could this be? Chapter 226. The Power of the 5 Elements Spirit Sword, the Commandery Princess's Invitation. However, the fanged mad pig was not afraid. In terms of defense, it was even stronger than the twin-winged evil dragon. Ha ha ha! The fanged mad pig suddenly laughed loudly. Die well. Once I devour all the power of the twin-winged evil dragon and complete my second transformation, I will surely wipe out all you ants and gobble you up in one bite. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed once again. Ye Feng looked at the wind spirit pearl, now empty inside, and his expression darkened slightly. He had used a strand of wind element spirit energy while on the move. When he tested the twin-winged evil dragon's defense and used the second strand of wind element spirit energy, he managed to sever one of its sharp claws. The last strand of wind element spirit energy was used in a sneak attack, cutting off the twin-winged evil dragon's head, successfully killing it. Now, without the wind element spirit energy, the wind spirit pearl wasn't much use. Sect leader, what should we do? The disciples noticed that Ye Feng had put away the wind spirit pearl and knew that this powerful method could not be used for the time being. They all widened their eyes, filled with despair. Master Ye, flee! The blue bird elder flapped its wings, and just as it rose into the air, it saw the fanged mad pig erupt with an even more terrifying pressure, shaking the void violently and causing everyone to lose their footing, let alone fly. The twin-winged evil dragon is mine. The fanged mad pig, like a meteor falling to the ground, attempted to devour the bloodline and demon core of the twin-winged evil dragon in one go and break through its own realm. Clang! In a moment of widespread despair, oppression, and loss, a burst of radiant 5-colored light blossomed from Ye Feng's right hand, accompanied by a clear ringing of sword qi, dispersing the overwhelming pressure from the fanged mad pig that almost crushed the mountains. Dream on if you think you can touch my spoils of war. Ye Feng, holding the 5 elements spirit sword, had a cold expression. He did not want to use the 5 elements spirit sword so soon, as it was currently his strongest move. Revealing it would make others wary of him. But under today's circumstances, he had no choice but to make a move. 5 elements sword qi. Ye Feng gathered his momentum to its peak, and a huge whirlpool momentarily appeared on the surface of the 5 elements spirit sword, drawing in nature's spiritual energy, and condensing an extremely terrifying sword light, which he slashed toward the fanged mad pig through the air. Rib! The entire sky seemed to have been split in two. The fanged mad pig felt like there was a sword at its back and hurriedly dodged. The next moment, a sword qi a kilometer long slashed into the uninhabited region of Fuyun gloomy forest, carving out a miniature canyon dozens of meters wide, tens of meters deep, and stretching for miles on the ground. Hiss! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even the fanged mad pig was trembling with fear, thankful it had dodged in time, otherwise, it would have been beheaded by that sword attack, without a doubt. Run! The fanged mad pig landed on the ground and fled at breakneck speed. Ye Feng stared at the miniature canyon on the ground and finally understood what Capture 5 Elements Vortex meant. This was actually a spirit gathering array built for rapid energy collection. It could instantly condense spiritual energy from all directions, boosting the 5 Elements Spirit Sword's power to its maximum. As long as the surrounding spiritual energy was abundant, it was possible to unleash peak power an infinite number of times. Wild boar, die for your master! Understanding the strength of the 5 Elements Spirit Sword, Ye Feng chased with the sword in hand, frightening the fanged mad pig into transforming into its wild boar form. It dug into the ground with its 4 legs at a frenzied pace, its speed increasing several folds, covering a kilometer in an instant, terrifyingly fast. Ye Feng pursued with the sword, his own speed not slow either. In the blink of an eye, both had vanished from the crowd's sight. Atop Misty Peak. The crowd stood in dumbfounded silence as they watched the trail of dust in the distance, realizing that Ye Feng and the fanged mad pig had long disappeared, leaving them speechless. Especially the blue bird elder, who shook with shock, hugging his thin body with his wings, stuttering, Is that really Master yet? How can his strength be so formidable? It was clear that the 5 elements spirit sword was an upper-grade spiritual artifact, extremely valuable. But under normal circumstances, the full power of a high-level spiritual artifact couldn't be casually exerted. Firstly, it needed to be refined, and the user had to possess a certain level of cultivation. Yet, Ye Feng seemed to have no cultivation at all, but he could maximize the power of the 5 elements spirit sword, which made Blue Bird Elder find it unbelievable. Everyone else's mouths were agape. When did the sect leader acquire such a formidable spirit weapon? Mo Ying looked towards the direction Ye Feng and the fanged mad pig had left, her heart greatly shaken. She thought today was going to be the end. However, to her surprise, Ye Feng made consecutive moves, first slaying the dual-winged giant crocodile, and then pulling out a surprising spiritual weapon, chasing after the fanged mad pig, a peak demon general, to chop at it. The others were even more astonished. No one could have imagined that Ye Feng was capable of overpowering a peak demon general. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the carcass of the twin-winged evil dragon that lay on the ground, nobody dared to touch it. Dozens of miles away. Die for me! Ye Feng wielded the sword with both hands and, in a flash, unleashed a terrifying sword beam, cutting a canyon that stretched for miles on the ground, frightening the fanged mad pig into running even faster. Fellow cultivator, spare my life, please. While fleeing for its life, the fanged mad pig stuck out its tongue, exhausted like a dog, sweating profusely with its temperature rising higher and higher until, at last, it ran engulfed in flames. I have decided on your pork, my good fellow. Ye Feng pushed his heroic spirit power to the limit, his entire being like a sword beam slashing across the sky. Luckily he was covered with metal leaf blades, for otherwise, with the fierce wind, even his clothes would have been torn apart. 5 elements sword net. In an instant, Ye Feng unleashed dozens of sword chi, intertwining into a vast net of sword energy that covered a dozen miles, successfully trapping the fanged mad pig within it. Not good. The fanged mad pig immediately started to dig through the ground, trying to escape underground. But in the next moment, the 5 elements sword net instantly contracted, ensnaring it tightly. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Fellow cultivator, I can be your mount, the fanged mad pig pleaded. Ye Feng paused his sword-wielding movement slightly and asked in his mind, System, can the fanged mad pig be taken as a mountain guardian spirit beast? Ding, it is detected that the fanged mad pig has not submitted, unable to be tamed. The system broadcasted a prompt sound. Hearing this, Ye Feng put down the 5 elements spirit sword. The fanged mad pig, seeing this, felt a momentary relief in its heart and prepared to continue begging for mercy, waiting for the moment Ye Feng was slightly inattentive to strike him dead with the assassination bone spear. Rib. Suddenly, Ye Feng raised the 5 elements spirit sword, unleashing the full power of the 5 elements whirlpool, instantly devouring a massive amount of nature's spiritual energy surrounding him and slashing out an extremely terrifying, brilliantly glowing sword chi. Why do you want to cut me? The fanged mad pig roared in unwillingness. It had acted so convincingly, tears streaming down, a face full of fear, its tone so sincere, yet why hadn't it been able to deceive Ye Feng? Could he really be so heartless? With endless unwillingness, the fanged mad pig had its head chopped off by the 5 elements sword chi, and this peak-strength demon general ultimately fell to the ground. This pig, really magnificent. Ye Feng looked at the fanged mad pig towering over 10 meters tall, lifted it with heroic spirit power, sat on its head, and slowly flew towards Misty Peak. In mid-air, the sharp-eyed blue-bird elder saw the fanged mad pig flying back and was so scared that he was about to run away in a panic. The others didn't see Ye Feng, only the fanged mad pig, and were greatly alarmed. "Hey, look, isn't Sect Master sitting on the pig's head?" And the fanged mad pig's head and body seem a little displaced, as if it has been chopped off. Mo Ying, with her element gathering realm cultivation, used her spirit eyes and scrutinized very carefully. "It seems so." The disciples immediately flew over. "Could it be that Sect Master Ye has slain the fanged mad pig?" The others hesitated for a moment, then cautiously flew over. High in the sky, the crowd witnessed with their own eyes Ye Feng sitting on the pig's head, the fanged mad pig beneath him indeed with its head severed, the wound stark and shocking. So strong! The crowd felt genuine admiration. A peak-strength demon general that caused people to lose their courage just at the mention of its name, was just so easily cut down by Ye Feng, and looking at how nonchalant Ye Feng appeared, it was obviously a one-sided affair. Could it be that Sect Master Ye has already stepped into the Spirit Sea realm? The Deputy City Lord murmured softly, his voice not loud, yet it was like a muffled thunder exploding beside everyone's ears. Spirit Sea realm? Indeed. Only with such astonishing strength could Ye Feng have slain 2 peak-strength demon generals in such a short period of time. But could it be possible that the sect leader of the Misty Sect, which wasn't even a star-level sect, was actually a Spirit Sea realm expert? The crowd fell into thought. Spirit Sea realm. The blue-bird elder shivered, staring at the 5-element spirit sword that Ye Feng casually placed across his knees, and murmured. "Master Ye must be relying on this spiritual artifact, right?" "Hey, but that's not right. He was able to slay the twin-winged evil dragon even without using this sword before, which means his own combat strength is terrifying. Could it be that Master Ye is really a hidden Spirit Sea realm expert, on par with top-tier existences like the Great Elder and Supreme Elder of our Myriad Islands Alliance?" The more the Blue-Bird Elder thought, the more astounded he became. Mid-air, with a wave of his hand, Ye Feng used heroic spirit power to collect the corpse of the twin-winged evil dragon and placed it together with the fanged mad pig on top of Misty Peak. Then, he turned back to look at the crowd wearing faces of admiration and said, "Everyone, the source of danger has been eradicated by this sect leader, you may all disperse now." "Ah, yes." The cultivators of White Float City promptly paid their respects and spread the story of Ye Feng crushing the 2 peak-strength demon generals far and wide. In no time, White Float City was once again astir. In just half an hour, Ye Feng noticed that the sect prestige value had surged by tens of thousands and, considering the accumulation from before, it had already exceeded 160,000. Prestige points really increased fast. In the sect leader's great hall, Ye Feng felt secretly pleased. Afterward, he looked at the Deputy City Lord, Nishang Palace Master, Tyrant Blade Sect Leader, Feathers Sect Leader, and the other 4-element gathering realm powerhouses sitting on stools. As for the Blue-Bird Elder, he had left hastily half an hour ago. "What brings you 4 to seek this sect leader?" Ye Feng inquired. Earlier, he had used the mini banana palm fan to bring down a heavy rain over Fuyun gloomy forest, watering the ruins and cleaning up the battlefield as a side effect. Only now did he have the time to receive the Deputy City Lord and the others. "Please take a look at this, Sect Master Ye." The Deputy City Lord took out an invitation. Ye Feng looked at the cover, which bore the graceful characters for Sect Master Ye's personal attention, an unfamiliar handwriting, but he could guess it was likely from a lady. With a sense of curiosity, Ye Feng opened the invitation. "Sect Master Ye, you may or may not have met me, but you must have heard of me. When you see this invitation, your sect must have received White Float City's endorsement to participate in the demon-slaying gathering held in County King City in the first half of next year. When you and your fellow brothers and sisters arrive at County King City, if you have time, please visit County King's Manor. I, the Commandery Princess, will welcome and refresh you." Take care. The content ended there. Ye Feng pondered for a long time and could not determine who the commandery princess was or why there was such a peculiar term as fellow brothers and sisters in the letter. After much deliberation, a name popped into Ye Feng's mind. Xu Hongyu. Apart from her, who else would use such an address? Could it be, she was the daughter of the commandery prince? Thinking this, Ye Feng closed the invitation, his expression somewhat complex. Have you finished reading, Sect Master yet? The deputy city lord asked. Ye Feng nodded slightly and said, I have finished, but who gave you this invitation? The deputy city lord explained. It was delivered by a friend from County King City this morning, insisting it had to be personally handed to Sect Master Yat. Besides this, we've heard that Yunhua sect has passed the star-level sect certification and will be holding a celebration for the promotion to star status in 3 days, inviting us to join. Ye Feng put away the invitation and said, Thank you all for coming to notify me. Regarding these two matters, I have taken note. Noticing the deputy city lord seemed to hesitate, Ye Feng asked, Is there something else? Of course, there is. The deputy city lord quickly spoke, his expression becoming very serious. There's another matter concerning a major event for White Float City. Chapter 227. The domain dispute of Nanwu City, Mo Tianlong's favorable view. A matter concerning the affairs of White Float City. Ye Feng became interested. What exactly is the matter? The deputy city lord spread out a map, pointing to an area sandwiched by White Float City, the northeast region of the Taiyu mountain range, and the southwest region of the Yungziao Great Forest, and said, This plain spans 30 miles in circumference and is rich in hardwood, a domain where conflicts exist between our White Float City and Nanwu City, 300 miles away. Ye Feng blinked, somewhat puzzled, and said, I don't understand, can you clarify? The deputy city lord covered the plain on the map with his palm and explained, Put simply, there's a disagreement over the ownership of this plain. Some say it belongs to White Float City, others to Nanwu City. A few days ago, I discussed with the city lord of Nanwu City, and we decided to resolve the issue through martial force. Ye Feng instantly understood, You mean, you want me to help and fight over it? The deputy city lord hastened to wave his hands and said, Not that, to be precise, it's a one-on-one friendly exchange between 9 young cultivators from each city. Whichever city wins more matches gets the plain. The Nishang Palace Master added, The city lord's mansion and the 3 high-ranked sects have already put forward 5 talented youths. We'd like to ask your sect to send 4 more disciples with strong capabilities, preferably all above the 8th layer of Qi refinement and with abundant practical combat experience. Oh, that's simple, Ye Feng said nonchalantly. At this stage in Misty Sect, most of the disciples were above the 8th layer of Qi refinement, and Mo Ying had even broken through to the element gathering realm. Sending 4 disciples was not an issue at all. When is the competition? Ye Feng asked. Tomorrow, said the deputy city lord. After sending off the deputy city lord, Ye Feng briefly told the disciples about the matter. Upon hearing this, Brother Flathead was eager to try. Ye Feng glanced askance at Brother Flathead, You're not a disciple, and you're not young either, you can't participate. Upon hearing this, Brother Flathead's face fell. Then, Ye Feng said to the disciples, Tomorrow, for the exchange with Nanwu City's disciples, Shilei, Yunji, Mo Ying, Yu Lan, you 4 will participate. However, Mo Ying, do not reveal your element gathering realm cultivation for now. Yes, the disciples nodded one after another. Sect Master, I think the people from Nanwu City are not simple. Senior Sister Mo Ying and the others should be able to win, but the chances of victory in the remaining 5 matches are not great, Ji Xiling offered her opinion. Why so? The crowd was puzzled. Ji Xiling placed an ancient book on the table, flipped to the 10th page, and read aloud. Nanwu City, once a 1-star city, has now declined and lost its certification as a star-level force. It currently has one city lord at the second layer of the element gathering realm and 2 deputy city lords at the first layer. Notably, the city lord of Nanmu City is a distant cousin of King Yun Zhenren. Ye Feng spotted a blind spot. The city lord of Nanmu City had a connection with King Yun Zhenren? With that said, Nanmu City's backing could very well be the King Yun sect, and if King Yun sect's disciples were mixed into Nanmu City's team for this competition, the situation would be much less straightforward. If it really came down to a fight, disciples from White Float City, Nishang Palace, Tyrant Blade sect, and Feathers sect might not be able to beat those from King Yun sect. Let's do this, the other disciples will also go. If the disciples from forces like Nishang Palace and City Lord's Mansion are outmatched, or if we find out that the opponents are disciples from King Yun sect, then you quickly take over. Ye Feng changed the plan. Yes, the disciples nodded. 300 miles away, Nanmu City. This is a large city spanning 20 miles in length and width. In the courtyard of the City Lord's Mansion, 9 youths stood in a row, each with a cultivation of at least the 8th layer of qi refinement and robust foundations, experts among their peers. One of them was Bai Minglu, an inner sect disciple of the King Yun sect. In front of them stood a grey-robed elder. This person stood with his hands behind his back, speaking to the city lord of Nanmu City. This time, our King Yun sect will be led by this elder. The sect leader has ordered these 9 inner sect disciples to ensure 9 victories out of 9 matches, securing success in acquiring that plane. After the deed is done, whatever is above the ground is yours, and whatever lies beneath is ours. Laughing, the city lord of Nanmu City said, "Naturally, there are no problems. I'll be grateful for the help from Elder 6 this time, and here's to a pleasant collaboration." To a pleasant collaboration. Elder 6 from King Yun sect nodded slightly. The blue bird elder flew at full speed. Several hours later, he finally arrived at the main island of the Myriad Islands Alliance, and with knees going weak, he knelt before Alliance leader Mo Tianlong, exclaiming in shock, "A major event! Master Ye of the Misty Sect could actually kill a peak demon general with ease, and he is suspected of having the strength of the Spirit Sea realm." The hall instantly fell silent. Mo Tianlong's expression didn't change much. The rest, including Mo Mingxi, the Blue Dragon King, the 4 Supreme Elders, and the numerous inner sect elders of the Element Gathering Realm 7th layer and above, all widened their eyes in disbelief. "Ye Feng, Spirit Sea realm strength? Are you kidding?" Almost everyone couldn't believe it. Only Mo Tianlong looked in the direction of Misty Peak with a calm gaze, Ye Feng's upright figure reflecting in his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Master Ye truly deserves to be the chosen one, his growth rate is indeed very fast. As soon as his voice sounded, the hall went deathly silent. Everyone looked at Mo Tianlong in shock, mouths agape in astonishment. Did this elder hear wrongly? Does the alliance leader really believe Ye Feng has Spirit Sea combat power? Could such a thing really exist? The crowd found it hard to believe. Ye Feng didn't know that Mo Tianlong had high hopes for him. By this time, it was already deep into the night. He sat at the peak top, before him lay the enormous carcasses of the fanged mad pig and the twin-winged evil dragon. Even in death, they still emitted an invisible oppressive force. Use spirit blood transference. Ye Feng stretched out his hands, placing them on the surface of the 2 peak demon generals, as a continual stream of vermilion golden aura flowed out from their bodies, eventually turning into 2 head-sized orbs of pure spirit blood. Such immense power! Ye Feng could feel an overwhelming aura contained within the spirit blood, as if he was lifting 2 mountains, making even his arm movements slightly stiff. Wow! Brother Flathead stood beside Ye Feng, poking Ye Feng's waist with a claw, then pointed at the orb of spirit blood belonging to the fanged mad pig. Ye Feng revealed a bizarre smile. "It seems like you're indeed suited to absorb the spirit blood of a demon pig. If successful, it should greatly enhance your defensive capability. As the orb of spirit blood was injected into Brother Flathead, he began to growl, his body heating up, and he hurriedly ran in circles on the peak top, using the wind to dissipate the heat. The remaining orb of spirit blood from the twin-winged evil dragon was then distributed by Ye Feng to the other mountain guardian spirit beasts. The iron claw dragon eagle, the 1,000-year ancient pine, the golden-haired little squirrel, the white float 5 immortals, the little white fox, and so on, all experienced an upgrade in their own bloodline quality. Afterward, Ye Feng looked at the remaining 2 massive carcasses, keeping the flesh for later use in crafting spirit beast feed. The bones were chopped down by Ye Feng and thrown into the refinement furnace, to be processed into white cubic bricks of hard material, an excellent material for crafting. Next, Ye Feng enlarged the upper-grade refining furnace to 5 meters tall, throwing a third of the bone bricks into it, adding 136 middle-grade spirit stones, and began a process of refinement that lasted half a day. The next morning, the sunlight spread everywhere, renewing everything. Sect Master Ye, it's time to set off. The deputy city lord arrived at the peak top, found Ye Feng, and said respectfully, "This time Shi Lei will lead the team, and he has the authority to make substitutions. Since I have matters to deal with, I won't be going," Ye Feng ordered. Shi Lei stepped forward, followed by Huo Yunjia, Mo Ying, and more than a dozen disciples. Okay. The deputy city lord glanced at the 5-meter-tall refining furnace, bowed to Ye Feng, and led Shi Lei and the disciples to meet up with others. Then they headed for the hardwood-filled plain more than 100 miles away. Chapter 228. White Bone Sword Array, Disciples' Performance. The disciples all set off. Ye Feng was left alone at the mountain peak. He yawned as he looked at the refining furnace that had been active for most of the night, and just when he was about to take a short rest, he suddenly heard a clang. The lid of the refining furnace flew open. A white light surged from the furnace, lifting 9 dazzling bone swords, each wrapped in special array patterns, overlapping with each other. It's a success. Ye Feng was overjoyed. After his trip with the Myriad Islands Alliance, he had gained a total of 1 supreme-grade spirit stone, 400 middle-grade spirit stones, and many refining materials. Now, after using some of the refining materials, 1/3 of the white bone blocks, and over 100 middle-grade spirit stones, Ye Feng successfully forged this set of white bone sword array. All 9 bone swords were middle-grade spiritual artifacts. When the 9 swords united, their power was no less than that of a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. White Bone Sword Array, a full set of middle-grade spiritual artifacts. Function, Sword Shadows, 9 swords unite. Note, a special array made from the bones of a peak demon general, engraved with unique spirit-attracting formations. Once bound, it can be driven by thought alone, regardless of cultivation level. Ye Feng took out a bone sword. Sword Shadows. He suddenly thrust the bone sword forward, and it instantly transformed into 9 sword shadows, indistinguishable as to which one was the real sword and which were the illusions. Rib. The 9 sword shadows struck at once, smashing a giant rock into smithereens, demonstrating immense power. 9 swords unite. Ye Feng pushed out the remaining bone swords at the same time, and all the sword lights merged in an instant, forming a huge 10-meter-long sword that cut through the sky, creating a massive sword chi that extended for hundreds of meters, even splitting the clouds above. Its power isn't as great as the 5 elements spirit sword, but it's not far off. Ye Feng was very satisfied. He stored away the white bone sword array and turned his gaze to the refining furnace. Upgrade energy, 19.3%. The energy needed to upgrade to a supreme-grade spiritual artifact is indeed substantial, Ye Feng muttered, taking out the heaven-asking mirror, ready to watch the battle from afar. In the sky, the deputy city lord and Shi Lei's group were flying at full speed. "Friend Shi Lei, for the upcoming sparring, how about we let the one chosen by the city lord go first?" the deputy city lord asked, looking at Shilei next to him. No problem, Shilei nodded. However, as the Sect Master Uncle instructed, if the person you choose cannot win, then the subsequent battles will all be left to us. Friend Shilei worries too much, we are not weak, said a muscular youth with a sunny and confident appearance, laughing loudly. This person was a disciple of the Deputy City Lord, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. You guys go first. If everything goes normally, we from the Misty Sect will only need to send 4, Shilei nodded. As the head senior brother, he had one quality. Stability. Ye Feng, observing through the heaven-asking mirror, secretly nodded his head. Shilei doesn't have much talent and seems mediocre, but it's precisely because of this that he's mature and stable, indeed the best choice as the head senior brother. Above a forest spanning tens of miles, the Deputy City Lord saw the Nanwu City's City Lord, who had already been waiting, as well as the unfamiliar grey-robed elder standing next to Nanwu City's Deputy City Lord. Nanwu City's City Lord, I trust you've been well, the Deputy City Lord greeted with a cupped fist salute. Humph! Spare us the pleasantries. I've already arranged the arena. Let's start the competition now, the Nanwu City's City Lord said curtly, stroking his long beard and then pointing to a stone platform on the ground, 3 meters high and 100 meters in length and width. Since you're in such a rush, let's begin. The Deputy City Lord landed with his people, facing the group from Nanwu City across the stage. On Nanwu City's side, a young man with bright eyes and sword-like eyebrows took the stage. He held a sharp sword, and his entire being radiated a strong sword chi, giving off an aura of being a formidable opponent. He really looks like a disciple from King Yun sect, but he's not wearing any disciple robes, perhaps intentionally disguising himself. The Deputy City Lord frowned, then turned to the muscular youth and said, Ren Lu, you take the first battle. Yes. Ren Lu, the muscular youth, ascended to the arena, displaying his 8th layer of Qi refinement without holding back. However, the young man holding the long sword showed no surprise, instead wearing a ferocious smile, not taking Ren Lu seriously at all. Begin! The City Lord of Nanwu City announced. Clang! The sword-wielding youth suddenly launched an attack, his 9th layer of Qi refinement aura explosively unleashed, numerous sword Qi interweaving and approaching at an astonishing speed. Ren Lu was shocked, his hands forming seals, conjuring several layers of light screens around him. Crackle! The result was disastrous. Ren Lu's light screens were as fragile as paper, torn asunder by the sword Qi of the sword-wielding youth, and then a streak of sword light swept across his chest, sending him tumbling out of the arena and spitting blood without cease. Ren Lu! The Deputy City Lord quickly helped him up, his mouth twitching. It can be basically confirmed that the opponent is a King Yun sect disciple. Mo Ying whispered without change in expression. The Deputy City Lord asked in a lowered voice, what should we do next? Shilei stepped forward and said, now that we've confirmed the opponent is a King Yun sect disciple, there's no need to probe any further. For the second fight, I'll go up. We've been targeted, be careful. Mo Ying suddenly spoke up, causing Shilei and the Deputy City Lord to startle. Why? Shilei asked, puzzled. Mo Ying pointed at the stone arena and said, the people from King Yun sect must have anticipated that we from the Misty sect would make a move, so they made the arena out of a special stone that renders the spell Earth Escape ineffective. Hearing this, everyone realized the situation. In the camp of Nanwu City, Elder 6 of King Yun sect stroked his beard with a smile and said, the sect leader really has divine foresight, knowing that Misty sect disciples would come. I took precautions in advance to prevent you from using Earth Escape. So clever! The City Lord of Nanwu City flattered. Hearing this, Elder 6 of King Yun sect laughed proudly. At that moment, Shilei took to the stage. As soon as he went up, he showed off his 8th layer of Qi refinement cultivation. Even with average talent, under Ye Feng's gold-burning offensive, Xilei too had broken through to this realm. A disciple of Misty Sect is merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, how weak. The second King Yun Sect disciple scoffed, holding a long sword, his cultivation at the peak of 8th layer of Qi refinement. Though not as strong as the first, his strength was not weak either. Watch the sword. After the city lord of Nanmu City announced the start, the King Yun Sect disciple swiftly attacked, with several fierce sword lights crossing tens of meters in an instant, nearly cleaving Xilei. Clang! The sword chi suddenly collapsed. Upon closer look, everyone saw a lower-grade spiritual artifact shaped like a tortoise shell floating above Xilei's head, his body also protected by a defensive shield similar to the mysterious turtle, easily blocking the sword lights from the King Yun Sect disciple. This was the first-grade spell Mystic Shell Shield and the lower-grade spiritual artifact Mysterious Turtle Shield. He has a defense artifact too. The city lord of Nanmu City's eyes widened. Utterly shameless. The deputy city lord, relieved, taunted the city lord of Nanmu City, "You call for outside help, isn't that even more shameless?" "Nonsense, we didn't invite King Yun Sect disciples." The city lord of Nanmu City blurted out in excitement, accidentally spilling the beans, and was sternly glared at by Elder 6 of King Yun Sect. On the platform. "How can this tortoise shell be so hard?" The King Yun Sect disciple kept attacking with his sword, finding that he could not break through the defense at all. Xilei formed a seal with one hand and said, "I'm simultaneously activating the defense spell and the defensive artifact. My own defense can block a demi-transformed demon beast, why would I fear you? Come on, try and slash me." "I refuse to believe this." The King Yun Sect disciple, with 18 swords in 1 second, found each strike did no damage and was unable to shake Xilei. On the contrary, he exhausted most of his spiritual power, showing signs of fatigue. Seizing the opportunity, Xilei, behind the mysterious turtle shield, executed the wind spirit step, closing the distance instantly and ramming the King Yun Sect disciple, causing him to spit out blood and tumble out of the arena. "We won!" The White Float City side cheered. Those in the Nanmu City camp had ashen faces. Chapter 229. 5 consecutive wins, the furious King Yun Genren. The 6th elder of King Yun Sect gritted his teeth and said to a young disciple, "Next battle, Bai Minglu, you're up." "Okay." Bai Minglu nodded. He looked at the disciples of Misty Sect, his gaze settling on Huo Yunjia, guessing that he was likely the one he would be facing. "The sect leader really has too much free time on his hands, making me participate in this kind of sparring, but getting another chance to battle the disciples of the Misty Sect does excite me." With that thought in mind, Bai Minglu leapt onto the stage. The aura of a peak 9th level Qi refinement swept out instantaneously, like a whirlwind engulfing everything nearby, even causing the trees outside the arena to sway. But then, a dazzling sword light flashed by. Bai Minglu didn't even have time to draw his sword before he was slashed away, hanging on a tree with his body aching all over, spitting out foam from his mouth. On the stage, Mo Ying sheathed her sword and stepped off the stage calmly. "This." The whole audience was shocked. Defeating a peak 9th level Qi refinement with just one sword strike? Element Gathering Realm? The crowd's eyes bulged as they looked at Mo Ying, feeling parched in the throat. "You actually deployed someone from the Element Gathering Realm, openly cheating. I, the city lord of Nanmu City, do not accept this," the city lord of Nanmu City roared in anger. But in the next moment, everyone, including him and the 6th elder of King Yun Sect, suddenly felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. They noticed a chilling long sword resting on the neck of Nanmu City's city lord. "Do you want to die, or continue the competition?" Mo Ying held the breeze-riding sword, releasing a cold presence from her body that made everyone in Nanmu City's camp feel as if death was looming over them, unable to muster any thought of resistance. "Keep going." The city lord of Nanmu City's desire to live surged to its maximum. He couldn't see clearly how Mo Ying appeared behind him at all, if she really wanted to kill him, he would have lost his head already. He was extremely wary in his heart. Soon, the fourth match began. The disciple from King Yun sect was also 9 levels into Qi refinement, very strong. But he was facing Huo Yunjia. Wind Spirit Step. The battle had just begun when Huo Yunjia used the movement technique to approach his opponent. The two wielded swords, blocking each other's blows as sword chi swept across, leaving many marks on the stage. Falling petals in profusion. Huo Yunjia formed a spell with his hands, blasting out countless pink petals to disrupt the view, and then used 1/3 of the power of his sword drawing technique to slash horizontally. Crack! The disciple from King Yun sect could only manage to swing his sword to block and was jolted so hard his arm went numb, even notching the blade of his sword, as he was knocked back spitting blood. Good! The deputy city lord was overjoyed. Although the disciple from King Yun sect was strong, the disciples from Misty sect were stronger. They had already won 3 consecutive matches, just 2 more victories and they would secure the win. The 5th match began quickly. A female disciple from King Yun sect ascended the stage. She had a charming face and wore a tight red dress, holding 2 swords, one long and the other short, and she flaunted a seductive smile. "Let me take this round." Jia Yulan stepped onto the stage. "Why not let me do it?" Long Tianxing was puzzled. Mo Ying, holding her flying sword, glanced at him and said, "This female disciple from King Yun sect is quite seductive. You're too young and can't withstand the temptation, so you could easily lose." "All right then." Long Tianxing scratched his head. On the stage. "Tch, it's not even a guy, that's a bit disappointing." The woman in the red dress drooped her eyelids, seemingly heartbroken, but as she spoke, she suddenly attacked. The short sword flew out in a flash, aiming directly for Jia Yulan's forehead. Falling petals in profusion. Jia Yulan formed a spell with both hands, creating a shield out of numerous pink petals that intercepted the incoming short sword. But in the next moment, the woman in the red dress suddenly appeared behind Jia Yulan with the long sword thrusting downwards, almost succeeding in skewering Jia Yulan. Suddenly, the woman in red felt as though she was bound by something, her long sword unable to advance further. "What's going on?" She looked down and saw that she was wrapped by a glowing rope, fixed in place on the stage, and she hurriedly swung her sword to cut the rope. Too late. Jia Yulan suddenly turned around, and a vitality bullet shot the woman in the red dress out of the ring, causing her to fall outside of the stage. How could this be? The 6th elder of King Yun sect felt it was unbelievable. The female disciple in red was skilled in movement and could use dual swords, she should have won. So why was she immobilized by Jia Yulan? Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Jia Yulan returned to Mo Ying's side, calm as if she had expected to win all along. Using all-dimensional spiritual perception to constantly sense the surroundings, and then using binding spirit rope to take control at the crucial moment, "Senior Sister Mo, your strategy really is brilliant," Jia Yulan said with a smile. "It's nothing much." Mo Ying was very calm. She had already advanced to the element-gathering realm, her insights became even sharper, and with the birth of the spiritual sense, she could analyze the abilities of King Yun sect's combatants and come up with the most accurate responses. "This is maddening." The city lord of Nanmu City paced back and forth. White Float City had already won 4 straight matches, one more victory and they would immediately have to hand over the plains. He felt extremely anxious in his heart. What do we do next? The city lord of Nanmu City stared at the 6th elder of King Yun sect. What else can we do? Running into people from Misty sect, it's our bad luck. It seems we are bound to lose today, brace yourself for the sect leader's wrath. The 6th elder of King Yun sect, exasperated, stormed off and sat under a distant tree, sighing and lamenting. Looking up, he saw Bai Minglu still hanging in the tree, which made him even more infuriated. This sparring should have been a beautiful victory for Bai Minglu, the strongest among the 9 inner sect disciples of King Yun sect. And yet, he had been defeated by a single sword strike. This is maddening indeed. The 6th elder of King Yun sect's face was twisted with anger. Start the next match, the deputy city lord of White Float City shouted. Who's next? Nanwu City's city lord looked toward the remaining King Yun sect disciples. They exchanged glances. Eventually, a 9th level Qi refinement disciple stepped onto the stage. Fellow comrades, I shall go as well. Long Tianxing leaped onto the arena, his cultivation aura not strong, only at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement. The moment his aura revealed itself, the people of Nanwu City immediately felt as if blessings had fallen from the sky. Ha ha ha! He's only at the 7th level of Qi refinement. I get it now, Misty Sect's strongest disciples have already fought, and the remaining ones have mediocre cultivation levels and strength. Our chance to turn the tables has come. Nanwu City's city lord was overjoyed. Under the tree, the 6th elder of King Yun sect stretched his neck, rubbed his eyes to confirm that Long Tianxing was only at the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement, and smiled brilliantly. On the stage, Long Tianxing's opponent gripped the long sword tightly, feeling as if he was favored by a heavenly mandate, his smile gradually becoming twisted. Haha! A 9th level against a 7th level at the peak, if I don't win, I might as well eat shit. After speaking, the King Yun sect disciple pointed his sword at Long Tianxing and said, Boy, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Hearing this, Long Tianxing's expression turned strange as he muttered, It's true that I'm at the peak of Qi refinement level 7, but am I weak? Below the stage, White Float City's deputy city lord exclaimed in shock, how could they let Long Tianxing fight? He's only at the peak of Qi refinement level 7, his chances of winning are slim. Just wait and see, Mo Ying whispered. Long Tianxing's cultivation level wasn't high, but was he really weak? No, on the contrary, he was strong. Mo Ying had great confidence in Long Tianxing. Haha, we are going to win this round. It turns out Misty Sect was only showing off their short-lived ability. Now, it's our King Yun Sect's turn to perform. I have to say, we were a bit panicked just now, but now, the tables have turned, and we can comfortably sit back and watch Misty Sect's disciples fall one by one. The disciples of King Yun Sect revealed smiles, looking completely at ease. Nanwu City's city lord laughed and said, All right, begin. On the stage, the King Yun Sect disciple swung his long sword, intending to send Long Tianxing flying and win easily, becoming the key to turning the tide of the battle and receiving praises from the sect leader and the elders. He had already begun to imagine the scene where he would be surrounded by his junior sisters after his victory, the smile on his lips growing increasingly comical. Drink! Suddenly, a roar shattered the King Yun Sect disciples' fantasy. All eyes followed the sound, and they saw Long Tianxing in a horse stance, fists clenched tight, with faint silvery light twinkling on his body, quickly covering him with a fine silver scale armor, and his hands transformed into sharp claws. Behind him, a dragon tail had sprouted as well. A powerful aura erupted, stirring the trees in the vicinity. This. Except for the Misty Sect disciples, everyone's face was filled with shock, their mouths agape as if beholding a monster. First stage, Dragon Transformation Form. Long Tianxing roared, completely transformed into a dragonfolk, his aura skyrocketing fivefold, giving off the terrifying impression of facing a demi-transformed demon beast. Damn it, how can this be? The King Yun Sect disciple confronting him paled in alarm. He hurriedly swung his sword, releasing dozens of sword qi, trying to knock Long Tianxing off the stage. Get down! Long Tianxing waved his clawed hand, effortlessly shattering the oncoming sword qi. With a flicker, he instantly reached the King Yun Sect disciple, swiped his dragon tail, and knocked him off the stage, rendering him unconscious on the spot. One move, an instant kill. The crowd swallowed hard. They had thought Long Tianxing was weak, and this match would be King Yun Sec's moment to reclaim victory. However, they were defeated just like that. Now, White Float City had won 5 consecutive matches. In this 9-match, 5 victory contest, the outcome was already decided. This infuriates me to death. The 6th elder of King Yun Sect stomped angrily, flew up into the air, and left the place without wishing to stay any longer. The deputy city lord, looking at Nanmu City's city lord with a pale face, smiled and said, "We've won. According to the rules, this plane now belongs to White Float City, let's start drafting the agreement. You play hardball." Nanmu City's city lord ground his teeth. In the matter of signing the agreement, Mo Ying and her group did not participate and went straight back to Misty Peak, leaving only White Float City's deputy city lord, Nishang Palace Master, Tyrant Blade Sect Leader, and Feathers Sect Leader to deal with Nanmu City's city lord and the others. King Yun Sect. What did you say? We lost 5 consecutive matches, resulting in White Float City gaining permanent rights over that plane. Trash, all trash. Misty Sect, Ye Feng, wait for me. King Yun Zhenren furiously smashed his teacup, roaring again and again. A terrifying aura rose to the sky, crushing the surrounding great hall and trees, like a tornado demolishing a parking lot, leaving only ruins behind. Misty Peak. Ye Feng, seeing his disciples return victorious, nodded with satisfaction and said, "In today's battle, all of you performed well. Now, hand over your disciple identity tokens." Ah! The disciples were stunned. The current identity tokens lack comprehensive functions, this sect leader plans to refine them again, to expand the message transmission range and add new features, Ye Feng explained. Hearing this, the disciples realized. Our thanks to the sect leader. They immediately handed over their identity tokens. Having received the disciple identity tokens, Ye Feng threw them into the refining furnace, took out some special materials obtained from the Myriad Islands Alliance, refined them, and together with 13 middle-grade spirit stones, chucked them into the furnace, beginning the refining process. Chapter 230. Yunhua Sect's Star-Raising Celebration, Stacking Rage Points. In the blink of an eye, the next day had arrived. The disciples received their brand new identity tokens and began to study them. The message transmission range of this identity token has actually extended to 500 miles. Not only that, its defense function has been strengthened. I discovered that the identity token can also emit sword beams, and its offensive capabilities are not bad at all. Most importantly, it now has a storage space comparable to an ordinary lower-grade spiritual artifact. The disciples became familiar with their new identity tokens, one surprise after another. Seeing this, Ye Feng revealed a smile. Upgrade energy, 25.8%. When he had reforged the identity tokens, the resources consumed for each one were equivalent to the creation of 5 lower-grade spiritual artifacts, and the upgrade energy gained was half that of a middle-grade spiritual artifact, a considerable increase in upgrade energy. Even so, the distance to becoming a supreme-grade spiritual artifact was still 3/4 of the required energy away, a long journey ahead. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. The day to attend the star-raising ceremony at Yunhua Sect had finally arrived. Sect Master Ye, it is time to depart. The Deputy City Lord, Palace Master of Nishang Palace, Sect Leader of Tyrant Blade Sect, and Sect Leader of Feathers Sect, stepping on their flying spirit artifacts, with dozens of disciples, stood outside Misty Peak calling out. "I am coming." Ye Feng responded. Except for the 1,000-year ancient pine tree, all the other disciples and spiritual beasts set out with Ye Feng. "Why is it me watching the house again?" The 1,000-year ancient pine watched the figures departing into the distance, silently shedding tears. The Yunhua mountain range. Ye Feng and his group arrived at Yunhua Peak, and saw 4th Elder Lu Yuji waiting at the peak to receive guests. In addition, there were outstanding inner-sect disciples like Lin Yuan standing by to accompany and guide the visitors. Sect Master Ye, this way, please. Lu Yuji took the initiative to greet them and led Ye Feng and his group to the front of the Sect Master's Grand Hall. Although located at the peak, the area was spacious, with thousands of chairs of original wood color. Many seats were already occupied by cultivators from various sects. Sect Master Ye, you've finally arrived. Sect Master Ye, how have you been recently? Sect Master Ye, I heard you are not yet married. Have you considered joining our sect's holy maiden as dual cultivation companions? As soon as he arrived, sect masters from various sects immediately stood up to greet him, and some even began to pitch their sect's talented female disciples. Ahem, hello everyone. Ye Feng waved his hands and quickly sat down in the seat arranged by Lu Yuji. Before long, Ye Feng felt as though there were thorns on his back and turned to look just in time to meet King Yun Zhenren's gloomy eyes. Humph! King Yun Zhenren huffed coldly and took his seat. Seeing this, Ye Feng smiled slightly. It seemed that King Yun Zhenren was still holding a grudge about the Hardwood Plains conflict, otherwise, he wouldn't have openly shown such a cold attitude in public. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived at Yunhua Peak. Including the thousands of disciples from Yunhua sect and nearly 1,000 visiting guests, at least 2/3 of the seats were occupied, making it quite lively. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. A hearty and elderly voice emanated from inside the sect master's grand hall, followed by a wave of footsteps that were steady and brimming with joy. Yunhua Zhenren, dressed in splendid attire, appeared before everyone, flanked by the 4 great elders, the 10 stewards, and 100 inner sect disciples. 7 days ago, with the strong support of Sect Master Ye, our Yunhua sect finally passed the assessment for star-level sects. From today onwards, our Yunhua sect has finally been promoted to a 1-star sect. The booming voice echoed throughout the Yunhua mountain range, thundering in the ears. Ye Feng's help? The sect masters from various sects were taken aback. It was well known that Yunhua sect's failure to pass the star-level sect certification before was due to their spirit vein being severed and the core nucleus missing. Could it be that Ye Feng had added a crucial core nucleus to Yunhua sect's spirit vein? At this thought, all sect leaders were shocked. Whoosh! A brilliant rainbow light descended from the sky. Everyone followed the sound and looked over, only to see Elder Hong Meng, accompanied by the 2 stewards, Qin Ping and Qin Wan, arriving through the air. Below their feet was a carpet made of pink flower petals, extending for hundreds of meters, coming down from the high skies right in front of the sect master's grand hall of Yunhua sect. We welcome Elder Hong Meng. Yunhua Zhenren led the others to step aside. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Elder Hong Meng took out a golden star crest and used a spell to affix it behind the hall's plaque. Even the 3 characters for Yunhua sect glittered resplendently because of it. The star awarding ceremony was officially complete. Yunhua sect had become a true star-level force. All rose to their feet to offer congratulations and presented the gifts they had prepared in advance. With this move, not only had Yunhua sect recouped all the spirit stones spent on entertaining guests, but the sect also made a small profit. Congratulations to Yunhua sect on becoming a brand new star-level sect. Everyone enjoy your food and drinks. Elder Hong Meng greeted the guests with a gesture and took a seat at the round table at the very front. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the sect master's table, invited Yunhua Zhenren, calling over the city lord of Sanyuan City, King Yun Zhenren, and sect leaders of other star-level sects, and brought Ye Feng along as well. Including Elder Hong Meng, there were a total of 10 people sitting at the sect master's round table. Let the banquet begin. Yunhua sect's grand elder yelled, and the sect's kitchen began serving dishes such as fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried mushrooms, boiled live fish, and braised pork. The variety was plentiful, and the dishes were full of color, aroma, and flavor. At their seats, Ye Feng was eating a piece of braised pork and noticed that King Yun Zhenren across from him was constantly staring at him, with one hand occasionally rubbing the King Yun's sword, seemingly eager to act. Seeing this, Ye Feng's gaze sharpened. It looked like King Yun Zhenren wanted to make a move. Our Yunhua sect was able to ascend to a star-level sect thanks to Sect Master Yi's assistance in revitalizing the spirit vein. "Let's toast to him," cheered Yunhua Zhenren, raising his glass, and all sect leaders, except for King Yun Zhenren, joined in the toast. Elder Hongmeng looked at Ye Feng and transmitted her voice, "Sect Master Ye, I was delayed due to an urgent matter earlier and couldn't meet you at the Myriad Islands Alliance. I hope everything went smoothly for you afterward." Ye Feng nodded to indicate that it did. At the banquet, the disciples from the various sects stepped out of their seats for good luck, sparring with disciples from other sects, and the sounds of cheering were incessant. The disciples of the 100 Artifacts sect truly are wealthy, managing to activate 3 low-grade spiritual artifacts at the same time, leaving the disciples of King Yun sect scrambling to find their teeth. Your disciples from Liu Yun sect aren't bad either, whipping out 10 low-grade talismans at once, facing 3 opponents alone. Quite lavish indeed. I think the ones from Spirit Beast sect are the truly fierce ones, with one person controlling 5 high-rank demon soldier level spirit beasts. The opponent gave up without even fighting. Above at the sect master's table, the seated sect leaders watched the sparring on the field and laughed heartily. Ye Feng followed the fluctuations of battle and caught sight of Xie Jiaran sitting at her seat, surrounded by 5 high-rank demon soldier level spirit beasts, provocatively crooking her finger at disciples from other sects. However, faced with Xie Jiaran's overwhelming power, most of those in the Qi refining realm stood no chance against her. After all, those were 5 spirit beasts. Aside from Huo Yunjia, Mo Ying, Long Tianxing, and other genius-level cultivators with strong combat abilities in their tier, few could prevail over her. "My granddaughter is too mischievous. Next time, I definitely cannot allow her to take so many spirit beasts out for fun," declared the Spirit Beast Sect Master, feigning severity but with pride evident in his eyes. At their seats, King Yun Zhenren had a gloomy expression, clenching both fists, staring at the other sect leaders who were chatting enthusiastically and watching Ye Feng laughing and talking with Elder Hongmeng, feeling as if he was left out in the cold, his teeth shivering with fury. "It's maddening." King Yun Zhenren gripped the King Yun sword tightly. He felt his aura surging unstoppably, the bottleneck of the 7th layer of the element gathering realm that had trapped him for many years suddenly weakened under the impact of his compounded fury. His eyes slowly turned bloodshot. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly exploded, shaking the entire Yunhua Peak and flipping over the entire table at the sect master's seat, scattering the fine wines and dishes onto the ground. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 231. I just used 1/10 of my strength. This sudden explosion stunned everyone. All turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see King Yun Zhenren holding the King Yun sword, suspended in midair, with the table in front of him overturned. Ye Feng, who was holding chopsticks, noticed that the last piece of braised pork in his plate had vanished without a trace. Only upon scanning the room did he realize that the table was gone. "I haven't even finished eating." Ye Feng's mouth twitched as he looked up at the furiously dancing King Yun Zhenren. "Flipping the table during a meal, are you impersonating a crow?" Element Gathering Realm 7th level. Elder Hongmeng spoke up, drawing the attention of everyone present. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect, Yunhua Zhenren, the city lord of Sanyuan City, and others all focused on King Yun Zhenren. With a sweep of their spiritual sense, they indeed sensed that he had broken through to the 7th level of the element gathering realm. He actually broke through. The blow to the Liu Yun sect leader was the most severe. In the past, both he and King Yun Zhenren stood at the 6th level of the element gathering realm, though one was at the peak and the other had just entered, the difference in strength was not significant. But now it was different. Having advanced to the 7th level of the element gathering realm, King Yun Zhenren, combined with the middle grade King Yun sword, certainly had the strength to rival the 8th or even 9th levels of the element-gathering realm. Such strength now placed him above the rest. It's over. From now on, this sect leader will undoubtedly be targeted by King Yun Zhenren. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect swallowed nervously, finding today's meal to have lost its taste. The expressions of other sect leaders weren't looking good either. King Yun Zhenren was infamous for his pettiness, and now with the breakthrough in strength, he could dominate them all, and likely he would target them. Disciples and sect leaders from other sects were also filled with alarm. Only the elders and disciples of King Yun's sect cheered loudly, feeling an air of exultation, wishing they could run around the world announcing that their sect leader had broken through. He he he. After taking a deep breath, King Yun Zhenren suddenly let out a sinister laugh, feeling his strength double. He gave Ye Feng a crooked smile. Ye Feng, for all the old and recent grudges, today I shall settle them with you. King Yun Zhenren declared thunderously, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Ye Feng's hand trembled slightly as he held the chopsticks. I recognize the old grudges, but where did any recent grudges come from? If I say there are, then there are. King Yun Zhenren roared like thunder. Ye Feng, I challenge you to a duel today, do you dare to accept? Ye Feng put down his chopsticks. What if I win? Is there a prize? The nose of King Yun Zhenren nearly bent out of shape from anger as he retorted, win against me? With your strength? Let me tell you straight, with the King Yun sword now in my possession and my rise to the 7th level of the element-gathering realm, defeating you would be as easy as flipping my hand. Ye Feng cleaned his ear, so, in the end, there's no prize. Upon hearing this, King Yun Zhenren almost choked with rage on the spot. If you win, this special middle-grade mineral King Yun Jade will be yours, hee. But if you lose, you'll obediently let the city lord's mansion of White Float grant Hardwood Plains to Nanwu City. King Yun Zhenren lowered his voice, obviously not wanting too many people to overhear this. At the same time, he raised his hand, revealing a piece of green jade in his palm. Hiss! It's King Yun Jade, said to be one of the main materials for refining special spiritual artifacts. Though it looks small, it's worth 30 middle-grade spirit stones. Sect Master yet, don't bet. Indeed, King Yun Zhenren has just broken through, and his strength is tremendous, you might not be able to match him. Fellow sect leaders at the table quickly advised him against it. I agree. Ye Feng consented, his body slowly lifting into the air. With a wave of his hand, a white bone-long sword appeared before him, glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. Oh, it turns out to be a middle-grade spiritual artifact as well. Unfortunately, your middle-grade spiritual artifact is nothing compared to my King Yun sword and not even worth mentioning, King Yun Zhenren proclaimed leisurely. Even until now, he was unaware that the King Yun sword was refined by Ye Feng. The news of the grand battle between King Yun Zhenren and Ye Feng took everyone by surprise. But those cultivators from White Float City were quite calm, especially the disciples of the Misty Sect, who kept eating, completely unfazed. Ever since they had witnessed Ye Feng furiously slay the twin-winged evil dragon, the disciples believed that Ye Feng possessed at least a fraction of the Spirit Sea realm's strength. Facing King Yun Zhenren would surely pose no problem for him. Tens of miles away. A desolate land. Ye Feng and King Yun Zhenren stood facing each other across the empty space. The others stood on nearby mountains to watch the battle, not daring to get too close. Who do you think will win this battle? King Yun Zhenren has just broken through to the 7th level of the element-gathering realm, and he has the King Yun sword, worth 8,000 spirit stones. The odds are definitely in his favor, right? Sect Master Ye is just unlucky to have encountered such a terrifying opponent. The sect masters of the major forces murmured. Ye Feng, don't think your special techniques will work on me. Let me tell you the truth, times have changed. Even if I let you make the first move, you won't be able to break through my defense. If you don't believe it, then try. With one hand behind his back, King Yun Zhenren grasped the King Yun sword with the other hand and quietly circulated the auxiliary cultivation method Green Cloud Sword technique, as his sword energy suddenly surged to its peak. Then let's give it a try. Ye Feng took out the Wind Spirit Pearl. Whoosh! A thread of wind element spirit energy transformed into a light rope, attempting to entangle King Yun Zhenren, but when it got within 10 meters of him, it was severed by a terrible sword light and both dissipated simultaneously. Ha ha ha! Wielding the King Yun sword, King Yun Zhenren laughed proudly. I told you, your technique is ineffective against me now. Next, face my sword. Rib. A dazzling cyan sword light was unleashed with incredible speed, reaching Ye Feng in an instant. Clang! Ye Feng, holding a white bone sword, divided it into 9 sword lights, crushing King Yun Zhenren's sword energy, and the two were evenly matched. How is this possible? The crowd was shocked. Even King Yun Zhenren's eyes widened as he said, incredible, there actually exists a weapon in this world nearly as powerful as the King Yun sword, a middle-grade spiritual artifact. It seems that in the southern river basin, a top-tier artifact refiner has been born. Otherwise, such high-quality spiritual artifacts would not keep appearing one after another. Having said that, King Yun Zhenren suddenly made his move. This time, 49 strands of sword energy crisscrossed the sky, forming a net that enveloped Ye Feng, its might several times greater than the previous sword energies. Bring it on! Ye Feng reached out with his left hand and grabbed a second white bone sword. With the twin swords united, an unmatched sword light shot into the sky, wrapping around Ye Feng as he tore through King Yun Zhenren's sword net, hovering high in the air, his robes fluttering loudly. What? There's a second white bone sword. Judging by the aura, this seems to be a complete set of spiritual artifacts. Sect Master Ye is really lucky to have obtained such treasures. Combined, the twin swords are definitely not inferior to the King Yun sword. The various sect masters exclaimed in amazement. King Yun Zhenren's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets, looking at his King Yun sword, suddenly finding it far less appealing. Face my sword, King Yun sword cascade. Refusing to concede, King Yun Zhenren performed hand seals, and the King Yun sword transformed into a terrifying sword light like an inverted waterfall, rolling towards Ye Feng. Triple swords united. Ye Feng took out a third white bone sword, crossing the 3 long swords to form a giant sword, devouring the surrounding spiritual energy, cleaving through the King Yun sword cascade. Holy shit! Everyone was once again astounded. Ye Feng actually had a third white bone sword. Could it be that this white bone sword array consists of more than just 3 swords, possibly 4 or even more than 5? An entire sword array made of middle-grade spirit swords, its power is no less than that of an upper-grade spiritual artifact. The Misty Sect's resources must be incredibly profound to be able to afford such a powerful sword array. Admirable! The various sect masters were nearly envious to tears. Atop a high peak, Elder Hongmeng gazed at the 3 white bone swords floating in front of Ye Feng, his eyes flickering uncertainly, and said in a deep voice, could it be that this sword array was gifted by the alliance leader of the Myriad Islands? In the sky, King Yun Zhenren clutched the trembling King Yun sword, his eyelids jumping wildly, roaring, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the Misty Sect afford such powerful spiritual artifacts? It can't be real. True or false, you'll know at a glance. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Ye Feng released another 6 white bone swords, totaling 9. The terrifying aura, as vast as mountains and oceans, suddenly erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing all spirits to tremble in fear. Even the sky itself dimmed. Sorry, before I was only using 1/10 of my power. Now, this is the true might of the white bone sword array. Ye Feng said indifferently. The next moment, he pointed at King Yun Zhenren from afar. Chapter 232. King Yun Jade, the underground of hardwood plains. Whoosh! 9 white bone swords suddenly cleaved down. King Yun Zhenren was shocked, clenching the King Yun sword in his hands as he condensed dozens of fiery blue sword shields around his body. Clang! The 9 white bone swords surrounded him, like a school of fish preying on helpless food, nibbling away the blue sword shields on the surface. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, King Yun Zhenren was struck down, sword and all, like a meteor crashing to the ground, his robe bursting open, leaving him without the strength to fight any longer. That's a wrap. With a thought from Ye Feng, the 9 white bone swords returned to his side, one carrying him while the rest circled protectively. You lost, hand over the King Yun Jade, Ye Feng said indifferently, extending his hand to King Yun Zhenren on the ground. King Yun Zhenren lay on his back on the ground, the King Yun sword slanted in the earth, still trembling slightly. He pointed a quivering finger at Ye Feng, so enraged that he spat blood and fainted. Hey! Don't die on me! Ye Feng quickly pinched his philtrum to keep King Yun Zhenren from dying. On the surrounding peaks, the spectators had long been dumbfounded. Ye Feng had won. And it was an overwhelming victory. How could this be? Elder Hongmeng stared at the mighty white bone sword array, murmuring with certainty, there's no mistake, this is definitely the sword formation bestowed by Alliance leader Mo Tianlong of the Myriad Islands. No wonder it's so powerful. Yunhua Zhenren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Having just declared to be a permanent ally of Misty Sect, he truly hoped Ye Feng wouldn't lose, but he could never have imagined that Ye Feng would win so effortlessly. Truly deserving of the title Sect Master yet. Last time he defeated King Yun Zhenren and this time he won again. His strength is like a bottomless pit. In the pit. After measures like pinching his philtrum and splashing water on his face, King Yun Zhenren finally came to, opening his eyes to see the concerned expression on Ye Feng's face. You're finally awake, now hand over the King Yun Jade, said Ye Feng. Upon hearing this, King Yun Zhenren's legs kicked out in anger, and he fainted again, nearly dying on the spot. How did he faint again? Ye Feng, speechless, quickly pinched his philtrum again. After much trouble, King Yun Zhenren finally woke up. Here! He said dejectedly, tossing the King Yun Jade on the ground and flying off into the distance with his King Yun sword, soullessly. The accompanying King Yun sect elders and disciples covered their faces in shame and scurried away. And so, the great battle came to an end. Ye Feng collected the King Yun Jade and the white bone sword array, beckoned to the cultivators from various sects, and returned to Yunhua Peak. The banquet resumed. Ye Feng mingled with the sect masters from all the major sects, chatting away merrily. Before long, the banquet ended. Gentlemen, until next time. Ye Feng bowed to the crowd and, with the disciples from Misty Sect, soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon under countless admiring gazes. At that moment, a person came rushing, pointing in the direction where Ye Feng had vanished, stammering incomprehensibly, and had no choice but to deliver a letter to Yunhua Zhenren. What? Just a few days ago, the dual-winged giant crocodile and the fanged mad pig had an earth-shattering battle in Fuyun gloomy forest and both underwent a bloodline transformation, further increasing their strength. But in the end, these 2 peak demon generals were effortlessly slain by Sect Master Ye. Yunhua Zhenren, after reading the contents of the letter, exclaimed in shock. The guests from various sects who hadn't yet dispersed heard this and all gasped, turning to look in the direction Ye Feng had left, not sure what to say. Elder Hung Men's gaze sharpened. She hadn't expected Ye Feng to be so terrifyingly strong, capable of killing 2 peak demon generals. Could this really be the true power of the white bone sword array? Thinking this, she sent Qin Ping and Qin Wan back to County King City and flew at full speed to the Myriad Islands Alliance, planning to ask Mo Mingxi about the white bone sword array. The guests gradually dispersed. And 2 extremely shocking pieces of news spread with them. The first was that Ye Feng had defeated King Yun Zhenren in public. The second was that Ye Feng had slain 2 peak demon generals. As the news spread, it was like a storm sweeping through an area of thousands of miles, even reaching distant places such as Divine Wind City, Fengjian Sect, County King City, and more. To kill peak demon generals? This was inconceivable. It was known that at the element gathering realm, it was very difficult to kill someone of equal level. Even if one was losing, they could desperately escape. But Ye Feng could exterminate peak demon generals. What did this imply? His strength was far greater than that of peak demon generals. Even if not comparable to the Spirit Sea realm, it was close to a third of it. Looking over the entire southern river basin, such strength was truly top tier. At Misty Peak, Ye Feng sat cross-legged in front of the refining furnace, holding the King Yun Jade he had won, communicating with the refining furnace to determine the spiritual artifact that could be crafted and the materials required. After rummaging through the system space, Ye Feng took out over a dozen precious materials, refined them all, and threw them into the refining furnace along with the King Yun Jade. 10 minutes later, the lid of the furnace opened, and light emerged. A palm-sized blue compass landed in Ye Feng's hand. Upgrade energy, 26.8%. Another 1% energy gained, not bad. Let's see what this compass is all about, Ye Feng muttered to himself. Treasure-seeking compass, middle-grade spiritual artifact. Remark, forged from King Yun Jade, spirit light gemstones, and other materials. It can sense the aura of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and locate them. Before use, a middle-grade spirit stone must be embedded. The maximum search range is within 100 miles. A treasure-seeking spiritual artifact, not bad. Ye Feng received a pleasant surprise. He inserted a middle-grade spirit stone into the treasure-seeking compass to activate it. Then, he saw the compass needle rotating continuously, eventually pointing towards the spiritual spring and the purifying green lotus. Sect Master Uncle, what kind of spiritual artifact is this? Shi Lei pointed at the treasure-seeking compass, noting that the direction of the needle was completely different from a compass, and he was very curious. This is a treasure-seeking compass. It can find treasures within a certain range. Its needle usually points to the most valuable heavenly material or earthly treasure within range, Ye Feng explained. How magical! Shi Lei's eyes widened. At that moment, Ye Feng thought of the hardwood plains. Before the battle with King Yun Zhenren, he actually offered King Yun Jade, worth 30 middle-grade spirit stones, to wager on the hardwood plains. This indicates that the value of the hardwood plains is enormous, far exceeding that of King Yun Jade. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss, and immediately stood up. Come, follow me to the hardwood plains. Myriad Islands Alliance. Elder Hongmeng finally arrived at the main island. Looking at the massive pale blue shield with a diameter of tens of miles, she released her spiritual sense to scan and found the shield extremely sturdy. Not to mention her, in the element gathering realm, even someone in the spirit sea realm might not be able to break through. Min Xi, it's me. Elder Hongmeng took out a messenger paper crane, establishing contact with Mo Mingxi. In a large hall. Upon hearing that the white bone sword array was not a gift from the alliance leader of the Myriad Islands to Ye Feng, Elder Hongmeng felt a great shock, saying, the white bone sword array is extremely powerful. Even if it's not an enemy of the spirit sea realm, it can overpower anyone at the peak of the element gathering realm. It's very strong. On hearing this, Mo Mingxi felt something was off, saying, I heard from Blue Bird Elder that Master Ye cut down 2 peak demon generals in a single day. Could it be that this is true, and that he relies on the very white bone sword array you're talking about? Absolutely, Elder Hongmeng nodded repeatedly. Mo Mingxi was shocked. She originally thought that Ye Feng was just an outstanding array master with practically no combat ability. Yet, he possessed a terrifying white bone sword array, capable of cutting down even peak demon generals, making him practically invincible below the spirit sea realm. Array masters are fairly wealthy. Crafting such a sword array isn't considered particularly extraordinary. In the end, that was what Mo Mingxi thought. She and Elder Hongmeng sat down to enjoy tea as time ticked away. Hardwood Plains. Ye Feng and Shi Lei, along with a few other disciples, arrived at this place. Guided by the treasure-seeking compass, Ye Feng found that the so-called treasure was actually buried deep underground, but pinpointing its exact location was not easy. This lousy spiritual artifact, such poor location accuracy. Ye Feng patted the treasure-seeking compass, finding its functionalities a bit lacking as it couldn't determine the exact location of the real treasure within tens of miles. He suddenly felt as if he'd been greatly short-changed. Could the whole area underground be full of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Yan Ruyu tilted her head and pondered for a moment before suggesting. Is that possible? The others felt that this notion was far-fetched. Let's do this, we'll spread out across the entire hardwood plains and hold our identity tokens. I'll continue digging downward while you use Earth Escape to go down and scout. Report immediately if you find anything. Ye Feng formulated a new plan. Yes, the disciples quickly dispersed. Even Brother Flathead, White Float 5 Immortals, Little White Fox, Golden Furred Squirrel and other mountain guardian spirit beasts began to dig. 20 meters underground. Ye Feng looked around and noted that the surroundings were made of grey, tough soil. He extended one hand to control 3 white bone swords, digging away relentlessly. 300 meters underground. Mo Ying, who had used Earth Escape to be the first to reach this area, found a gigantic, hard rock that she couldn't penetrate further. I've found the bottom rock layer, Mo Ying immediately transmitted a message to the others. Over here, I've hit rock as well, and it's so hard that even a lower grade spiritual artifact can't break through. I've no idea what it's made of, Shi Lei replied. Same here. It's the same on this side too. Soon after, Ye Feng dug down to 200 meters and also saw a flat rock wall, different from the depths reached by the others. It seemed like the several hundred meters below were covered by an irregularly shaped, colossal rock. Clang! Ye Feng struck the rock with a white bone sword, producing only a few sparks, clearly unable to break through. Everyone, come back out. Ye Feng returned to the surface, gathering all the people and spiritual beasts. Then, he took out the 5 elements spirit sword and unleashed more than a dozen sword beams spanning hundreds of meters, creating a gorge that was dozens of meters wide, 800 meters long, and several hundred meters deep. Looking down the gorge, they saw the entire rock bottom, deducing from earlier exploration, that this rock went on at least for tens of miles. It was extremely hard, and its material was yet to be identified. What exactly is this? Everyone was deep in thought. In the sky above, King Yun Zhenren, hiding in the clouds above, saw the rock at the bottom of the gorge and his eyes bulged. How could this be? Weren't there supposed to be precious treasures buried under the hardwood plains? Instead, it turned out to be just a massive rock without any borders. The next moment, he swept his sleeve and left, utterly dejected. If he had known it was just a rock that even Ye Feng couldn't break through, he wouldn't have bet the King Yun Jade on a battle. He'd taken such a big loss. The more King Yun Zhenren thought about it, the more downcast he became, almost closing himself off. On the ground, Ye Feng looked at the giant rock in the gorge, stroked his chin, and said, since this giant rock has been identified by the treasure-seeking compass as a heavenly material or earthly treasure, it must be useful somehow. Let's continue to spread out and explore, to determine the rock's precise boundaries. Yes, the disciples nodded and dispersed again. Chapter 233. The Spirit Wave Disc, an extremely shocking discovery. By the way, it's best to scout the border areas of the hardwood plains, Ye Feng added at the last minute. Understood. The disciples nodded and flew toward the edge of the hardwood plains. Ye Feng also flew toward the sky, higher and higher, until he could overlook the entire hardwood plains, when he discovered an unexpected phenomenon. The plains were actually oval-shaped. Slightly narrower north to south, slightly longer east to west. As to why it was this way, Ye Feng himself did not know. Why do the trees of the hardwood plains grow in such a strange manner? Ye Feng stroked his chin, very curious. But no one responded to him. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng tried to get information about this super boulder through the scouting feature, but found he could not detect anything. However, when he looked at the iron fir trees on the ground, there was a reaction. Iron fir tree, spirit material. Talent, hardness, pest resistance, non-decay. Note: originally an ordinary iron fir tree, it mutated into a new species due to absorption of a special substance, with hardness as iron, yet its weight is no different from ordinary wood, an excellent material for constructing sect main halls and towers. The downside is its extreme hardness, it can only be processed using spiritual artifacts. After reading this information, Ye Feng's eyes flickered. A special substance? Could it be that this hardwood mutated by absorbing some of the power from the boulder deep underground? Ye Feng wondered. Thinking this, he felt that the boulder underground was even more extraordinary. Alas, its size was too vast, even now he hadn't fully grasped how far it extended underground. Perhaps it spread out like a mountain, endless and impossible to take away. Sect Leader, I have found the edge of the area. Mo Ying sent a message. I followed the edge of the hardwood plains and descended, discovering that the edge of the rock is similar to that of the plains. I'm continuing to sink. This boulder extends very deep, already over 10 miles and still no bottom. On hearing this, Ye Feng was secretly astonished. Then messages from other disciples followed. Sect Master Uncle, I've also found the edge and am descending. Same here. The disciples responded one after another. Ye Feng, from high above in the sky, looking down at the vast land, felt the underground of the hardwood plains was even more mysterious. Not to mention other treasures, just this boulder buried in the ground was valuable enough. Because it was hard. If this thing could be excavated, it would definitely become the foundation for the Misty Sect's future. Of course, that was just a thought for now, as he still hadn't determined the size of the boulder. 1 hour later, all the disciples returned to the ground, panting heavily, obviously having overexerted themselves. Based on the information they provided, Ye Feng used heroic spirit power to control a patch of sand, condensing it into a rough and strange shape. This is too crude. You can't guess what it is at all, Ye Feng muttered. The boulder is so large, and we have too few hands. We could only determine that it extends dozens of miles deep, but as for what it is, we couldn't make out, Ji Xiling panted. This was the after effect of excessive energy consumption from using Earth escape. It would take some time to recover. Let's fill up the hole for now. Ye Feng ordered. Since they couldn't find out anything, they might as well not look. After all, the hardwood plains belonged to White Float City, and White Float City was secretly under his control. They could always investigate later. Suddenly, Ye Feng had an idea and secretly thought, System, can the refining furnace create a kind of spiritual artifact that can obtain the outline of a target based on vibration feedback? Sure, the system responded. Ye Feng hurriedly took out the refining furnace, communicated with it through his thoughts, selected more than a dozen refined materials, and 8 middle-grade spirit stones, and began forging on the spot. What is the sect leader going to do now? The disciples were all very curious. 10 minutes later. Upgrade energy, 27.8%. As the refining furnace issued the prompt, the lid flew into the sky, accompanied by a stream of rosy light, and a disc-shaped spiritual artifact appeared in everyone's sight. Spirit Wave Disc, middle-grade spiritual artifact. Function, a type of spiritual artifact capable of emitting unique spirit waves. It emits spirit waves in different directions and obtains the structural information of a vast spatial area based on the feedback. Note, can be delegated. Ye Feng grasped the spirit wave disc, very satisfied. Under the puzzled gazes of the disciples, Ye Feng rose into the air and reached a height of several dozen miles, then activated the spirit wave disk. Countless pale golden spirit waves spread out like a trumpet, falling upon the earth and enveloping an area of 100 miles within them. A moment later, Ye Feng saw the following line of text appear on the surface of the spirit wave disk. Scouting progress, 10%. Seeing this, Ye Feng flew dozens of miles further away and continued scouting. The disciples stood in place, watching Ye Feng's enigmatic actions, scratching their heads, not knowing what to say. After repeating this process more than a dozen times, Ye Feng finally received a prompt that the scouting progress had reached 100%. He returned to the disciples and said indifferently, "All right, now we can find out what exactly is hidden beneath this land." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Feng pointed at the surface of the spirit wave disk. Ding-ling! An extremely crisp sound rang out. Numerous light particles appeared on the surface of the spirit wave disk, sketching out a pale white cube, 1 meter in length, width, and height, in mid-air. Within it, pale golden light began to emerge bit by bit. From top to bottom, it gradually formed an ellipsoid shape. It looks like the boulders underground are round. That's not right. How come there are 2 huge indentations in front that look like eye sockets? Is this actually a skull? The disciples gradually widened their eyes. As the pale golden light outlined the complete shape of the underground boulder, everyone discovered that it was a supersized skull with a diameter close to 100 miles. Holy shit! The entire Misty sect was shocked. Deep beneath the hardwood plains lay a supersized skull. Could this be the remains of some super powerful being? But, with such a size, it couldn't possibly be of the human race. After all, even if a great power of the human race were to fall, their body size would still be similar to that of an ordinary person. You see, the shape of this skull is similar to that of an ordinary person, so it should belong to a human, but not necessarily an ordinary one. It's very likely that it belonged to a supergiant. For instance, an ancient giant god. The discussions came to an abrupt halt. Everyone turned their heads to look at Xiao Jiaxi. Why? Why are you looking at me? Xiao Jiaxi was somewhat nervous. Ye Feng quickly waved his hands and said, Jiaxi obtained the powerful bloodline of the ancient giant god by consuming a spirit fruit that contained it, but that doesn't mean he is an ancient giant god. So his stature remains that of a normal person. After a pause, he added, as for this supersized skull buried deep underground, it is very likely the bones of an ancient giant god. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so huge and so hard that even an upper-grade spiritual artifact couldn't crack it. Sect Leader, now that we have found the bones of a cultivation predecessor, what should we do? Jia Yulan asked with some concern. Would they incur the wrath of the skull's owner if it still retained a powerful will? Chapter 234. Building the Scripture Pavilion, Scapegoat Youth Wang Ping'an. Ye Feng was also at a loss about this question. He had thought there was a treasure underground, but instead, he inadvertently dug up what seemed to be the skull of an ancient giant god. This matter was indeed a bit too serious. Remembering that he had not yet made his wish for the day, Ye Feng clapped his hands together and said, I've got it. I wish for upper-rank paper money, incense, candles, an altar, and a pig's head for the ritual. Suddenly, a table appeared on the ground. In the middle, there was a fragrant, clear water-stewed pig's head, along with paper money, incense, and candles. Ye Feng hurried to light the incense and candles and stood with his disciples in front of the altar, mumbling to the land. Respected predecessor, we inadvertently encountered you today, and we hope you won't take it to heart against us juniors. After offering the incense, Ye Feng's expression relaxed. He called on his disciples to begin logging. The hardwood plains spanned tens of miles around, and the hardwood trees there, both in girth and height, were a perfect choice for constructing pavilions. Clang! With a ground-hugging sword-drawing technique, Huo Yunjia instantly cut down 1,000 trees, while the other disciples took care of pruning the branches and turning them into usable timber, all of which was transported back to Misty Peak. At the summit of Misty Peak, the carpenter Master Li from the Jia family was called upon once more. In the open space, Shi Lei was discussing the blueprints with Master Li, sketching and consulting, both very focused and smiling cheerfully. Haha, all right then, that's settled. Half an hour later, Shi Lei looked at the blueprints on the table with a simple smile. Master Li put down his charcoal pencil and rubbed his aging back, looking at the designs on the table with great satisfaction and a big smile. Next, let's start the construction. Shi Lei packed up, calling over Huo Yunjia, Long Tianxing, Qiao Jiaxi, and Yu Yangfeng to join him with their spirit swords, cutting the hardwood into the required shapes. Master Li called over more than a dozen carpenters to build the foundation on an open space 50 meters away from the sect leader's great hall. With its natural anti-corrosive properties, the hardwood could last 1,000 years, even the carbonization process was skipped and construction went directly to assembly, which was very quick. In less than a day, the main structure was completed, but many details still needed to be perfected. Laying floorboards, installing roof tiles, applying lacquer. In just 3 short days, a wooden tower with a total height of 35 meters and 7 stories was erected at the summit of Misty Peak, becoming the current tallest building of the Misty sect. As Ye Feng personally unveiled the red cloth on the plaque above the first floor doorway, the 3 characters for Scripture Pavilion came into view. Clap, clap, clap. The disciples burst into applause. From today on, the Misty Sect's Scripture Pavilion is officially open. Ye Feng, with his hands behind his back, entered it first. The cross-section of the Scripture Pavilion was hexagonal, forming a 6-sided tower. The first floor had a diameter of about 15 meters, spacious enough, and the higher it went, the smaller it got, shrinking to a diameter of only 10 meters on the 7th floor. At this moment, there was only a spiral staircase in the center of the first floor, and the surroundings were empty and seemed a bit shabby. Ahem, our Misty Sect's first floor will specialize in storing various insignificant books, such as beginner spells and collections of strange tales. From the 2nd floor up, we'll house more valuable books or 2nd-grade spells. Of course, the 3rd floor will hold 3rd-grade spells, or ancient books of equivalent value. And so on. The higher the floors, the rarer and more valuable the contents will be. Obviously, there are no bookshelves or books in the Scripture Pavilion yet, but we can buy them and put them there. Yunji, Tianxing, take 50 middle-grade spirit stones and buy back all sorts of interesting books and spells. The other disciples will cooperate with Master Li to turn the remaining hardwood into bookshelves, to be placed on the 1st through 7th floors of the Scripture Pavilion. Ye Feng began issuing orders to the disciples. We will follow the sect leader's orders. The crowd received their tasks and started to move. Huo Yunjia and Long Tianxing set off. Second senior brother, I think we should head to White Float City and Sanyuan City first, and along the way, make a trip to Beacon Fire City and 5 Colors City. At the very least, we should buy 100 first-grade spells, and with the remaining money, purchase other miscellaneous books. I think that's fine. The 2 chatted while flying towards the distance. The rest of the disciples also got to work. Senior Sister Mo, I'll leave this to you. Xiaoyi and Qiuju lined up 10 pieces of hardwood in a row and stood them up on the ground. Clang! Mo Ying, fierce and not much for words, drew her breeze riding sword, and with hundreds of slashes in a moment, split the 10 pieces of hardwood into boards, each 1 centimeter thick. She continued to act, cutting these boards to the needed size, then handed them over to Master Li to assemble, creating bookshelves that were difficult to destroy. Ye Feng sat at the top of the Scripture Pavilion, watching the busy crowd below, feeling pleased, a leisurely expression on his face. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Huo Yunjia and Long Tianxing had returned. They had spent 50 middle-grade spirit stones and bought 103 first-grade spells, along with several thousand ordinary books. By now, all the bookshelves in the scripture pavilion were ready, each floor equipped with desks and chairs. Sitting by the windows, one could enjoy the beautiful scenery when tired of reading. On the shelves of the first 3 floors, ancient texts were placed. Even precious books like the 3rd grade spells Heavenly Moon Strike, the auxiliary cultivation method 2nd Chi Si, and 9 revolutions Heavenly God technique were all written out by Ye Feng, bound into volumes, and put on the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion. It still lacks formation protection. Ye Feng stood in front of a bookshelf, looking at the ancient book that recorded the 2nd grade spell Falling Blooms in Profusion, preparing to set up a formation to protect it. For example, these books could only be read inside the pavilion. Once taken outside, they would be blocked by the formation. Thinking this, Ye Feng quickly communicated with the refining furnace to see if a similar formation could be crafted. Who are you? Outside the scripture pavilion, Li Jiao's voice, full of surprise, suddenly could be heard. Ye Feng walked over to the 2nd floor window and looked down, spotting a lean youth in a large red daoist robe standing at the peak, carrying a large black pot, looking clean-cut, and bearing a restrained demeanor. I am Wang Ping'an. The youth gave a bow to Li Jiao in front of him, his face immediately blushing with shyness as he saw her beauty, and he stammered as he spoke, with his head bowed low. You're called Wang Ping'an. Li Jiao was skeptical. Wang Ping'an, just one Wang. The youth in red hastily corrected, I'm timid and stutter when I talk, sorry. After speaking haltingly, the youth Wang Ping'an buried his head even lower. What brings you here? Wait, that's not right, you're only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, yet you managed to pass through the misty area. Could it be that you passed the entry test left by the Sect Master Uncle and meet the requirements to join our misty sect? Li Jiao examined Wang Ping'an with amazement, recalling something, very surprised. Yes, I would like to meet the sect leader of Misty Sect and hope to join the Misty Sect. Wang Ping'an, nervous and stuttering, quickly corrected himself. Another new junior brother. Upon hearing this, the other disciples gathered around, their fervent gazes burying Wang Ping'an's head even lower. You want to join Misty Sect? A gentle voice came from the scripture pavilion, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 235. The sole survivor of Little Emerald Peak, Dong Dongqiang's breakthrough. Ye Feng arrived. He stood on the ground, sizing up Wang Ping'an and noticed the fair-skinned youth was very nervous. Don't panic, the others won't eat you up. Ye Feng's tone was gentle, like a big brother next door, and he added, I am the sect leader of the Misty Sect, Ye Feng. At these words, Wang Ping'an shrank his neck and timidly lifted his head to look at Ye Feng, realizing that this young man was handsome and had a kind face, but he was far different from the sect master Ye that Wang Ping'an had envisioned. In Wang Ping'an's mind, Ye Feng should have been an old man with the bearing of an immortal, fond of drinking, and a bit lecherous. Just like the master who had passed away. With this thought, Wang Ping'an weakly asked, Are you really Sect Master Ye Feng? Yes, it's me, Ye Feng nodded. The fact that Wang Ping'an could walk through the misty area indicated he met the recruitment criteria of the Misty Sect. Ye Feng always cherished disciples that were hard to come by, even if Wang Ping'an's cultivation level was not high, only at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he still wanted to take him in. Please allow me to join the Misty Sect, Sect Master Ye. Wang Ping'an knelt down sincerely on the ground, placing the big wok before him, and kowtowed to Ye Feng, his forehead colliding with the bottom of the wok, making a dong 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 sound. The crowd was all stunned. Others would kowtow to the ground, but when it came to Wang Ping'an, it turned into kowtowing to the wok, getting his forehead smudged with black. Ye Feng opened his mouth, coughed to mask his surprise, and said, You better stand up and talk. Yes, sect leader. Wang Ping'an quickly got up, holding the black wok, wiping his forehead with his hand, and soon his face was covered in black smudges, his smile revealing very white teeth. Ye Feng's mouth twitched. There is a big difference between Sect Master Ye and Sect Leader. Calling the former indicated that both parties were not from the same sect. If one called the latter, it meant Ye Feng had become Wang Ping'an's sect leader, and it was uncertain whether Wang Ping'an was doing so deliberately or had mistakenly said the wrong title. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng took Wang Ping'an to the sect leader's great hall, brought out the book of names, and asked, "Your name is Wang Ping'an, right? Give a brief introduction of yourself, such as where you are from, to which power you belonged, your experiences and any special skills." Holding the wok behind him, Wang Ping'an said softly, "My name is Wang Ping'an, from the little Emerald Peak over 100 miles away. I used to learn alchemy from our senior ancestor, the alchemist of Dangxia. Later, I studied alchemy with the second ancestor. Then, I learned alchemy with the third ancestor. After sending off my master, I came down from the mountain. I heard that Sect Master Ye of the Misty Sect is the most formidable immortal nearby, so I planned to come over to apprentice. As for my special skill, it's alchemy." Everyone listened to Wang Ping'an's personal history, all wearing puzzled expressions. What does sending off one's master mean? And why study alchemy with each of the ancestors such as senior ancestor, second ancestor, third ancestor? Could it be that Wang Ping'an had inherited the legacies of several individuals? Ye Feng had such doubts too. Thus, they voiced their concerns. The founding master of Little Emerald Peak, the venerable Dangxia hermit, was our sect's founder, and the second master was his only disciple. The third master was the second master's only disciple. My master was the fifth master's only disciple. Including myself, there were originally 7 people at Little Emerald Peak. The founder said that I had a king of elixir physique, so he personally taught me alchemy. But somehow, after imparting all his knowledge to me, the old master suddenly passed away. Next, it was the second master's turn to teach me, and then, he died as well. Lastly, just after my own master finished teaching me how to make elixirs, for reasons unknown, he also lost his breath. I buried them all on the hill behind our peak. As I didn't know how to wash clothes or cook, I got too hungry, so I had no choice but to venture down the mountain." Wang Ping'an gave a detailed explanation. He spoke haltingly, hesitantly, sometimes almost going word by word, which is why it took him rather long. Everyone who heard that Wang Ping'an had consecutively sent off 6 masters couldn't help but gasp and turn to look at Ye Feng. Smack! The brush in Ye Feng's hand fell onto the table. Damn it, this disciple can't be accepted. He might have a supreme master destroyer physique. Whoever becomes his master will be out of luck. That's what Ye Feng thought, so frightened that he couldn't even hold his brush steady. Wang Ping'an saw the brush that had fallen onto the table, picked it up, and handed it to Ye Feng with a sincere face. "Sect leader, I am skilled in alchemy. Please take me as your disciple. I will definitely learn how to do laundry and cook, and I will make the best elixirs for the section. There's no need to talk about accepting you as a disciple." As soon as he heard that he was sought as a master, Ye Feng got so scared that he stood on his chair, ready to send Wang Ping'an away. "Don't, sect leader, don't drive me away, master. I'm kneeling for you." Wang Ping'an immediately put down the wok and was about to kowtow to Ye Feng. "Damn it!" Ye Feng dodged at the speed of light, not giving him a chance to kneel. "Master, I can refine elixirs. Just keep me. Although I don't know how to do laundry and cook, I'm willing to learn." Wang Ping'an was pushed out by Ye Feng, and as he was about to enter the misty area, he became so anxious that he spoke more fluently. The other disciples had weird expressions on their faces. To be honest, they were quite happy to have more disciples in the Misty Sect, especially since this one knew how to make elixirs. However, remembering that Wang Ping'an might possess a Master Destroyer talent and had successively sent off 6 masters, the disciples suddenly felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. At the end of the mountain path, Ye Feng, looking at Wang Ping'an who was kneeling on the ground and weeping bitterly, remembered that this young man seemed to know alchemy, and to pass the star-level sect assessment, it was essential to have someone who knew how to refine elixirs. "You said you know alchemy?" Ye Feng asked. Wang Ping'an quickly hugged the iron pot and nodded seriously, "Yes. Although I have sent off 6 masters, I have also learned the unique alchemy techniques of Little Emerald Peak. I can make very high-quality elixirs, such as cultivation chi pills, blood chi pills, healing chi pills." "Stop, stop, stop!" Ye Feng interrupted Wang Ping'an, "You say you can make cultivation chi pills, then fine, I'll give you a chance. Make at least 1 cultivation chi pill today, whether it be lower grade, middle grade, or upper grade, as long as the quality is decent, I will keep you here. You'll accept me as your disciple?" Wang Ping'an asked excitedly. "Forget discipleship, but you can be kept as a member of the sect." Ye Feng felt like kicking him. "All right, I'll start alchemy now." Wang Ping'an set up a black cauldron on the ground, took out a vat of water, dozens of fragrant herbs, a small stone mill, and a scale from his storage ring. In addition, there were some odd and bizarre things. "Is this cooking or alchemy?" Ye Feng muttered, looking at the items on the ground. The disciples also gathered around, curiously watching. Wang Ping'an began the alchemy. At this moment, his young face was serious. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he first used water to scrub the cauldron, then added half a cauldron of water, ignited a piece of strange black stone with a spell, and heated the large black cauldron from below. Wang Ping'an selected more than 10 types of spiritual medicine, weighed the precise amounts with a scale, then put them all in the stone mill with some water, ground them into pulp, and poured everything into the black cauldron. After that, he just kept boiling it. Seeing such an unorthodox method of alchemy, Ye Feng and the many disciples were all speechless, really wanting to ask whether this was about making soup or alchemy. However, they didn't interrupt. Everyone watched earnestly. Although they thought Wang Ping'an was unreliable, in the end, he was seriously practicing alchemy, and every person working hard deserves patience and encouragement. The water in the cauldron boiled. The water level started to drop gradually. Soon, the liquid in the cauldron turned into residue, and then, as there was no extinguishing of the fire, it continued to be roasted, starting to emit a burnt smell. "Are you sure you shouldn't put out the fire?" Li Jiao muttered. Wang Ping'an answered seriously, "The critical moment is now, I cannot stop." While speaking, he maintained the gentle fire, continuously stirring the gradually blackening medicinal residue until the black ash in the cauldron was sublimated by the high temperature and scattered with the wind. The residue in the cauldron became less and less. But just at that moment, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The surface of the black cauldron suddenly formed a layer of shiny substance, emitting a fresh fragrance. Wang Ping'an extinguished the fire, immediately rinsed the cauldron with water, and washed out all the shiny substance, pouring it into a jar for filtering and settling. "Quite interesting," Mo Ying whispered. Ye Feng also nodded secretly. During their time at Yunhua sect, everyone had witnessed alchemists performing alchemy. Though the process was entirely different from Wang Ping'an's, in the end, they obtained that kind of medicinal essence full of the fragrance of medicine. The settling continued for 15 minutes. Wang Ping'an heated the cauldron again, poured out the washing water from the cauldron after settling it, leaving only the semi-dry medicinal essence. He poured it back into the cauldron, stirred it a few times, then placed it into a special wooden box, shaking it continuously. Then, 9 light blue elixir pills appeared. "Is it a success?" The crowd was astonished. Wang Ping'an stretched out his hand, placed the 9 elixir pills above his palm, ran a spell, used his own spiritual fire to temper them, causing a spiritual glow to appear on the surface of the elixir pills, and the last of the impurities were driven away. A rich medicinal fragrance began to spread. Finally, after an hour of effort, Wang Ping'an placed 9 pure and flawless elixir pills on a tray, presenting them to Ye Feng. "Master, they are finished, 9 lower-grade cultivation qi pills," Wang Ping'an said cheerily. Upon hearing the word master, Ye Feng quickly tactically leaned back and took out a white bone sword. "Mo Ying, check the quality of these elixir pills." Ye Feng gestured to Mo Ying with his mouth. Mo Ying extended her snow-white slender hand, picked up a lower-grade cultivation qi pill, her spiritual sense entered it, and her gaze changed slightly, saying, "Indeed, it's a lower-grade cultivation qi pill, and its purity is at a full 10 out of 10, a master-level technique." "Really?" Ye Feng's breath hitched. Finding a disciple who could perform alchemy was truly delightful. However, Wang Ping'an had the ancestor-ending physique, staying in the Misty Sect was no problem, but he couldn't be acknowledged as the disciple of anybody, or else, that would be sending the person straight to heaven. Considering this, Ye Feng coughed and said, "The quality of the elixir pills is quite good. From today on, you are the 14th disciple of our Misty Sect, for the time being, among the registered disciples. Once you complete the assessment task, you will be able to advance to the outer disciples." "Thank you, Master." "Sect Leader." Wang Ping'an was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt down. Seeing Ye Feng raise the white bone sword, he quickly corrected himself from Master to Sect Leader. "From today on, this Sect Leader establishes the first sect rule, that is, no one is allowed to call me Master." Ye Feng held up the white bone sword high, ready to chop down anyone who dared call him Master. The disciples all looked towards Wang Ping'an. Wang Ping'an shrank his neck and said, "Master." "Sect Leader, I won't say it again in the future." Snap! Hearing him say that, Ye Feng felt gratified, quickly registered Wang Ping'an's personal information, and stamped it with the sect leader's seal. Ding! Registered disciple Wang Ping'an received, lower grade root bone, qi refinement 3rd stage, naturally born king of pills, proficient in alchemy. The system sounded a prompt. King of pills? He had stumbled upon a treasure. Ye Feng's breath hitched, then he became extremely happy. Demon City. Dong Dongqiang sat cross-legged in an underground cavern. Boom! A terrifying surge burst forth from his body, shattering the surrounding rocks into powder. His eyes suddenly snapped open, his aura instantly skyrocketing tenfold, as he officially stepped into the element gathering realm first layer. He. Finally, I've broken through to the element gathering realm. I'll keep a low profile, not engage in major battles, run from enemies I can't defeat, and always stick to a steady approach. It won't take many years before I return to my peak." Dong Dongqiang brushed off the dust from his body, used the earth escape technique, and quietly left Demon City. Chapter 236. Wang Ping'an's talent, the embryo of alchemy pavilion. Ye Feng had no idea what Dong Dongqiang was up to. At the moment, he stood at the peak, watching Wang Ping'an guzzling spirit spring water, with an odd expression on his face. He said, "Isn't it just spirit spring water? Why are you drinking it like you haven't had water in hundreds of years?" Wang Ping'an took a few more big gulps, before lying satisfactorily on the ground facing upwards, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. "This water is simply too delicious. Master. Sect Leader, if I use spirit spring water for alchemy in the future, I can definitely greatly improve the quality of elixirs." Having said that, Wang Ping'an picked up a wooden ladle and gulped down a few more mouthfuls of spirit spring water. "Is the effect really that good?" Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. His gaze shifted downwards to the purifying green lotus growing in the spiritual spring. After a period of nurturing, the purifying green lotus was nearing maturity. Its fragrance could spread across the entire summit of Misty Peak, and its purifying effect had improved a lot as well. It seemed that the effectiveness of the spirit spring water was inseparable from the purifying effect of the purifying green lotus. Wang Ping'an patted his belly, saying, "This water really is too tasty. I've never in my life had water this good, I could go without food and just drink water all day long." To Ye Feng, this statement felt oddly familiar. That's right. Yan Ruyu had said the same thing before. And yet, she was eating more than anyone else. It looks like our Misty sect has gained another glutton, and our strange daily expenses have increased again, Ye Feng muttered. He turned to Wang Ping'an and said, "Ping'an, now that you are a registered disciple of our Misty sect, I have a task for you. You are to refine an upper-grade detoxifying qi pill within the next 15 days. This was a task just issued by the system. Once completed, Wang Ping'an could be promoted to an outer sect disciple. An upper-grade detoxifying qi pill. Wang Ping'an sat up straight, "Sect leader, that's simple. If there are enough spiritual medicines, I can refine it today." That quickly. Ye Feng was surprised. Wang Ping'an was only at the 3rd level of qi refinement, could he really refine an upper-grade detoxifying qi pill? That was upper grade, typically aligned with the 7th level of qi refinement. Under Ye Feng's gaze, Wang Ping'an pulled out a booklet, turned to page 35, and found the pill recipe for the upper-grade detoxifying qi pill. To refine this elixir, you'll need 3 mace of 10-year-old mint and 2 mace of 3-year-old detoxifying spirit fruit. Wang Ping'an began to read aloud. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, "You haven't actually refined one before, have you?" Wang Ping'an said earnestly, "Everyone has a first time. I might lack experience, but I am confident I can succeed within a day." "Well, we'll talk once you've made it," Ye Feng said as he sat down in a lounge chair. At that moment, Ji Xiling passed by, hugging a large stack of books. "Xiling, do you really like reading that much?" Ye Feng asked. "I wish I could bury myself in books all day and learn all there is to know about this world," Ji Xiling nodded seriously. Hearing this, Ye Feng glanced at the scripture pavilion and said, "Well then, from now on, you'll be the manager of the scripture pavilion." "A manager? You can think of it as an acting pavilion master." "Really?" Ji Xiling's eyes were filled with surprise. Ye Feng nodded, "Of course. Why would I joke about such a thing?" "Thank you, sect leader." Ji Xiling quickly sat down next to Ye Feng and began to inquire about the responsibilities of an acting pavilion master. As an acting pavilion master, you need to ensure the safety of the scriptures and that no items go missing. Ideally, each ancient book should be protected by formations, and without the consent of either me, the sect leader, or you, the acting pavilion master, no one should be able to take them out of the scripture pavilion. Also, you can assign codes and indexes to the books, which would make them easier to find and inventory. Ye Feng, being a former model student who spent his days in libraries, had good understanding of such matters. As she heard these novel suggestions, Ji Xiling's eyes widened, continually jotting down notes, afraid that she might miss something. "All right, go on and attend to your matters." Having sent Ji Xiling away, Ye Feng found Shi Lei and mentioned his idea of constructing the alchemy pavilion. "Sect leader is preparing to establish the alchemy pavilion?" "No problem, this disciple will go to the hardwood plains to cut timber right away, and then I'll build a pavilion on the empty mountaintop that will satisfy Sect Master Uncle," Shi Lei promised, patting his chest. "Thank you for your hard work." Ye Feng patted Shi Lei on the shoulder, feeling that his senior disciple was doing quite well, bearing burdens without complaint and working proactively. In modern times, he would definitely be a top employee. Shi Lei went to cut wood. Ji Xiling sat on the first floor of the scripture pavilion, organizing ancient books and assigning them numbers. When encountering something she did not understand, she would occasionally consult Ye Feng, or study the books to absorb the experience of predecessors. By the cliffside, Wang Ping'an started the fire for cooking. After half a day of busyness, Chef Wang, with the help of Jia Yulan, the person in charge of the spiritual medicine garden, found the materials for refining an upper-grade detoxifying qi pill. He still used the iron pot method for alchemy. First, he weighed the herbs. Next, he used a stone mill to grind them into a pulp. Then, he boiled it in the pot. Long Tianxing, having nothing to do, pulled Jiao Jiaxi, who had just been beaten black and blue by the armored guardians, over to the side. Pointing at the black rock burning beneath the black pot, he noticed that despite burning for a long time, it had not extinguished, piquing his curiosity. "Junior brother, what is this?" Long Tianxing asked. "This is black glow firestone, uniquely found on Little Emerald Peak. It can burn for a long time and allows precise control of the flame," Wang Ping'an explained. "To think there is such a marvelous thing, I've gained some knowledge," muttered Jiao Jiaxi, while Long Tianxing also found it incredible. Soon, the water in the pot was gone. The walls of the pot were coated with the shiny essence of the spiritual medicine, which Wang Ping'an scraped into a pottery jar, added water, stirred quickly, and after filtering out the impurities, he let it settle. The following procedures were identical to those when refining a lower-grade cultivation qi pill. Looking at the 3 blue and white pills in Wang Ping'an's hand, Jiao Jiaxi and Long Tianxing were very curious, so they asked, "Junior brother, is it considered refined now?" Wang Ping'an spoke seriously, "Not yet. Right now, I've only completed the extraction of the spiritual medicine essence, which is the first step. Next, I need to temper it with spiritual fire to induce a true transformation, only then will it become an elixir." After saying that, flames ignited in the palm of his hand. The 3 pills floated in the flames, absorbing the spiritual fire and emitting a blue light, becoming increasingly bright and eye-catching. Puff! 1 pill disintegrated into powder. Puff! The second pill also broke apart. The last pill was tough and survived. Under the tempering of the spiritual fire, blue and golden lines covered its surface, and it emitted a pervasive medicinal fragrance, finally turning into an elixir. "Haha, I've refined it." Wang Ping'an held the elixir and, with a face full of excitement, ran to Ye Feng, presenting the upper-grade detoxifying qi pill. "Ding! Registered disciple Wang Ping'an has completed the Outer Sect Disciple Assessment and can be promoted to Outer Sect Disciple. Congratulations to the Sect Leader for obtaining a small gift pack X1. The system's prompt sounded at the same time. Ye Feng stared at the pill, his face as surprised as it could be. In less than half a day, Wang Ping'an had refined the elixir. This speed was way too fast. Chapter 237. A special apprenticeship gift, Hu Yuan's plan. Not just Ye Feng, but the other disciples were also bewildered. Especially Mo Ying, whose bright eyes behind the black veil were filled with astonishment. She had seen many an alchemist. Those people's cultivation levels were quite decent, but to craft an upper-grade detoxifying qi pill, one's own cultivation needed to be at least at the qi refinement 7th layer, otherwise it was difficult to endure the enormous consumption during the crafting process. However, with Wang Ping'an, it was different. At the qi refinement 3rd layer, he could actually craft an upper-grade detoxifying qi pill, comparable to someone at the qi refinement 7th layer. Such alchemy talent could be said to be extremely high. What kind of place is Little Emerald Peak exactly, to be able to cultivate such an incredible alchemy prodigy? Or is it because he possesses the body of a pill king that he can do this? Mo Ying was very interested in this unfamiliar power. She caressed her cheek with her hand, hoping that one day Wang Ping'an would be able to craft that kind of elixir, allowing her to confidently remove her veil and not have to wear the black veil and conical hat every day, even when sleeping. In front of the reclining chair, Ye Feng didn't need to look at the elixir in Wang Ping'an's hand to know that he had succeeded. After all, the system had given a notification. Not bad, well done. After a word of praise, Ye Feng took out an Outer Sect Disciple Identity Token which had the words Outer Sect Wang Ping'an embossed on it. This is your identity token, it has functions like message transmission, defense, and sword beam emission, get familiar with it. Thank you, Sect Leader. Wang Ping'an received the identity token, happily hopping on the spot before kneeling on the ground. Sect leader, now that I'm an outer sect disciple, could you perhaps take me as... Before he could finish the word disciple, Ye Feng had already drawn his sword. Wang Ping'an quickly shut his mouth. Looking at Wang Ping'an, who constantly wished to take him as a master, Ye Feng was a bit troubled, feeling this couldn't go on. After pondering for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Our Misty sect once had an inscrutable old sect leader, who is also my senior brother. How about this, you take the old sect leader as your master, from now on, I will be your Sect Master Uncle, and I can take the place of the old sect leader to teach you." Having said this, Ye Feng felt like a genius. That he could come up with such a clever plan was just amazing. Can we really do it like this? Wang Ping'an's eyes widened. He just wanted to take a master, and he didn't have any ulterior motives. Why did it have to be so complicated? However, the thought of being able to take a master still made him compromise. "Since it's like this, please accept my bow, Sect Master Uncle." Wang Ping'an immediately knelt on the ground and gave Ye Feng 9 consecutive deep kowtows. Ye Feng sat in his place, took the spiritual tea that Wang Ping'an offered, and poured it onto the ground, looking up at the sky and saying, "Senior brother, today I take Wang Ping'an as a disciple on your behalf. From now on, you are his master. On normal days, your junior brother will help you teach him well. With this, you can rest in peace." After finishing, Ye Feng placed the teacup on the table beside him. The next moment, a wisp of blue smoke rose to the sky. Ye Feng and the other disciples blinked, looking towards the mid-slope of the back mountain of Misty Peak, only to see a tomb there emitting blue smoke, their expressions gradually turning strange. "I remember that seems to be the grave of our master," Huo Yunjia murmured. "Isn't that the ancestral grave emitting blue smoke?" Long Tianxing's eyes widened with excitement. "I've heard that's a good omen." Ye Feng's eyes widened with an odd feeling. He quickly turned to a bewildered Wang Ping'an, asking, "Did this also happen after you took a master before?" Wang Ping'an thought carefully and nodded. "It seems about the same. I remember after burying the old ancestor, I took the second ancestor as my master, and not long after, the ancestral grave also emitted blue smoke." Ye Feng had nothing to say in response. He had confirmed one thing. Anyone who became a disciple of Wang Ping'an seemed to have no good end. It was very likely that there was something strange about Wang Ping'an that cursed anyone who pledged themselves as his disciple. Thinking of this, Ye Feng looked towards the old sect leader's tomb halfway up the mountain and said, "Brother, since you have already passed away, having Wang Ping'an take you as his master and thus transferring the disaster would actually be a good thing for the entire Misty sect." After speaking, Ye Feng felt thoroughly refreshed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Wang Ping'an spent every day potion making, hardly cultivating at all. Shi Lei took advantage of this time to cut down a lot of hardwood and, with the help of Master Li, built a 15-meter-tall 3-story wooden hall on the open space near the scripture pavilion. This hall was named Alchemy Pavilion. Wang Ping'an conducted his potion making inside it. Outside Demon City, deep underground, the Fox Clan Demon King Hu Yuan finally woke up from the blood pool, his body full of vigor as if he had been reborn. Ha ha ha! This king has finally fully fused with the giant Earth Apes Demon King's physique and adapted to this realm. Although my cultivation level is only that of a peak demon general, relying on this powerful body, my strength is no weaker than a true demon king, he said. Hu Yuan put his thick hands on the edge of the blood pool and slowly stood up. His appearance had changed drastically compared to some time ago. Firstly, his body had shrunk a bit, now only 9 meters tall, with his fur becoming completely snow-white, resembling that of a white fox. Behind him, he had grown 3 fluffy fox tails. His legs had become thicker, similar to those of the giant ape, but his arms had grown into human-like limbs, completing a thorough transformation. Although I have completed the fusion of bloodlines, this king has consumed a lot of strength in the process. It's time to replenish, say, by devouring a spiritual vein core, he mused. Hu Yuan walked steadily, step by step, towards the surface. Having fused with the Demon King's physique would allow his strength to skyrocket, but in this lifetime, unless he could ascend to the divine origin realm, he wouldn't have the ability to transform into human form for now. Demon City. Hu Yuan stood on the high platform in the center of the city, overlooking the rebuilt Demon City, noting new buildings everywhere, along with many demon race members joining. Now, Demon City had an army of 50,000 of the demon race. Good job! Hu Yuan said to a nearby demon general. It is all thanks to the great teachings of our Demon King and the joint efforts of many soldiers. The demon general didn't dare take all the credit, fearing that Hu Yuan might kill him with a single slap. Demon King, what should we do next? Another middle-ranked demon general asked softly. Bring me the map, Hu Yuan ordered. A demon general promptly spread out a map that was several meters long in midair, covering all areas within a 3,000-mile radius, home to dozens of star-level forces. Hu Yuan looked at the map for a while and, pointing at the Qingyun mountain range, said, "This place is the closest to our demon city. We'll start by attacking it and seizing the spirit veins. I need the spiritual vein core to restore my strength and hopefully break through my realm. An upper-grade spirit stone could be worth a miniature spirit veins core, also containing power comparable to a demon king's demon pill. If he could continuously devour several cores, Hu Yuan believed he should be able to break through to the spirit sea realm. At that point, his strength would greatly increase." Yes. Several middle-ranked demon generals nodded in unison, leading over a dozen lower-ranked demon generals and thousands of demonic beasts as the vanguard, heading towards the Qingyun mountain range. Chapter 238. The Green Mountain is there. No wait, it's gone. Qingyun mountain range. Inside the Sect Master's Grand Hall. Since being publicly defeated by Ye Feng, Qingyun Zhenren had been spurred into action from shame, and he cloistered himself in the Grand Hall, not leaving for many days, deeply consolidating his cultivation level. On this day, fortune favored him, and the sword chi burst forth from his body, tearing a huge gash in the roof of the Grand Hall, ushering in brilliant sunlight. Ha ha ha! Ye Feng, I truly should thank you. I, this true man, have finally broken through the perfection level of the green cloud sword technique and successfully comprehended a thread of sword intent, its sheer delight. Qingyun Zhenren stood up, and his aura became even more intense, making him seem like an unparalleled treasured sword out of its sheath wherever he went. Boom! Before Qingyun Zhenren could celebrate for long, a deafening roar suddenly resounded, spreading throughout the entire Qingyun mountain range and alarming the thousands of sect members of the Qingyun sect. What's happening? Qingyun Zhenren's face changed dramatically. Could it be that Ye Feng has launched an attack? With a grave expression, he soared into the sky and looked from afar, only to see that several imposing middle-rank demon generals were attacking the sect protection array of Qingyun sect. Behind those demon generals, there were thousands of demonic beasts, revealing cruel smiles as they looked at the many peaks of Qingyun sect. This is bad. It's the demon race army of Demon City. Qingyun Zhenren let out a roar. All elders and disciples of Qingyun sect, heed my command and defend with all your might against the demon race army, do not let them break through. Yes. Bai Minglu, Xiao Fenggu, Xi Xinyu and many other disciples of the Qingyun sect all took their orders, lining up behind the array, ready to strike. As for Qingyun Zhenren, he suddenly lifted his Qingyun sword, channeling the just comprehended sword intent, and slashed a bright and dazzling cyan sword light. In the sky, ear-piercing sword cries resounded. An aura of profound sharpness suddenly swept across the leading middle-rank demon general, slicing it into two. This sword struck awe into everyone present. Whether it was the demon race army or the disciples of the Qingyun sect, all of them looked at Qingyun Zhenren in shock, as if he were a divine spirit. With one sword, a middle-rank demon general died. Too powerful. That sword chi was smooth as an antelope hanging its horns, utterly perfect. It seems to have reached the level of sword intent. Could it be that the sect leader has comprehended sword intent? It must be so. Our King Yun sect has hope for a great revival. The people of King Yun sect were ecstatic. Sword intent is what all sword Dao cultivators dream of obtaining. There are countless sword cultivators in this world, but very few can truly comprehend sword intent, one in tens of thousands. Once sword intent is comprehended, a sword cultivator's strength will surge tremendously. Some sword intents are about speed, which may seem like a single sword strike, but in a moment it can transform into countless shadows, making it impossible to defend against. There are also sword intents of sharpness, where the sword chi seems no different from usual, but in reality, it is much sharper, able to break through anything, unstoppable by anything. Of course, there are many types of sword intent. For example, one sword's chill reaches across 14 provinces. Or, one sword that can cleave open the heavens and revive all things. Of course, there's also a sword that can devouring heaven and devouring earth. Sword intent is endless. And this path is infinite. And now, the sword intent comprehended by King Yun Zhenren is sharpness. His sword chi, seemingly similar as usual, but empowered with sword intent, becomes able to pierce through everything. With his current cultivation level at the 7th layer of the element gathering realm and wielding the King Yun sword complemented by the green cloud sword technique, his sword strike's power is no less than a full-powered blow from a cultivator at the peak of the element gathering realm. The rats of Demon City dare to contend with this true master, seeking death. King Yun Zhenren let out an angry roar. He placed his left hand behind his back and pinched the sword technique with his right, the King Yun sword enveloped in sword chi, slowly rotating beside him. His entire being, with his robes billowing, resembled the legendary Supreme Sword Master. The strength of the King Yun Sect Master has exceeded expectations. Retreat quickly. We cannot retreat. Yes, if we retreat now, we will surely be severely punished by the Demon King. The demon generals of Demon City engaged in a heated discussion. Not leaving? Then die. King Yun Zhenren expended a great deal of mental and divine energy, transforming it into a second strand of sword intent, embedding it within the King Yun sword, and pointed at the remaining middle-rank demon generals from afar. Rib. The King Yun sword pierced through the air. At that moment, the remaining few middle-rank demon generals drastically changed their expressions and quickly fled in different directions. But one of the demon generals was still a beat too slow. The King Yun sword brushed past his neck, the demon powerless to resist, his head shot into the sky, and he fell on the spot. Retreat. The remaining demon generals dared not linger any longer. The thousands of demonic beasts also began to scatter. Sect leader is mighty. Sect leader is invincible. The elders and disciples of the King Yun sect shouted, raising their arms. Listening to the praises that seemed to ring beside his ears, the King Yun sect master was quite pleased, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he looked towards the sky. Ye Feng, even if you were here in person now, you would not be a match for this true master, ha ha ha. King Yun Zhenren suddenly felt a sense of expansiveness in his chest and could not help but laugh heartily. Boom! Suddenly, thunder roared and lightning flashed between heaven and earth, and a massive figure riding on black mist flew from the direction of Demon City at great speed. Before the figure arrived, the terrifying pressure had already descended. The earth trembled, and the sky seemed to lament. The heavy rain fell, creating an atmosphere filled with desolation all around, and even the entire King Yun mountain range seemed to cower before the newcomer, giving the impression of being 3 feet shorter. Palpitations, tension, cold fear. A host of negative emotions began to grow within the hearts of the people of the King Yun sect. A demon. Demon King. Looking at that tall and mighty figure, King Yun Zhenren's previously composed and dignified demeanor was gone, replaced only by a face full of fear. At the time when he went to the vicinity of Demon City with the sect leader of Liu Yun sect and others on a scouting mission, King Yun Zhenren had seen from afar the terrifying might of the giant earth ape. And today, although he felt that the giant earth ape looked quite different with many changes, the terrifying pressure of vitality emanating from the Demon King's body still made him both familiar and afraid. Who did you just say was no match for you? Hu Yuan, riding the black mist, came with his arms hanging naturally at his sides, his somewhat long fingernails exuding a sharp aura, like 10 supreme sword edges capable of splitting mountains and earth. Gulp! King Yun Zhenren swallowed hard. His heart was in turmoil. I just put on an act, and you came to disrupt it. Do you think that's easy for me? But the Hu Yuan before him was truly too strong. The terrifying pressure of vitality from the Demon King's body was like the sky collapsing and the earth caving in, so much so that King Yun Zhenren automatically ignored the fact that Hu Yuan currently only had the peak cultivation of the element gathering realm. You're the Lord of Demon City, the legendary Demon King. King Yun Zhenren dared not shout silly things like Demon King, I have come to slay you, instead showing adequate respect. It is I. Hu Yuan looked at King Yun Zhenren with a mocking gaze, as if watching a clown. There may be room for dialogue, a chance for theatrics. King Yun Zhenren took a deep breath and said, May I ask, what brings the Demon King here? What are you here for? Do you even have the right to ask? Hu Yuan snorted coldly. Boom! A terrifying blood and vitality pressure transformed into a huge crimson hand that struck at King Yun Zhenren, who was so frightened that his expression drastically changed, and he immediately slashed out a sword chi infused with sword intent. Rib! The crimson hand was cleaved in two, but the sword chi also dissipated. The sect leader actually managed to clash with the Demon King, unbelievable. Sect leader, kill him. The disciples of King Yun sect were originally very fearful, but seeing King Yun Zhenren able to slice through Hu Yuan's blood hand, they suddenly erupted with joy, cheering him on. Hey! Not bad. However, King Yun Zhenren's face showed not the slightest hint of joy. He could clearly sense that Hu Yuan had only used a fraction of his power, while he himself had already exerted his full strength. It's over. A foreboding feeling arose in the heart of King Yun Zhenren. Boom! Hu Yuan struck again. This time, he did not rely on the power of blood and vitality, but rather mobilized the body of a Demon King to traverse the void, slapping King Yun Zhenren with his palm. King Yun Sword Shield. King Yun Zhenren was horrified and hastily turned his essence, chi, and spirit into sword intent, forming a semi-transparent azure sword shield on the surface of his body. Crack! The sword shield was struck by Hu Yuan's massive palm and shattered instantly. King Yun Zhenren's chest caved in, and he spat blood as he was hurled backward like a meteor crashing onto a mountain peak, his life and death unknown. Hiss! All the people of King Yun sect inhaled sharply. If even the invincible sect leader in their hearts had been defeated, could it be that King Yun sect was going to be completely annihilated today? In a pit of dirt, King Yun Zhenren was violently spitting fresh blood, with cracks all over his body. Luckily, he had the King Yun sword shield and the King Yun sword to block a strike, and moreover, he was wearing a set of middle-grade spiritual artifact armor, otherwise, that palm would have certainly turned him into dust. Too strong. King Yun Zhenren felt powerless to turn the tide. After being thrashed by Ye Feng, he had struggled to grasp sword intent and had slain an arrogant middle-rank demon general, regaining his confidence. But now, he was being thrashed again. Am I destined to live forever under the shadow of thrashings? King Yun Zhenren roared inwardly. High in the sky, Hu Yuan let his arms hang naturally, not looking at the disciples of King Yun sect who were trembling in fear. After all, his Demon King's body had already fully merged, and he did not need these lower-level bloodlines to nourish him. What he truly needed was the core nucleus of a spirit vein. Rumble! Hu Yuan landed on the ground, his hands frantically digging through the earth, piercing through the main peak of King Yun mountain range and arriving at a depth of 500 meters to see a stone azure dragon coiling inside an underground cave. This was the spirit vein of King Yun mountain range. Crack! Hu Yuan smashed the spirit vein with a palm, extracting a thumb-sized pale blue crystal and then returning to the sky, crushing the spirit vein core in his mouth in front of all the despairing faces of King Yun sect, swallowing it. A robust aura burst out within his body in an instant. Hu Yuan felt his body lighten, his cultivation level advancing yet another step, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. Very good, 2 more cores of miniature spirit veins will allow this king to break through to the first layer of the spirit sea realm. Having said that, Hu Yuan swaggered away. Passing by the fleeing demon race army, he snorted coldly, killing dozens of demonic beasts leading the escape and commanded, "A bunch of trash, why don't you take this opportunity to attack King Yun sect? If you can't take down this sect, bring me your heads." Having spoken, Hu Yuan returned to Demon City. After devouring the spiritual vein core, he still needed to enter the underground blood pool to nurture for a few days, in order to completely consolidate his cultivation level. By repeating this process 3 times, he could successfully break through. King Yun sect. Thousands gazed at the collapsing spiritual energy vortex above and, realizing the spirit vein was destroyed, sorrow arose in their hearts. He. Attack into King Yun mountain range. At this moment, the demon beast army from Demon City returned and with a sinister laugh, clashed with the elders and disciples of King Yun sect. In the pit, King Yun Zhenren coughed up blood. Seeing the demon race army rampaging in the King Yun mountain range, he quickly swallowed a precious middle-grade healing origin pill, recovering a third of his injuries. Clang! The furious sound of sword cries echoed throughout the King Yun mountain range. With rage, King Yun Zhenren kept beheading the demon generals, almost one with each swing. The sight frightened the demonic beasts into frantically fleeing, only to be slain by the combined efforts of King Yun sect's elders and disciples. 1 hour later, all the demonic beasts had been slain. However, a third of the disciples of King Yun sect had perished. Surrounded by many elders and inner sect disciples, King Yun Zhenren gazed toward the collapsing main peak of King Yun, heaving sighs of despair. It's over, all is over. Our King Yun sect's legacy of countless years has been ruined in an instant. If our ancestors knew this from the underworld, how would they scold me? King Yun Zhenren knelt on the ground. The great elder looked around, his words stuck in his throat. The second elder sighed, "Sect leader, as long as the green hills are there, there's no worry of running out of firewood. As long as our King Yun mountain range stands, even if the spirit vein collapses, there is still hope for recovery. After all, Yunhua sect is a living example." At these words, hope rekindled in everyone. Boom! 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 But just then, the spirit vein of King Yun mountain range utterly shattered, and the underground caves, without the support of abundant spiritual energy, began to collapse. Not good. In a great hurry, everyone swiftly released their spiritual power or true Yuan, preparing to stabilize the entire King Yun mountain range. But, a billow of dust erupted into the sky. The entire King Yun mountain range collapsed. They say as long as the green hills are there, there's no worry of running out of firewood. But now, even the green hills can't be preserved. Where should our King Yun sect go from here? King Yun Zhenren knelt on the ground, as if in mourning. Whoosh! In the sky, dozens of lights darted towards them, stopping high above and transformed into dozens of element-gathering realm cultivators, including the sect leader of Liu Yun sect, the sect leader of 100 Artifacts sect, the deputy city lord of White Float City, and Yunhua Zhenren, other senior powerhouses. They had sensed the tumult of battle, hence they came. But what they didn't expect was that upon their arrival, the entire King Yun mountain had collapsed, a sight too tragic to bear, and the ground was littered with the corpses of countless demonic beasts and cultivators. Was there a great battle here? The air still reeks of Demon King level blood. It looks like it was that person from Demon City who acted. Even if we had arrived earlier, it would have been too late to make a difference. Alas! The sect masters of the major forces sighed. Soon, a monumental piece of news spread. King Yun's sect was breached by a demon king with countless dead or injured. Even the only miniature spirit vein was shattered by the demon king. The sect that lasted thousands of years was destroyed in an instant. Upon hearing the news, the sect masters of the major forces all fell silent. Chapter 239. Everyone feels at risk, the pressure from Hu Yuan. Misty Peak. Ye Feng frowned as he listened to the deputy city lord's explanation. The Fox clan demon king Hu Yuan had re-emerged, overpowering even King Yun Zhenren, who had grasped sword intent, shattering the spiritual vein and seizing the core nucleus. These pieces of news hit Ye Feng like invisible tidal waves, battering his spirit. It seems that the demon race urgently needs the spiritual vein core. Our Misty Peak is also facing danger, whispered Ye Feng. The deputy city lord's face was filled with worry. It's not just Misty Peak that's in danger, the spirit vein behind the city lord's mansion in White Float City is also at risk. Ye Feng sat in a lounge chair, falling into silence. During the last battle, after taking an explosive spirit pill and revealing his peak element gathering realm cultivation level, he was still punched by the demon king's body, causing him to vomit blood, a testament to the other party's terror. Even now, with the 5 elements spirit sword and the white bone sword array, Ye Feng still didn't feel secure enough, as he was unclear about the demon king's true strength. Without full certainty, how could he speak of stability? Sect Master Ye, do you have any strategies? The deputy city lord's expression grew increasingly solemn. Now, White Float City was depending on Ye Feng. If even he had no strategies, White Float City would become very dangerous. The Demon King is powerful, and I myself am not fully confident, but if the Demon King dares to come to White Float City, I can step in to restrain him. As for whether I can hold him off, that's hard to say, Ye Feng said gravely. Then we have to trouble Sect Master Ye. The deputy city lord bowed respectfully, and after discussing the development of White Float City with Ye Feng for a while, he left Misty Peak. At the edge of the cliff, Ye Feng took out a lucky bag. This was a small gift bag Wang Ping'an earned after passing the outer sect disciple evaluation. As he silently thought the words open, the lucky bag transformed into a burst of light that slowly dispersed. Ding! You have obtained lower grade consolidating origin pill recipe booklet. A small booklet appeared in Ye Feng's hands. He looked down and saw that aside from the front and back covers, the pill recipe was only 3 pages long. However, the contents were detailed, including principles of alchemy. This is not bad. Ye Feng's lips curled slightly. The consolidating origin pill is a mainstream elixir used to break through to the element gathering realm, as well as for daily cultivation within the realm. Currently, Mo Ying had entered the 4th layer of the element gathering realm, and her breakthrough speed had slowed, primarily due to the lack of elixir aid. He brought the pill recipe into the scripture pavilion. Ji Xiling was sitting at the entrance to the pavilion, engrossed in her reading, and hadn't even noticed Ye Feng's arrival. This is a lower grade consolidating origin pill recipe. It will be kept here in the scripture pavilion from now on. Ye Feng placed the recipe on the table. Startled by the sudden voice, Ji Xiling looked up to see it was Ye Feng, and then she patted her chest, exhaling in relief. I'll take care of it now, she said, as she began to organize the recipe. Ye Feng ascended to the top of the scripture pavilion, sitting at the pinnacle, gazing at the distant scenery with a sense of emptiness that came with being high above the rest. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked to the sky. A messenger paper crane was repeatedly striking against the protective shield of the 5 elements continuous array, trying to get in, but unable to penetrate further. A message transmission paper crane. Ye Feng dissipated the shield and grasped the paper crane. Sect Master Ye, please come quickly to the Black Iron Hall in the underground ancient city. The sect leaders have important matters to discuss. This was the voice of the sect leader of Liuyun sect. Ye Feng guessed it was concerning the Demon King. He took out the heaven-asking mirror and checked the surrounding area to make sure there were no traces of the Demon King, then he hurriedly set off for the underground ancient city. Inside the Black Iron Hall, Ye Feng and the deputy city lord of White Float City arrived at the same time. Both sat in their seats and noticed that the one belonging to King Yun Zhenren remained empty at all times. It seemed that the other party wasn't going to come. Ladies and gentlemen, King Yun Zhenren is overcome with grief, and most likely won't be joining us this time. Hence, I, the sect leader of Liuyun sect, will take the lead. The sect leader of Liuyun sect coughed to draw everyone's attention. I'm sure all of you have heard, the Demon King of Demon City is rampaging without restraint, destroying spiritual veins and seizing the core nuclei. This is an act against the heavens, and we must unite to exterminate him. Ye Feng rolled his eyes. Exterminate? With the sect masters present? He personally held no such hope. All he heard was the sect leader of Liuyun sect going on and on, sadly, our strength is insignificant, and we're unable to stand against the Demon King. We're even incapable of dealing with the large army of Demon City. All sects are in jeopardy, at the brink of disaster. He blabbered a lot. Ye Feng listened with an odd look on his face. The sect masters of all major powers were also frowning deeply. Finally, an impatient voice came from outside the hall. You've said so much nonsense, what exactly are you trying to express? At that voice, the hall fell silent. Everyone saw King Yun Zhenren enter the hall carrying the King Yun sword, dark circles heavy under his eyes, as he took his seat. King Yun Zhenren, I thought you wouldn't come, said the city lord of Sanyuan City as he clasped his hands in greeting. King Yun Zhenren's face was filled with rage. He glared toward the hall entrance, grinding his teeth, that damned Demon King, daring to destroy the foundation of my King Yun mountain range, I will never coexist with him. Yun Hua Zhenren raised an eyebrow, we all have irreconcilable issues with the Demon King, but the problem now is, no one is his match. At that statement, silence filled the room. Indeed, we are not his match, King Yun Zhenren said with a dark face, glancing at Ye Feng, I have fought the Demon King. Even though I have comprehended sword intent, I was suppressed by his palm, powerless to resist. All the sect masters sighed. At present, King Yun Zhenren's strength was almost on par with the peak of Element Gathering Realm, a top-tier force within the entire southern river basin. Alas, the Demon King was too powerful. Since we are all no match, what's the point of this meeting? Ye Feng asked, not wanting to waste any more time here. Sect Master Ye, please be patient, the sect leader of Liuyun sect took out a broken array plate. This item is called the Sea Covering Array. Once a medium-sized formation, it's a pity that after multiple uses, it's broken and can only be used one last time. Nevertheless, it can still exert the power of the Spirit Sea realm. Everyone's attention was drawn. Could it be that sect leader of Liuyun sect plans to have us join forces and set up the formation to exterminate the Demon King? Yun Hua Zhenren voiced his doubts. Precisely, affirmed the sect leader of Liuyun sect. This formation was passed down by the old sect master of Liuyun sect, and hadn't been used for many years. The first reason was that they hadn't encountered a threat at the level of the Spirit Sea realm, and the second was that this formation required several cultivators above the fourth layer of Element Gathering realm to operate in unison. Yun Hua sect simply didn't have that many powerful individuals, naturally making the formation unusable. How is this formation used? Asked Ye Feng. The Sea Covering Array, also known as the Hexagram Killing Array, requires 6 cultivators above the fourth layer of Element Gathering realm to stand in position and activate it simultaneously. We do not seek to slay the Demon King, but to inflict heavy damage, preventing him from continuing his evil deeds, explained the sect leader of Liuyun sect. Hearing this, everyone looked around. There were many cultivators present. King Yun Zhenren, the sect leader of Liu Yun sect, Yunhua Genren, the sect master of 100 Artifacts sect, the sect master of Spirit Beast sect, the city lord of Sanyuan city, and others, whose cultivation levels were mostly above the 4th layer of element gathering realm. Counting them, there were exactly 6 individuals. As for Ye Feng, being the chosen one with unique powers, he was unable to activate this formation. Gentlemen, my cultivation has just broken through to the 4th layer of element gathering realm and is not stable. I fear I might not be able to execute the sea covering array. The city lord of White Float City is an old-time powerful figure. Would it not be wonderful to have him activate the array? Suddenly suggested the city lord of Sanyuan City. At this, the deputy city lord of White Float City felt a thump in his heart. The news of the old city lord's failed breakthrough hadn't spread, so the rest of the major powers believed he had advanced to the 5th layer of element gathering realm. Hearing the suggestion to bring out the old city lord, the deputy city lord realized the gravity of the situation. If word got out, White Float City's status as a star-level force would be at risk. Chapter 240. The Sea Covering Array, the Battle of the Liu Yun Sect. The deputy city lord sat in his seat, pondering his thoughts in silence. Ye Feng glanced at those present and said, "The old city lord of White Float City has recently been in seclusion making a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of perfection of the Thunder Sprint art, and he cannot be disturbed." Hearing this, the deputy city lord quickly cast a grateful look. The sect leaders of the major forces felt slightly disappointed. The corners of the city lord of Sanyuan City's mouth twitched. The reason he had suggested the old city lord of White Float was not because he had recently made a breakthrough and was unable to operate the sea covering array, but because he was afraid of death and wanted to push the old city lord of White Float City forward so that he would not have to take part in the battle himself. If the city lord of White Float cannot take action, we will be lacking a strong reinforcement. Without the ability to activate the sea covering array, what should we do? Indeed, the city lord of White Float's combat power is extraordinary, his addition to our ranks would certainly be a huge help. The sect leaders present began discussing this among themselves. The city lord of Sanyuan City was very anxious. He worried he would be forced into the fray, and if the sea covering array failed against the enemy, wouldn't all those who operated the array be doomed? With this thought, the city lord of Sanyuan City considered fleeing. "Let me do it." A gentle female voice came from outside the Black Iron Hall, capturing everyone's attention. The next moment, a middle-aged woman in a purple robe slowly walked into the hall. This woman was Gong King Kaiu, the former deputy city lord of Demon City, previously known as Shuiyang City. She stood in the middle of the hall and said, "After a period of recuperation, my injury has healed, and even my cultivation level has recovered greatly. I can be one of the 6 points of the sea covering array. That's very good indeed." The various sect leaders happily clapped their hands. Especially the city lord of Sanyuan City, whose eyes were filled with joy, relieved that he would not have to enter the battle after all. "Daist Gong is willing to take action, this sect master is truly hardened," said the sect leader of Liu Yun sect gratefully. Gong King Kaiu was a seasoned element gathering realm strong practitioner. Even if she had lowered her cultivation to escape in the past, she still had the standards of the 4th layer of the element gathering realm, much more reliable than the city lord of Sanyuan City. "However, have you all decided on where to ambush the Demon King?" At this moment, the sect leader of Liu Yun sect raised a question. "The Demon King is very powerful and fast. To ambush him, we need to grasp his movements first." Gong King Kaiu looked at the sect leader of Liu Yun sect and replied, "There's no need to worry, Daist friend. The Demon King seems quite interested in the spiritual vein core. We can use it as bait." Upon hearing this, King Yun Zhenren's eyelids twitched and he said, "I remember now, when the Demon King attacked our King Yun mountain range, he didn't kill indiscriminately but focused on the spiritual vein core. From this, it's clear his target is the spirit vein and the one closest to Demon City now. No, not good, my Liu Yun mountain range." The sect leader of Liuyun sect slapped his thigh as if his behind were on fire. He quickly took out a map and saw that the closest to Demon City was Qingyun Mountain Range, followed by Liuyun Mountain Range where the Liuyun sect was located. Quick, 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 to Liuyun Mountain Range. The sect leader of Liuyun sect promptly fled. Whoosh! Everyone else started to fly as well. Ye Feng was the last to leave. He took out the heaven-asking mirror and searched for the location of Liuyun sect, checking the areas nearby. He saw a demon race army heading towards Liuyun mountain range and his gaze suddenly sharpened. Sect Master Ye, what is it? The deputy city lord asked, slowing down. Ye Feng put away the heaven-asking mirror and said gravely, everyone, the demon race army is already on its way to Liuyun mountain range. Don't ask how I know. Just understand that the situation is critical, and we must move quickly. After speaking, Ye Feng stepped onto a white bone sword and shot through the air. Everyone exchanged glances, regardless of the truth, they hurriedly accelerated. Hundreds of miles away, Hu Yuan woke up from beneath the ground. After refining the spiritual vein core of Qingyun mountain range, his qi had expanded several times over, breaking through the limits of the peak of the element-gathering realm. With 2 more core nuclei, he could officially step into the first layer of the Spirit Sea realm. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. This spirit vein devouring technique is simply miraculous, growing stronger by devouring spirit veins, far easier than arduous cultivation. Who knows how the ancestors of the three-tailed fox clan ever came up with this? Hu Yuan, with hands clasped behind his back, flew towards the Liuyun mountain range. On the ground, a demon race army surged with an imposing aura, excitement and the will to fight written on every demon's face, wishing they could immediately attack the Liuyun sect. In the Liuyun mountain range, Dong Dongqiang awoke from his closed-door cultivation. The Liuyun sect is quite comfortable, very suitable for this old ancestor's cultivation. Now that I have solidified my element-gathering realm first layer cultivation level, it's time to hunt demonic beasts near Demon City again, to enhance my bloodline, he said as he left the secret underground room. Junior brother Dongqiang, your aura is so strange. It's as if you've broken through the element-gathering realm, even I can't see through you. Xin Guangxian, holding a spirit sword, walked by and asked with surprise upon seeing Dong Dongqiang. Senior brother Xin is mistaken, I haven't broken through yet. By the way, I have something to attend to, I'll be leaving first. Dong Dongqiang, knowing that the more one talks, the more likely one is to slip up, quickly flew off into the distance under Xin Guangxuan's puzzled gaze. Boom! Just then, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. A terrifying pressure descended like a torrential flood, subduing the entire Liuyun mountain range. Even Dong Dongqiang, who had just risen into the air, was struck down to the ground, falling with a thud that left his whole body aching. Spirit Sea realm. Dong Dongqiang clenched his fists, his face ashen. In the past, the mere Spirit Sea realm would have been no match for him, taken out with a single slap. But now, having just restored his element-gathering realm cultivation, he stood no chance against such a formidable foe. I must hide first. Dong Dongqiang used the earth escape technique to disappear into the ground, secretly observing the sky, only to discover a 3-jong-tall demon king standing there, emitting a matchless vitality power, thriving like the ocean, unbearable to withstand. Xin Guangxian, Peng Hyun, Third Elder Lu Shanyu, and others couldn't bear the pressure. They were immobilized on the ground, their faces flushed with strain. He. The spiritual vein core of Liuyun mountain range belongs to this king now. Hu Yuan laughed heartily as a tremendous force of vitality burst from behind him and formed 100-meter claw clad in scales in the high sky, reaching towards the main peak of Liuyun mountain range. How dare you! An angry roar from the Liuyun sect echoed through heaven and earth. Hu Yuan frowned as he saw a few sect masters, including the sect leader of Liu Yun sect, Gong King Kaiu, and King Yun Zhenren. Finally, Hu Yuan's gaze settled on Gong King Kaiu. It's you. After escaping from Demon City, instead of struggling to survive, you dare to come here. Are you tired of living? He then turned to King Yun Zhenren and scoffed, and you, last time you couldn't even take one of my moves. Now, you too come to seek death. Hu Yuan's voice boomed, echoing across the entire Liu Yun mountain range. Despite being overbearing and harsh, what he said was the harsh truth. King Yun Zhenren and Gong King Kaiu were left red-faced and speechless. The disciples of Liu Yun sect were profoundly shaken. If King Yun Zhenren, Gong King Kaiu, and the sect master themselves were no match, could it be that today, Liu Yun mountain range, home to the Liu Yun sect, would collapse entirely like the King Yun mountain range had, the foundation of the sect destroyed in an instant? The disciples were deeply worried. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and form the array. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect immediately took out the array plate of the sea covering array, serving as one of the 6 main nodes of the formation. King Yun Zhenren, Gong King Kaiu, Sect Master of 100 Artifacts Sect, Sect Master of Spirit Beast Sect, Yun Hua Zhenren all had a formation flag in hand, beginning to glow. The 6 formidable cultivators rapidly increased in speed, positioning themselves in a hexagram stance. A powerful surge swept through, forming a 10-mile diameter shield that successfully trapped Hu Yuan. Demon King, this formation is called Sea Covering Array, also known as Hexagram Killing Array. Even if it cannot kill you, it will certainly inflict heavy damage on you. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect held aloft the array plate, shouting with earth-shaking force, quickly resonating throughout the entire mountain range, giving hope and courage to all those around. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 241. Hu Yuan's four-tailed form, Ye Feng enters the scene. Deep underground. Dong Dongqiang let out a light gasp. It's actually the 6-pointed star killing formation. The main source of damage in this formation comes from the power of the 6-pointed star within the array plate and formation flags. As long as there's a cultivator with the required qualifications to preside over it, it can unleash tremendous power. It looks like the Liu Yun sect might be saved. Worrying about the safety of the Liu Yun sect was not because he had any deep affection for this place, rather, it was suitable for lying low. To Dong Dongqiang, this place wasn't bad. If it were destroyed, he would no longer have an official identity and would be unable to continue to survive incognito. However, the array plate of this formation is already cracked and can only be used once more. If it fails to defeat the enemy, this old ancestor will immediately escape and try to join another force to continue surviving. That's what Dong Dongqiang was thinking. In the sky, Demon King Hu Yuan wore a teasing expression as he looked around. A formation. What a joke! If formations were useful, what would be the need for Demon Kings of the Spirit Sea realm? Demon King Hu Yuan laughed heartily. The blood claw in midair suddenly grabbed onto the shield of the sea covering array, shaking the 6 powerful cultivators presiding over the formation and causing them to groan, nearly spitting out blood. Ye Feng and the deputy city lord stood together. The city lord of Sanyuan City stood nearby, frowning and said, "Sect Master Ye, do you think this formation is useful?" Honestly, the city lord of Sanyuan City really wanted to flee right then and there. Ye Feng looked at Demon King Hu Yuan, who was surrounded by the formation, thought for a moment, and said, "The formation might be able to hurt the Demon King, but to seriously injure or kill him, the difficulty is not ordinarily high." City Lord of Sanyuan City, so, should we run now? Ye Feng gave him a strange look and said, "If you want to run, you better hurry up now, otherwise, you won't have a chance later." "Ha, I was just joking." The City Lord of Sanyuan City's face turned red. Within the formation, King Yun Zhenren's face was fierce. "Demon King, die for me." With that said, he presided over the formation, merging the light from the 6 powerful cultivators into one, transforming it into a fearsome blade of sword chi that slashed down. It even contained a thread of sword intent, making it even more powerful. Demon King Huiyuan sensed that this blade of sword chi was no small matter. He crossed his arms in front of him, with vitality power forming a protective armor on his body surface to block the strike. Rib. The protective armor and the sword chi shattered at the same time, cutting gashes into Demon King Huiyuan's arms from which blood surged out, successfully enraging him. Good, dare to injure this king, break for me. Demon King Huiyuan roared as he swung his claws, striking the formation's shield hard enough to make it continuously tremble and nearly crack. Continue the attack. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect loudly reminded. The highest cultivated King Yun Zhenren immediately realized the situation and, once more, consumed a large amount of spirit, merging the sword intent with the sword chi of the formation, leaving a startling sword mark on Huiyuan's face. Very good. Demon King Huiyuan looked at the blood sliding down from his face and became thoroughly enraged. His arms began to inflate as the vitality around his body was withdrawn. The 3 fluffy fox tails behind him stretched out, and a 4th tail appeared out of thin air, transforming into a 4-tailed fox brimming with muscles. Roar! The aura of Demon King Huiyuan rose by at least 50%. His claws tore through the defense ferociously, and his terrifying might erupted, shaking the entire formation into mourning. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect looked at the array plate before him and saw that the cracks were widening rapidly, eventually shattering with a crack. The formation, broken. I hate this. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect spat out blood in frustration. Originally, Demon King Huiyuan should have been incapable of breaking through the sea-covering array. But the array plate was too damaged. After so many impacts, it was at the end of its rope, and now, it completely collapsed. It's over. Everyone despaired. If even the medium-sized sea-covering array has been broken, what else does the Liu Yun sect have to stop the Demon King's power? Deep underground. Dong Dongqiang let out a sigh. In the end, it's the array plate that couldn't hold on. This old ancestor shouldn't have held too much hope. It looks like I need to quickly join another sect to continue surviving. In the sky, transformed into a 4-tailed demon fox, Huiyuan's momentum was like a waterfall. With a slight tremble, 6 powerful experts were hit by the force, wounded all over, and fell powerlessly to the ground. Among them, Gong King Kai, who happened to land next to Ye Feng. You're not his match. Even I'm not very confident, Ye Feng sighed, reaching out to help Gong King Kai. The fragrance wafted into his nose, refreshing the spirit. Thank you, Sect Master Ye, for your assistance. Gong King Kai covered her chest, coughing violently with an ashen face as pale as snow, her eyes filled with desolation. Alas! 6 Sect Master level powerhouses took action, and yet they were defeated. Is it that heaven wants to destroy our Liu Yun sect? On the ground, Xin Guangxian, Lu Shanyu, and others were filled with grief and anger. They wanted to resist. But Demon King Huiyuan was too dreadful. Just the cascading momentum pressing down left them immobilized, unable to even retaliate. They could only watch as their opponents swept away numerous strong fighters. It's you! A sudden explosion boomed from the sky. Upon hearing it, everyone looked toward Huiyuan, only to see him staring daggers at Ye Feng, standing beside Gong King Kai, with a flash of resentment in his eyes. Yes, quite a coincidence, Ye Feng looked at Huiyuan and cracked a smile. Back then, it was you who snuck underground, decapitated the Demon King's body, severed an arm, and then used that meteor spell, destroying tens of thousands of soldiers in my demon city. Today, I will tear you to pieces. The angry roar spread, astonishing everyone. The mysterious element gathering realm peak expert who had caused havoc in Demon City a while ago was actually Ye Feng. Gong King Kai, King Yun Zhenren, sect leader of Liu Yun sect, deputy city lord of White Float City, city lord of Sanyuan City, Xin Guangxian, Dong Dongqiang, and thousands of others present all stared at Ye Feng, hope reigniting in their hearts. Recalling how Ye Feng had angrily beheaded 2 peak demon generals, they felt as if they had gone from despair to finding hope again, like finding a bright village after a dark and twisty road. With Ye Feng here, there was hope. Some even entertained this almost absurd thought. Turn me into pieces? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Ye Feng spoke. He slowly ascended, surrounded by the complete white bone sword array. His left hand held the wind spirit pearl, and his right hand grasped the 5 elements spirit sword. Even without moving, he exuded a tremendous sense of oppression. What a fierce aura! Hui Yuan's gaze sharpened. He was familiar with the wind spirit pearl. After all, the last time they fought underground, Ye Feng had used this spiritual artifact. As for the newly appeared white bone sword array and the 5 elements spirit sword, they also made Hui Yuan sense something unusual, his expression turning serious. Sect Master Ye, how confident are you? Yun Huagenren couldn't help but ask in a serious tone. A tiny bit, Ye Feng murmured. A tiny bit. Everyone was baffled. Was it so that even Ye Feng, as powerful as he was, had such a low chance of winning against Demon King Hui Yuan at this moment? Could it be that we truly have no hope left? Deep underground. Dong Dongqiang watched Ye Feng, his pupils constricting. It's actually an upper-grade spiritual artifact, and its quality is extremely high, nearly reaching the level of a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Add to that a sword array made purely of middle-grade spiritual artifacts, this person really is wealthy. In Dongqiang's memory, this person is called Ye Feng, just a sect master of the Misty Sect, a high-ranked sect. How could he possess such extraordinary spiritual artifacts? Dong Dongqiang couldn't understand. Hu Yuan looked at Ye Feng with a ferocious expression. He did not know exactly who Ye Feng was, but he only knew that Ye Feng had caused great destruction in Demon City and was the person he most wanted to kill. Die! With a roar, Hu Yuan's figure flashed, arriving in front of Ye Feng. His terrifying claws slashed down, causing even the air to tremble. Ye Feng's thoughts moved, and the white bone sword array bloomed like a pure, flawless flower in front of him, blocking Hu Yuan's claws. Slash! Ye Feng's wind spirit pearl in his left hand trembled slightly, a thread of wind element spirit energy transformed into a terrifying beam of sword light, attempting to decapitate Hu Yuan, but it was dodged. What a sharp aura! Hu Yuan stared at his neck in horror, where a blood mark appeared. Had he not dodged in time, he really would have been beheaded. To be honest, Ye Feng did not expect a thread of wind element spirit energy to decapitate Demon King Hu Yuan, so right after he released that burst of energy, he had already raised the 5 elements spirit sword. The capture 5 elements vortex suddenly erupted. The dense spiritual energy nearby was drawn in, all of it enhancing the 5 elements spirit sword and causing it to burst forth with a terrifying momentum. Rib! A massive sword chi hundreds of meters long swept across. Hu Yuan's expression turned to one of shock, and he quickly dodged, but the second thread of wind element spirit energy had already transformed into a light rope that tied around his left leg, causing him to stiffen. Rib! The terrible sword light severed Hu Yuan's legs, causing him to howl in pain. Looking at Ye Feng, his eyes were filled with fear and resentment. Hiss! Everyone in the Yunhua mountain range sucked in a breath of cold air upon witnessing this scene. The Demon King, whom not even the sea-covering array could handle, had just started fighting with Ye Feng and had already had his legs cut off. It was terrifying. Your strength has increased again. Hu Yuan retreated, his expression grave. He quickly operated a special bloodline cultivation technique, pulling his legs back to him. Consuming a large amount of vitality power, he reassembled them. Regeneration from dismemberment. The crowd's expressions greatly changed. The legs that took so much effort to cut off could actually be reattached, that was just too abnormal. How were they supposed to fight this? Even Ye Feng furrowed his brows. To be honest, his sword had missed. If it had managed to split Demon King Hu Yuan's head in two, perhaps it would have had a slaying effect. Right, the scouting feature of the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Ye Feng suddenly remembered something and began to access Hu Yuan's information. Hu Yuan, Demon King's body and peak of the element gathering realm. Talent, regeneration from dismemberment. Note, originally a demon king of the three-tailed fox clan, he sacrificed his own flesh and bloodline to perform the medium 4 symbols demon elemental array, merging with the demon king body of the giant earth ape to become a new life form. After browsing Hu Yuan's information, Ye Feng's eyes widened. The fact that even the physical body could be merged was simply unfathomable. What a pity that I cannot discern Demon King Hu Yuan's weakness. Oh, right, it seems that he has only achieved a Demon King level body, but his cultivation level is still at the peak of the element gathering realm. No wonder he is no match for me. And this seems to be Hu Yuan's only weakness. Ye Feng noted this point. If Hu Yuan's cultivation level had also stepped into the Spirit Sea realm, perhaps the mere oppressive force could have formed a strong enough shield to block the slash from the 5 elements Spirit Sword. But Hu Yuan was not at the Spirit Sea realm. He only had a Demon King level body. This battle was in the bag. Ye Feng's fighting spirit started surging. Up in the sky. Hu Yuan gasped for breath. After merging with the Demon King's body, he possessed the talent for regeneration from severed limbs, but the problem was, his own cultivation level was still lacking, he couldn't regenerate his limbs infinitely. After several times, he would exhaust all his strength. By that time, he would definitely be no match for Ye Feng. I need the spiritual vein core to break through the realm. Hu Yuan's expression turned cold as a spiritual vein core appeared in his palm, which he bit into pieces. This was the core of the spiritual vein from Demon City. Before setting off, Hu Yuan had personally plucked it, not wishing to use it, but encountering Ye Feng left him with no other choice. As the spiritual vein core reached his stomach, a majestic aura burst forth from within Hu Yuan's body, his cultivation surged, and he was just one step away from reaching the Spirit Sea realm. Ape Fox Dharma Aspect. Hu Yuan suddenly formed hand seals, and behind him, a majestic aura soared into the skies, transforming into a 100-jung-tall monster with the head of a fox and the body of an ape, stepping down on Ye Feng with terrifying force. Capture 5 Elements Vortex. Ye Feng wielded the 5 Elements Spirit Sword, slashing downwards with a brilliant sword light, easily tearing through the ape fox Dharma aspect. The next moment, he suddenly noticed Hu Yuan diving toward the ground. His target is the spiritual vein core. Ye Feng instantly understood and pursued with the fastest speed possible. No good, that's where the Liu Yun sect's spiritual vein is located, quickly stop him. The sect leader of Liu Yun sect rushed over without caring for his injuries. Strong figures like King Yun Zhenren and Gong King Kaihu also made their moves. But they were too slow. In the nick of time, Ye Feng used a strand of wind element spirit energy, greatly increasing his speed, then enveloped himself with the white bone sword array, instantly moving thousands of meters, overtaking Hu Yuan, and landing on the ground first. Boom! Ye Feng's landing on the ground caused a strong impact, creating a 100-meter wide crater around him, as he stood at the center of the pit, looking up at Hu Yuan descending from the sky. How are you so fast? Hu Yuan was stunned. Before he could react, he saw Ye Feng wielding the 5 Elements Spirit Sword, now like a giant vortex, slashing fiercely towards him. Hu Yuan's dive was too fast, leaving him no time to dodge. At the same time, the white bone sword array blossomed like a flower, stabbing into Hu Yuan's limbs, pinning him in midair, making it even harder to evade. Rib! This sword strike was earth-shattering. All anyone could see was a crescent-shaped, sharp sword chi shooting up from the pit, cleaving Demon King Hu Yuan in two from the middle, causing his brow to explode, and a dazzling light escaping far away. That was Hu Yuan's soul body. At a critical moment, he decisively abandoned the Demon King's body to save his soul. Since it was just a soul body, Hu Yuan fled quickly, and with Ye Feng having exhausted 3 strands of wind element spirit energy, he couldn't catch up and could only sigh lightly as he watched the fleeing light in the distance. Sigh, my speed is still lacking. Deep underground. Dong Dongqiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not expecting Ye Feng to be so powerful. Despite not sensing any cultivation from him, Ye Feng had relied on many strange methods to defeat the Demon King level Hu Yuan. Looking at Hu Yuan's fleeing soul body, Dong Dongqiang licked his lips. This Demon King's soul body doesn't seem to be at the Spirit Sea realm level. If this old ancestor follows and uses that unique forbidden technique, I can surely devour it. Thinking thus, Dong Dongqiang immediately used the Earth Escape technique to pursue. If Hu Yuan's soul body were at the Spirit Sea realm level, he wouldn't dare to chase, but since it was only at the Element Gathering realm, and he had forbidden techniques that restrained soul bodies as well as having broken through to the Element Gathering realm himself, this pursuit felt quite secure. Above ground, Ye Feng stood at the edge of the pit, looking at the Demon King's bisected body, panting heavily. Though Hu Yuan's soul had fled, the Demon King's body remained, which could be refined to extract a large amount of high-rank spirit blood, making for a great gain. This battle was quite profitable. Chapter 242. Pacifying Demon City, Hu Yuan's Little Tale. In the Liuyun mountain range, everyone was already beyond words. Had Ye Feng truly slain the Demon King? Although it was hard to believe, everyone had witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. After a long silence, cheers erupted from them all. Sect Prestige Value plus 1677. The Demon King has really been slain by Sect Master yet. What was that ball of light just now? It seems to be the soul of the Demon King. It's a pity that Sect Master Ye didn't pursue it and let it escape. However, the soul of that Demon King seems weak. Now, without a physical body, it retains at most 1/10 of its strength and is no longer a match for a Sect Master level powerhouse like us. The leaders of the various sects shifted their gaze back from the sky and together with the cultivators present, looked towards Ye Feng with a mix of admiration, wariness, and respect. Especially King Yun Zhenren, who felt both joy and sorrow. He was happy that the Demon King had been sliced apart and that the vendetta of the King Yun mountain range had been avenged. The sorrow was because Ye Feng's strength was so terrifyingly profound that, compared to the battle with Yunhua sect, it had increased several times over. This gave King Yun Zhenren an intensely strong feeling of helplessness. I thought that by grasping sword intent, I could suppress Ye Feng, but who knew, I was too hasty. King Yun Zhenren loosened his grip on his sword and slumped to the ground. The city lord of Sanyuan City twitched the corner of his mouth as he looked at Ye Feng. He remembered advising Ye Feng to run away just a moment ago. Yet, not long after, Ye Feng had publicly slain the Demon King, which was embarrassingly unexpected. If he had known how strong Ye Feng was, he would have declared, in front of Ye Feng, that he would rather die than surrender, and vowed to battle until the Demon King was destroyed. That way, he might have gained Ye Feng's favor. But despite all calculations, the city lord of Sanyuan City had still miscalculated. From now on, everyone from all the major forces will know I'm a coward who flees from battle. A lifetime of reputation destroyed in an instant, sigh. The more the city lord of Sanyuan City thought about it, the more dejected he felt. Sect Master Ye, I cannot thank you enough for stepping in to assist today. The sect leader of Liuyun sect flew over, bowing deeply to Ye Feng, his gratitude clearly overflowing. Thank you, Sect Master Ye, for avenging my elder brother. From this day forward, Gong King Kaihu will follow your lead. Gong King Kaihu gave a graceful bow. She was from Shuiyang City, the precursor to Demon City. But when Hu Yuan led the demon race army into the city, apart from her, no one survived. It was a horrific sight. The slaying of the Demon King by Ye Feng was of tremendous significance to her. This matter surpassed everything else. My friends, there's no need for formalities. Although Demon King Hui Yuan has been slain by me, his soul has escaped and hasn't truly perished. We must seize the opportunity to storm Demon City and quell the chaos, said Ye Feng, wielding the 5 elements spirit sword, surrounded by the white bone sword array, his voice filled with a warm affinity. Hearing this, everyone nodded. To Demon City, slay the demon race. Charge! All the cultivators present set off. As they passed by the King Yun mountain range, the disciples of King Yun sect heard that the demon King Hui Yuan had been slain and were invigorated, forming a massive army of thousands to attack Demon City. Demon City. The pig demon Zhu Yongfu, transformed by Suhun Zhenren, was supervising the demon race hauling bricks atop the mountain when he suddenly spotted a dense shadow of people approaching from the southeast. Ye Feng. Upon seeing the handsome figure at the forefront riding a white bone sword, Suhun Zhenren was so scared that his soul nearly flew out. He didn't care to think twice and ran for his life. In the sky, looking down at the vast demon city, Ye Feng said solemnly, "Friends, Demon City lies before us, attack." With those words, he swung the 5 elements spirit sword, activated the capture 5 elements vortex, and slashed out a colossal net of swords that enveloped the entire demon city. That was too close. Outside the city, Suhun Zhenren was running wildly. He glanced back at Demon City, now covered by the sword net, filled with fear and relief that he had been outside the city transporting bricks, narrowly escaping disaster. Charge! The thousands of cultivators present entered Demon City through the opening left by Ye Feng's sword net and commenced a hunt against the tens of thousands of demon race dwelling there. Audacious! How dare you run wild in our Demon City? Beware of the Demon King's fury, bellowed a middle-rank demon general who soared into the sky, turning into a gigantic black crow, spewing scorching flames, attempting to incinerate all cultivators. Shred! Ye Feng cut him down with a single sword stroke and shouted loudly, "Demon King Hui Yuan has been slain by me, the Sect Master. Demon City, today you shall fall." Bang! Ye Feng threw Hui Yuan's corpse onto the ground, smashing through a huge dome building. All demons looked at the majestic and imposing body of the Demon King as if struck by lightning. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could our great and peerless Demon King be killed? I don't believe it. Many demon generals roared, attempting to resist. But King Yun Zhenren, sect leader of Liu Yun sect, Gong King Kaiu, and many other sect master level powerhouses struck simultaneously, blowing their bodies apart, causing them to fall on the spot. Ye Feng walked around the city, searching for Hui Yuan's soul body. It was a pity that Hui Yuan was too cunning. He did not return to Demon City, instead, he fled to other places and hid. Thankfully, Hui Yuan's soul body isn't strong enough, or else if he had already stepped into the spirit sea realm, even just his soul body would still be a terrifying opponent, Ye Feng muttered as he looked around. After that, he collected Hui Yuan's remains and quietly converted a large amount of spirit blood from the fallen demons, storing it in the system space. In this battle, he was the biggest winner. After a fierce battle of nearly half an hour, the vast majority of demon generals had been annihilated, more than half of the middle and high-rank demon soldiers had also been executed, and only a few weaker members of the demon race were taken prisoner, awaiting their fate. Underground of Demon City. Gong King Kaiu looked at this 10-meter-long serpentine spirit vein and found that the head of the spirit vein had been shattered, many of the essential jade stones were missing from the main body, beyond repair, and the most crucial spiritual vein core had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Gong King Kaiu clenched her fists. Demon City, originally Shuiyang City, had a miniature spirit vein, and all the people in the city had been devoured by the demons, leading to huge losses. And now, even the spirit vein was gone. This meant that Shuiyang City had completely become history. Even if it could be rebuilt, people would have to be relocated from elsewhere. But without the spirit vein, Shuiyang City couldn't possibly return to its former prosperity and glory. Elder brother, fellow elders, Countless citizens of the city, it's my incompetence that could not even preserve the foundation of Shuiyang City. Gong King Kaihu knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the entire city. The crowd stood behind her, silent. A bustling star-level city had just vanished, completely submerged in the river of history, evoking sighs of lament. The disciples of King Yun sect also felt a sorrow akin to when the hare weeps for the dying fox. Compared to Shuiyang City, at least 2/3 of King Yun sect's cultivators had survived, and although they lost the spirit vein, there was still a glimmer of hope. Condolences, Lu Yuji placed her hand on Gong King Kaihu's shoulder, looking at the smoke-filled demon city and sighed lightly. Before long, the group ventured deep underground. A severely injured demon general lay on the ground, trampled on the back by an angry Gong King Kaihu, who scolded, "Where is the ancestral land of the three-tailed fox clan? Speak, or I will behead you now." The ancestral land is in an underground cave tens to hundreds of miles from here, the very place you Shuiyang City cultivators accidentally stumbled into. "I've told you the location, now spare me," the demon general pleaded for his life. Crack! Gong King Kaihu crushed the demon general with her foot. How could she possibly spare these ill-intentioned demon generals? "Let's go to the ancestral land," said Ye Feng. "All right," the various sect masters nodded in agreement. Now that they had learned of the whereabouts of the ancestral land of the three-tailed fox clan, they had to strike quickly to prevent Hui Yuan from escaping. Tens of miles away, a light shot up from the blood pool, and the face of Hui Yuan was faintly visible. His face was twisted with ferocity as he glanced at the drained blood pool. Having absorbed the last of the blood pool's power, it's enough for this king to seize a new body and resurrect. "Once I have undergone 30 years of arduous cultivation, truly entered the spirit sea realm, and mastered those few secret techniques, you will all pay back 1,000-fold. Having said this, Hui Yuan traveled through the passages of the ancestral land, sneaking into the deep underground, turning several corners and speeding off into the distance. He was unaware that a strange shadow was stealthily following not far behind, both racing towards the distant north. Chapter 243. Following the Fox King, Dong Dongqiang's calculations. The figure pursuing Demon King Hui Yuan was none other than Dong Dongqiang. He used the Earth Escape technique, moving silently and without notice. This spell was a 5th-grade magic he had acquired from somewhere back when he was still a great power in the Divine Origin realm. Even though his current cultivation level was shallow, preventing him from unleashing its full power, his speed underground was still incredibly fast. If he weren't worried about being discovered, Dong Dongqiang would have caught up with Hui Yuan long ago. "He he!" Dong Dongqiang chuckled sinisterly, "A soul body at the peak of element-gathering realm, if it could be refined, my strength would surge, enough to cultivate numerous powerful secret techniques and to elevate my combat prowess to the standard of a sect master of a 1-star sect." The two of them, one fleeing and the other chasing, maintained a distance of 10 miles throughout. Tens of miles away from Demon City, underground, Ye Feng split open a heavy stone door. Many sect masters level powerhouses followed him closely and saw numerous elders of the three-tailed fox clan lying in the passageway, all slain with a single slap. "Quite brutal," murmured the city lord of Sanyuan City. Ye Feng glanced at him and silently made his way to the deepest part of the ancestral ground of the three-tailed fox clan, finding that most of the items here had been taken away. Soon, they arrived at the blood pool. Seeing the shattered blood pool and the rich bloodline essence that remained, everyone felt a chilling sensation. Just how many cultivators were refined here? "Continue the search, we can't miss even the tiniest clue," the sect leader of Liu Yun sect commanded, and many elders and disciples immediately followed, searching for any trace in this underground cavern. However, after half an hour passed, they found nothing. Even when they found another passage used for escape, they discovered it had been destroyed by someone, and the trail had gone cold. Demon King Hui Yuan is no longer here. Eventually, Ye Feng came to this conclusion. It made sense, after all, how could a demon king as grand as him be foolish enough to wait here for his demise? He must have packed up and fled long ago. Boom! After everyone left the underground cave, Ye Feng shattered the place with a single sword strike, and just like Shuiyang City, the ancestral ground of the three-tailed fox clan also became history. The group returned to Demon City. Looking at the ruins, everyone sighed once again. Demon King Hui Yuan has been stripped of his Demon King body, and Demon City has been destroyed. This demon race turmoil has come to a temporary end. Gentlemen, I take my leave. Ye Feng bowed to the crowd and left on his flying sword. We respectfully see off Sect Master Ye. The many cultivators hastily bid him farewell. Xiao Feng Gu sat on a rock, with a gash torn open in his left arm from the previous battle with the demon race of Demon City, and Xi Zinya was dressing his wound. Watching the highly respected Ye Feng, who looked almost divine, Xiao Feng was filled with mixed emotions. He was beginning to regret. If I had not left but stayed in Misty Peak, what would the situation be like now? Right, Shu Hongyu seemed to have left the Misty sect as well, right? Could she, like me, also have some regrets? Xiao Feng thought to himself. As he remembered, Shu Hongyu was a beautiful girl who liked a quiet life, who would sit barefoot under a large tree at the peak, enjoying the cool breeze every day. As for her background and aptitude, Xiao Feng knew very little. However, in his opinion, Shu Hongyu must be regretting leaving the Misty sect too, right? After all, Misty sect is on the rise, and it is almost certain that it will advance to a star-level sect in the future. Moreover, with Ye Feng, a powerhouse comparable to the Spirit Sea realm, based there, Misty sect could remain stable for 100 years, giving it enough time to develop into a 2-star rank power. County King City, the County King's Manor. Achoo! Shu Hongyu suddenly sneezed. She was sitting in a basket hung on the rooftop, enjoying the cool breeze with her snow-white feet swinging freely, looking quite comfortable. But after sneezing suddenly, she rubbed her delicate nose and muttered, "That's not right, as a cultivator, how can I catch a cold? Seems like someone must be talking behind my back again." She jumped down from the basket and stood in front of the wooden railing. Looking out over the endless expanse of the bustling grand city, Shu Hongyu propped her chin with one hand and pouted her lips, saying, "County King City is bustling, but that bustle belongs to others, the loneliness is mine alone." She gazed at the sky, her face filled with melancholy. Misty Peak. Ye Feng threw the body of the Demon King Hui Yuan onto a boulder. The profound vital force and oppressive aura were instantly released, causing the disciples and mountain guardian spirit beasts at the peak to feel as though they had entered an area with a sudden increase in gravity, experiencing a heavy suppression over their bodies. The Demon King's body was very strong. Even though it had fallen, the vigorous vital force within still existed, creating a powerful force field in the vicinity that suppressed all living beings within its range. Spirit blood transference. With both hands on the Demon King's body, Ye Feng directed countless faint golden threads of vital force to flow out, converging midair into a head-sized cluster of high-grade spirit blood, engraved with special patterns and releasing intense pressure. The oppressive force of the Demon King's body, now devoid of spirit blood, quickly dissipated. Ye Feng stored the spirit blood. This was the bloodline of a Demon King level, with a grade 2 high. The physiques of all the spiritual beasts of the Misty sect were not strong enough to absorb it for the time being. However, Ye Feng had converted a lot of the spirit blood from numerous demon generals and high-ranked demon soldiers in Demon City, amassing over 30 clusters, each at least the size of a fist. Wow! Roar! Brother Flathead, drowsy-eyed, ambled over and pointed at a cluster of spirit blood from a certain wild boar demon general, then pointed at himself. Ye Feng let out a chuckle. "Why do you like the spirit blood of boar demons so much? But since you want it, I'll give it to you." Ye Feng transferred the spirit blood to Brother Flathead. The next moment, its eyes bulged out in surprise and, following a darkening of its sight, it collapsed onto the ground, snoring loudly. What's going on? Ye Feng was stunned. Detection confirms that Brother Flathead is undergoing a bloodline upgrade. Estimated sleep duration is 7 days, the system kindly informed. I see. Ye Feng suddenly understood. He selected a portion of the remaining spirit blood and integrated it into the other spiritual beasts. Afterwards, he turned his attention to the Demon King's corpse. This was excellent material for refining. Ye Feng, wielding the 5 elements spirit sword, was busy for most of the day, finally cutting down all the hard bones, throwing them in batches into the refinement furnace, and transforming them into numerous white bone blocks. The white bone sword array is quite powerful, but not sturdy enough. Combining it with the spiritual bones of the Demon King's body could greatly enhance its power, he mused. He took out the white bone sword array, paired it with the spiritual bones of the Demon King's body, and began to refine it anew. Thousands of miles away, Hui Yuan arrived at a silent and desolate valley. This place will do. As long as this king finds a suitable demon body or human vessel to possess, and then becomes a cultivator specializing in bloodlines, my rise will be swift, he mused. Hui Yuan's spiritual sense searched within the valley and found a target. It was a white-haired fox lying by the lakeside, drinking water in an elegant manner. As it moved, it gazed at its reflection in the lake, revealing a seductive, enticing smile. Even as a fox, it was delicate and attractive. This one it is. Hui Yuan was about to proceed with the possession of the fox. But at that moment, the white-haired fox turned around, making Hui Yuan change his expression and say, "It's actually a vixen, how unlucky." He hovered in midair, continuing his search for another vessel. Underground nearby, Dong Dongqiang had already reached a position within 100 meters of Hui Yuan with a small formation prepared in advance positioned above his palm. He he he. Dong Dongqiang let out a sly chuckle. Whoosh! A large net of spiritual energy descended from the sky, attempting to ensnare Hui Yuan, who stiffened then quickly sidestepped over 100 meters to avoid being trapped. Bah, mere insect tricks, scoffed Hui Yuan. However, the real danger had only just begun to descend. Suddenly, a 7-star soul capturing array rose from the ground, consisting of 7 small star marks, each extending dark purple tendrils that entwined Hui Yuan, suppressing his soul's power to about 1/10 of what it was before. It worked. Dong Dongqiang immediately rushed out, formed seals with his hands like a mighty hammer, and struck down on Hui Yuan's soul body, causing him to become dizzy. Taking advantage of the situation, Dong Dongqiang opened his mouth and swallowed Hui Yuan's soul body. Right after that, Dong Dongqiang sat cross-legged in the center of the 7-star soul capturing array, using the pressure of the array to restrain Hui Yuan's soul power, constantly changing spells, completely confining Hui Yuan within his body, and began refining. Audacious, to scheme against this king. Hui Yuan regained consciousness, raging furiously. Chapter 244. 3 souls in one body, Gong King Kaiu's visit. Hui Yuan's words successfully amused Dong Dongqiang. A mere little demon dares to call itself king in front of me? When I became a great power of the divine origin realm, your ancestors were still playing with mud, Dong Dongqiang mocked. Having said that, he suddenly increased his strength, causing Hui Yuan's soul to suffer from the crushing force of an intangible power, disintegrating bit by bit on the surface. Divine origin realm great power. Hui Yuan was horrified. He realized, the young man with the small eyes devouring his own soul was not in the first layer of the element gathering realm, but rather a great power of the divine origin realm who had been reborn or body snatched. How could he possibly fight against such a strong opponent? Could it be that heaven truly wanted to destroy him? Hui Yuan was very reluctant to accept this. He, obediently be devoured by this old ancestor. Once I've regained some of my strength, I'll be able to use many secret techniques, Dong Dongqiang cackled strangely. Using spiritual sense introspection on Hui Yuan's soul, Dong Dongqiang discovered that his opponent's soul was disintegrating little by little, soon able to be fully refined. No! Hui Yuan roared, pushing the power of his soul to the limit, constantly striking against the 7-star seal, trying to escape to the heavens. But he found that it was all in vain. The restraint formed by the 7-star seal was too strong, no matter how he impacted it, he could not shake it, plunging Hui Yuan into despair. It's no use, this old ancestor's actions are always meticulous, having calculated the limit of your younger generation's power in my mind, you're utterly incapable of breaking through the defense. Dong Dongqiang was very proud. Hui Yuan fell silent. Feeling his soul crumble bit by bit, his heart bled. This was the foundation he had cultivated with great difficulty over many years, yet today it was going to become someone else's stepping stone. Especially since his opponent was once a divine origin realm great power. Such beings were intelligent and crafty, seasoned with age, although he was also a strong contender, how could he be a match? Thinking of this, Hui Yuan sighed. Suddenly, he thought of something, his soul cracked open, and from within emerged an immense surge of blood essence and vital energy that hadn't been refined yet. This was brought from the blood pool at the ancestral land of the three-tailed fox clan, the final bloodline crystal, which he used for the body snatching. Damn you! Dare to devour this king's soul, even if I die, I'll put up a fight with you. Hui Yuan had a fiery spirit. Especially when he thought about being humiliated by the Fox clan queen and becoming a laughable son-in-law, coupled with today's crushing defeat, all of those negative emotions erupted instantly, turning into limitless motivation. The remaining bloodline crystal also began to collapse. Splash! Harnessing this power, Hui Yuan enacted the body snatching technique. You dare to compete with me for this body, seeking death? Dong Dongqiang's eyes widened, surprised by the unanticipated bloodline crystal, feeling greatly alarmed. Previously, to be on the safe side, he hadn't followed that closely. Therefore, Dong Dongqiang did not know what Hui Yuan had taken from the ancestral land until now, when he realized that he had made a mistake by being overly cautious. Hehe, this body was never yours to begin with, it looks like I might have a chance to win now. Hui Yuan found that his reversal finally had an effect. His strand of consciousness passed the 7-star seal's confinement, infiltrating the sea of consciousness at Dong Dongqiang's forehead, where he found Dong Dongqiang's soul sitting cross-legged. At this moment, Dong Dongqiang's soul appeared semi-transparent, far from recovering to its peak, but it was radiating a divine light, as if it were a divine residence. Even if you're of the divine origin realm, this king will fight against a god today. Hui Yuan gathered more and more consciousness, covering Dong Dongqiang's soul, beginning the body snatch. The 7-star seal could bind Hui Yuan's soul, but it couldn't limit the spread of his consciousness, and not even Dong Dongqiang expected Hui Yuan to dare to counter-snatch his own body. Within Dongqiang's sea of consciousness, two strands of consciousness met in mid-air, clashing against each other, like countless soldiers on a battlefield, mediating an unyielding fight. After a prolonged struggle, a third strand of consciousness suddenly appeared inside the sea of consciousness, and, while Dong Dongqiang was fully engaged in suppressing Hui Yuan, it fiercely crashed into Dong Dongqiang's soul, causing him to jolt violently. Damn it! Dong Dongqiang was furious, turning to look, only to find it was the lingering consciousness of Dongqiang, feeling extremely surprised. Young one, aren't you dead? Dong Dongqiang could hardly believe. Ancestor, I am your descendant, yet you ruthlessly snatch my body. Can you justify this to those countless ancestors of mine who aspired to restore the Dong family's glory? Dongqiang gritted his teeth and said. This was his body. Several days before Dong Dongqiang body snatched him, Dongqiang had already spread part of his consciousness into his blood, preparing to use it to elevate his bloodline. Because of this move, his main soul had been snatched by Dong Dongqiang, but the soul fragment lived on, and because Dong Dongqiang had elevated the bloodline to the demon general level, the soul fragment contained within the bloodline grew stronger as well. Ha ha ha! So you old monster body snatched your own blood descendant, now getting backstabbed by your offspring, serves you right." Hui Yuan laughed loudly, continuing to struggle fiercely. Boom! 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 Dong Qiang's soul fragment's consciousness was also on the offensive. Under the pincer attack of the two, Dong Qiang, in his mere remnant soul state, could not resist at all and was steadily driven back. "Since you two are intent on seeking death, then don't blame me for resorting to desperate measures." Secret technique, soul fusion. Cornered, Dong Qiang had no choice but to use this eerie secret technique, sacrificing his own soul power to fuse the souls of Hui Yuan and Dong Qiang. The icy soul fire swept through the entire sea of consciousness in an instant. After an unknown amount of time, Dong Qiang opened his eyes. He looked at his own hands, noticing that the body's strength hadn't decreased but had grown stronger than before, which meant that after regaining control of his body, the cultivation level had not dropped. "I'm still in the element gathering realm, that's fantastic!" Dong Qiang exclaimed excitedly. He hopped and jumped on the spot, overwhelmed with excitement, and said, "It seems that the old ancestor and that mysterious demon king have already perished. Once I properly digest their remaining memories, I will surely reach the peak of my life." Dong Qiang had already begun to look forward to the future. "Idiot, use your consciousness to enter the sea of knowledge and take a good look, your old ancestor and this little demon have not perished yet." The angry voice of Dong Qiang echoed in his mind. Dong Qiang's eyelids twitched. He hastily probed the sea of knowledge with his consciousness and saw a chilling scene there. He saw the soul bodies of Hui Yuan and Dong Qiang entwined by countless black silken threads. Their powers merged, and then, more black silken threads emerged to envelop Dong Qiang's own soul body as well. How could this be? Dong Qiang's legs went weak. Hui Yuan said in a deep voice, "It's all because of this old monster's use of an ancient secret technique that failed, leading to the fusion of our three soul bodies. I'm afraid we can't separate them ever again. And now, each of us has a chance to control this body." His voice paused, growing gradually resigned, "And this is the legendary three souls in one body that happens once in a billion." Dong Qiang snorted coldly and didn't speak. Dong Qiang's eyes widened. "Three souls in one body? What am I supposed to do in the future? What if I find a dual cultivation companion, whose child would it be?" Hearing this, both Dong Qiang and Hui Yuan rolled their eyes simultaneously. "This body belongs to you, the younger one, so the child born will naturally be yours as well. Usually, it's your consciousness that controls this body, but at crucial times, it could also be one of us," Hui Yuan explained. Although he didn't like the human race, if Dong Qiang hadn't appeared at the critical moment and diverted part of Dong Qiang's power, he would have been devoured for sure. Hui Yuan, who was clear about whom he loved and hated, subconsciously saw Dong Qiang as his benefactor. Alas! At this moment, Dong Qiang sighed. Looking at the outside world through Dong Qiang's eyes, his own were filled with desolation. To think that I, Dong Qiang, had been wise and invincible all my life, one of the few great powers in the Mystique Kingdom, have now come to such an end. Dong Qiang. Hui Yuan was suddenly shocked. "Could it be that you are the divine origin realm great power who was famously known as the heavenly blood fiend back in the day?" "Indeed, it is I." Dong Qiang suddenly felt a bit proud. "I didn't expect that countless years later, there would still be people who remember my name." Dong Qiang was immediately astonished. "My ancestor was so famous back then." Hui Yuan mocked. "Ha! Back then, that stinky old man, the heavenly blood fiend, was notorious, a standard villain, much crazier than I was by who knows how many times, and had a terrible reputation." Upon hearing this, Dong Qiang became angry. But now that their three souls were fused into one, the fall of any one of them would cause the others to collapse as well. Even in anger, they could only glare helplessly, unable to act. Dong Qiang also realized the current situation and quickly intervened. "Both seniors, please don't argue. Now we share both honor and disaster. It's better to be peaceful and seek wealth together. Humph. Hui Yuan and Dong Dongqiang glared at each other. Dongqiang was caught in the middle, feeling helpless. Misty Peak. Ye Feng sat in a lounge chair, watering the flowers with the spirit spring water. Dong. The melodious sound of bells came from midway up the mountain. Ye Feng parted the mist and saw a graceful and dignified middle-aged beautiful woman standing quietly under the pavilion on the mountainside, facing him across the distance, giving a courteous bow as the mist dispersed. I, Gong King Kaiu, have come to pay my respects. Her voice was gentle, like a light rain falling on leaves. Ye Feng looked surprised. What was Gong King Kaiu doing here? Was it to express gratitude? Although puzzled, Ye Feng still nodded and said, "Dea ist Gong, please come up the mountain to talk." "Thank you, Sect Master Ye." Gong King Kaiu ascended the mountain and exchanged pleasantries with Ye Feng. They then sat together in the sect leader's great hall. Xia He and Qiu Ju attended to them attentively, and soon brewed some spiritual tea. "This sudden visit is quite presumptuous." Gong King Kaiu appeared slightly apologetic. "Not at all." Ye Feng waved his hands continually. "May I ask why Daist Gong has come today?" Gong King Kaiu smiled and said, "Naturally, I have come to express my thanks. If Sect Master Ye had not lent a hand, we could not have subdued Demon City and avenged the fallen elders, my brothers, and the innocent people. That was my duty." Ye Feng waved his hand. If he hadn't taken action, perhaps White Float City and Misty Sect would have been the next targets. Preemptively dealing with Demon King Hui Yuan was the right and necessary thing to do. "Sect Master Ye really is modest, which I find very endearing," Gong King Kaiu said with a smile, blooming like a peony garden in full blossom, refreshing Ye Feng's spirit. Before his astonished gaze, Gong King Kaiu placed a treasure box on the table. "What is this?" Ye Feng asked curiously. "There are 2 ancient books inside the treasure box, both are closely guarded secrets of Shuiyang City's Lord's Mansion. One is an auxiliary cultivation method, and the other is a damaged 4th grade spell. After much deliberation, I feel that if Sect Master Ye does not disdain them, I am willing to bring these 2 ancient books and join your sect." Gong King Kaiu revealed her reason. Then she opened the treasure box, showing 2 radiant books sealed with special talismans that ordinary cultivators could not open. "What? Join our Misty Sect?" Ye Feng was shocked and stood up from his seat. Chapter 245. The First Outer Sect Elder of the Misty Sect. "Sect Master Ye, you didn't hear wrong, I indeed wish to join the Misty Sect." Gong King Kaiu stood up and, with great formality, bowed deeply to Ye Feng. She had no home to return to. Having slain the Demon King Hui Yuan, Ye Feng was her and all of Shuiyang City's benefactor. Aware that she could not repay him, Gong King Kaiu could only offer herself in return. Of course, what she meant by this was joining the Misty Sect. Hearing Gong King Kaiu's words, Ye Feng fell into silence. In the battle for Shuiyang City, Gong King Kaiu, at the cost of decreasing her own cultivation level, had successfully broken through the encirclement and escaped, though with grievous losses. Yet, even now, she still maintained the standard of a senior practitioner at the 4th layer of the element gathering realm. This level of cultivation was certainly not up for grabs like cabbages. Looking across the entire southern river basin, Gong King Kaiu was considered a sect master level powerhouse of a 1-star force, on par with the likes of Yun Hua Genren and the sect leader of the Liu Yun sect. If he could, Ye Feng would definitely take her in. A 4th layer element gathering practitioner, an auxiliary cultivation method, a damaged 4th grade spell, all these were treasures for the Misty Sect. Nevertheless, Ye Feng did not immediately express his stance. System: Gong King Kaiu is so old already, can she still be taken in as a disciple? Ye Feng appeared to be in deep thought on the surface but was actually inquiring with the system. Does not meet the conditions for a disciple, but can be taken in as an elder, the system explained. Upon hearing the first part of the system's response, Ye Feng showed a look of disappointment, but as soon as the second part followed, he instantly revealed a joyful expression and looked at Gong Qingkai with puzzlement written all over her face. Then, he excitedly took her hand. "Deist Gong, do you truly wish to join the Misty Sect?" Ye Feng asked with eager anticipation. Gong Qingkai lowered her head to look at the hand being held, her cheeks reddened, and she seemed quite embarrassed, softly saying, "As long as Sect Master Ye is willing to accept me, from now on, I will belong to the Misty Sect." With such a sincere heart from Deist Gong, how could I not accept? Ye Feng hurriedly took out the book of names. "Please Deist Gong, tell me in detail your name, background, talent, cultivation level, specialties, I mean, what skills are you good at, like alchemy, setting formations, crafting talismans, etc." Gong Qingkai, originally from Shuiyang City, upper grade talent, 4th layer of the element gathering realm, I enjoy making talismans and formations, and have some study of alchemy. I like to tend to flowers, cultivate plants, and take care of spiritual beasts, she replied. Listening to this introduction, Ye Feng's smile grew increasingly twisted. Gong Qingkai was simply an all-rounder. Such a person joining the Misty Sect, it would be a tremendous gain. Ye Feng quickly took note and stamped the sect leader's seal without hesitation. Ding! Outer Sect Elder Gong Qingkai received. Ding! Upon the appearance of the first elder-level powerhouse in the Misty Sect, the virtual construction of the Elders' Hall has commenced. The system issued 2 consecutive prompts. Soon, the following text appeared in Ye Feng's field of view. Elders' Hall, Tier 1. Outer Sect Elder, Gong Qingkai, Element Gathering Realm, 4th Layer. Note, Elders of the Elders' Hall may issue elder tasks directly, a maximum of 10 per month for Outer Sect Elders. The disciples of the sect who complete them can obtain corresponding rewards. Seeing this, Ye Feng looked at Gong Qingkai with excitement in his eyes, which made her blush and quickly turn away. Why does Sect Master Ye look at me with such heated gaze? Could it be, she doesn't like younger ones, but prefers someone middle-aged like me? Though I'm of a certain age, I've never had a dual cultivation companion. If Sect Master Ye really needs one, it seems not impossible. After all, he is my great benefactor, and the key point is he's quite handsome. With a flick of her finger, the tea in her cup condensed into a mirror before her. Looking at the delicate face in the mirror, although she was of a slightly older age, her appearance was only comparable to that of an ordinary woman in her 30s, with exceptional beauty, extraordinary temperament, and a figure both ample and mature, exuding a charm more profound than that of younger cultivators. So, I am also this beautiful. Gong Qingkai's mind was serene. In the past, as the deputy city lord of Shuiyang City, to assist her elder brother in managing the entire city, she self-taught formations, talismans, alchemy, and city management among many other fields of knowledge, making her the most capable person in Shuiyang City. It was precisely because of this that when Shuiyang City was under attack, the other elders fought to death to ensure Gong Qingkai was able to make it out. She represented the last hope of Shuiyang City. However, Gong Qingkai didn't realize that what Ye Feng coveted was not her appearance but that damn talent of hers. At that moment, Ye Feng put away the book of names and the sect leader's seal, feeling extremely pleased. Now that he had appointed the first outer sect elder, many affairs of the Misty Sect would no longer require the sect leader himself to handle personally, which would be much more convenient. Deist Gong, oh no, Elder Gong, from today onwards, you are the outer sect elder of our Misty Sect. If your performance is good in the future, I will surely promote you to inner sect elder, Ye Feng said with a smile, placing great expectations on Gong Qingkai. As a talent with comprehensive abilities, Gong Qingkai was definitely a huge boost to the Misty Sect. The future. Gong Qingkai's pretty face blushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Only after a long while did she shyly hum in response. However, when she looked up again, she saw Ye Feng take out a strange furnace and start tossing various materials and spirit stones into it, immediately followed by a clanging sound. What is this? Gong King Kaihu was very perplexed. It didn't look like artifact forging, nor did it resemble alchemy. And since when did you need spirit stones for artifact forging or alchemy? On her first day at the Misty Sect, she was already encountering questions she didn't understand. But Ye Feng revealed a grin and said, "This is a refining furnace, the supreme artifact for artifact forging entrusted to me by my senior brother, the old sect leader, before he passed away. It can help me forge many spiritual artifacts." The 5 elements spirit sword and the white bone sword array were both refined using it. Upon hearing this, Gong King Kaihu's expression changed drastically. After the battle with the Liu Yun sect, the 5 elements spirit sword and the white bone sword array had become notorious, causing countless people to be terrified at the very mention of them. Only now did Gong King Kaihu learn that these 2 supreme treasures were forged by this peculiar furnace. This was simply too miraculous. Soon, Ye Feng took out a middle-grade spiritual artifact level identity token. It was overall light blue, symbolizing the status of an outer sect elder. The front protruded with the words Misty Sect, and the back with Outer Sect Elder Gong King Kaihu, with many exquisite patterns on the surface, possessing functions such as message transmission, defense shield, and sword beam emission. But since it was a middle-grade spiritual artifact, its effects were better than those of the Disciples' tokens. This is the Elder token, it has many functions. Ye Feng began the introduction. After Gong King Kaihu refined the token, she indeed discovered its profound mysteries and stood up, her almond eyes filled with shock. There are actually such magical spiritual artifacts in this world, and moreover, everyone in the Misty Sect has one. Sect Master Ye is truly wealthy and generous. What's more incredulous is that you can simply throw materials into the refining furnace and it will autonomously forge spiritual artifacts, something I have never heard of before. Gong King Kaihu was continuously amazed. Compared to what she had known before, she felt that her knowledge was insignificant, and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Ye Feng's. Now that Elder Gong has joined our Misty Sect, and as an outer sect elder, every month, you can issue 10 sect disciple tasks, essentially giving our disciples some motivation. After completion, the rewards will be personally distributed by me, Ye Feng informed her about the note from the Elders' Hall. Next, Elder Gong, follow me out to meet the other disciples. All right, Gong King Kaihu nodded slightly and, walking with graceful steps, followed Ye Feng out of the sect leader's great hall. In front of the sect leader's great hall, the disciples had gathered here. From today onwards, Deist Gong King Kaihu officially joins our Misty Sect and becomes the first outer sect elder of our sect. From now on, if you have any questions, you can all consult Elder Gong, Ye Feng formally announced. After speaking, he turned his head and, with a solemn face, cautioned Gong King Kaihu, remember, no matter what, you must not accept Wang Ping'an as a disciple. If he dares to ask you to be his master, kick him down the mountain and have him reflect on his actions. All right. Although she did not understand why, Gong King Kaihu saw Ye Feng's serious and earnest demeanor for the first time, even more so than when he faced Demon King Hui Yuan. Could it be that this disciple named Wang Ping'an is even more terrifying than the Demon King? It truly is baffling. Gong King Kaihu stole a glance at Wang Ping'an, who carried a giant cauldron on his back, her mind filled with turmoil. Chapter 246 Turmoil, the first volume of Artificing Principles. Before one realized, Gong King Kaihu had joined the Misty Sect for 3 days. In that period of time, the news of the battle with the Liu Yun sect spread like wildfire throughout the southern river basin, shocking numerous cultivators. In the streets and alleys, or even within temple halls, legends about Ye Feng abound. It is said that although the Misty Sect is but a high-ranked sect, Sect Master Ye managed to wield an upper-grade spirit sword and a middle-grade spirit sword array to slay the Demon King Hui Yuan, a feat that makes him the foremost among all beneath the Spirit Sea realm. not just beneath the spirit sea realm. I've heard that Sect Master Ye's true power is now on par with the spirit sea realm /P. Aren't you exaggerating a bit, fellow deist? You don't know, Demon King Hui Yuan's cultivation level was only at the peak of the element gathering realm. His physical body alone reached the Demon King level. That's why his strength still fell short when compared to the true experts of the spirit sea realm. That's correct, but wasn't Sect Master yet easily overpowering Demon King Hui Yuan proof that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the spirit sea realm? You do have a point. Dad, I want to join the Misty Sect. Discussions about the Misty Sect continued unabated. In places like White Float City and Beacon Fire City, cultivators like Long Zhenchuan, Jiulian, Ouyang Hao, Huo Daksheng, and Huo Yunhao were delighted upon hearing the news since their nephews, daughters, and sons were disciples of the Misty Sect. I knew Sect Master Ye was a dragon among men. Yu Lan's decision to join the Misty Sect was absolutely the right one. My son Yunji has the makings of a sword king. My brother is the best. The friends and family of the Misty Sect's disciples were extremely excited. Divine Wind Sword Sect. Sword Child Mu Rugzhu, standing like a sharp sword on the summit of the enforcement peak, gazed at Misty Peak thousands of miles away, her beautiful eyes flashing incessantly. What an impressive Ye Feng! To think he concealed his strength so deeply, his fighting prowess, is formidable at the level of the spirit sea realm. Even though she was honored as a proud daughter of the heavens with the potential of the divine origin realm, facing Ye Feng who had slain 2 peak demon generals and a great demon king, she still felt the pressure. After all, no one knew when Ye Feng, who seemed like a mortal, would suddenly unleash a terrifying power. At the least, Mu Rugzhu believed that Ye Feng's power was far from being fully revealed. It looks like next year's demon slaying festival in County King City will be quite a spectacle. Moreover, it's likely that the ancestor of the Mystique Kingdom has successfully transcended his tribulation. Counting the time, the celestial phenomenon is also about to come. County King City. Shu Hongyu leaned against the railing, calmly eating a piece of osmanthus cake. So he has already reached the power level of the spirit sea realm, hey? The Misty Sect, really is becoming more and more miraculous. Having finished speaking, she continued eating her osmanthus cake. 10 miles away, on a tall building, Elder Hongmeng was profoundly shaken upon hearing the news. She had never imagined that Ye Feng would possess such fearsome strength. It was one thing to slay 2 peak demon generals, but now he had even killed a demon king. In the future, wouldn't he regard even the divine origin realm with indifference? Sect Master Ye is really unfathomable. I wonder how the old powerhouses in the County King City are reacting to this. Maybe they're starting to feel the pressure. After all, Sect Master Ye's rise to power has been so rapid. The upcoming demon slaying festival is sure to be interesting. Elder Hongmeng murmured to herself. Myriad Islands Alliance, Wanren Peak. Alliance leader Mo Tianlong sat on the main seat, his voice booming. Master Ye is yet again formidable in formation, and his combat strength is so extraordinary. He truly is the prime candidate for my future son-in-law. Great Elder, prepare a generous gift. I shall accompany you to propose marriage. What? The Blue Dragon King was startled. The 4 Supreme Elders also widened their eyes. They were about to marry off a daughter so hurriedly. Mo Mingxi's eyes widened, feeling that her father was perhaps being too abrupt. They hadn't even started to get acquainted with each other, and he was already planning to propose marriage. It's just a proposal, there's no certainty it will lead to marriage. If it does, I, as the alliance leader, would not be at a loss, Mo Tianlong said indifferently. Hearing this, Mo Mingxi felt as if countless alpacas were stampeding through her heart. How could such a major event as a marriage proposal be treated so hastily? What if it were to succeed? Wouldn't that mean she would have to marry? At this thought, Mo Mingxi couldn't help but clasp her fingers tightly together, a clear indication of her inner turmoil. Liu Yun Sect. Dong Qiang sat cross-legged in his room. Damn Ye Feng, actually relying on killing this king to gain such fame. Now the Misty Sect really is second to none, it's so depressing. Demon King Hui Yuan let out a voice filled with utmost helplessness. Dong Qiang sneered, you're at least a demon king, but you couldn't even beat a sect leader of a high-ranked sect. Evaluation complete, you're a piece of trash. Damn you, if you're so capable, you do it. Hui Yuan burst into rage. I was a great power of the divine origin realm back in the day, would I be afraid of that punk kid? Dong Qiang shot back angrily. A damn old man, you can't even beat the element gathering realm now, and you call yourself a great power? More like a low power, Hui Yuan retorted with sarcasm. Asking for a beating. Dong Qiang cussed. Both of you seniors, please stop arguing. Dong Qiang was exhausted. These two old guys, who together were at least 3,000 years old, argued back and forth in his mind all day long, not giving him a moment of peace even during cultivation. It was truly frustrating. This king has decided, starting today, to gradually pass on all my life's learning to little Dong, so he can grow up and thrash Ye Feng. Hui Yuan suddenly changed his tone and said. Who are you calling little Dong? That's disrespectful. Dong Qiang scolded angrily. I wasn't talking about you, shut up you old thing. Hui Yuan got angry as well. Shit, it's turned upside down. Dong Qiang really wanted to perish together with Hui Yuan, but if he did, Dong Qiang, his only bloodline descendant, would be gone as well. Observing the two old seniors quarreling, Dong Qiang felt so distressed he almost cried. Misty Peak. Sect Prestige Value plus 7,892. Sect Prestige Value plus 6,678. Ye Feng listened to the continuous sound, his mind filled with system notifications, and discovered that his sect prestige value had skyrocketed from the previous 150,000 to 200,000. And it was still increasing. At this rate, breaking through 1 million wasn't a dream. Of course, it would require quite some time. Right, I almost forgot something. Caught up in his joy, Ye Feng quickly opened the relevant information of the Artifact Refining Pavilion. Artifact Refining Pavilion, Tier 2. Basic Construction, Refining Furnace, Upper Grade Spiritual Artifact. Artifact Refining Pavilion Promotion Instructions, upgrade the Refining Furnace to Supreme Grade Spiritual Artifact, and the Artifact Refining Pavilion can be promoted to Tier 3, obtaining Refinement Compendium Middle Volume. Previously, the Artifact Refining Pavilion was at Tier 1. Ever since the Refining Furnace was upgraded to an upper grade spiritual artifact, the Artifact Refining Pavilion was promoted to Tier 2, and furthermore, Ye Feng had also obtained Refinement Compendium Upper Volume. However, due to having been caught up in too many events previously, he had not had the chance to claim it. Ding! Claim Refinement Compendium Upper Volume. As the system notification sounded, a book with a thin, light yellow, hardcover appeared in Ye Feng's hand. Upon opening it, each page glowed. Ye Feng found that this book actually had more than 9,000 pages. However, a special formation was set inside, so although it looked thin from the outside, he found many pages upon flipping through it, as if they were endless. It's so thick. Ye Feng was astonished, feeling overwhelmed, and quickly headed to the scripture pavilion to hand the book over to Ji Xiling. This is Refinement Compendium Upper Volume. It details the most basic methods of artifact refinement. Mastering it will allow you to create the strongest foundations for refining artifacts. Refinement Compendium. The disciples present in the scripture pavilion quickly gathered around. Gong King Kaihu was also in the scripture pavilion. She walked to the table and gently flipped through this ancient tome, her eyes filled with amazement. So it turns out, there are such simple methods for artifact refinement. The array setting methods recorded are also very straightforward and clear. This is indeed a rare treasure. Gong King Kaihu grew more and more amazed as she read, her praise evident. If you're interested in artifact refinement, you can practice it when you have time. After saying that, Ye Feng looked towards Gong King Kaiu. Elder Gong, the 3 days have passed by now. The auxiliary cultivation method and that incomplete 4th grade spell in the treasure box should be unsealed now, right? About time. Gong King Kaiu took out the treasure box and placed it on the table. The disciples brought stools over to sit beside, watching as Gong King Kaiu opened the treasure box, revealing 2 ancient tomes with special talismans attached. Seal-breaking talisman, open. Gong King Kaiu formed hand seals with both hands, sending out 2 light blue rays of light that entered the talismans, causing them to slowly rise and disperse into flecks of light. Sect Master, it's open, Gong King Kaiu said with a sigh of relief, laying the 2 ancient tomes flat on the table, and showing Sect Master Ye a gentle smile. Thank you, Ye Feng nodded. Auxiliary Cultivation Method Shui Yang Secret Art. 4th grade spell Mystical Spirit Catalog. Everyone looked at the titles on the covers, and couldn't help but read them out loud. Chapter 247. Shui Yang Secret Art and Mystique Catalog, Proposal Visit. Ye Feng first opened the title page of the Auxiliary Cultivation Method Water Radiance Technique. The introduction to this cultivation technique was written there. This technique has 3 layers, and after practicing it, one can transform his own strength into the power of water and fire, merging them together, amplifying the effects of any spells or secret techniques used. Achieving perfection in the first layer, the amplification effect is 30%. Achieving perfection in the second layer, the amplification effect is 50%. Achieving perfection in the third layer, the amplification effect is 100%. This was all that was recorded on the title page. The crowd quickly finished reading the introduction. So it's an auxiliary cultivation technique that can enhance one's combat power. Reaching perfection in the third layer could double the strength. This is indeed excellent. Ye Feng gave a thumbs up, feeling that this technique absolutely belonged to the category of fine quality. With the auxiliary cultivation method second Qi Si improving endurance, and now the water radiance technique enhancing combat ability, the disciples of Misty Sect would only become stronger. In addition, there was the yet-to-be widely taught 9 Revolutions Heavenly God technique, which could cultivate divine sense power, perfect for immobilizing enemies at critical moments and ideal for surprise attacks. Of course, a person's energy is limited. It would be quite difficult to practice these 3 auxiliary cultivation methods at the same time, but Ye Feng had already mastered them to the perfect stage. With his personal guidance, the disciples would find it much easier to practice. This water radiance technique is a closely guarded secret of our Shui Yang city, but Sect Master Ye has avenged us. From today forward, the water radiance technique belongs to Misty Sect, Gong King Kaiu said, pointing to the ancient book. However, this auxiliary cultivation method is quite difficult to practice. Even I have only achieved perfection in the first layer. Even Elder Gong has only practiced to the first layer. Is it really that difficult? The disciples were surprised. Let me try, said Ji Xiling, the disciple with the highest talent, as she opened the water radiance technique and read the beginning verses. Between heaven and earth, divide yin and yang, transform into water and fire. Refining a breath of water and fire power can supplement one another as the origin, amplifying one's own variety of spells. Ji Xiling quietly read, while comprehending. Soon, she sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to practice. Gong King Kaiu approached Ye Feng and whispered, Sect Master, how is Xiling's talent? Not bad, supreme grade root bone, Ye Feng said. Oh, not bad. What? Supreme grade? Gong King Kaiu was initially stunned, then taken aback. That was a supreme grade root bone. How could there be so few in the entire southern river basin, yet to Sect Master Ye, it seemed merely satisfactory. On the cushion, there was a change in Ji Xiling's aura. 5 types of spiritual energies began to collide, the water and fire separating, gradually transforming into two pure forces. As expected of a supreme-grade root bone, her comprehension is truly against the heavens. Gongking Kaihu couldn't help but praise. Her talent was considered decent, but she had worked hard for a long time and, with the guidance of her elder brother and various elders, was able to successfully practice to the first layer. If it hadn't been for the attack by the three-tailed fox clan, she definitely would have had enough time to practice to the second layer. As for the highest third layer, it was not that easy to achieve. There were many obscure issues, and no matter how she thought, she was unable to solve them. Ding! Comprehension of the complete version of Water Radiance technique obtained. As Ji Xiling practiced the first layer to beginner, Ye Feng immediately heard a notification from the system. Logically speaking, when Gongking Kaihu joined Misty Sect, he should have mastered the Water Radiance technique. However, this time, it seemed that the disciples needed to practice it to beginner level for it to count. Apparently, only when the disciples gained comprehension did it count. Thinking this, Ye Feng took a pen and began writing and drawing on a piece of paper. Gongking Kaihu curiously glanced over, her pupils shrinking rapidly, covering her mouth with a soft hand in surprise. These are insights into the Water Radiance technique, and the details mentioned are so thorough. If I practice according to this, I will definitely be able to enter the third layer. She looked at Ye Feng, her surprise gradually turning into admiration. She had thought that Ye Feng had only defeated the Demon King by relying on external forces and was not adept at cultivation. Yet, with just a few strokes of his pen, he produced top-level insights. What kind of expert is this? Gongking Kaihu's breathing became rapid, and the proud curves on her body also undulated continuously. 10 minutes later, Ji Xiling opened her eyes. This auxiliary cultivation method is indeed difficult to practice. It's been so long, and I'm still stuck at the beginner stage, unable to enter minor achievement, she muttered. Nearby, Gongking Kaihu felt as if she had been struck by an arrow. Less than a quarter of an hour to practice to beginner and still she found it slow? It took me a whole day to reach beginner. Thinking this, she almost cried. Since you're stuck at the beginner stage, take a look at these insights I've written. If there are any questions you don't understand, you can ask me. Ye Feng had just finished writing his insights, folding the paper and placing it inside the Water Radiance technique as a supplement. As expected of Sect Master Uncle, such quick completion of all the annotations, Wang Ping'an offered a compliment. Finally, not called master, Ye Feng was quite pleased. Next, let's check out this incomplete 4th grade spell Mystical Spirit Catalog. Ye Feng opened the second ancient book. It's a pity it's incomplete, Wang Ping'an muttered. Eldest senior brother Shilei smiled and said, Junior brother Wang, you don't understand. Sect Master Uncle's comprehension is extraordinary, he can complete the missing parts of the spell. Wang Ping'an exclaimed, really? Gongking Kaihu frowned slightly, thinking it impossible. That was an incomplete 4th grade spell. Even a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator might not be able to restore it. At least one would need to achieve the Divine Origin Realm and consolidate Divine Sense to deduce it. Ye Feng was not of Divine Origin Realm, how could he manage? Restoring it is indeed not a problem, Ye Feng calmly said with an even expression. Sect Prestige Value, 239,857. Remaining redeemable amount, 238,557. This is the current prestige value of the sect. Sigh, it's time to flex my financial muscle and revel in the joy of having an advantage. Ye Feng pretended to flip through the Mystical Spirit Catalog, reading intently. In secret, however. Ding! 1000 prestige points deducted. Congratulations on mastering the complete version of the 4th grade spell Mystical Spirit Catalog. Wishing you a pleasant life. Remaining redeemable amount, 237,560. With the expenditure of 1,000 prestige points, Ye Feng's mind was filled with vast knowledge, as countless strands wove together in the sea of his understanding, continuing to sprout and flourish. This feeling was very wonderful. Actually, this spell isn't that difficult. Ye Feng placed the ancient book on the table, took out some paper and a brush, and continued to write and draw, while Gong King Kaiyu and the disciples gathered around, watching seriously. Having practiced this spell herself, Gong King Kaiyu quickly identified the parts that had been completed and was once again deeply shocked. So this is what follows in the mystical spirit catalogue. No wonder I could never reach perfection with my practice before. Gong King Kaiyu felt as if she had an epiphany. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ye Feng had completed and placed the mystical spirit catalogue on the table. Looking at the others, he said, "This 4th grade spell is quite good. It has a mix of attack, defense, and entrapment, making it an extremely strong spell. Except for Jia Xi, everyone else needs to master it." Wang Ping'an jumped out and asked, "Sect Master Uncle, what's so impressive about this spell? Elder Gong, please demonstrate it for the disciples." "Yes." Gong King Kaiyu walked near the 1,000-year ancient pine tree and stood quietly, letting the breeze at the peak flutter her clothes and hair. The essence of the mystical lies in the profound. I have a catalogue that can suppress demons, confine fiends, kill enemies. Mystical Spirit Catalogue, condense. She began forming hand signs. Since it was a demonstration, Gong King Kaiyu chanted the complete incantation. In combat, the incantation could be simplified to just one word: condense, skipping many steps and making the response even quicker. Whoosh! A strong wind swept around Gong King Kaiyu, as myriad colors gathered behind her, forming a colorful scroll 1 meter above the ground, 3 meters long and 1 meter high. A peculiar aura of space emanated from it, giving a sense of profound mystery. The surface of the scroll shimmered with countless intricate patterns, illuminating the surroundings. "Nice, very flashy," Ye Feng praised. The disciples also showed their astonishment, their eyes filled with desire, all wanting to learn this spell. This spell can conjure a painting scroll, with the main body being a landscape painting that can unleash water swords and wooden vines, and can also draw cultivators into the painting, temporarily trapping them. Gong King Kaiyu began to explain in detail. Ye Feng glanced at the 1,000-year ancient pine and said, "Lao Song, have the armored guardians attack Elder Gong to test the actual power of this spell." "Yes." 9 pine cones fell from Lao Song, and in the instant they touched the ground, they burst open, transforming into 9 armored guardians wielding spirit shields and short blades, attacking from all directions. Their momentum melded into one, giving off the oppressive feeling of facing cultivators in the element-gathering realm. Drip, drip, clang. First, the sound of dripping water came from the scroll, followed by the humming of swords. With a whoosh, 5 sharp swords streaked out from within the scroll, instantly slicing 5 of the armored guardians in half. "It's very powerful," Mo Ying murmured. Each water sword was extremely sharp, even her full-strength strike would be utterly unable to withstand any of them. Rib! The remaining armored guardians immediately swung their blades at Gong King Kaiyu. But the scroll suddenly shook, and waves surged from it, forming a hemispherical transparent shield in midair, blocking the blades of the guardians. Subsequently, green vines extended from the scroll, entwining the remaining 4 armored guardians and pulling them into the scroll. With that, Gong King Kaiyu finished her demonstration. She left the scroll suspended in midair and walked up to Ye Feng, addressing everyone. "The world within the mystical spirit catalogue can draw anyone inside, but the stronger one is, the easier they break free. If you encounter an overwhelmingly powerful enemy, you can try to pull them into the painting as a chance to escape." "So that's how it's used," the disciples exclaimed in realization. Xiao Jiaxi, who did not know spells, could only watch helplessly. Pointing at the scroll in midair, she asked, "Elder, what if one doesn't have enough strength to break the scroll?" Gong King Kaiyu smiled lightly and explained, "The power of the scroll comes from the cultivator herself. If the caster stops infusing power into the scroll, sooner or later those inside will break out. Of course, the stronger they are, the quicker they'll escape. Oh, I see. Thanks for the explanation, Elder. Qiao Jiaxi bowed as a gesture of thanks. At that moment, Ye Feng coughed lightly and said, "All right, now that you all know the wondrous uses of this spell, start practicing it from today." Yes. The disciples responded in unison, consulting Gong King Kaiu about the key points of practicing this spell. Whenever they encountered something unclear, Gong King Kaiu would discuss it with them. During this time, Gong King Kaiu also took the opportunity to learn the complete version of the mystical spirit catalogue filled in by Ye Feng, aiming to achieve perfection as soon as possible. Atop the scripture pavilion, Ye Feng looked down from above. The disciples sat around Gong King Kaiu, studiously learning. As an outer sect elder, Gong King Kaiu was very conscientious, sharing everything she knew. Ye Feng was quite satisfied with this. Finally, I can be a hands-off manager. Ye Feng looked relaxed as his gaze shifted to White Float City, speaking of which, Gong King Kaiu was once the deputy city lord of Shuiyang City. Now that the old city lord of White Float City has lost his cultivation and can no longer serve, maybe master yet. A booming voice rose from afar, spreading across dozens of miles like thunder, causing everyone around to look up. In the sky, Alliance Leader Mo Tianlong, Young Alliance Leader Mo Mingxi, the Great Elder Blue Dragon King, and the 10 high-ranking Element Gathering Realm Elders of the Myriad Islands Alliance arrived side by side, most of them wearing smiles on their faces. Why have they come? Ye Feng looked at Mo Tianlong and his entourage, his mind filled with curiosity. Chapter 248. A confounded Ye Feng, firmly declining. Sect Master Yet, long time no see. Mo Tianlong stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze serene and clear, like a pristine spring innocent as a child. The likes of Mo Mingxi and the Blue Dragon King, standing behind him, were silent, faces tranquil as they quietly observed Misty Peak. Ye Feng glanced at Mo Mingxi, veiled in a light haze, feeling that her gaze seemed somewhat resentful. How strange! Ye Feng scratched his head, thinking he shouldn't have offended Mo Mingxi, so why was she looking at him that way? Full of questions, Ye Feng asked, "I wonder what brings you all the way here?" Mo Tianlong smiled and said, "We're here to discuss serious matters, but before that, doesn't Sect Master Ye plan to offer us a cup of tea?" Ye Feng slapped his forehead, opened the shield of the 5 elements continuous array, and said, "Esteemed guests from the Myriad Islands Alliance, please come inside." On the grass, Elder Gong King Kaiu was instructing many disciples. They lifted their heads and saw the formidable procession led by Mo Tianlong, feeling an immense pressure that shook their very spirits. They must all be at least high-order element gathering realm. Who exactly are they? Mo Ying observed Mo Tianlong and the Blue Dragon King, sensing an abyssal, ocean-like aura. This is the Spirit Sea realm. Especially Mo Tianlong, his aura far exceeded that of the Blue Dragon King, radiating a kind of majestic grandeur, likely a peak-level powerhouse of the Spirit Sea realm. It's the Myriad Islands Alliance. Elder Gong King Kaiu, looking at Mo Mingxi's attire, guessed something, and said, "This lady is the young alliance leader of the Myriad Islands Alliance, Mo Mingxi. Rumor has it she has supreme grade talent and is already a renowned prodigy, possessing high-order element gathering realm strength at a young age." That's strong. The disciples of the Misty Sect were deeply shaken. The next moment, they saw Mo Tianlong and his entourage land on the ground, bowing their hands toward Ye Feng, as if they were peers, and said, "Master Yi's Misty Sect, not bad at all." Although Misty Peak was not large, the spiritual energy there was rich, especially the purifying green lotus that constantly exuded a fragrant scent, drawing the attention of Mo Tianlong and the others. In their eyes, the Misty Sect seemed much stronger than many one-star sects. Although it had not yet been recognized as a star-level sect, Mo Tianlong saw it as a matter of time. In the sect leader's great hall, Ye Feng sat in the seat of honor, Mo Tianlong on the first guest seat, while Mo Mingxi, the Blue Dragon King, and the others all took their places on the side. As it was a meeting between the heads of two major sects, disciples like Mo Ying and Shi Lei could not enter the hall, they could only wait outside. Only the outer sect Elder Gong King Kaihu was permitted inside. At their seats, Elder Gong King Kaihu struggled to maintain her composure. This was her first time seeing Mo Tianlong, a peak-level powerhouse of the Spirit Sea realm, and her heart was filled with excitement. The thought that he had come to visit Ye Feng of his own accord left her even more astounded. She increasingly felt that joining the Misty Sect was a very wise decision. At that moment, Ye Feng looked at the somewhat crowded sect leader's great hall, resolving to prepare sufficient materials in the future to make the hall grand enough. Alternatively, he considered transforming the sect leader's great hall into a miniature cave heaven world, spacious enough to accommodate hundreds or even thousands of people. After 2 rounds of spiritual tea, Mo Tianlong set down his teacup. "Master Ye, I have come bringing some treasures, hoping you will accept them," Mo Tianlong said with a wave of his hand, causing 5 treasure boxes to appear on the ground. Upon opening, rich spiritual energy surged out. Middle-grade spirit stones, special refining materials, middle-grade spiritual artifacts. The contents of the 5 treasure boxes had a total value exceeding 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Even an average 1-star sect, stripped of all assets, might not be able to assemble such wealth. Ye Feng and Elder Gong King Kaihu exchanged glances, both bewildered. "What does Alliance Hierarch Mo intend?" Ye Feng asked, puzzled. "Haha, just a modest gift. Mainly, I'm here to propose marriage to Master Ye for my daughter Min Xi. If you're willing to unite with Min Xi, these tokens of meeting are all for your sect," Mo Tianlong said, getting straight to the point without beating around the bush. With a pft sound, Ye Feng spat out all the tea in his mouth. "What's the matter, Master Ye? Are you unwilling?" The Blue Dragon King wiped the tea off his face, his expression slightly displeased. "Spitting out water is one thing, but why on my face? And more importantly, why only on me?" The Blue Dragon King was a bit frustrated. Ye Feng hastily put down his teacup, glanced at Mo Mingxi sitting with her head held high in a somewhat resentful expression, and finally understood why. "It looks like Mo Mingxi is unwilling, and I am unwilling too," Ye Feng thought to himself. This was his genuine feeling. Although he could see that Mo Mingxi was very beautiful, like a celestial fairy, his own secrets were too many, and he was not suitable for having a cultivation companion at the moment. In Ye Feng's view, only when he had the power to stand on his own and no longer had to worry about others taking his treasures could he consider finding a girl to join in matrimony. But for now, his eyes were only on the development of the sect. Only if the sect was powerful could he become stronger. Thus, Ye Feng spoke out, "This sect leader is very moved and thinks that deist Mo Mingxi is indeed like a heavenly immortal, causing fish to sink and birds to fall, and flowers to close in shame. Truly a rare beauty, however, I refuse." Hearing the initial compliments, Mo Mingxi's face flushed red, and she thought to herself that Ye Feng really had a slick tongue, and his words were rather pleasing to hear, which she liked very much. But the twist at the end left everyone stunned. That was Mo Mingxi. She was a supreme talent with exceptional spiritual roots, the future leader of the Myriad Islands Alliance. Marrying her would be like gaining the 2-star forces of the Myriad Islands Alliance. And yet, Ye Feng had refused. "Since Master Ye praises my beauty so, why then do you refuse?" Mo Mingxi was a bit displeased, but more curious. Ye Feng had just praised her to the skies, so why suddenly refuse? She couldn't understand it. Mo Tianlong, the Blue Dragon King, Elder Gong King Kaihu, and others also turned their gazes to Ye Feng, waiting for his answer. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng smiled and said, "A melon forced off its vine is not sweet, mutual affection is the key to a lasting relationship. I believe everyone present understands this more than I do. His words were very sensible. All those present were old foxes and understood the implication immediately. There was no emotional foundation between Mo Mingxi and Ye Feng, so mutual affection was out of the question, and so-called love at first sight was merely a superficial lust. Therefore, Ye Feng refused. However, Mo Tianlong saw through the key point and laughed. In that case, if Sect Master Ye requires an emotional foundation, how about this, Min Xi, you can interact more with Master Ye in the future. Once the feelings have developed, there will still be time to formally propose marriage. Ye Feng. Mo Mingxi. Both were filled with question marks. My point is, we can let this matter rest now, no need for any follow-up or to develop any feelings. Ye Feng cried out in his heart. The reason he refused was to ensure sufficient private space. Yet, Mo Tianlong had misunderstood. Indeed, those who cut off their darker sides are too pure, their thinking too simplistic, such people aren't cunning enough, and sometimes communication with them is inconvenient. Alright, let's decide on this then. From today onward, our Myriad Islands Alliance and Misty Sect will interact with each other, and I also hope that Master Ye will communicate more with my daughter. Farewell. Mo Tianlong put down his teacup and stood up, walking towards the outside of the Great Hall. The gifts on the floor. Consider these as the welcoming gifts from me, the Alliance Hierarch, to your sect. If Master Ye and my daughter become a pair, there will be additional congratulatory gifts. Mo Tianlong's hearty laughter echoed. Under Ye Feng's gaze, a huge blue dragon appeared beneath Mo Tianlong's feet, carrying Mo Mingxi, the Blue Dragon King, and the others as they flew away from Misty Peak. Is it really over like this? Ye Feng stood frozen on the spot. Chapter 249. Gong King Kai's speculation, visiting the old city lord. Mo Tianlong is so bizarre. He didn't give Ye Feng any chance to explain. Watching those figures gradually recede into the distance, Gong King Kai then looked at the 5 treasure boxes in the sect leader's great hall, her mind trembling. Those were treasures worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, left behind by the Myriad Islands Alliance, truly befitting an ancient 2-star force that controls the entire southern river lake, with profound foundations. For them, tens of thousands of spirit stones were as insignificant as how ordinary 1-star forces would regard 100 spirit stones, untroubled in their hearts. Sect Master, that was Alliance Leader Mo Tianlong of the Myriad Islands. Why did he treat you as if you were old friends upon first sight? Gong King Kai voiced her puzzlement. Ye Feng pondered for a moment and said, because this Sect Master helped the Myriad Islands carve 36 miniature cave heaven arrays. Gong King Kai exclaimed in shock, Cave heaven formation. I forgot to mention, our Misty Sect also possesses a miniature cave heaven world. I'll take you to see it now. Ye Feng walked to the backyard, stood in front of a large rock near the spiritual spring, and pointed at it. This is the miniature cave heaven world. Both of them entered. Seeing the structures like the spiritual medicine garden, vegetable garden, pond, and other facilities built inside, Gong King Kai's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She had thought this large rock was merely a decorative piece, not knowing until today that it was actually a precious miniature cave heaven world. Though carving 36 miniature cave heaven arrays is indeed shocking, it doesn't seem reason enough for the leader of a distinguished 2-star force to be so courteous, does it? Gong King Kai muttered, still puzzled. To this, Ye Feng did not explain. He guessed that it was probably because Mo Tianlong had cut off his dark side and was now exceedingly pure, like a child, straightforward and open-minded, which is why his attitude was so favorable toward him. If it were the Sect Master of the Divine Wind Sword Sect or leaders of other 2-star forces, they would not likely come asking for a marriage alliance just because he had carved the 36 miniature cave heaven arrays. At most, they would express their thanks and keep in touch. Of course, it definitely has something to do with my strength. Ye Feng added. Gong King Kai then came to a realization and said, that's true. Sect Master, at your young age, you've already attained the cultivation level of the Spirit Sea realm. Mo Tianlong must have seen this and thus used his daughter to win you over. After thinking for a moment, she added, what a clever move. Mo Tianlong clearly knew that Sect Master wouldn't dare to agree, so he intentionally left behind 5 treasure boxes. Not only did his daughter remain unmarried, but he also showed sincerity, and left gifts behind. That way, no matter what, Sect Master, you will have to maintain a good relationship with the Myriad Islands Alliance. After all, he who takes a gift is bound to comply. Truly worthy of being an old fox from a 2-star force, with deep schemes. Gong King Kai wildly speculated. Ye Feng stood aside and listened, the corners of his mouth twitching incessantly. Big sister. Mo Tianlong is straightforward, not as cunning as you imagine. All this is just your speculation. Thinking this, Ye Feng covered his face with a hand. Before long, the two returned to the sect leader's great hall. The disciples had already gathered around the 5 treasure boxes, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the treasures inside. Stop gawking, get back to your cultivation. Ye Feng urged, then collected the 5 treasure boxes. Afterward, looking at Gong King Kai who was about to leave the sect leader's great hall, he said, Elder Gong, accompany this sect master to White Float City. Yes, Sect Master, Gong King Kai nodded slightly. In the back mountain of the city lord's mansion of White Float City. In a serene courtyard, the old city lord was sitting in his seat, enjoying the service of a few young maids with a content expression. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been the city lord, and life would be much easier. Speaking of which, when can Sect Master yet assume the position of city lord? That way, I can finally relax completely. The old city lord muttered to himself. In the past, he devoted himself to cultivation every day, without even a maid by his side. But after his breakthrough attempt failed, the deputy city lord brought him a group of maids. At first, he wasn't accustomed to it, but after experiencing their boundless tenderness, the old city lord was utterly stunned. He suddenly felt, what was the point of working hard on cultivation? This kind of life was ultimately the most comfortable. Ahem. Ye Feng and Gong King Kai stood behind the old city lord, making their presence known. Oh, Sect Master Ye has arrived, and there's also Daoist Gong from Shuiyang City. The arrival of both of you truly makes this humble courtyard shine. Upon seeing them, the old city lord quickly pushed the maids aside and put on a serious face. Ye Feng and Gong King Kai exchanged a glance and nearly burst out laughing. After some pleasantries, Ye Feng got straight to the point. Old city lord, Daoist Gong King Kai has now joined our Misty sect and has become an outer sect elder. Oh? That's truly congratulatory news for your sect, adding such a powerful elder to your ranks. The old city lord quickly offered his congratulations. Gong King Kai was beautiful and kind-hearted, with high cultivation and strength. She was considered a goddess in the eyes of many sect masters. Hearing that she had joined the Misty sect, the old city lord silently envied them. At this moment, Ye Feng asked, Old city lord, what is your opinion of Elder Gong? Upon hearing this, the old city lord's eyes lit up. Could it be, Sect Master Ye knows I now fancy beautiful women and is playing matchmaker for me? The old city lord grew excited. Elder Gong is as beautiful as a heavenly immortal, with endless charm. She is indeed the perfect candidate for a dual cultivation companion. At his words, Gong King Kai's face flushed red. Ye Feng's expression turned strange. His original intention was to acknowledge Gong King Kai's strength, high cultivation and adeptness at managing cities, to have her act as the provisional city lord of White Float City and see how that would work out. Gong King Kai, as an outer sect elder of the Misty sect, taking on the role of city lord of White Float City would essentially make the whole of White Float City an asset under the Misty sect. This was much better than being the city lord himself. Taking these factors into account, that's why Ye Feng brought Gong King Kai over. Old city lord, now is not the time to discuss dual cultivation companions. Instead, I have a plan, and I wonder if I should share it, Ye Feng said. Upon hearing it wasn't about arranging a match for him, the old city lord immediately deflated and replied listlessly, "Please go on, Sect Master Ye." Elder Gong's cultivation has reached the 4th layer of the element gathering realm, meeting the standard of a 1-star sect master. She was also the deputy city lord of Shuiyang City, skilled in talisman, formation, alchemy, and other arts. She is the best choice for the city lord of White Float City, Ye Feng said earnestly. Upon hearing this, both the old city lord and Gong King Kaiu showed signs of surprise. The old city lord pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands in admiration. "Brilliant! With this, I can retire in peace and enjoy a pastoral life that I have never had before." With Elder Gong, who is at the 4th layer of the element gathering realm, in charge of White Float City, we can secure our status as a star-level force. It's truly a flawless plan. He had long since grown tired of being the city lord. He was delighted to hear that Gong King Kaiu would take over. Gong King Kaiu, however, was quite surprised. She mistook Ye Feng's intent as wanting to kick her out of the Misty Sect and hastily said, "Sect Master, you don't want me anymore." It looks like Sect Master Ye and Daoist Gong have already gotten together. The old city lord raised his eyebrows, his thoughts taking a turn. Ye Feng clarified, "Daoist Gong may not be aware, but the old city lord's breakdown has caused him to lose all his cultivation, except for physical strength comparable to an ordinary lower-rank demon general." With plenty of experience, Gong King Kaiu instantly understood, Sect Master means that White Float City no longer has a Sect Master level powerhouse, and if word gets out, we could lose our qualification as a star-level force. Elder Gong is indeed wise. I hope you can take on the position as City Lord of White Float City, ensuring that our star-level status stands firm. However, you'll still be an outer sect elder at our Misty Sect's Elders Hall on a day-to-day basis, Ye Feng explained. Daoist Gong is only an outer sect elder? If I were the sect master of the Misty Sect, such an enchanting fairy would absolutely be an inner sect elder, preferably even a bedside elder, the old city lord internally criticized. Upon hearing this arrangement, Gong King Kaiu was relieved and nodded, saying, "If it is the sect master's wish, I am willing to take on the position as the city lord of White Float City." Chapter 250. The new city lord, first trial of an elder's task. The old city lord was very happy, because he could finally retire. Once Gong King Kaiu became the city lord, not only would White Float City's star-level force status be secured, but he could also step down on the pretext of the new city lord's ascension, preventing others from discovering the fact that he had lost all his cultivation. Thus, his face was saved. What a joyous situation this was! Thinking of this, the old city lord quickly took out the city lord's token and the city lord's seal, and handed them to Gong King Kaiu, saying, "From today onwards, Daoist Gong, you are the new city lord of our White Float City." He looked at Ye Feng and said, "Sect Master Ye, since Daoist Gong is an elder of your sect, according to the rules, from now on, White Float City will be a subordinate force of Misty Sect. I hope you will take good care of it." Ye Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will." The city lord handover ceremony was just that perfunctory. An hour later, a blockbuster news spread throughout White Float City. Breaking news! The old city lord has resigned, Gong King Kaiu has taken office. Who is Gong King Kaiu? The former deputy city lord of Shuiyang City, said to have the cultivation of the 4th layer of the element gathering realm, known for her beauty and kindness, and also an outer sect elder of Misty Sect. Since when did Misty Sect have an additional elder? How come I didn't know about it? There's a lot you don't know. Within White Float City, discussions like these were happening incessantly. Everyone knew that the old city lord had officially relinquished his position, and Misty Sect's outer sect elder Gong King Kaiu had taken over as the new city lord. As for the deputy city lord, he remained the deputy city lord, as always, steadfast and unchanged. In front of the city lord's mansion, Ye Feng, Gong King Kaiu, the old city lord, the deputy city lord, the Nishang palace master, the sect leader of Tyrant Blade sect, and the sect leader of Feathers sect, among other powerhouses, stood on a newly built 100-meter-tall platform, overlooking the entire White Float city. The citizens climbed onto the rooftops of their homes, looking distantly at the unfamiliar Gong King Kaiu. It really is a beautiful city lord. So pleasing to the eye. Seeing Gong King Kaiu's mature, dignified, beautiful, and graceful appearance and feeling her unfathomable aura, the citizens of White Float City cheered continuously. Compared to the old city lord, this old man, they preferred the newly appointed Gong King Kaiu. Beautiful women, who doesn't like them? Seeing that the citizens weren't opposing but cheering instead, Ye Feng was very satisfied. Everyone, thank you for your generous support. From today onwards, I, Gong King Kaiu, am the new city lord of White Float City. I hope everyone here will lend their full support to build a more prosperous White Float City together, said Gong King Kaiu, her soft and gentle voice spreading out, making everyone in the city feel as though they were soaking in a hot spring, comfortable all over. We will defend the city lord with our lives. The city lord is the most beautiful. City lord, do you need someone to sweep the floors at your house? City lord, I can cook. Some cultivators even boldly advertised themselves, making Gong King Kaiu, who was standing on the platform, smile like a blooming flower. The news of White Float City changing its city lord continued to spread. Five Colors City, Beacon Fire City, San Yuan City, as well as forces like Liu Yun Sect and King Yun Sect, all received the news one after another. King Yun Sect. Gong King Kaiu has actually become an outer sect elder of Misty Sect, and now she's the city lord of White Float City. It seems White Float City has completely become a subordinate force of Misty Sect, said King Yun Zhenren in a deep voice. He was unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. He felt frustrated, wondering why Gong King Kaiu joined Misty Sect. Sect Leader's Grand Hall of Liu Yun Sect. Upon hearing that Gong King Kaiu had joined Misty Sect and had become the city lord of White Float City, the sect leader of Liu Yun Sect beat his chest and stamped his foot, wishing he could become Ye Feng. Ah, what a pity, this sect leader also wanted to invite immortal maiden Gong to join our Liu Yun Sect. As it turns out, she took the initiative to join Misty Sect. It's so frustrating. Yunhua Sect. This is good news. Upon hearing that Gong King Kaiu joined Misty Sect and had become the city lord of White Float City, Yunhua Zhenren was very happy. Yunhua Sect and Misty Sect were already allies. For Yunhua Sect, Gong King Kaiu joining Misty Sect was also a cause for celebration. Ye Feng was unaware of the reactions from the various forces and didn't need to pay attention to them. Now that Gong King Kaiu had become the city lord of White Float City, this could save him a lot of trouble, and White Float City could become a subsidiary force of Misty Sect, solving many problems. Misty Peak. Gong King Kaiu stood outside the sect leader's great hall, writing down the first elder mission on the mission wall, instantly attracting the disciples to gather around. Elders Hall Mission 1. Within 1 month, collect 10-year-old crying infant spirit fruit, 100-year-old gold-fused fallen moon bead, 23 kinds of medicinal herbs including 30-year-old Shulan fragrance. Up to 5 disciples may work together to complete this task. Difficulty, middle rank. The disciples murmured the first elder mission on the mission wall. This is the pill recipe for the lower grade consolidating origin pill. The sect leader previously handed this to me, said Ji Xiling. In that case, this mission is about collecting the ingredients needed to refine the consolidating origin pill. Shi Lei realized, I'll take this mission. I'll take it too. Long Tianxing raised his hand. I'm an alchemist, I want to go too. Wang Ping'an slung a black pot on his back and ran over excitedly. I might as well go. Recently, my cultivation reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, close to the peak. Going out for some experience, when I return, I should try to break through to the element gathering realm. Huo Yunjia stepped forward, deciding to go. Gong King Kaiu asked the other disciples, is there anyone else who needs to complete this mission together? The remaining disciples shook their heads. In that case, you four are responsible for completing this task within a month, Gong King Kaiu said. Okay. The disciples took the order and began to pack their things, preparing to descend the mountain. Sect Leader's Great Hall. Ding! Elder Gong King Kai from the Elders Hall has successfully posted the quest search for herbs needed for refining lower-grade consolidating origin pills. Difficulty: moderate. The disciples who accepted the quest are Shi Lei, Long Tianxing, Wang Ping'an, Huo Yunjia. Upon completion, they will each receive a special small gift pack ×4. The system issued a notification sound. Hearing this, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. Having an elder is indeed a benefit. She can specifically post quests for the disciples to complete together, and the sect will gradually get back on the right track, he said. After speaking, Ye Feng took out the heaven-asking mirror, threw it into the refining furnace, and added various materials, preparing to refine it anew. Half a day later, Shi Lei and the other three set off. Their chosen location for collecting herbs was Tai'ai Mountain Range, which compared to Nanlu Mountain Range, boasted richer spiritual medicines. But the dangers were also greater. At the edge of a cliff on Misty Peak, with his hands behind his back, Ye Feng watched the direction in which his disciples were leaving and mused, they shouldn't encounter any danger, right? They shouldn't, Gong King Kaiu responded. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before saying, Yunji's cultivation level is close to the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. With his sword drawing technique, he could inflict heavy damage or even kill with one strike in an ambush, even against someone in the element gathering realm. However, I'm still somewhat uneasy. Does the sect leader intend to follow them? Gong King Kaiu asked. Not me, someone else, Ye Feng said with a mysterious look on his face. Gong King Kaiu frowned slightly. Were there other strong individuals in the Misty Sect? Could it be Mo Ying? Gong King Kaiu looked at Mo Ying, who was reading in the scripture pavilion, sensing that this disciple was indeed powerful. Not the most talented, but youthful and already at element gathering realm, exuding a sharp presence like a treasured sword ready to be unsheathed. Yet, Mo Ying did not make a move to leave. Instead, Ye Feng flew off into the distance. Gong King Kaiu gazed in that direction, her gaze condensing, Nanlu Mountain Range. What is the sect leader going there for? Despite her curiosity, she did not follow him. As an outer sect elder, she thought it was best to fulfill her duties and not to ask too many questions about the sect leader's affairs. With this in mind, Gong King Kaiu sat in the sect leader's great hall and began cultivating with the repaired mystical spirit catalogue. Nanlu Mountain Range. Inside a cave dwelling located halfway up the mountain, Ye Feng looked at the 1,000 Faces demon monarch who was frolicking with several beautiful fairy maidens and grinned, saying, I have a task for you. What task? The 1,000 Faces demon monarch was stunned. Tai'ai Mountain Range. The Misty Sect F4 arrived at this place. The honest man, the swordsman, the dragon folk, and the scapegoat. At this moment, Shi Lei stood at the top of a mountain peak, looking over the endless range of mountains, and asked, Junior brother, do you see anything? Holding the treasure-seeking compass borrowed from Ye Feng, Huo Yunjia, alongside Long Tianxing with the catalogue, found one of the spiritual medicines and said, according to the compass's guidance, there are 3 types of spiritual medicines nearby, let's go take a look. Long Tianxing and Wang Ping'an nodded. 15 minutes later, in front of a pool of water, the 4 disciples uprooted a plant of spiritual medicine, its leaves dotted with countless pale blue dots that refracted a spectrum of light under the sun's rays, with radiance weaving together into rainbows around it. This is the rainbow grass, 15 years old, meeting the requirements for alchemy, said Wang Ping'an, an alchemist who recognized most spiritual medicines, and he promptly offered his assessment. Great, let's continue the search. The group embarked on their journey. A flirtatious multicolored bird stealthily followed behind the misty sect F4, flapping its wings. The sect leader instructed me to follow them and not intervene unless it's absolutely critical. The multicolored bird muttered to itself. Hiss! Suddenly, a poisonous snake leaped from a tree below, aiming to bite the colorful bird, but it found one of the bird's wings transformed into a palm, smashing the snake into pieces. A mere lower-ranked demonic beast dares to prey on me, the demon monarch? How reckless! The colorful bird sneered and continued flying. Half a day passed. Shilei and his companions successively found 13 types of spiritual medicines, all meeting the quest's requirements. Along the way, they encountered a few battles, slaying several demonic beasts, the strongest of which reached the high-rank demon soldier level. However, no matter how powerful they were, none could withstand Huo Yunji's sword. Under the night sky, the 4 disciples gathered in an open area. As the builder of Misty Sect, Shilei's occupational disease kicked in again. He used spells to condense mud bricks, then with fiery cloud palm turned them into red bricks, and constructed a hemispherical brick house that could shelter them from wind and rain. Big senior brother is truly a must-have for home and travel, praised Long Tianxing. Shilei revealed his honest smile, looking a bit embarrassed. 100 meters away, on a tree, the 1,000 Faces demon monarch, transformed into the multicolored bird, perched on a branch and buried his head in his feathers, falling soundly asleep. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The Taihu mountain range was quieter than usual that night, with only the subtle rustling of leaves brushing against each other, like a gentle rain, conducive to sleep. Shilei, the 4 disciples, and the sleeping 1,000 Faces demon monarch were all unaware that a dozen shadows were lurking in the mist nearby. They took advantage of the darkness to approach silently. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.